Somewhere in the dark, rose petals drift past like falling embers. The words of a man she once heard come back to her, crystal clear. "There is no God," he told her once. "Just a silhouette now, carved out of candlelight." Maybe, she thinks, he was right all along. If God really did exist, she thinks, staring into the dark. A streak of blood tears across the frame, like a premonition of what's coming. Then this rage, this resentment eating me alive wouldn't exist in this world at all. In a candlelit parlor, a hand steadies a teacup. "There are many eyes watching us, Val," a voice warns quietly. It's our leading lady, blonde, poised, and sitting utterly alone at a table set for two. A tall shadow steps into the room. "I heard you were at the poker club, at the Alberata Hotel," comes the accusation, cool and pointed. "Rumor has it you've been keeping company there, with Madame Olivia." Lorena sips her tea like the accusation hasn't landed at all. "For quite a long time," she adds. The image that flashes through her mind is a guard dog, teeth bared. The thought startles even her. Old wounds have a way of doing that. A faint bruise peeks from under her sleeve. "I'm scared," she admits, if only to herself. Tears well in her eyes. "I thought you had no interest in me," she says. "Or do you just not like that I'm seeing someone else?" Across the table, her husband barely reacts. Just a slow, unreadable hum. "Of course, I believe that's all right," Val says, cool as ever. "I had no intention of interfering." "So my wife really doesn't care how many women I see," he needles. "I guess that tracks. You despise me after all." "No," she snaps back. "Val, what I actually hate is the fact that you keep running off to be with other people. 7 years under the same roof," she says, "and every single year you bring home someone new. That's what I can't stand." A pause. "We are married, Val." Her hand tightens on her dress, the wedding ring catching the light. "Even if you don't love me." Later, under the chandelier, he asks, almost politely, how her checkup went. "Nothing significant," she tells him. His only reply is a thin smile. "Really? That's unfortunate." He doesn't look sorry in the slightest, she notices. If anything, he looks relieved. Why, she wonders, watching him over the rim of her cup, would that possibly be a relief? Here's the part nobody said out loud. His wife hasn't been able to get pregnant in nearly 7 years. Sunlight spills through the manor windows, and with it, an uninvited guest. "Miss," a maid announces, "Miss Orissa has arrived. Shall I show her in?" Lorena straightens, caught off guard mid-fitting. Orissa? She came without even calling first, rude even by high society standards. She heads down the stairs to greet her, calling out again, uncertain. "Orissa?" Waiting at the bottom are 2 women. Orissa, her supposed best friend, and beside her, Olivia. Yes, that Olivia, the one the whole hotel gossips about. "She was invited by the Duke himself, naturally," Orissa explains. "Our Olivia said it was her first time at the manor, so I offered to show her around." "The Duke's so fond of Olivia," one of them adds, watching Lorena's face for a reaction. "She'll probably be a regular guest from now on." You're supposed to be my best friend," Lorena stammers. "Why would you?" Olivia tilts her head, all mock sympathy. "Friend, sounds like you haven't heard a thing yet." "Poor Miss," Orissa coos, and somehow it lands worse than an insult. "If you just tried a little harder," Olivia purrs, "maybe you wouldn't have been thrown out like yesterday's trash." "Discarded." Lorena repeats the word like it doesn't fit in her mouth. No way, she tells herself. Her father's bank and her husband's estate have been business partners for years. Surely that still counts for something. That partnership, after all, is one of the main reasons this marriage happened in the first place. Besides, she reminds herself, hands trembling, my husband's about to make a major investment in my father's business. Surely that has to mean something. Word comes down that the 2 of them are having dinner tonight to discuss the matter. "Olivia," someone says warmly, "let's go tour the estate." "Shall we?" Olivia laughs. "That's right. There's no way I'd ever be the one discarded." Alone, Lorena watches her husband's back disappear down the hall. Even if he doesn't love me, he keeps me close. A crash splits the quiet of the manor. Footsteps thunder down the corridor, more than one set, moving fast. "Search every drawer, thoroughly," a voice barks. This is not a social call. What in the world do you think you're doing? Lorena demands, blocking the doorway. How dare you? Do you even know where you are? A dozen men are already tearing through the estate. The chief ordered a full investigation of the dupe's manor, one explains flatly. An official steps forward, mustache bristling with authority. Your father, he says, Signor Vincenzo Klein, was arrested last night on espionage charges. Lorena's whole world tilts. What did you just say? It's been revealed he spread false information to deceive investors, the official continues, and embezzled personal assets belonging to the royal family itself. The dupe's already been questioned as a witness. The search warrant's been granted. Lorena stares at her husband. Val knew about this already, and furthermore, the official presses on. The last person Vincenzo Klein spoke to yesterday morning, he says, closing in, was you, Senora. In Besson, the penalty for espionage is death. The word lands like a physical blow. She can't breathe, can't speak, just stares at the man who's calmly informed her she might be executed. No, she finally manages, neither I nor my father would ever, no way. Isn't your older brother Alfonso Klein the Minister of Finance in Ingard, the official presses, and you claim you have no ties to their government? That can't be true, she whispers into the dark, alone with the accusation. This is a setup, she cries out. You know it is. You know how honest my father is, she pleads to Val. His only answer is a long, unreadable, well. Just yesterday, Val says slowly, your father tried to talk me into buying Ingardian government bonds. Don't tell me you're starting to doubt your own father-in-law, she says. You know the truth. You know he's not that kind of man, she insists, clinging to his arm as they walk. Isn't that the whole reason you married a woman from Ingard in the first place? She snaps. Please, help me defend my father. Tears streak down her face. If you won't, then report me instead. Vala just watches her, cool and unreadable. I'll do anything you ask, she begs. A long silence. Then, for now, go hide at the Soto Monastery. Wait there for me. Her breath catches, hope flickering back to life. Then, you'll help clear my father's name. Yes, he says simply. Oh, thank God, she breathes. I knew it. There's no way any of this was true. She collapses into his arms. Don't leave me alone. I'm scared. Ever since I married you and came to this country, she whispers against him, there hasn't been a single moment I wasn't afraid. But even so, she starts, and finishes it the only way that matters. I love you. What happens next? The art is happy to leave to your imagination. Let's just say the night gets considerably warmer. Afterward, wrapped together, he makes her a promise. I'll visit once a month. Then with that an afterthought, at least once every 2 months, already walking it back. Never a good sign. She notices something odd clinging to him. That smell? Gunpowder? A detail she'll remember far too late. For now, though, it's just the two of them silhouetted against the window, holding on. Cry like that again, he murmurs. When I come visit next time. Sweet or deeply unsettling, you decide. So she waits it out at Soto Monastery, cloistered away from the world, snow piling up outside. Stone halls, quiet prayers, a very different life from the manor she left behind. It's already been half a year hiding here, she reflects. Val's kept his promise, visiting like clockwork. But every time I ask what's actually happening with the case, she thinks, he never gives me a straight answer. Odd, that. She kneels in prayer, veiled in white, hoping this nightmare ends soon. A figure appears behind her unannounced. You are? She asks, startled. He turns without answering, petals scattering in his wake. Who are you? Only priests and nuns are allowed in here, she demands. I don't usually meddle in other people's business, he replies coolly. He pulls something from his coat papers. But you clearly have no idea what's going on out there. Her eyes go wide with dread. He hands her a newspaper. P.N. Klein Bank, Besson branch, splashed across the front page. The headline reads, in stark black letters, officially bankrupt. The day after Vincenzo Klein was detained, the stranger says quietly, he used a pistol to end his own life. Turns out, right after her father's arrest, the Levante's family's credit rating cratered, so they pulled all 50 million pesetas they had deposited in his bank. That single withdrawal set off a stampede, panicked depositors yanking their money out in droves. It didn't stop there. The whole Ingard branch went under, and with it, the entire nation's financial footing started to buckle. Lorena can barely form the thought. Bother is, if it happened the day after his arrest, then that day was definitely. She remembers it now, the smell of gunpowder clinging to Val's coat, a memory she'd buried without ever asking herself why. Non es Deus, he'd murmured that day, and she hadn't thought twice about it. There is no God. The words that opened this whole story, turns out they weren't just poetry. Lorena, the stranger says, not a guess, a name he already knows. Let's go, he tells her. Everything's been taken care of now. What do you mean, taken care of? She demands. My father's death? The stranger just watches her, unreadable, saying nothing yet. The collapse of my entire country's economy, she presses, voice shaking. Quietly, he admits his own grief too. Family he hadn't spoken to in 7 years, gone now by their own hand. A cloistered monastery, he adds, doesn't exactly get the morning papers. No wonder she was the last to know. Who told you all this? She demands, unraveling. Back at the estate, she's screaming now. Just say it's a lie. Why did you lock me up here? She demands of Val. She lunges at him, desperate for an answer that makes any of this make sense. I stayed here like a fool, believing in you. Lorena, you're hyperventilating again. Breathe, he says, infuriatingly calm. Let go of me. I want a divorce, she screams. I hate you. The words finally come out raw and undisguised. Your dog, your house, your country. Everything about this life is yours, not mine. I know, goddammit. He finally snaps back. I know you hate me, he says, quieter now. And still, he adds, I hired 7 lawyers to get every charge against you dropped. So no, we are not getting a divorce. He drags a hand across his neck, exhausted by all of it. The doctor said by now you should be starting to... He begins, then stops cold. Because Lorena has a gun in her hand. She raises it slow and steady, pressing it to her own head. What are you doing? Val's composure finally cracks. Why did you even marry me? She asks, gun still raised. Tears stream down her face, but her hand doesn't waver. Were you planning to use me and my father from the very start? She asks. Did you kill him? A beat. Then flatly, that's right, I used your father. Something in her shatters, you can practically hear the glass breaking. Your family, your country, his voice is ice. It was time for all of it to disappear. That was decided 9 years ago. 9 years. This was never an accident. It's not like there was ever a real future for us anyway, he adds, almost bored. So you deal with me, she says, just like you decided to deal with him. Neither of them moves. The whole room holds its breath. No, she says. You no longer get to decide who I am. The words come out steady even with a gun to her own head. Val's composure finally, completely breaks. A gunshot cracks through the room. Something falls, petals, or worse, scattering through the air in slow motion. Her hair whips through the frame, red petals tangled in gold. Dear God, someone whispers into the silence that follows. Hands come together in prayer, trembling. Do you truly not exist? No, comes the answer. Just no. And there she stands, alone at the top of the stairs, alive, whatever just happened, she still stands. Her face is streaked with blood that isn't all her own, eyes wide with shock. Petals keep falling around her, slow and silent, like the room hasn't caught up to what just happened. Blood and rose petals tangled together in her hair, straight out of a nightmare. Deus ubique est, the text reads, God is everywhere, quite the reversal from where this chapter started. The dark closes back in around her, one last time. She wakes with a start, tangled in the sheets, the whole nightmare still burned behind her eyes. Whatever happened after that gunshot, morning comes anyway, and so does everything she still has to face. She jolts awake, gasping, eyes wide with the kind of terror that doesn't fade just because her eyes are open. Her whole body's still shaking, like she just clawed her way out of something. Wait, was that all just a dream? Fragments splash behind her eyes. A wedding, a stranger's hand, a life she thought was long behind her. Something violent, something final, still ringing in her memory. No, she definitely hit her head, hard. This wasn't just some nightmare shaking loose. She can still see the gun, still feel exactly how it happened. It felt real, every single second of it. So why does everyone keep acting like it was just a bad dream? She sits up in an familiar bed, breath ragged, trying to place where and when she actually is. Something stirs in the dark beyond her door. A maid knocks softly. Sonora, may I have a moment? It's early, but a call came in for you, Senora. A call. It's from Mr. Vincenzo Klein, the maid says. Her whole body goes still at the name. Father is alive? She's across the room before she even decides to move. He snatches up the receiver with shaking hands. Father? Oh, Lorena, comes the booming, delighted voice on the other end. My little princess, I didn't wake you too early, did I? Her father, very much alive, very much fine, and already shopping. I brought you a gift from Ingert and it's too much to carry, so I figured I'd send it ahead of time. It's so much I don't think it'll all fit in your place. Then he hears it. She's crying. Lorena, are you there? She can barely get the words out to the tears. I miss you so much. Her father panics instantly. What's going on, sweetheart? That's it. I'm coming to the duchy right now. Anyway, I've got that dinner in Oz tonight with your husband and the investors. Her blood runs cold. That dinner. Father Vava. What day is it today? He doesn't get what she's asking. It's the 1st of April, 12,002. She goes silent. Then, you can't go to that dinner tonight, father. What? You have to. She cuts him off, voice cracking with something between fear and fury. Leave Vessen right now. Because she remembers exactly how this year ends. She died on the 1st of October, 102. Shot, bleeding out over a desk full of papers and never got the chance to matter. And today, somehow, impossibly, is exactly 6 months before that day. The same morning she once sat through a miserable tea with her husband pretending nothing was wrong. The same day a friend she trusted dragged her husband's mistress in just to watch her squirm. The day she still had no idea the man she clung to was the one who'd end up killing her father. And still, that night, she cried in his arms like he was the one person keeping her safe. Cancel all dealings with the Vessen mobility for now, and don't set foot in Vessen again until I write to you. I know how absurd this sounds. Her father hesitates. Backing out of a done deal isn't nothing. Just don't ask why. Please. A long pause. Then, very well. If you're saying all this, you must have your reasons. Of course you do. You're a kind. I'll wait, and I'll trust you. Sighing, Father, she breathes, relief flooding through her. She sits on the phone and stares out into the dark, mind already racing. If today really is that same day, 6 months before everything fell apart, then this is her one shot to change everything. She's not letting any of it happen the same way twice. She throws open the door, done wasting time. Anna, yes, milady, comes the maid's quick reply. Tell him to come to my room. His Grace hasn't returned since last night, milady. What? Since last night? Yes, this morning he left the Alberata Hotel and headed for the Soto Monastery. Soto Monastery, that's exactly where she went into hiding last time. Why is the past already different? Nothing's even happened yet. He was supposed to be a dinner in Nas tonight. Why change course now, of all times? I wasn't told why he changed his mind either, milady. From the capital to Soto and back is an 8-hour round trip. 8 hour till we gone. Maybe this is her shot. Call a locksmith, now. Get me the best one in the capital. You can't do this, Sonora, a servant blurts out, blocking her path. We can't let an outsider into His Grace's study without his permission. She doesn't even slow down. The lock clicks open and she's already tearing through the papers inside. Shut up and move. You're all in the way. Get out. Through such vulgar language, someone gasps from the doorway. You still have a duty to uphold the dignity of House Levantes, Signora. She freezes, jaw tight. His Grace will be back soon. He has something he must deal with today. The head butler himself, Samuel Otero, smirking like he already owns the room. The very man who spent all 7 years of her marriage running her down behind closed doors. She first met Baez Afantes on a summer trip at 17, tagging along on her father's business trip to Essen. A dark-haired stranger who back then felt like the start of something good. They got engaged after just their second meeting. They married the moment she turned 19, young, foreign, and completely out of her depth. And the man leading the charge to tear her down from day one was Samuel, the butler. Should have acted more dignified for someone marrying a duke, he'd sneer. Looking back now, though, it was never just dislike. He knew from the very start that she was disposable. "Zenora?" A servant scrambles after her in the present as she storms on. "You can't. His Grace strictly forbade." Too late. She's already through the door. "Just got curious, that's all," she says coolly, flipping through his files. "What the hell is in there?" Samuel demands, bursting in. "That you're so desperate to keep me away from? That room is reserved only for the master of House Levantes," he snaps, red-faced. "Not that you'd understand any of it. You've never known the first thing about Bessen's politics or economy." "Sounds like you forgot something, butler," she says evenly. "I'm a Levantes too. Lorena Estrella Levantes de Bella Carosa. That's her full name, and she's not afraid to use it. Daughter of a banker, sister to Ingrid's finance minister. And I've been one of Vessen's top noblewomen for 7 years. You want to talk qualifications? Go fetch the divorce papers." For once, the butler has absolutely nothing to say. Elsewhere, Samuel's composure finally cracks. He slams his cane against the wall in fury. "Just one more day and I'd have finally been rid of that woman. Where the hell did His Grace disappear to?" I don't know. That message from the hotel manager, was that it? He just suddenly went to Soto? Yes. They said he left before he'd even had breakfast. Send word to Soto. Now. The second His Grace arrives, tell him everything that's happened at the estate. Down the hall, Lorena catches the commotion and knows exactly what it means. She's already moving, giving orders of her own. Tell him Operation Canary's gone off track. Meanwhile, in a dim room at the Soto Monastery, a man paces, restless and unsettled. Something's gnawing at him, and he can't quite shake it. Sweat beads on his brow, breathing ragged, like he's racing for something. "Lorena," he mutters, like her name just surfaced out of nowhere. "Lorena." His voice cracks around it like even he doesn't know why. Secret file spills open, a roster of spies the crown quietly slipped into Ingrid, buried under years of dry investment reports. Somebody's been playing a very long game. Photographs of 2 men, father and son by the look of it, pinned next to notes on their politics down to the letter. Whoever built this file wasn't playing around. It's a full character assassination kit. Our girl, Olivia, reads on and her stomach drops. A conspiracy between the Crown and House Levantes built to bring down her own homeland, Ingrid. The codename on the folder, Operation Canary. Ominous, dramatic, exactly the kind of name evil masterminds love to give their crimes. Every last document traces back to a single safe. One safe, one traitor. Olivia starting to connect some very ugly dots. But can't help but mutter it to herself. It truly was all your design, wasn't it, Bay? Turns out the mastermind behind this scheme sleeps in her bed every night. Flashback 7 years, to the marriage that started it all, her husband buried in paperwork even then, never once looking up. "The way you treated me," she thinks, watching that old memory play out. Even back then, something felt off. She desperately wanted to believe there was something real between them, even without love. There was at least some affection. How foolish, she admits to herself now. 7 years spent hoping for scraps. What on earth was I hoping for? Back at her desk, she shakes it off. No time for regret. There's a country to save. Focus. The real question is how to stop this operation. Her husband just yanked 50 million Maseka out of Klein Bank. And he did it using a fabricated excuse, claiming the bank's own president is secretly an Ingrid spy. A lie dressed up as patriotism. That single lie was enough to shatter Klein Bank's credibility overnight. Panic spread through the nobility like wildfire, everyone yanking their money out until the whole thing collapsed. If Bay had pulled his money for some petty personal reason instead, none of this damage would have happened. So that's the plan. Give him and everyone watching a personal reason loud enough to bury the real one. One word, scrawled beneath a bouquet of blood-red roses. Die vor. What if it wasn't political at all? What if it was just an ugly, scandalous divorce, nothing to do with the bank's reputation whatsoever? Picture it. Husband and wife drifting apart in the mirror's reflection. No crown, no conspiracy in sight. Just a marriage falling apart in public. The perfect excuse to walk out of this mansion for good. But on what grounds exactly? With the entire royal family and aristocracy stacked against her, this can't be flimsy. Even top secret treason documents, she realizes bitterly, won't count as grounds any court would recognize. There has to be a way, she tells herself, pacing. There's always a way. Something outside catches her attention, a sound in the dark. She freezes. Whatever she just spotted, it hits her like a lightning bolt. She leans toward the window, eyes narrowing as the pieces click into place. There was, she realizes, an undeniable scandal-grade reason for divorce, and she just found it. Enter two new players stepping out of a carriage, a poised, sharp-eyed noblewoman and a striking redhead trailing right behind her, trouble dressed to the nines. A closer look at the elder of the pair, poised, polished, every inch the seasoned aristocrat. Somebody who has clearly played this game before. Whatever Olivia's cooking up, it's something even the crown simply couldn't ignore. She's not thinking small anymore. Somewhere in the mansion, she's climbing a staircase, counting under her breath. 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, every step winding her nerves tighter. 10. She throws the door open and catches two people completely off guard. Oh my, the redhead yelps. Someone in that room clearly wasn't expecting company tonight, and the surprise written on their face says it all. Heh, well, about that, the redhead stammers, playing coy. Turns out His Excellency personally invited this particular guest, Miss Quintana herself. Ah, right, Olivia says, filing that away. A servant steps in, all polite formality. You must be Miss Quintana, here to see the Duke. My apologies, he's stepped out. Please make yourself comfortable in the drawing room. Miss Quintana, our red-haired troublemaker, real name Arissa, accepts with an awkward little, thank you. And then the real reveal. Please escort Miss Olivia to the drawing room. So that's our heroine's name, Olivia, and she is not thrilled to be here. Olivia turns to Arissa, all sweetness. Would you mind staying a moment? There's something pressing we need to discuss. Diety discuss? What about? Arissa asks, suddenly nervous. Guilty conscience. Much? Do you happen to know anything? Olivia asks coolly, ring glinting, about what's planned for tonight. I chanced upon some servants whispering, Olivia lies smoothly, and frankly, it left me rather anxious. I hoped you could shed some light. Arissa's face lights up with a wicked little grin. Knew it. Knew it. Bait officially taken. Oh, you poor thing, Lorena, Arissa coos with fake pity. Of course I know. The gears turn and Arissa realizes exactly who let this little secret slip. Olivia, of course. After tonight, you won't be seen in Montreal again, Arissa announces gleefully. When the Duke gets back, you're getting cast aside, Lorena. Apparently, it's been decided for a very long time. What are you saying? Lorena gasps. Arissa just shrugs, delighted. Isn't it obvious? Divorce. Arissa can't resist twisting the knife. Honestly, was the title of Duchess Levantes ever really within your reach? Don't expect my help, just so we're clear, Arissa sniffs. Olivia, completely unbothered, only smiles. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. What? Arissa's smug little act cracks for just a second. You say divorce is my destiny, Olivia says coolly. I'm actually looking forward to it, and here I thought you had some truly important information for me. That calm is starting to look less like calm and more like a woman about to strike. Rattled, Arissa doubles down. You really don't know anything, do you? And the worst part. The worst tragedy your little mind could dream up was divorce? Pathetic. Olivia's smile finally slips. Wow. What? So all this time, Arissa spits, you just enjoyed tormenting me for the past 7 years. Then the cruelest blow yet, low and mocking. Can't seem to conceive. Yeah, she actually went there. Cut to years earlier, a memory surfacing. Arissa, all fake concern, cooing to a fair-haired woman. I'm so worried about you, Lorena. Why would your husband neglect someone as beautiful as you? Well, Lorena stammers, it's more of a business arrangement than a marriage. Trying and failing to defend a marriage that clearly isn't working. But being unloved by your husband is just too wretched. Arissa gasps theatrically, and look at this photo. I happened to catch your husband having a secret rendezvous, Arisa says, holding out the evidence, with Miss Quintana, conveniently forgetting to mention that's her. Lorena stares at the photos, utterly gutted. Poor, unfortunate. She can barely finish the thought. How could one life be so sad? Arisa sighs. But don't worry, you have me by your side. The audacity. The moment Lorena isn't looking, that fake sympathy drops, replaced by a grin that says this whole thing was the plan all along. But even back then, you were smiling. The memory closes on a bitter note. Was my misery really that amusing to you? Two women walk on together, one oblivious puppet master, one freshly heartbroken, and the memory fades. Back in the present, Arisa doesn't even bother denying it. Yes, it was. So what? What are you going to do about it? Someone who enjoys so much luxury deserves some misery. You weren't even nobility, yet you became a duchess, Arisa snarls, right before the snack of a well-earned slap. Olivia's hand is still raised, no hesitation, no regret. Arisa's face freezes in pure shock. Did that actually just happen? The maids gasp from the doorway. Arisa sputters, isn't that only fair? Yo, you, did you just hit me? Arisa shrieks, clutching her cheek. Are you crazy? Olivia fires back, ice cold. What do you think you're doing? Turns out this villain origin story might have had the roles backwards. Miss Arisa is leaving, Olivia announces to the room. Everyone, see her out. No further discussion needed. Watching it all unfold, Lorena finally understands something important. It was never Arisa holding the real power in this house. It's Olivia. Alone now, Olivia opens an envelope with a small, satisfied smile. Still, thank you, Arisa, that inferiority complex of yours. Inside, a photograph. A couple locked in an intimate embrace. Exactly the kind of scandal money can't buy. Or rather, exactly the kind Arisa handed her for free. Will make for excellent evidence, Olivia finishes. Every villain's monologue is just free ammunition if you're patient enough. Meanwhile, across town, a familiar figure strides back toward the mansion through the trees. Bay, home at last, with absolutely no idea what's waiting for him. He doesn't slow his pace for a second. A tired sigh escapes him as he walks. Whatever business kept him away clearly wasn't pleasant either. He pauses, looking up at a cathedral spire catching the afternoon light. Perhaps I'll pay a visit, he murmurs. It's been a while. And with that ominous little tease, the chapter leaves us hanging. We open on a quiet tea room. Don't be shy, come on in, someone says, and her guest settles in, perfectly happy to wait. Her hostess won't hear of leaving a guest alone either, warm hospitality, or the opening move of something else entirely. Sipping her tea, a girl Arisa studies the woman across from her, already suspicious. Whatever this is, it isn't a social call. The real question finally drops. Does Madame Quintana, our girl Arisa, spend much time at the Alborada Hotel? Well, I work there after all, comes the reply. Then, just as casually, is he kind to you? He's a gentleman, she says, always very sweet. Somebody's fishing for details about Bay and getting exactly what she wants. He must care about you deeply, the interviewer presses. Of course, comes the eager answer. Cut to Arisa herself, in full seductive glory, laughing that what she offers his grace is worth way more than drinks and a few laughs. I give him something much more valuable, she purrs. The obvious guess comes back, information. Arisa spins it as pure romance, true love she calls it, the embrace of a generous woman. Sure, Arisa. Sure. Called out on the exaggeration, she backables fast. Are you mocking me? No, sorry if it came across that way. Somewhere else entirely, Bai reads that exact same report and just about gags on it. True love? The embrace of a generous woman? He can't even finish the thought. How wildly unfitting for a man like him. Back with Arisa, Olivia delivers her verdict with a smirk. Be with him all you want. Elsewhere, word comes down the halls that the Duke won't be home today. He's gone far away, apparently. That can't be, comes the stunned reply. Today is. Yes, today Olivia finishes for her, the day I'm being cast aside. Olivia doesn't flinch. She's clearly been carrying this news for a while now. You don't need to keep pretending, she tells Arisa flatly. I know he's preparing to divorce me. Ah, a divorce, Arisa purrs, not even bothering to hide her delight. Quietly, Olivia notes that Arisa clearly has no idea about the real conspiracy yet, only the cover story. out loud, Arissa reports what she's heard. The Duke won't be back for at least 10 more days. When he does, I'll have him meet you at the Alvarado Hotel, Olivia says. Just keep him there a while. What do you mean? Arissa asks, confused. I mean, Olivia says coolly, I have no desire to remain Duchess any longer. Give me time to prepare for the divorce, Olivia offers, and I'll help you take my place. The pieces click for Arissa. So that's why you've been so generous with me, madam? Of course I've been generous, Olivia says simply, not even blinking. In her head, Olivia lays out the plan cold. Arissa is the perfect justification for divorce. The most convincing proof of an affair is getting caught in the act. Suddenly, Arissa's eagerness makes perfect sense too. Alone, Arissa runs her own math. If Olivia wants to walk away willingly, fine by her. She loses absolutely nothing either way. Understood, Arissa confirms. So I just meet His Grace at the hotel in 10 days. If possible, keep him there overnight, Olivia adds. I trust you'll do a fine job seducing him, Madame Quintana. A beat of stunned silence follows that request. Why are you telling me all this? Arissa finally manages, genuinely thrown. Because I'm genuinely rooting for you to succeed, Olivia says. And somehow it almost sounds sincere. For just a second, our little viper lets her guard down. I hope you're not like the others. Olivia's back at her desk, running down a list of names. Every woman who ever caught the Duke's eye before her. Find out if any of them still live in the capital, she tells her maid. I plan to meet them myself. Understood, the maid says, already moving. The pattern jumps out fast. Every single one of Bay's old flames came from Delgado Street. And 3 of them, it turns out, worked at the very same place, the Alvarado Hotel. As I thought, Olivia murmurs over the paperwork. There's something in Delgado, especially that hotel. The Hotel Alvarado itself, lit up at night, and somewhere in that memory, that same woman from before, wrapped up with someone who needs watching. She must have passed him some kind of information, Olivia realizes. Someone connected to that hotel. A new name surfaces in her head, someone she hasn't considered yet. If it's that person? Her eyes go distant for a second, turning the idea over in silence. I shouldn't get my hopes up, she tells herself, dimming the lamp for the night. Still, lying awake in the dark, she makes up her mind. Tomorrow, she's going to Mass. Tomorrow. The cathedral stands tall against a clear sky, Olivia's destination for the morning. Gossok travels fast among the pews. Apparently, he is attending Mass today, of all days. Someone saw him greeting the priest already, one noble whispers. Wasn't he supposed to be excommunicated? The Vatican never approved it. Whoever this mystery man is, the ladies clearly can't stop talking about him. I hope he starts coming more often. We nobles barely ever see him, one sighs. He's always off lingering around Delgado Street instead. Especially since the Alvarado Hotel only allows men, another adds. But didn't you say he hates cathedrals? Why show up today? Olivia, eavesdropping, can hardly believe her luck. She never expected to run into him quite like this. A door creaks open down the hall, light spilling in. And there he is, best in high society's most talked about troublemaker, in the flesh. The Marquis of Vervatilles. Bells toll over the cathedral as the moment settles in. Mass lets out, the crowd spilling down the cathedral steps. I wanted one last look at him after the service, Olivia admits to herself, but I lost him in the crowd. A shame, she thinks, fingers brushing her pendant. But for today, then, without warning, she stumbles and lets out a startled ah. Her whole body tenses, caught completely off guard. A hand shoots out and catches her before she hits the ground. It's him, the Marquis himself, holding her steady without missing a beat. Careful, he says simply, looking down at her. Olivia just stares back, speechless for once. For a moment, an old memory bleeds in. A familiar shape, a pocket watch, dark hair catching the light. It's her own wedding day walking down the aisle. Well then, someone murmurs beside her. The groom in that memory. Dark, wavy hair, and an expression she never quite learned to read. Bay, 7 years younger. Just a glimpse of his collar is enough to pull her right back into that day. Fingers brush the ring on her hand. Maybe today, she thinks, was a day guided by fate. The sky burns orange as the memory fades and the present rushes back in. Olivia walks the cathedral halls alone, her own footsteps the only company. "Excuse me," she says, approaching the elderly priest. "Mass has ended. Is there something you need, sister?" he asks kindly. She hesitates. Finally, she says it. "I'd like to confess." She heads up toward the confession booth, her mind clearly somewhere else entirely. Night settles fully over the cathedral, quiet and still. Footsteps echo through the empty nave as she makes her way there. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, someone else is very much not where he's supposed to be. It's the Marquis, sprawled out in a pew like he owns the place, tie loosened. "I'll rest here a bit before leaving," he figures. "If that old man spots me, it'll be a whole hassle." So he settles in, perfectly content to hide out for a while. Then footsteps approach the confession booth, and he genuinely didn't expect anyone this late. A single candle flickers in the dark little booth. He goes quiet for a second, weighing his options, then playing along. "Confess your sins before God." On the other side, Olivia hesitates. "Father, She starts. "I took my own life." His expression doesn't move, but something behind his eyes clearly just short-circuited. "But by the grace of God," she continues, voice shaking, "I came back. Was it all just a dream?" She wonders aloud, hands clasped tight. "Or," she whispers, "was it truly a miracle?" And on that question, the chapter leaves us hanging. Meet Marquis of Erbotos, the golden boy of Bessen's royal family, and the man with a secret nobody's ever cracked. He's the only son of Princess Adriana, the most beloved member of the entire royal family. But there was always a whisper trailing him. Nobody was ever totally sure who his real father was. See, the princess was already showing when she walked down the aisle to marry the suzerain of Erbotos. You could do the math on that one. 28 years on, with the princess and her son both long gone, that paternity mystery still hasn't been solved. Whoever fathered him took the secret to the grave right along with him. And our narrator? She says she crossed paths with him twice, back when it still mattered. That second meeting happened on the very last day of her old life. Standing in some grand hall, she found herself asking him for a favor. She had a strange, dead certainty about him the moment she saw him. If it really was that man in front of her, she knew he could get her what she needed. He was, she was sure, exactly the kind of man who could give her what she wanted. So she looked him dead in the eye and asked him a favor. "By any chance," she said, "do you happen to have a gun?" Honestly, she says now, it didn't even matter what it was. A miracle, a dream, or maybe she just lost her mind. That's how it felt, waking up back here. What actually mattered was that she'd come back, and this time she flatly refuses to live the way she did before. Once, she lived only for her husband and his whole family, and got absolutely nothing back for it. So here's the plan. She's going to drag her husband down into total ruin. He's a man who's had everything handed to him his whole life. So he's going to lose it all and walk himself right into the flames, writhing in agony like nobody else on earth has ever felt. That's the future she's got planned for him. Veiled and pale, she tightens her grip on the pendant at her throat. "Ma'am," comes a voice from the confessional. "Confessional," the priest across from her repeats, clearly thrown. "I can't grant you absolution like this," he tells her, "and I definitely can't pray for you." "It doesn't matter," she says flatly. "I've already decided to walk into the flames of hell myself," she tells him. "Then why even come to confession?" he presses. "Because God let me come back to the past," she says. "So I owed him a confession about how I plan to spend this second chance." The priest just goes quiet. "I wonder," he says slowly, "if God's really going to let you carry out something so dark." "The Almighty already knew," she answers, "the second he handed me this second chance. And in the end," she adds, tears slipping down her face, "Teeny one hearing my confession right now isn't actually a priest, is he?" And there it is, red eyes and a smirk that's not remotely holy. Busted. "Since when did you know?" he asks. "From the beginning," she says. Well, it's true I haven't said one priest-like thing this whole time, he admits. That, and more than anything, I recognize your voice. A strange light gathers at his fingertips, and for a second, neither of them says a word. She just watches him, hand still wrapped around her pendant. You recognize my voice, huh? Have we spoken before? She asks. You wouldn't remember, he tells her. It was only for a moment, he adds. But a voice like yours isn't easy to forget. So, do you know who I am too? What do you think? She shoots back. Do you want to go outside? He asks. You intrigue me, he tells her. You and this whole revenge plot you got cooking. Let's set the story aside for now, she thinks, watching their joined hands. He's a man sitting at the very peak of power in this entire country. And if she can get him on her side, her revenge just got a whole lot easier. With that goal locked in, she followed him out here. But now, seeing him again up close, she finally gets it. Really, she tells him, thank you. That's really all I wanted to say. Maybe to you it was just some pointless interference. But if there weren't for you, I would have known nothing. I wouldn't have died, and I never would have gotten this new life. So to me, she says, it was basically salvation. May God's grace be with you always, she tells him. "Y be guessed," he replies with a smirk, Latin for God is everywhere. Because, you know, God's everywhere. Footsteps echo as the two of them head back down the hall side by side. Enter the actual priest, the real one, shuffling in right on cue. He hustles down the hall, prayer book in hand, completely none the wiser. Then he spots someone leaving the confessional and freezes. That man from before, was he? Huh? His Excellency, the Marquis. Why was he coming out of my confessional? Ah, perfect timing, the Marquis says, catching him in the act. You saw her, didn't you, old man? Who was she? What? I asked who she was. The old priest sputters back. The lady who just left, the Marquis clarifies, unbothered. Her face was covered by a veil, the priest huffs. I couldn't have seen her even if I tried. And even if I had, I wasn't about to tell you. Besides, someone who isn't even a priest can't hear confessions. Want me to drag you to the Vatican? Right now, he finishes, practically vibrating with outrage. You flinched just hearing the word Vatican. Want to go through that penance again? Don't be so harsh. The Marquis shrugs. It's not like I meant to overhear it. Besides, he adds, she knew exactly what I was from the start. Your Excellency, you are actually going to get struck down for this one day. If God wanted to punish me, the Marquis says, he'd have done it a long time ago. Better yet, he never would have let me be born at all. You know exactly how I came into this world, don't you? Shh, quiet. Anyway, seeing as my real father's still alive and well, maybe I just haven't sinned enough yet to earn my divine punishment. The old priest just sighs to himself. From the day that boy was born, everything about him's been improper. What's one more sin, really? Still, he can't help thinking about her, a noble woman with a genuinely beautiful voice, trapped in a broken marriage and just about to get divorced. Elsewhere, the Marquis is already thinking the same thing. I'd like her to come back. Should I wait around for her? Or, better yet, why not just go find her myself? Ever since that visit at the cathedral, she admits it plainly to herself. She has been quietly preparing for a divorce. Olivia gets to work, sorting through important documents and secretly hand-copying anything she can use as evidence later. But one thing is nagging at her. All the other evidence is untouched, she thinks. All except the deposit certificate. The certificate is gone. The one paper trail proving House of the Vanties is 50 million Pesega deposit at Kleinbank has simply vanished. It was the one document that could prove exactly where her husband's money really went. She distinctly remembers placing it right here, tucked into the study bookshelf, right alongside their marriage papers, of all places. She had to do whatever she could to protect herself. That much at least she doesn't regret. A knock at the door. Come in, she calls, because, for example, she's got a very particular guest lined up today. Today's agenda. Meeting Val's former mistresses, one by one. You have to admire the thoroughness. First up, Stephanie Confino. Downey's confused. His lordship didn't summon me? She asks, clearly expecting somebody else entirely. I called you Miss Confino, Olivia clarifies. Surprise! You were intimately involved with my husband until 2 years ago, Olivia asks, blunt as ever. I'd like to intimately discuss his infidelities, Olivia says. Sweet as poison. Olivia steadies herself, hand pressed to her chest before the next blow lands. Word arrives that her husband is finally returning to Motril. The story rewinds to a hushed, candlelit room where a familiar voice asks, Been well? You've lost weight, he notes, quite concerned under all that composure. That doesn't matter, she brushes off. How's your father's situation progressing? This is Lorena, word playing on her face. He's in good health, she presses. Regardless of outside matters, we must do what we must, Lorena, Val says. Not exactly a love confession, but it's what she gets. They fall into each other, and we're going to politely fade out here. Let's just say the candlelit room gets a lot quieter after that. We need a baby now, Val murmurs. The cage is broken, Lorena. She breathes his name like it's the only word she knows. He teases that they'll need something new to keep her tied to him, literally this time. Do me this favor, stay on my side, he asks. Even without love, just protect me a little. Lorena reaches for him through tears, hiccuping his name. The old world is too cold and lonely, she tells him. For me, she finishes, and the memory fades out on that ache. Back in the present, Olivia is alone in the dark, gasping through tears. The sobbing won't stop. She curls up in bed, hiccuping through another wave of it. Save me, she begs no one. I'm so scared. Whatever's chasing her through this nightmare, it isn't letting go easily. Another hiccuping sob, and then, mercifully, morning. We meet again, says a voice she's come to know well, present day, back at that cathedral. She's still shaking under the veil she wears to stay unrecognized here. Her breath catches. She wasn't ready to be seen like this. Have you come to confess your sins again today? He asks, dry as ever. What's happening? Why am I in the confessional? Right, panic attacks don't exactly come with a map. Her breath comes ragged. Just being back in this booth is enough to set her off again. No, I can't breathe again, she gasps, hands clutching at her own chest. He notices immediately, that easy smirk dropping away. Mom, you should try to breathe, he says gently. Properly. I'm trying, she manages back. Hold on, I'll help you, he offers, reaching over. Ragged breathing slowly starting to even out. Breathe in rhythm with me, he tells her. Slowly, calmly. Bit by bit, it's actually working. Their hands find each other, and for one strange moment, standing in a church of all places, it helps. Thank you. I feel a little better now, she admits. Good, he says. So, what's the reason? She hesitates, clearly weighing how much to say. I had a bad dream, she admits. What kind? He asks. A dream where I slept with the man who killed my family, she says. He goes very still at that. Even though it was just a dream, it didn't feel good, she confesses. I was so stupid and pathetic chasing pleasure like that. I'm scared it'll keep haunting me. She manages a small, bitter smile anyway. He considers, an idea clearly forming. He's about to suggest something he definitely shouldn't. Then, why not try sleeping with someone who isn't your husband? Bold advice from a man in a confessional. Are you telling me to hire a prostitute? She deadpans. A prostitute? How extreme of you, he laughs. Great. Glad we cleared that up. Find a man far more skilled and experienced, he suggests instead. Someone handsomer and more human than your husband. The irony of that line is not lost on us. Real pleasure, intense enough to make you forget unpleasant things. Sometimes that helps, he says. You're far too corrupt to be in a church, she mutters. I've always been a bit like this, he shrugs. Utterly immoral, she finishes for him, and he looks entirely too pleased about it. But you, ma'am, plotting to ruin your own husband, are no different, he points out. Well, even this place isn't the right spot for such talk, he adds. Now that I think about it, I've done nothing wrong, she thinks bitterly. So why should I be the only one suffering? Neither one has anything else to say for a moment. Oh, the silence stretches on a beat too long. Ma'am, I say this just in case. I wasn't seriously suggesting you hire a prostitute, he clarifies. Oh, really? But I've already decided to follow your advice and find the one-night stand on Delgado Street, she announces. Are you joking, ma'am? He did not see that coming. Last time you wondered who I was. If you hear of a woman looking for a playmate at Hotel Alvarado, know it's me, he says. Well then she starts and trails right off. He just smiles, unreadable as ever. Should I just wait there for you? Their hands brush together. You don't even, know my face, she reminds him. Sounds like a drunken joke, he says. I'll take my leave now. As for you, mister, you'd be better off returning to Pereira territory, he says, and everything suddenly gets very real. The fact that you know that name means you know who I am, he says quietly. Wait, he reaches for her. Ma'am. But she's already moving. She bolts, footsteps clattering away down the aisle, fleeing the cathedral at a dead run, veil and all. Now I've come to my senses, she tells herself, though her heart's still racing. Back home, she forces herself to look composed again. After receiving word that her husband would be returning soon, she was tormented by nightmares all night. She woke at dawn and frantically sent anonymous letters to a handful of newspapers. Letters exposing the Duke's infidelity. Olivia lured him straight to the hotel on the very day of his return. If luck's on her side, he'll stay there the whole night. She even included the hotel room number in the letters. By tomorrow morning, all of Motra will be in an uproar. The anxiety and fear hit her the moment the letters were gone. Her nerve wavers. What has she just set in motion? She flees the ducal estate and comes straight to the cathedral. But why did she go to the confessional of all places? And of course, he was there again today. She climbs toward the booth anyway, feet moving before her mind catches up. Down the corridor, closer and closer to that same confessional. By sunset, Val will arrive at the hotel, right where her trap is waiting. And there, in that same confessional booth, the name badge finally drops. Valle Levantes, her husband. The stranger she's been confiding in this whole time. I will divorce you, she tells him, cold and final. Leave this mansion, she adds, twisting the ring off her finger. The ring catches the light one last time before it drops. Can't free myself from you completely. And with that, the trap finally springs shut. A young priest turns a small ring over in his fingers, catching the light. It doesn't look like some cheap trinket somebody just tossed in a donation box. Are you serious? He mutters, turning it over again. This is way too fine a piece to have ended up in there by accident. He brings it straight to the older priest. Was this really in the donation box? The old man asks. Looks like it, the younger one admits, and it's clearly worth a small fortune. Since it was donated, the honest move is handing it to a jeweler for an appraisal. A curious hand reaches in for a closer look. Before that plan gets anywhere, a nervous voice cuts in. My lord. Turns out it's the Marquis, breezing back into the cathedral again, and the clergy clearly weren't expecting round two. Skip the jeweler, he purrs. Just hand the ring to me. I'll match its value myself. Say, 3,000 peseta sound fair? 3,000, the young priest chokes, while the old priest just folds his arms unimpressed. He's seen this act before. Whatever the Marquis is plotting now, it's never nothing. You're not scheming again, are you, my lord? Please, he grins, flashing an easy hand sign. When have I ever not been scheming? Truth is, a woman's voice is still rattling around in his head. Something she said he just can't shake. You'd be better off returning to the domain of Ferreira, she'd told him, cool as anything. Which means, he realizes, she used his full name, Miguel Herbetos Reyes de Ferreira. That's not a name, total strangers, just happen to know. He's about to chase her down right then, but of course another believer picks that exact moment to barge into the confessional, hollering that they need to confess too. Cheating, honestly, he grumbles, vanishing before he can even get a name. But the ring she left behind is engraved with two words, Mi Canaria. My canary, he murmurs. Well, he'll at least give her this. That voice was gorgeous. And whatever. He shrugs it off, like a man who was absolutely not going to let this go. He allows himself one smug, satisfied smirk. At least now, he figures, he's got one more clue to chase. Across town, the moment she gets back from the cathedral, a storm rolls in like it had been waiting on her. Rain hammers the windows as the sky turns black. If everything goes to plan, she thinks, her husband's scandal will be splashed across tomorrow's front page, exactly the ground she needs for a divorce. Caught somewhere between hope and dread, she drifts into an uneasy, shallow sleep. And then a maid comes rushing through the halls. "Hurry, everyone, hurry," she's calling out. Something flickers behind her eyes, a flash of alarm. Her hand tightens hard on the sheets. A figure moves quietly through the dark corridor. What? By now he should have been at the Hotel Alborada. Why isn't he there? Did Olivia fail to properly seduce Val? She wonders, watching a shadowed couple through a window. What am I even supposed to do now? No, stay calm, she tells herself. If we cross paths, I'll just act like I always do. Rain drips steadily off her soaked hem. Like nothing's wrong at all. She gasps, startled, heart hammering. A shadow closes the distance behind her. It's Val, jaw tight, staring her down. I'm soaked, she realizes. Why? There's always a valet was supposed to be waiting with an umbrella by the carriage. No, more importantly, why is Heichi in my room? Footsteps close in behind her, unhurried. Val steps closer, looming over her. A hand reaches for her face. She flinches, caught completely off guard. He tilts her chin up, studying her far too closely. You're perfectly fine, he says, flat and cold. He almost smiles, and it isn't a kind one. Before she can react, he pulls her in close. The kiss that follows is not gentle, and it was never asked for. Don't. What on earth are you doing? She cries out as something crashes to the floor. Stay still, is all he says back. No! She shoves back with everything she has. Her hand closes around a pen on the desk. No, she tells herself, not like this. I said to stop, she screams. Somewhere in the chaos, a pained groan cuts through. A grong. She's left gasping, blood on her hand, clutching a torn letter. What kind of delusion was I even under? She asks herself. Her face streaked red, a hollow escaping her. There's no pretending nothing happened now, she realizes, laughing bitterly at herself. Across from her, Val just stares down at the blood on its own hands. I can't act like everything's fine, she thinks, not while I'm looking at the man who murdered my own family. If this keeps going any longer... She holds the blade against herself, shaking. I'll die, she breathes. Don't you dare touch me with those filthy hands, she spits. He reaches for her anyway. She recoils out of reach. Damn it, he growls. You just had to turn me into this. It keeps gnawing at her like a parasite chewing through her mind. He turns away from her, and something in his silence is its own kind of unsettling. Someone like you should never have been brought into this family. The words keep echoing. Damn it, he mutters as she stands there bloodied, gasping for air. Silence, heavy and unbearable, stretches between them. What did I ever even do to deserve this? She whispers. Why are you trying so hard to break me? Why, seriously, why? What did I do wrong? Why do you hate me this much? Why keep tormenting me like this? The questions just loop over and over. Breathe with the rhythm, a voice tells her. Slowly, a hand closes gently over hers. She's crying now, quietly, unable to stop. A hand reaches out toward her in the fading light. She matches her breathing to a man's voice that surfaces unbidden from memory. Her tears keep falling anyway. Then her breath catches and reality slams back in, sharp and clear. The plan failed, and now she needs a new one. In the meantime, she thinks grimly, I still have to keep playing his wife. She chokes back a sound, alone in the dark hallway. Her collar is still stained, evidence she can't quite scrub away. I can't wait for the divorce to go through, she thinks. No. Her bloodied face flashes back into focus, unbidden. I can't stand one more day under this man's roof, she decides. Later, outside the mansion, guards stand watch like nothing at all happened inside. Footsteps approach. Someone glances up. A police officer looks up from his post. Ma'am, What brings you here so early in the morning? He asks, surprised. A cloaked figure steps closer, saying nothing, yet. I'm here to file a report, she says evenly, for assault. Pardon, who on earth would dare lay a hand on you, ma'am? The officer sputters. No, she corrects him. The one who was harmed is the Duke of Levantes. What? Who on earth? The officer stammers. Her hand, still stained red, grips her cloak a little tighter. I stabbed my husband, she says plainly. The lead still marks her collar and her hair. Her eyes go wide, somewhere between shock and something close to relief. So, she finishes, I'm requesting to be taken into custody. We open on the Levantes estate at dawn, and somebody's already cracking jokes about it. Good grief. You sure know how to make a scene with the marital spat. Oh, this is gonna be good. Bay, the Duke himself, is out here doing damage control with the police officer, all smiles and apologies. I'm sorry, there was a small misunderstanding with my wife, he says. Misunderstanding? Sure. The officer, still a little rattled, admits he was startled awake at the crack of dawn, but he promises this whole thing stays quiet. Nothing to see here, folks. Cut to the actual victim of that misunderstanding, Olivia, sitting frozen, her dress soaked in blood. I expected it, she thinks, but still. She'd run through the streets at dawn, blood on her collar, ready to turn herself in for stabbing her own husband. That takes nerve. And after all that, the whole thing got swept under the rug without so much as a real investigation. Money talks. Because for a man like Bay, his wife stabbing him isn't a crisis. It's a minor inconvenience, fixed with one phone call and a friendly handshake. Nice to have connections. Olivia's realizing fast, public authority is not on her side. Not one bit. If the law won't touch him, she's going to need a different kind of leverage. So she slicks out a side door alone, plan already forming in her head. However, she's not running from this. She's running straight into it, footsteps quick, toward the one crowd her husband can't buy off, the press. A servant scrambles after her, panicked. Oh wait, ma'am, if you go out that way. Too late. She steps out into a wall of camera flashes, hair whipping, every reporter in Motril suddenly very, very interested. The questions come fast. Ma'am, what was your reason for stabbing His Grace the Duke? Is it true there were rumors of discord between you and your husband? Flashbulbs everywhere. And here's the twist. This time, the reporters are on her side. Because no one, she realizes, is more curious about her story than they are, and she's about to give them a story. She drops it right there on the steps. I'm planning to get a divorce. Then she pulls back her collar to show the stab wound underneath. My friend Miss Elisa has been collecting photographic evidence for me all this time. I'll be submitting it to the court as evidence. Here is. The crowd gasps. Cameras go off like fireworks. This is the shot every tabloid in the city is going to run tomorrow. Bystanders down the street can't even process it. Oh my God. So it was true that she stabbed him, someone shouts, while a photographer gets barked at to hurry up and get the shot. Olivia just stands there, exhausted but unshaken, letting them look. The wound's still visible under the torn fabric. Proof she can't take back now. Look closely, the story insists, because in the background, Bay and his men are already walking away, already scheming their next move. A name surfaces in the chaos. Valet Levantes. Bay, for his part, is sweating bullets. But he's not done yet. My plan hasn't fallen apart just yet, he tells himself. Delusional confidence. This one. I'm mourning the divorce announcement is splashed across every paper in Motril. The headlines don't hold back. Duchess Levantes reveals she could no longer endure the Duke's ongoing affairs throughout their marriage. She's promising to submit full letters and photos exchanged with Lady Menendo as evidence in court, and that name is about to cause a whole new problem. More headlines. The Duchess begins her separation at the Klein residence in Motril. That very day, without even bothering to change out of her blood-stained dress, Olivia climbs into a carriage and leaves. She heads straight for the Klein residence, probably to dodge the reporters still camped outside her own estate. But the person she actually wanted to see, Val, never shows up. Instead, her first visitor is someone else entirely, Elisa Menendo. Somewhere across town, Elisa's own household is in chaos, somebody sobbing their eyes out. You foolish girl, her father snaps. But father, Elisa protests, newspaper trembling in her hands, seeing her own name splashed across a scandal she never meant to be part of. Apologize to her at once, her father orders. Elisa, shaken, admits it herself. I truly committed an unforgivable sin. Her parents are terrified. They never imagined their daughter was secretly digging into the Duke's affairs, and if the Levantes family turns on them, their whole house is finished. They're begging Olivia for mercy. So the Menendos come calling in person. Viscount Menendo, this conversation may take a while. Could you step out for a moment? Olivia asks, cool as ever. Oh, of course, ma'am. I'll leave you be. Please scold her thoroughly. Nothing like throwing your own kid under the carriage. Alone with Olivia, Elisa gets straight to groveling. Beg the man for forgiveness without a word of protest. Someone hisses at her. But Elisa's not actually sorry. Not really. Olivia's fury slips through. You sly little wench. How could you mention my name in front of the reporters? Olivia demands. And whose name was I supposed to give? Elisa fires back, unbothered. You were the one who forced them onto me, she adds. The photos published in the papers apparently weren't her idea. And then the real bombshell. For the past 7 years, through every single letter, Elisa was the one telling Olivia exactly who her husband was cheating with. You wrote it all out and sent it to me every single time, Olivia realizes. Just look at these letters, Elisa says, years of proof stacked up between them. Someone accuses Elisa of only pretending to care, flaunting her friendship with the Duchess while secretly screwing her over, and now she's supposed to feel sorry for whoever ends up marrying this snake. Somewhere else, a man reads the paper, learning about the letters right along with everyone else. Elisa panics, furious. Because you published my letters in the paper, I'm about to get my engagement called off. Can't you release a correction article right this instant? She demands. Olivia isn't budging. You must have thought I'd give in if you just barked orders at me. Do I still seem that pathetic to you? Olivia asks, dead calm now. What you need to do isn't threaten me, it's to ask, Olivia tells her. If you want even a shred of mercy from me, she continues, letting the silence do the rest of the talking. Then get on your knees and tell me the truth, Olivia says. Why you've been doing all this until now. Elisa sits with that for a second, newspaper still in her lap. Her eyes well up, hands shaking. Nothing but silence at first. Then it comes out. I did it because I was jealous of you. You had the position every woman in Besson dreams of, Elisa says, and yet all you ever did was whine like you had it so hard. I just wanted to make you realize how heavy that position truly is, she admits. There's a manic little smile through the tears now. Everything. I did it all for you, Elisa insists, and Olivia's not buying a word of it. You're still wallowing in self-pity even now. Elsewhere, a familiar face flinches, as expected. People never really change. Lorena! No, Duchess! Someone cries out, watching Olivia advance. Pardon, please, have mercy! Lorena begs. Watch your words, Olivia warns, ice cold. Back with Elisa, she flinches at whatever Olivia says next. Yes. I won't be the Duchess for much longer, Olivia states plainly, and the room goes quiet. She dips her head, composed even now, done playing the part everyone expected of her. Word gets around fast. Lorena sent the divorce agreement? Interesting move from the other woman. The envelope sits there, sealed, waiting to be opened. Back at the estate, Bay's advisor is trying to talk him off the ledge. Yo, Your Grace. It's not too late even now, the advisor pushes. If you summon the high nobles involved in Operation Canary and have them withdraw their deposits at once, then the Klein family will go bankrupt anyway, Bay cuts in. And what good would that do? Do you really think the whole point of this operation, Bay asks, letting the question hang, was just to bankrupt a single bank? Oh, it's bigger than that. Tanta that is, the advisor stammers, caught flat-footed. The real goal, it turns out, suppress the Republican forces inside Basen and bankrupt the Ingrid Republican government entirely. This was never just about money. But if we hastily withdraw the deposits now, the advisor warns, public opinion will turn, saying Your Grace ruined your in-laws out of revenge. My apologies, Your Grace, I was short-sighted. Bay's still playing four-dimensional chess while everyone else catches up. Back to damage control mode. Right now, our priority is to cover up this improper scandal, someone insists, poring over the evidence. Judging by the background in the photos, they note most were taken in a tavern on Delgado Street or at the Hotel Alborada. Miss Elisa said she got them from a hotel employee, comes the follow-up. But the manager of the Alborada firmly denies it. A dead end, or a cover-up of its own. We plan to investigate further, but in truth, the real owner of the Hotel Alborada is such an unpredictable figure. The Marquis of Herbetos. Meet him, lounging in gold and crimson like he owns the place. Because he does. He owns not only the hotel but the entire Delgado Street. The question is whether he will cooperate with the investigation. Good luck with that. In any case, if we can prove your Grace's innocence, public opinion will surely. Bay is not even listening anymore. Divorce, you say, he mutters, gripping something hard enough to hurt. I absolutely cannot allow that, he decides, the whole room practically swallowed by his mood. Then, out of nowhere, he pivots. What did Lorena buy while I was away? Pardon? A pistol, perhaps, an incendiary device, any unprescribed medication? Relax, buddy, she's probably not building a bomb. Tank, there is absolutely nothing of the sort, the advisor insists. Fine. You may go then, Bay says, unreadable as ever. One more thing before he leaves. By the way, Your Grace, what was the reason for your visit to Soto? Bay just stands there, back turned, giving nothing away. It's just that we need that detail to prepare Your Grace's official statement. The advisor's fishing politely. Bay's answer, a total non-answer. I had a disturbing dream. Sure he did. Whatever the real reason is, he's not writing it down, he's burning it, letting a stack of pages go up in flames instead. The fire catches fast, curling up the edges of whatever secret he's destroying. Sparks and ash, and not one word of explanation. Page after page turns to embers while he watches, unreadable. Firelight flickers across his face, and for a second, the mask slips just enough to see how calculated this whole thing really is. It was a damn disturbing dream, he repeats to himself in the dark. The chapter ends on that lie, and honestly, nobody's buying it. Morning at the Klein house, and her maid can't help but ask if she's slept badly again. It's becoming a pattern. The maid starts fussing over the bedding, wondering out loud if she should rewash the blankets, anything to explain the sleepless nights. Lorena just waves it off with a quiet, "It's fine," though the tears she's wiping away say otherwise. She changes the subject fast. More importantly, where's Hannah, her longtime maid? The young maid practically jumps, caught off guard by the sudden question. She quickly clarifies she wasn't questioning the estate's most dedicated maid, just curious where she'd gone. Turns out Hannah's just out at the grocery. Might take a while, she says. This flustered new hire is Dora Eimer, the youngest maid at the Klein residence. Lorena just goes quiet, lost somewhere in her own thoughts. Dora may still be green and prone to mistakes, but for now, Lorena figures she'll just have to lean on her. So Hina went grocery shopping, huh? Lorena mutters to herself, still half tangled in the sheets. That's Hina Elvar we're talking about, Lorena's real right hand. Her personal maid of 7 years, and, honestly, one of the only people Lorena still fully trusts. Hina came with her from the Levantes estate, a leftover loyalty from a marriage that's now over. Lorena just sits there a moment, wrapped in her robe, somewhere between exhausted and guarded. Can't be too careful, she reminds herself, old habits, new life. Meanwhile, across the city, someone's pounding on the door of a very closed bank. This is Klein Bank's Wiesen branch, quiet as a tomb on a Sunday. The knocking doesn't let up, even with the closed sign staring right back at whoever it is. Who's there? A voice finally calls out from inside. A dark-haired bank clerk cracks the door open, wary. He starts rattling off the reopening hours before a familiar voice cuts him off. It's me. And there she is, Lorena, standing right outside the bank he thought was locked up tight. For a second, neither of them says a word. He catches himself. Not Levantes anymore, Lorena Stern Klein. She pulls back her hood, and he practically snaps to attention. He'd literally just been about to reach out, he says, the moment he heard she'd moved residences. He apologizes for not coming sooner, then, almost shyly, offers to switch to her native Ingridian instead of Vessanese. He lets out this big, relieved laugh. hand over his heart like he's been waiting for an excuse to use it. Makes sense, Lorena notes. Most client banks suffer in Ingerdine anyway. It's been so long since she's spoken her own language, she admits, stumbling a little over the words. Your pronunciation is perfect, he beams back. Cheesy, sure, but she'll take the compliment. She realizes it's been ages since she's spoken Ingerdine with anyone besides her father. Just for a second, she lets herself sit in that thought. Inside, the bank's gone quiet again, sunlight pouring through the tall windows. I know why you're here, he tells her, standing by the fireplace. This is about buying up Ingerdine national bonds, isn't it? Her father Vincenzo, the bank's manager, told him to leave everything in her hands from here on out. But given, well, her current situation, he trails off, clearly worried. They've been bracing for the dupe to pull his deposits the second the divorce news broke. No, Lorena says flatly. She's certain. Divorce or no divorce, she's not backing off this. The Duke was always going to betray them eventually, she figures. Might as well move first. Quick history lesson. Wesen, Ingerd, and Lenin, the three big powers carved out of this continent. Each with its own crest, its own claim to power. Ingerd used to be the rich one. Golden wheat fields as far as you could see. Then it got crushed in a war with Lenin 8 years back. The furious public didn't wait around. They started a revolution. And just like that, Ingerd became the only republic left standing among 3 former kingdoms. So what actually kept Ingerd from collapsing completely? After the revolution, in war debt, it was Klein Bank that held the whole thing together. Her father had a real gift for finance, apparently. He raised a capital to rebuild the country, and his brother Alfonso Klein inherited that same knack for numbers. Alfonso went on to grind it out as Ingerd's finance minister, propping the whole economy back up. These days, Klein Bank's Ingerd headquarters basically is the Republic's central bank, which is exactly why the Vicen Royals and House Levantes have been circling it for years. Their real goal is destroying Ingerd outright. The bank's just the tool they'd use to do it. The clerk goes pale piecing it together, while Lorena's already 3 steps ahead, demanding a list of every client sitting on over 10 million peseta. He heads off to dig through the records, jaw tight. Lorena hands over a list of her own to cross-reference. She wants to find the overlap. Everyone who was at that dinner in Nas. The same night her father died. Anyone on that guest list with a fat Klein bank account is probably tangled up in Operation Canary, and most big depositors just happen to be high nobility. Cross even one of them the wrong way, and it could blow up in their faces. From here on, Lorena orders, nothing about Ingerd gets shared with clients, period. Especially not the new national bonds. Label the wrong noble a Republican sympathizer, and he becomes the perfect scapegoat. Understood, the clerk says, and means it. How much actual cash does the bank have on hand right now? He asks. About 10% of total deposits, which, Lorena realizes with a sinking feeling, is nowhere near enough for a mass withdrawal. Suddenly, her divorce feels like the least urgent thing on her plate. Step 1. Track down the deposit certificates. Without those in hand, nobody can pull their money out. So securing them becomes the whole game. Public opinion needs managing too, Lorena adds. Her plan, let the divorce scandal blow up as loud as it wants as cover, while she quietly converts investments to cash, aiming for at least 30% in reserve. Yes, understood, he answers, practically saluting. Here's the depositor list, he says, sliding it across. Lorena takes it, without a word. Then her eyes go wide. One name jumps off the page. Michelo Hervatos Reyes de Pereira, the Marquis of Barbados, and he was never even on the Nas dinner guest list. Which means he's not aligned with Wesen or the Levantes at all. Just a wildly wealthy noble tycoon who seems to play every side. Aligned with no one, respected by absolutely everyone. Dear God, Lorena mutters, why does this particular name have to show up now? Every single time she hits a wall, it seems. Something like this shows up. Are you testing me? She wonders, half joking, half not. Because if she's honest, this whole mess is only making her want more, not less. Later, somewhere new, a grand hall glitters overhead. The sky shifts, time moves on. A crowd's gathered outside some sprawling estate, buzzing with noise. Oh dear, Lorena mutters, caught off guard by something in the crowd. A hand suddenly grabs her wrist before she can stumble. Careful, a voice says, and there he is, the same sharp red eyes from that name on the page. Huh, Lorena manages, completely thrown. Wait, she knows this face. The cathedral, that's where she'd seen him before. He steadies her properly now, that same easy smirk still on his face. Great, Lorena thinks. Apparently the universe isn't done testing her yet. A brooding stranger with fiery red eyes and an open silk collar stares straight ahead, jaw tight, like he's bracing for something he can't quite place. Cut to a wide-eyed blonde girl, cheeks going pink. You're the person from last time? She breathes, clearly not over the last run-in. A flash of memory, flowers, candlelight, and one hushed question hanging in the air. The cathedral. Night settles over the Klein Manor. Lorena curls up in her armchair, lost in thought, when a sudden knock at the door snaps her back. Come in, she calls, and in steps a familiar maid, tidy and quiet, a little too careful with her expression. Lorena's mind is already 3 steps ahead. There's a reason Hina was hauled all the way from the Levante's estate to serve here, and it isn't sentiment. Some would guess it's their 7 years together talking. Reading a report cold, Lorena isn't buying it. That's not the reason at all. Turns out Hina was targeted because she looked easy to manipulate, and sure enough, the poor girl is already stammering out an explanation. But Hina held the line. She fed the Duke's people exactly what Lorena told her to, and not one word about the bank slipped out. Lorena leans in for the real question. So what, exactly, did the Duke want her to dig up? The list rolls out. Who is newly hired at the manor, and whether the lady of the house has been having any episodes lately. There's more. A full record of every purchase, and one telling detail. His Excellency isn't remotely considering an actual divorce. Lorena sets down the letter, cold and certain. If he won't budge, there's only one path left. Court? Hannah's voice cracks under the weight of it, hovering near her seated mistress. Lorena spells it out plainly. The amicable divorce fell apart, so a lawsuit is the next move. Then the hammer drops, just for Hannah. I'm sorry, but you're forbidden to leave this house until next month. What? Hannah's stunned. Lorena doesn't sugarcoat it. She simply doesn't know if she can be trusted anymore. Under the manor's grand chandelier, Hannah's voice wobbles. Did she do something wrong? No answer yet. Instead, Lorena calls for backup. Dora, come in. In walks the rookie maid, and Lorena drops the real order. From now on, this girl watches over you. The upside, if you can call it that, Hannah's off maid duty entirely, whether she likes it or not. Lorena softens just slightly. Full salary through next month, and since Hannah's mother is fighting tuberculosis back in Malta, a glowing letter of recommendation to help her land somewhere new. Alone with her now, Lorena's quieter, gentler even. Take the money, she says, and get out of this city while she can. The mask slips for 1 second. Lorena's hand tightens on her robe, eyes stinging. Letting go of someone you've trusted for years is never as clean as it sounds. She lets out a shaky breath, fingers still trembling as she pulls herself back together. Dora, for her part, just nods. Quiet, steady, understood. Lorena's resolve hardens into a rule. Use every advantage she's got, because if someone comes from Levante's, she can't trust them blind anymore. Days later, Lorena's retreated to her own quiet room. All that scheming has left her drained, and she's barely eating. Dora slips in with a cup of tea, made just the way Lorena likes it. Restricted or not, Hina still finds a way to look after her. I told you, Lorena mutters from the bed, half scolding. You don't need to keep doing this. Hannah isn't having it. Doing nothing makes her restless, and she swears again. She won't leave the house, won't breathe a word to anyone from Levante's. Dora, still a little wary on her mistress's behalf, asks the obvious question. Does Hannah really want to keep serving someone who fired her just last night? Lorena lingers by the window, listening in, more moved by the answer than she'll ever admit. Hannah's answer is simple. 7 years of service isn't something you just switch off. At this point, it's practically instinct. Even if it's only for this last month, she pleads, please let me keep serving you. And for a second, Lorena actually blushes. Turning away so no one sees her smile, Lorena finally gives in. Do as you wish, you foolish girl. A memory surfaces. Young Lorena and an even younger Hina trading questions about a word neither of them quite understood yet. Some bonds really do run that deep. Lorena's own guiding rule echoes back at her. Use anything and everything for your goal. Maybe, she admits, that's exactly why she never let Hina go. Outside, the manor settles into the night breeze. One chapter of the household drama closed, and a new day already creeping in. Out in the city, Lorena grumbles to herself. Of course, like some cosmic test, fate just had to shove this particular man back into her path. There he is, unmistakable, even from behind. She really wasn't expecting to run into him again, and then it clicks. She'd seen something about him in the morning paper, page 2. The gossip column doesn't hold back. Why does Motrell's infamous libertine show up to morning mass at the Grand Cathedral every single day? Lorena can't resist the jab, awfully devout, for a guy who insists God doesn't exist. He strolls past regardless, all easy, insufferable confidence. She ducks into a jewelry shop to escape him, or so she thinks, greeted with a polite, welcome. Outside, he clocks exactly where she went. A jeweler's, huh? Interesting. Inside, Lorena gets straight to business, asking the owner to take a look at something. The old jeweler leans in, ring already glinting in her outstretched hand. Had you seen this ring before? She asks, and somewhere behind her, a certain someone goes very still. Because he recognizes it instantly, and it rattles him. How does that man have one just like it? The ring catches the light, and the jeweler starts guessing at just how wealthy its owner would have to be. His face falls. No, he mutters, putting two and two together. Lorena's own composure finally cracks. No, the realization hits her like a slap. Chaos ripples through the little shop, and the man in question just watches, clearly enjoying every second of it. Oh dear, he drawls, not remotely sorry about any of it. Before she can stumble, he catches her. Careful now, huh? Their eyes finally meet properly, and recognition flickers across his face. You're the one from last time, he finishes. The cathedral. He's still got an arm around her, steadying her far longer than strictly necessary. For one long awkward beat, neither of them moves. Lorena's pulse spikes with panic she hides well. He never actually saw her face back in that confessional. Could he really have recognized her? He studies her, unreadable, that same maddening smirk tugging at his mouth. Do try not to fall again, he teases. This makes twice now. A flash of memory. Candlelight, flowers, that first quiet meeting at the cathedral. She shakes it off and pushes ahead. Anyway, what were you saying? Back at the counter, she breathes a little easier. Looks like her secret's still safe. The jeweler squints hard, trying to place the ring. Ah, that's... No, don't say it, Lorena blurts before she can stop herself, while he presses harder. Surely a piece like this should leave an impression. The flustered jeweler offers a way out. He keeps records of every piece crafted in-house and might be able to match it. Then leave it here, look into it, the man says breezily, while the jeweler can't help but wonder aloud where he even got a ring like that. Why, he smirks, I bought it. Lorena's stomach drops. She distinctly remembers tossing that exact ring into the cathedral's donation box herself. Guess she hasn't been the one playing hide-and-seek after all. He muses, almost to himself, that since the other person clearly isn't hiding all that well, this is less hide-and-seek and more him just playing detective. From what he's pieced together so far, a married woman, a lovely voice, and someone bold enough to casually threaten murder out of nowhere. The jeweler laughs nervously, hoping, really hoping, that last part was a joke. The man muses to the shopkeeper how strange it is, honestly. He's never cared this much about anyone before. If he's being honest with himself, he's felt a little sorry for her lately. He wonders, more than he'd like to admit, whether she's even sleeping right, whether she's okay at all. Anyway, take good care of it, he tells the jeweler, business wrapped up beneath the shop's grand chandelier. Quick, purposeful footsteps. Someone's making a swift exit. He glances back at Lorena with a knowing little smirk as they head out together. A flicker of doubt crosses his face. Could it actually be her? No, that seems far too unlikely. Later, alone on a balcony above the city, Lorena loses herself in thought. In a city like Alvarada, she reasons, stories like this one are all too common. Somewhere else, he's turning over that exact same thought. Too common, sure, he's still not convinced. Back at the manor, Lorena stands rigid, arms wrapped around herself, hard hammering. Surely that man. The thought trails off before she can finish it. A charged, tender beat passes between them. A hand, an embrace, more said in silence than words. He murmurs, half to himself, almost afraid of the answer. She isn't looking for me, is she? One last quiet, lingering moment, and the chapter fades out on it. Somewhere in the dark, a woman is practically shouting that she has absolutely no relationship with Lord Levantes. Sure, she admits, there are a few meals at the Alvarado Hotel, but nothing improper, nothing secret, she insists. She dabs her eyes, insisting she only feels regret for causing the Duchess any distress. That, she says, is exactly why she's here. Cameras flash as she kneels right outside the gate, begging in person to be allowed to apologize. Inside, Duchess Olivia just watches the door completely unmoved. She's been standing out there all morning. A maid whispers nervously, "What should we do?" "Let her in," Olivia finally orders. For now, Arisa sweeps into the manor, all polite smiles, thanking Olivia for the audience. She barely gets an apology out before Olivia cuts her off cold. No need to fake sincerity here. Olivia's already got her pegged. His lawyers must have threatened her into this whole apology tour. "So you're well aware," she needles. A slow, unsettling little smile creeps across Arisa's face. "If I divorce him and you become Duchess," Olivia says flatly. "Wasn't that our shared goal? I had no choice," Arisa fires back. "His Grace threatened to destroy me if I talked," Arisa insists. "Funny," Olivia says, "because that's exactly what doesn't add up." "Didn't you claim you'd successfully seduced him?" Olivia presses. "Did he even show up at your hotel the day he got back from Soto?" All that confidence just drains right out of Arisa's face. Flashback time. Yes, he did come. But was it you? Bay asks flatly. "Pardon?" she squeaks, caught completely off guard. Word's already gotten around the hotel. Was she really the woman who'd been waiting for him? "Yes, it was me, Your Grace," Arisa blurts, then immediately spirals into a nervous ramble about hotel guest lists and Republicans. "Ha!" Bay mutters, unimpressed. "Even now, you still drive people mad." He looks about 2 seconds from just walking out on her. "Are you going?" she shouts as he heads for the stairs. "Wait, just listen to me." Back in the present, Olivia isn't buying it. "He just checked your face and left." Olivia just sighs. "You sounded so confident. I actually thought maybe you pulled it off. You're the one who should have gotten discarded. So why?" "Discarded? Me?" Arisa snaps back. "I'm not the type who gets discarded, Olivia." In fact, she threatens, "It's my turn to do the discarding now." "If you mean nothing to Bay," Olivia says coolly, "then you mean nothing to me either." All the color drains out of Arisa's face. "Ask now," Olivia says. "Would you kindly leave?" Turns out Olivia isn't the only one. Every single woman linked to Bay has denied ever knowing him. Meanwhile, the Duke's family is cranking up the pressure on Lorena hard. Clearly, she thinks, "I'm going to need a whole new strategy to bring this ducal family down." Her reflection stares back at her, cold and calculating. But there's real worry hiding behind her eyes. Even now. "That's not allowed, Signora," a familiar voice reminds her in memory. "And I happen to know you're the rightful owner of that ring." The bank clerk hesitates. "If I just hand it over," he says, "I won't have anything left to bargain with the Marquis." "I'll keep the owner's identity secret. Don't worry," he reassures her. Come to think of it, she wonders alone in the dark, was that man really looking for me? If today doesn't get her a real result, she decides she may have no choice but to go ask that man for help. "It's been a while, Lorena," a voice greets her the moment she arrives. "First time since last year's end-of-year banquet, right?" He grins, arms crossed. "Prince Davin himself." "Yes, Your Highness," she curtsies. "Had you been well?" "Until last month, I suppose," she says, settling in across from him. "Lately," he says, "there's been one scandal after another, hasn't there?" With Bay, he continues, "I heard you two had a falling out. I asked him about it myself yesterday, but he wouldn't say a word. So I figured I'd just call you in instead." "I apologize for the disturbance," Lorena replies, perfectly composed. "Family matters should be settled privately, Lorena, not like this, stirring up even more commotion. Levantes isn't just a noble house," he reminds her. "It's a symbol of Bessin itself." Shouldn't you hold yourself to a higher standard? Besides, Bay still seems to treat you like his wife, judging by his actions. But to me, he adds, you don't really look like one anymore. Play along and wait for an opening, she wonders. Or take the risk and bait them right now? What's really the worst that could happen here, she reasons. Death? She decides to just go for it. If I insist on a divorce, she asks him point blank, what exactly will you do about it? David just scoffs, arms crossed, clearly not thrilled with the question. Lorena, correct me if I'm wrong, he says instead. Didn't the Duke deposit a pretty significant sum at Klein Bank? That money came from stock investments Bay and I made together, she explains. We just chose to file it under Bay's name as a wedding gift. Which means, Davin smirks, I've got every right to reclaim that 50 million pesica myself. Even right now, if I felt like it. Be careful, Lorena. Just because Bay goes easy on you doesn't mean I will. So that's what this was really about, she realizes. The deposit certificate, was in the prince's hands this whole time. Great. Now how is she supposed to find it in a palace crawling with guards? The treasure of Besson, a woman who died 25 years ago. Princess Adriana's portrait. A royal painting like this should be locked away in a gallery to keep it from fading. Yet here it is, hanging all alone in a sunlit hallway, curious. Lorena, a voice calls out, catching her red-handed. That's not the way out of the palace. Who said you could wander around on your own? Davin snaps. Princess Adriana was your highness's aunt, wasn't she? She asks, all innocence. She keeps her eyes fixed right on the portrait. She was hanging out here all alone. We're renovating the royal gallery, he stammers. This is just temporary. I'd appreciate it, his tone cooling fast, if he didn't go around talking so recklessly. Especially to my cousin, though I doubt you two have much in common anyway. Of course not, she agrees smoothly. Then I'll be on my way, he says. And go he does. She lingers on the portrait a moment longer. Beautiful golden brown curls, deep reddish brown eyes. A man who inherited every one of those beautiful colors flashes into her mind. The one person she needs most right now. It feels like fate itself is shoving her forward. She sets her jaw and heads out. In this life, she tells herself, looking toward the cathedral, I have to reach him. Cut to the Alborada Hotel, where Bay is fuming. Damn woman, he growls, what a cursed pain she's turned out to be. Meanwhile, alone in the dark, Marissa keeps telling herself his grace wouldn't really abandon her. He always needed her intel after all. So if she just brings him something bigger this time, not just Republicans, but foreigners too, businessmen from Ingrid and Lenin, hand over the hotel's full VIP list and he'll come crawling back to her, she's sure of it. Hello, she answers, sneaking around in the dark. She freezes on the spot. So it's you? A voice purrs out of the shadows. The little rat who's been playing spy in my hotel. The Marquis himself steps into the light, smiling like he's already won. Our chapter opens on a grand cathedral at dusk, its bells tolling low while somebody's heart pounds just as hard. Robed figures slip through the doors, but one blonde woman lingers outside, working up the nerve to go in. It is Lorena. She hesitates on the threshold, wondering to herself, is it really all right for her to be here again? Her mind drifts back. The divorce papers are already signed and sent off to the Levantes family, and the crown prince has her under close watch now. Her window into the royal palace is about to slam shut for good, so she is going to need someone else to work its halls in her place. Someone who already comes and goes from the palace freely with real access to the treasury and the archives. And she already has exactly the right person in mind. Someone who would never bow to the Vicine royal family. So the question is today the day they finally strike their deal? She heads deeper into the cathedral, footsteps echoing through the empty halls. Rows of confession booths sit in shadow, candlelight flickering. This place clearly keeps its own secrets. A quiet thought crosses her mind. Or will this be the turning point? Somewhere in the dark, a gate creaks open. Something, or someone, makes her jump. A strong musk scent drifts past her, and she realizes she's not alone anymore. A hand brushes her sleeve as a voice murmurs behind her. You do seem to frequent this place. She turns startled to find exactly who she came looking for. It seems, he says with a smirk, that you catch me every time. What a relief, she replies. Then, a little too eagerly, did you wait for me? It was not a boring wait, so worry not. He teases back. Then, more pointed, are you perhaps looking for me? She holds his gaze, saying nothing yet. I kept looking for you, he admits, ever since our last conversation right here. He adjusts the pin at his collar, unbothered, letting the silence stretch. Why so? She finally asks. I sensed, he says, that you and I share a similar air, that we both want to kill a foe we are forbidden to touch. Her eyes go wide. He has just said the one thing she never expected to hear out loud. An opponent hated enough to kill, she repeats silently to herself. Somehow, she thinks, I understand exactly what he means. Elsewhere, in a quiet stairwell, an unspoken pact is sealed between allies. We share common enemies. But even as she considers it, doubt creeps in. Isn't this all a little too flawless to be true? Her hand grips the fabric of her dress, nerves getting the better of her. A dark figure looms nearby, low and unreadable in the shadows. Silence stretches between them until he cuts through it. Be honest, madam. Why do you keep looking for me? She presses, refusing to look away. He waits, clearly enjoying making her say it. Since I am it in this little game, he says, it is technically my job to seek you out, but there is no reason for you to seek me first. She cuts in, flustered despite herself. And yet you always show up here on your own 2 feet, he counters. Let's be honest, what is it you actually want? He watches her with that maddening, knowing smile of his. She starts and cannot quite finish the sentence. I want to have you, he says plainly, and the words land like a thunderclap. His fingers toy idly with his jewelry as he lets the moment sit. He is known, none too quietly, as the most promiscuous man in all of Vicen. And, more importantly to her, he is one of the great noble pieces behind the Klein family's looming downfall. He also happens to own the very hotel where a certain husband likes to hide away with his mistresses. The Vicen royal family's one true weakness, it turns out, is a simple certificate of deposit. The single perfect weapon, if she can just get her hands on it. Hands reach for the hilt of that idea like it is a blade waiting to be drawn. A weapon that could stab straight through a certain husband's heart. She grips the idea tight, refusing to let it go. Her hold tightens further, resolve hardening by the second. I want it, she admits to herself, finally. But I can't stop thinking about it, he confesses quietly. I tried to hold out on my own strength alone. His pulse races beneath his collar, betraying just how much this is costing him. If I could just use you, he murmurs, reaching out. We could change so many things, he finishes. So tell me, despite everything, are you still curious about me? Whatever she decides, one thing is clear. She is not backing down now. Elsewhere in the city, the rumor mill has gone strangely quiet. The reporters have not printed a word in days. That, someone mutters while flipping through old clippings, must mean it was all baseless from the start. Over cafe tables, gossip runs wild. It's absurd, one says, to think His Grace really had 7 mistresses to begin with. The real problem, the other insists, traces back to that woman, one who reached far beyond her rightful place. Footsteps approach, someone drawing closer to listen in. And they say she actually stabbed His Grace, one gossiper whispers, watching a poised blonde woman pass by. A woman who stabs her own husband and then turns herself in is no ordinary woman, they add. Rumor has it, the Duchess suffers from extreme jealousy. They say she suspected him of straying the entire marriage. The scene shifts to a quiet shock friend elsewhere in the city. Apologies for intruding, one woman says politely, stepping into conversation with another. Lorena, listening nearby, cannot hide her shock at what she has just overheard. Elsewhere, Olivia strides into a boutique with one demand: show me the biggest, fanciest dress you have. The shop sits grand and gleaming under a clear afternoon sky. Her mates can only stare, stunned. Wow. And there she stands, transformed, draped in a striking, dramatic gown of deep red and black. Every detail of the dress drips with quiet menace and glamour. "I didn't know you were into dresses like this, Your Grace," one maid blurts out. "It suits you perfectly," the other adds. "We should color your lips darker to match." "I have no interest in looking tacky today," Olivia says flatly, and the maids merely jump out of their skin. "Tacky?" one maid stammers. "That is the one word that could never suit you, Your Grace." That, Olivia says coolly, would have been true until now. She applies a dark, deliberate shade of lipstick, watching herself in the mirror. But starting tonight, she vows, everything is going to be different. Her transformation is complete, every red thread and black ruffle a quiet declaration of war. By nightfall, the scene shifts to the Grand Hotel Alborada. Staff whisper among themselves, "He looks so uncomfortable today of all days that I can't bring myself to even talk to him." Indeed, the other agrees under their breath. Could it be, someone wonders, that he has been waiting here alone for hours? It is the almighty Michaelo Evatos himself, seated among priceless art like he owns the place, which, frankly, he might. Ice clinks softly in his glass as he waits, patient as ever. His own words echo back to him. "I want to have you." Despite this, "Are you still curious about me?" The memory won't leave him alone. A hand reaches out toward a closed door, trembling slightly. On the other side, Bay's face is a portrait of quiet agony. "What stopped me," he wonders, "from bursting through that door the moment I heard those words?" "Was pure conviction," he admits. "So much conviction that right now I want to tear this door down." "Open it," he finally snaps, tears in his eyes. "Now." Back with Michaelo, the waiting continues. "Just a little more," he tells himself. "If I wait just a little longer, I am absolutely certain," he muses, "that we will meet again in a far more provocative way." "Damn it," he grumbles, checking the clock. "This day is impossibly long." A half-remembered message flickers to his mind. "Will you be at Alborada tomorrow, too?" "If you ask so sweetly," he thinks with a smirk, "I suppose I have no choice but to camp out here at Alborada." "Naturally," he adds, twisting his ring, "I already have a hunch about how tonight ends." Talk turns inevitably to the woman at the center of the hottest gossip currently gripping the city. "Ack!" someone yelps, catching themselves mid-sentence before saying too much. Michaelo just smiles, unbothered as ever, and lets the rumors do their work for him. Then, a small metallic clatter. Something has just hit the floor. A ring rolls loose across the polished floor, catching the light. Michaelo's head snaps up, caught completely off guard. Quick footsteps hurry away, address him whipping around the corner. The ring lies abandoned on the ground as a dark figure steps into view. The two men stare each other down in tense, wordless silence. Apologies," Michaelo finally says, all easy charm, as if nothing at all is wrong. He steps closer, footsteps unhurried and deliberate. "My ring fell, you see," he explains smoothly. He holds it out toward Bai as if it settles everything. "Are you telling me," Bay asks coldly, "that this is yours?" "I don't think so," Michaelo replies simply, sliding his own ring back into place and leaving Bay to wonder exactly whose ring he is really holding. Duke Labantes holds it up to the man across from him. "Is this yours?" The reddish-haired stranger doesn't even blink. "I don't think so," he says, cool as anything. You could feel the tension crackle between them, two men squaring off over one tiny ring. A single sharp red eye flashes through his hair. Whatever this ring means to him, he's not saying. "I don't know who the original owner was," he shrugs, "but it's mine now." Paid fair and square, he claims, 3,000 paysix, cash. Straight from the biggest cathedral in Veston, apparently. A weird place to go ring shopping. Bay keeps his composure buttoned up tight and makes his move. "Then you can sell it back to me." The stranger just smirks. Seems a bit small for the Duke to wear, though. Bay tries to explain himself. "In the first place, the original owner wasn't me, but he's cut off cold." "I don't want that answer from the Duke himself," he says. "I'm in the middle of a game of tag. See, until that game's over, I got no intention of selling." Bay just stares him down, speechless. "I hope you're aware, Marquis," Bay warns, "that if you won't hand it over, I'll retrieve it by other means." The Marquis just grins wider. "So be it." That is the grin of a man who has never once lost a game of chicken in his life. He tosses off a parting line, then enjoy your time here, and saunters away like he owns the room. And just like that, round one ends in a draw. The ring stays exactly where it is. The second the Marquis is gone, Bay drops the act and turns to his attendant. Send someone to St. Burgo's Cathedral immediately, he orders. Find out. Because he's recognized it. That ring is the wedding band he once gave Lorena. And somehow it's ended up in a total stranger's hands with Lorena watching from just out of sight. Cut to a night that already feels like it's about to explain everything. That woman, the memory begins. She'd walked in dressed like a wild bouquet of roses, impossible to miss and impossible to ignore. And she walked straight past her own husband without so much as a glance. Every head in the ballroom turned as she swept by in that scarlet gown. Even with her eyes closed, she owns the whole room. And then of all people, she stopped and stood right in front of him. We meet again, Marchioness Levantes, the Marquis says, clearly delighted. Indeed, Marquis Herbatos, she says sweetly. I need a stray dog. I'm hunting for a hound tonight. In other words, she's in the market for a little fling and he just made the short list. Aha? It's about all he can manage, not the reaction he usually gets. What do you think, she presses, about spending the night with someone who isn't her husband? Are you asking me to buy a prostitute? If there's a woman at the Alborada Hotel looking for a partner tonight, assume it's me. A fling, she says again, like it's the easiest thing in the world. She loosens her collar, without so much as a blush. Let me be direct, Marquise, she says, dead level. Won't you become my lover? The whole room seems to hold its breath around her. Somewhere behind them, a guest whispers in disbelief. Did you just hear that? Down on the floor, the whole crowd is losing it. What the hell is this? Someone gasps. He knows exactly what she's doing to him. Perfectly manipulated, he admits, and he doesn't care one bit. No, actually. This is even better. A lover, huh? He murmurs, turning the word over. Somewhere in the crowd, someone mutters that this really isn't the venue for this conversation. Bit late for that. Shall we go outside? The Marquis offers, all charm and mischief. He'd have preferred an audience, honestly. She's tougher to read than he expected. Of course he wouldn't be won over that easily, he thinks. The real negotiation starts now. She takes his hand. Very well, is all she says. And just like that, the two of them slip off together. Boris, escort her to room 1707, he calls out, while his poor butler is already busy hauling off some other guest who fainted dead away from the shock. I know, use the back door, she adds, already 3 steps ahead of the gossip. Ah, yes, right away. A servant leads her quietly out the side, away from prying eyes. Where are we supposed to lead together? Just go, he laughs. We've got a scandal to clean up. 10 minutes, she tells him, and disappears into the crowd like she was never there. He just stands there watching the space where she used to be. A cluster of gossiping guests can't believe their luck. Wow, I just witnessed something incredible, one breathes. But if this is how it is, what's going to happen to Duke Levantes? Someone else wonders aloud, right as the man himself walks past. Someone leans in, curious. Acquainted? Bay's jaw tightens just slightly. He's heard enough. A woman who's barely stepped outside in 7 years, the gossip continues. Is suddenly this familiar with Marquis Herbatos? Even he looks amused at his own reputation. Later, alone with his thoughts, his easy smile finally slips. He loosens his collar, replaying the whole scene in his head. Boris lights him a cigar without being asked. Some nights just call for it. Smoke curls up slow into the chandelier light. Across the room, Bay is still watching him, and he does not look happy about it. Somewhere else, a fist closes hard around that same little ring. Back with the Marquis, the evening winds down easy, cigar smoke and quiet company. Elsewhere entirely, a cathedral attendant nearly jumps out of their skin at an unexpected visitor. I don't need it, the visitor says flatly, waving off whatever's being offered. What? Comes the baffled reply. Levante's name gets thrown around like a threat. Get rid of it all, unless you'd like to be at odds with us. The scene shifts somewhere darker. Bay standing over a candle, surrounded by silent black-clad mourners. "I'll never let you escape," the thought echoes. "I'll seal off every direction." The image that comes with it says it all. A gilded birdcage, wrapped tight in chains. Even if it means blotting out your entire sky, because I had a dream, the thought finally admits. And in it, that ring gets dropped without a second thought, like it never mattered at all. Yes, a dream you can no longer, the sentence never finishes. Because in the dream, she's standing there with a gun to her own head, blood already on her dress. Her voice cuts through it anyway, defiant to the last. "You can't just define me as you please." And the dream swallows him whole, all fire and thorns and rage he can't control. He wakes with a gasp, heart pounding, staring into the dark, trying to remember which parts of it were real. Just a dream, he tells himself. A vivid one that forced its way in uninvited, but a dream all the same. A staffer leads her deeper inside, past Hall stripping in old money. "This room's reserved for the hotel owner himself," she's told. "Please wait here. Fancy digs for a secret meeting." She settles in to wait and nearly jumps out of her skin when the door bursts open behind her. It's the Marquis, and he wastes no time coming clean. He drops the word mistress about her on purpose, loud enough for the wrong ears to catch it. She just stares at him, speechless, still processing what he's admitted. He turns and starts strolling off, cool as anything, like he hasn't just complicated her whole life. "Marquis," she calls out, hurrying to catch up. She falls in step right beside him, refusing to just let him walk away. Her heel catches on the rug and she pitches forward, grabbing for anything to break the fall. He catches her before she hits the floor, and suddenly they're a lot closer than either of them planned. "I got you," he says, and doesn't let go right away. "What do you mean by that?" she demands, still rattled by his confession. "Once you spot your target, you have to actually catch them," he says. She's used him well enough already. Isn't that reason enough to walk off now? She dropped a bombshell in her room crawling with gossips like him, he points out. That's not something you just walk away from. Isn't that exactly what she was aiming for, he presses. She fires back that she never meant to use him one-sidedly. He does have his own reasons to feel grateful personally, he says, then adds, she's hardly the first woman to come on to him like that. Guys like him tend to get confused, he warns. She might mistake this for the right moment. He flashes that insufferably smug grin of his, clearly enjoying himself. "It's not a misunderstanding," she says flatly. She's asking him to be part of this dirty little love scandal. And if he really doesn't want to sleep with her, that's not even necessary, she adds, cool as you like. What? For once, he's the one caught off guard. Nobody knows what really happens behind closed doors, she reasons. It just has to look convincing from the outside. And of course, she'll compensate him for playing along. He goes quiet, turning the offer over in his head. So she wants him to play pretend lovers, basically, he says, all to get her divorce. The elegant, virtuous Duchess and her scandalous affair with a wild, illegitimate son. Quite the soap opera she's pitching him. If he helps her get divorced, he asks, what exactly does she give him in return? She doesn't answer right away. Something's turning over behind those eyes. For a second, his mind runs wild, imagining just how far she might go. Bring him the prince's head. She could purr. Even the king's, if that's what he wants. His fantasy of her doesn't flinch from anything. He goes still, unsettled by the shape his own thoughts just took. What he actually needs, he admits to himself, is an accomplice. Someone willing to drive a blade into Val Levantes' neck. Someone who'd help him tear this whole golden country down. In his mind's eye, she's drenched in it, sword in hand, not the least bit sorry. The perfect partner, his fantasy practically screams, crown crushed in her bloody grip. To dismantle House Levantes and the entire Visan royal family. To take every one of their lives. In simple terms, that's treason, plain and simple. If you help me. The vision of her purrs. I'll make you the king of the scene. Just like that, in his head, the throne is his. Snapping back to reality, it finally clicks for him. Now he understands exactly why she drew him in. Eyes that hold the desire to destroy someone. He'd know that look anywhere. It's the kind of gaze only someone with a target they gladly ruin their own life for can have. She must have seen the very same thing staring back out at him. Back in the real world, her actual answer is far more modest. As long as she escapes the Levante's name, he can use her however he wants after that. Her bank, her money, her name, every rumor attached to it, it's all on the table, including playing with fire, she adds pointedly. Including that, she confirms. He can do whatever he wants with her. He says nothing, just weighs the offer sitting in front of him. All right then, he says, and before she can react, he's pulling her close. What are you doing? She yelps, swept off her feet, quite literally. We're in the same boat now, he tells her, carrying her off like it's the most natural thing in the world. This should be enough, he decides, settling on the perfect spot to stage their little scene. Isn't the bus somewhere quieter, somewhere with better lighting for what's about to happen? He tips her face up toward his, and a soft ah slips out of her before she can stop it. Her breath catches, nerves showing even though this is all supposed to be an act. Someone's watching from the shadows and they clearly recognize what they're looking at. Ah? Valai? A voice gasps out of the dark. Someone unexpected just got an eyeful. You're not much of an actress, ma'am, he murmurs, teasing her for how stiff she is. She just blinks up at him, tense and unsure what to do with her hands. A camera flashes somewhere nearby, catching the two of them locked together exactly as planned. Come on, you're no innocent princess, he goads her, urging her to actually commit to the part. Enough! Just wrap your arms around my neck properly, he says, as the camera clicks again and their photographer beats a hasty retreat. So this is what the same boat actually meant, she realizes, a beat too late. More camera clicks go off as her fingers curl tighter into his shirt. Breathe, he tells her quietly. It's not like it's a real kiss. She makes a small sound against him, and privately, he admits her voice caught him more off guard than he expected. That look on her face earlier, he thinks, it read a lot closer to disgust than desire. Could it be some kind of trauma, he wonders, thinking of the marriage she just escaped? While he decides, he's never been one for forcing things anyway. A married woman, acting this inexperienced. Not exactly ready for an affair, he notes to himself, more amused than annoyed. All right, it's done, he says, checking that their little performance has been properly captured. We're officially on, he starts to say. The same boat, he finishes, and it's official now, they're in this together. She freezes, a horrible realization dawning on her face. Since when have you been recording? She demands. He's had proof of all of this the entire time. You need at least this much to actually spread a scandal, he explains. Sit still and do nothing, and rumors never start. So, we're accomplices now? She asks, the two of them walking off together into the night. Before they shake on it, he says, there's one thing that needs to be clear. He'll let the teasing slide today, he says, arms crossed. But no more talk about playing with fire from here on out. I told you, is all she offers back, unbothered. Guys like him, he brags, tend to assume women actually want to sleep with them. Mom, a mortified voice cuts him off. They've just been spotted. To this is outrageous, cackle his grace immediately, the flustered witness sputters, already threatening to alert her ex-husband. He slips away through a side door without missing a beat, cool as ever. I found the man. Perfect timing, a staffer announces, right as he happens to be nowhere near her. Take the back stairs, he tells her. They lead straight to the hotel's rear exit. A carriage will be waiting out front, he adds. Go straight home. Don't dawdle, he warns, or she'll end up caught by her own husband. He presses a light, deliberate touch to her hand, sealing the deal his own way. We'll have a lot to discuss going forward, he tells her. Yes, I suppose so, she answers quietly. Her cheeks are warmer than she'd like to admit as she turns to go. Then, see you again, Lady Lorena, he says, and the door swings shut behind her. Even if she's punished for this later, she thinks, descending the stairs in her red gown, resolute. The moment she chose this man, her heart pounding right along with the thought. She knew right then she'd never regret it. And that gut feeling? it becomes reality the very next morning. Grab a seat because the society pages just dropped a bombshell and everyone's already talking about it. The headline says it all: the Duchess of Levante's caught in a steamy tryst at the Alborada Hotel. And her mystery man? None other than the Marquis of Barbados himself. Scandal doesn't get much juicier than this. Word is, she arranged the whole thing herself, practically begging the Marquis for a private meeting, and nobody can say what pushed her to it. Her own staff are calling it a declaration of war, fighting fire with fire, though honestly, who didn't see this coming? Just like that, the once untouchable dignity of House Levantes is in ruins. And now the question everyone's whispering: who's going to take the blame for the divorce? As far as the courts see it, the fault still lands squarely on the Duke himself. Inside the estate, the household notary reads through the filing line by line, trying to make sense of the mess. How come? Someone explodes, practically collapsing over the news. Turns out Visan law has a loophole. Any affair that happens after the divorce papers are filed can't be legally punished. Legally speaking, the marriage was already considered broken the moment the paperwork went in. But what if the affair actually started before the divorce was ever filed? That's the real question. Because apparently on the night in question, plenty of witnesses heard exactly what the Duchess said. And what she reportedly said was blunt enough to raise every eyebrow in the room. "Won't you become my lover?" The confrontation between husband and wife turns ugly fast, blood and all. That one line is now proof the affair had begun, and with it she's reignited a scandal that had only just started to cool down. With Miguel dragged into it too, timbers in the household are impossible to contain. The maddening part is that man is adored by literally the entire Vicen public, untouchable, practically a folk hero. That cunning witch, someone spits, convinced the Duchess went after Miguel with a scheme already in place. Say something, Your Grace. You're the one who let this spiral out of control in the first place. The Duke just sits there, silent, letting the accusation hang in the air. Someone else pipes up, dragging up old history. "Look what that Ingurdian woman you protected for 7 years has done to this family. Are you still not going to divorce her? Watch your language," the Duke snaps back, cold as ever. "Who do you think is the most disgusted by all of this right now?" he fires back. He sits back, jaw tight, clearly done entertaining the conversation. "Whose fault is this to begin with?" His own aide finally snaps, refusing to let him off the hook. Then comes the real question. "Your Grace, did you ever actually intend to go through with Operation Canary?" "Be honest with me, Val," the aide presses. For just a second, even his legendary composure cracks. "Don't tell me." The aide trails off, piecing something together. "Have you fallen for Canaria?" The question lands like a blade. Cut back 7 years and Operation Canary was never supposed to end up here. The plan was simple on paper: build just enough trust to get a foothold inside Klein Bank. Klein Bank was the one funding Ingurday, that's why it mattered. But then, out of nowhere, Valet changed the entire plan. "You're marrying Lorena Klein?" The question alone stops the room cold. "Why? There is no need to go that far," comes the pushback. Val's answer is blunt. It was basically a hostage situation, dressed up as a wedding. Keep Vincenzo Klein's daughter in the scene, and the man himself would naturally have to keep showing up. Sure, but still, you'd chain a family as influential as the Levantes to a sham marriage over that. Val doesn't even blink, lining up his next shot like the whole thing's already decided. "You're not letting personal feelings creep into this, are you, Val?" He doesn't answer right away. "That's an unfounded assumption," he finally says, flat and clipped. "Well," comes the dry reply, "this is Valet Levantes we're talking about. A man born at the very top of the food chain who never once had to want for anything. Cold, calculating, always weighing every option before he moves. But somewhere along the way Valet looked at his new wife started to shift. Even amid all the glittering dinners and forced small talk, something in him wasn't quite the same anymore. Night after night at that same dinner table, and somehow he kept finding reasons to watch her. Like eyes hungry, like a man who could never quite be satisfied, no matter what he already had. Some nights he was visibly irritated by her, sharp and dismissive. By all rights, if she failed to satisfy him, he could have discarded her without a second thought. And yet, somehow, Val dragged the marriage on for 7 whole years. During that stretch, Kleinbank and the whole Republic of Ingerda actually flourished, which meant the operation had to scale up too, all the way to planning Vincenzo Klein's assassination. But on the very day Vincenzo was set to die, the Duke just vanished. No explanation, no warning. When people asked why he'd suddenly gone off to Soto Monastery of all places, he gave absolutely nothing back. Somehow Vincenzo caught wind of the plot and fled to Grant, while Lorena, his duchess at the time, only added fuel to the fire. Just like that, 7 years of careful planning went up in smoke. A man who'd lived like a machine, without a single misstep in his entire life, was suddenly the one sabotaging his own plan. "Tell me, Val," his aide demands, back in the present. "Do you love Canaria?" Val just sits with the question, turning it over in silence. Still nothing. When he finally speaks, it's not what anyone expects. "That woman hates me. Down to the core." "What?" "I spent 7 years trying to figure out why. I still haven't come up with an answer." "Do you have any idea how maddening it is, being hated for no reason you can name?" He almost smiles at his own misery. For 7 straight years, the woman living under his roof wore the exact same expression around him. Fearful eyes, a trembling breath she can never quite hide, a gaze that never once met his, and a rejection that leaked through no matter how hard she tried to bury it. Every part of her seemed to scream that she couldn't stand to be near him. And somehow, that was the thing he couldn't stop thinking about. "Maybe that's exactly why I went crazy over her," he admits. He pours himself another drink, like it might steady the thought. His hand tightens around the glass. "I can't understand the single thing that goes on inside that woman's head." "I don't follow," his aide presses. "Answer me clearly, Your Grace." "I'm asking if the reason you keep hesitating to pull the trigger is love, that pitiful, worthless emotion." "That can't be it," Val answers, a little too quickly. He wouldn't dare give something this wretched a name like love. But if it isn't love, he has no idea what else to call it. Not yet, anyway. In his mind, she's still exactly where he left her, chained to him whether she likes it or not. She has to remain mine, he decides. There's something I still need to confirm with her myself. Until then, divorce isn't on the table, not even close. The operation? Already handled. I've sent someone to Grant. To Vincenzo Klein? If I take hostage the one family you love more than your own life, you'll have no choice but to come back to Levantes. I have far better ways to control him than just using him as leverage. What the hell is that supposed to mean? His aide finally explodes. So stay out of it. Val cuts him off cold. For now. Family matters, he adds, got handled within the family. His expression doesn't crack once. Don't you agree? It isn't really a question. Early morning outside the Klein residence and the city's already got its eyes on this house. Someone's crouched in the bushes across the street, muttering that whoever's inside pulled another all-nighter. Yeah, this is definitely paparazzi. 2 reporters, one sporting a mustache, are practically salivating. Any story on the Duke and Duchess of Levantes sells out in a single day, they say. Catching the affair in the act would be the dream, but honestly, even one blurry photo of the Duchess is a payday to these 2. Who knows, maybe they'll get her in her pajamas. One snickers. Charming guys, real class acts. Then a voice cuts through the bushes right behind them. Would you mind moving? They spin around, and one of them chokes out, Marquis. And there he is. Hair a mess, collar half undone, looking like he just walked out of somewhere he very much should not have been. The reporters freeze the second they clock that title. Turns out ambushing random nobles is a lot less fun when the noble outranks your whole career. I mean, one stammers, then just trails off into dead silence. The Marquis narrows those sharp red eyes at them, and whatever he growls next lands like a thunderclap. I am Sorin. They're bowing, scrambling, tripping over their own feet to get away. And just like that, the great scandal-hunting duo goes sprinting off into the morning fog. Alone now, the Marquis lets out a tired sigh, shirt untucked, tie loose. Turns out he's the one who pulled the all-nighter, and not in the way the tabloids think. This can't go on like this, he thinks to himself. Something's gotta give. Cut to inside the house. I'm sorry, he tells Lorena. Lately, those reporters have been camping out in front of the place. Lorena just looks exhausted, eyes half-lidded, clearly running on fumes from the whole ordeal. Shouldn't we report the ones loitering nearby? He presses. There weren't even any guards outside. She shrugs it off. The articles they write, annoying as they are, keep the scandal exactly where she wants it, in the spotlight. Feeding a scandal and neglecting your own safety, he says flatly, are two very different issues. Don't just let the ones showing up at your door be. Increase the guards too, he insists, not backing down. I'll take it to heart, Marquis, she says, polite as ever. That title makes him bristle. A little too formal, he mutters, for people pretending to be lovers. We should straighten out how we address each other too, he adds, fixing his collar. A title Marquis, he admits, makes me a little uncomfortable. Then what should I call you? She asks. If we're pretending to be lovers, use my name, he says, smirking. Call me Miguel, Princess. Princess. She blinks, thrown completely off guard by the nickname. I've met your father before, he tells her, walking beside her. He was invited to dinner once as a client of Klein Bank, and her dad wouldn't shut up about his one and only princess. Lorena's stunned into silence. He's always been very fond of me, Miguel adds, clearly enjoying this. She's flustered, sputtering, and he just smirks. I know, princess. You don't need to explain. Then please call me by my name too, he presses. I don't know, she hedges. Are you teasing me right now, Miguel? She says it, actually says his name, and you can practically hear him keeping score. Finally, he says, eyes closed, thoroughly pleased with himself. A correct answer. The tension in the room shifts, just slightly, into something a little warmer. Business resumes fast, though. Let's keep using the Klein residence as their meeting point, he figures, since him showing up at the Alborada would draw way more eyes. I said no, she reminds him. I made that perfectly clear in the letter. But me going to the hotel, he argues, would make for much better publicity. And honestly, he adds, I feel bad making you deal with all of this every time. She's quiet for a beat, then points out that spectators are already gathering outside her gates. This is bad enough as it is. So what? She fires back. He wants her strolling through a nightlife district crawling with men every single day. Sorry, she says flatly, but I won't take part in a plan like that. He shrugs it off. He wasn't born a noble, so he's got no honor left to protect. And besides, God knows the truth anyway. I don't believe in God, he adds, completely deadpan. Cool wine, buddy. Very mysterious. This is just a matter of how I feel, he says. And how do you feel? There's no way he actually feels good about any of this, if he's honest. The woman in front of him acts like she's got no path left to turn back to. Like someone who's bet absolutely everything on one single gamble. He watches her, lit up against the imagined glow of chips and gold, and it unsettles him more than he'll say. As if hitting her goal is somehow worth sacrificing herself completely. That kind of recklessness, he tells her outright, makes me uncomfortable. That disregard, he presses further, for your own honor and safety, turns out he can dish it right back. A woman sneaking into a hotel each night, burning with desire, he reasons, still reads better than a man in heat slipping into a woman's house. It's closer to the truth, she admits, and it grabs enough attention. Fair point, honestly. But then the backlash lands on you, Marquis, she counters, worry creeping in for once. What are you talking about? He laughs it off. The arrows of criticism will be shared equally. Who, how? She asks. Isn't it obvious, he says, there are plenty of simple, clean ways to stir up a scandal effectively. She just stares at him, completely lost as to where this is going. Isn't this the kind of proposal the tempting party should be making? He teases, way too smug about it. You did say we're pretending to be lovers, right? He reminds her, fixing his collar. Let's go on a date, he says. Simple as that. Lorena goes red instantly, buried in an explosion of flowers and pure panic. Somewhere across the city, the sky clears over an old, elegant building. It's exactly the kind of venue built for the sort of public spectacle they're planning. The Royal Campos Opera House. Fancy. Very on brand for a scandal date. But before that date happens, we cut somewhere else entirely. A quiet outdoor cafe, where a familiar face is sitting in decidedly plain clothes. Someone slides into the seat across from him and the conversation turns hushed fast. "I heard you declared you wouldn't drink Jerez wine for a while, sir," the stranger says. "Coded talk if there ever was one." "I've got work to do," he replies, brushing past the question. "I'll be stepping away for a bit," he adds, clearly not in the mood to chat about wine. "A lot of people have been waiting for the day you drink Jerez wine again," the hooded stranger presses. "Could it be you've lost interest?" A second figure lurks nearby, descending some stairs, watching from a distance. This whole exchange has the feel of something a lot bigger than tea and gossip. "Oh, please," he says lightly, "don't think of me as a traitor." Something clatters onto the table between them, sharp and deliberate. A hand rests on an old red ledger. "Everything happens," someone murmurs. "By the hand of man?" The hooded contact studies him, unreadable, waiting to see how he'll answer that. "By the hand of man," he confirms flatly. "No gods involved, just people making choices." The table goes quiet. Then the shot drifts down to a small cross pendant hanging at his collar. It's engraved with something worth a closer look. "Non est Deus," it reads. There is no God. So that throwaway line from earlier wasn't a joke, he actually means it. "I'll be waiting," the hooded contact says. "Come to Mora's winery anytime you start missing Jerez wine." An open invitation, wrapped in code. He adjusts his collar, taking it all in without much reaction. "By the way," the contact adds, "the fake queen you caught last week in Alborada, we've secured her. A captive held somewhere in the dark. Seems like she's been properly warned to keep her mouth shut," the contact reports. "But if she talks, I'll get word to your friends immediately. And don't go to the cathedral, they've patched up the crawl space." "Understood," he says simply, glancing toward the cathedral in the distance. "Then I'll be waiting," he says, settling back at his cafe table like none of that just happened. "You need to suspect the ones worth suspecting." The thought lingers as a shadow slips off into the night. Back at the cafe in the daylight, he looks worn out, resting his head against his hand. "I think I'll focus on this," he decides, stirring a cup of something that very much is not wine. Then something catches his attention. "Huh?" He goes still, sharp-eyed, clocking someone approaching across the plaza. It's Lorena, and she's just spotted him too. "Miguel?" She crosses the plaza in a soft pink dress, and he's already on his feet. "Why are you here?" she asks, clearly not expecting to run into him like this. She smooths down her dress, closing the last bit of distance between them. "Our meeting isn't for another 3 hours," he points out, a little thrown himself. She takes a seat across from him, hands still fidgeting with her skirt. "I just," she admits, a little sheepish, "went out for a walk, and, well, look who she ran into." She stalks right up to him, arms crossed, demanding to know what on earth he's doing here. This is Michaela we're talking about, so of course he looks completely unbothered, all smug charm as he takes her in. Turns out their actual meeting isn't for another 3 hours, so what exactly is he doing here already? He just shrugs it off, cool as ever, like showing up early is no big deal at all. The afternoon rolls on through this quiet corner of the city, buildings glowing gold in the early light. He double-checks. They agreed to meet outside the opera house at 6, right? So what was she even doing showing up 3 hours ahead of schedule, he wants to know. Whatever the excuse, off they go together, playing the perfect couple for anyone watching. She tries to play it cool. Some line about just going for a walk and killing time before dinner. Totally not because she was looking forward to today. He asks, out of nowhere, if she even likes opera. She's not sure, she admits. He just grins. Good thing he likes women who do. That lands harder than he probably meant it to because she's suddenly speechless. He snaps her out of it fast. They're supposed to be playing lovers here, so maybe stop looking so spooked. And no, he's not into cheesy lines either. She apologizes. It's not that she hates it, she's just not used to this kind of talk. Right. Today is just for show, she reminds herself. If they want anyone to buy this fake romance, they're going to need to get a lot more convincing, because right now, they are painfully out of sync. He leans in close and admits, actually, he prefers something else entirely. People who show up 3 hours early to watch opera with someone they love, that's more his type. That one lands like a punch. She's not prepared for this level of directness. Then he laughs it off completely, telling her the effort's admirable enough that he'll let her early arrival slide. Cue whiplash. Getting back on track, he says he needs to swing home and change before the show. She tells him honestly he looks fine just as he is. Turns out she came straight from an early morning at the bank, which explains the plain outfit. She frets that she can't possibly walk into the opera house dressed like this. He just studies her, considering. He reaches for something with a quiet, "Excuse me for a moment." She waits, a little self-conscious, wondering what he's up to. Apparently what she's wearing already counts as battle gear in his book, so what exactly is missing? She protests. She's not even wearing any jewelry. If she doesn't dress the part properly, the thought yanks her straight back into an old, unwelcome memory. A voice from her past sneers that she must still be new to Vaesen. Only country bumpkins show skin so carelessly. "Don't you dare bring shame on the Levantes family," the voice warns. The memory keeps piling on about dressing perfectly until Michello's voice cuts back in, flat and certain. No, that's really not necessary. It's a flash of her younger self, small and scared under all that scrutiny. Back in the present, he tells her plainly, nobody's going to say a word if she dresses a little more casually. At least not while they're running this little charade together, he adds. Just live freely. Even he seems a little frowned by his own words. Something about that lands somewhere real in her. It sends her drifting into an older, warmer memory, running barefoot through a garden as a kid. Back then, she didn't have to live up to anyone's expectations. Didn't have to care what a single soul thought of her. She used to know exactly how to enjoy a free life. So, all right, she decides. Time to give that freedom another shot. She wants to, she realizes, genuinely wants to. She shrugs off some of that careful, buttoned-up armor just a little. Watching her loosen up like that hits Michello somewhere unexpected. What is this feeling exactly? It feels weirdly like deja vu, like he's seen this exact person somewhere before. Very close, and a long time ago. Have the two of them actually crossed paths before now? Now that's a thread worth pulling. Cut to the opera house itself, where a soprano owns the spotlight center stage. The whole room holds its breath, swept up in the performance. The music just keeps rolling through the hall, note after note. Rows of nobles sit racked in the dark, every eye on the stage. Lorena realizes she's always had VIP seating before, so she never noticed. The first floor sits closer to the stage, and the crowd's packed a lot tighter down here. Which, she figures, makes it a lot easier for people to notice you. But maybe that's exactly why something suddenly catches her eye. There's a man a few seats over who looks unsettlingly like someone from her past, and she can't stop getting distracted by him. A hand lands firmly on her shoulder, pulling her right back to the present. She jumps as Michello slides an arm around her, playing his part a little too well. "Miguel!" she breathes, startled, using the nickname without even thinking. "Chuck. Focus," is all he murmurs back. He's got that same infuriatingly smug look on his face while he says it. Meanwhile, she's left flustered all over again, her heart doing something it really shouldn't be doing on a fake date. The lights dim again as the show rolls on around them. He suggests they switch seats for the second act, catching her completely off guard. He noticed, he says, she's been looking uncomfortable this whole time. Apparently there are special seats reserved for pushy nobles who show up before the show even starts. Convenient that. So that's where they're headed for Act 2. The second they arrive, something about the place stops her cold. She's been here before. She's sure of it. And just like that, an old memory drags her under. A cold voice from the past asks why she picked opera at all, when she'd always claimed to hate noisy things. But she does like singing, he points out. So if she wants that, she can just sing at the mansion, no need to go out. It's a memory of her old life, boxed into a seat, beside a man who kept her just as boxed in. That's not entirely true, comes the quiet reply. She doesn't answer back. She just sits there, silent. Cold and distant most of the time, she remembers. But every so often, a flicker of real warmth would slip through. It's the kind of contradiction that made him someone she couldn't help loving, even while she grew sick to death of him. The memory turns darker fast, blood spattering across the frame. He once told her if he'd known it would leave a scar like this, he never would have pulled the trigger on himself. And still, somehow, they'd end up wrapped around each other in the dark. A complicated man carrying a complicated scar from a marriage that clearly left its own mark on her too. The memory fades out under a quiet night sky. Back in the present, she thanks him for today, the show finally behind them. Thanks to him, she admits she actually got to enjoy the whole show in comfort. Miguel, she asks again, noticing he's gone a little quiet himself. He snaps back into business mode. They're going to need a different strategy going forward, he says. What? She blinks, caught off guard by the sudden shift. He asks her straight out what she thought of their first fake date. She admits she actually had fun, but worries that switching to the VIP seats halfway through means they might not have been seen enough to sell the scandal. He tells her flatly, she's missing the point entirely. That's actually the most important part. Tomorrow's papers will show exactly how people read the two of them together. He explains. She's still worried they didn't look convincing as a real couple. He's got one warning for her before they go any further though. Even if this is just a fake romance on paper, tell her go imagining someone else while she's standing right in front of her partner. Someone clearly clocked her getting distracted earlier. And with that, he closes the distance between them, close enough that this fake romance suddenly feels a whole lot more real. Brutal place to end it. The tabloids are already buzzing. Lorena and the Marquess were spotted at the opera, cool as ever, not caring who was watching. From the VIP box, everyone wondered what really happened between them. Lorena can only think, so this is how we look to the outside world. Mikkel, she thinks, always knows exactly how the two of them appear to everyone else, and he plays the part perfectly. He acts the doting suitor without missing a beat. She, on the other hand, isn't nearly as steady. Even though this romance is only for show, she's starting to admit it feels like more than that. Catching her mind wandering, Michello leans in to needle her. Is it really okay to be picturing another man right in front of your paramour? You got it wrong, she stammers, caught completely off guard. That's not what I... He cuts her off with a warning that's half playful, half not. Be careful, Lorena. Even a tame dog bites its owner if you push it too far. Alone that night, an old unease creeps back in, one she's never quite managed to shake. He'd hit the nail right on the head, she thinks, and it rattles her more than she'd like to admit. And maybe it's just fallout from everything she survived with her ex-husband, but the second her mind drifts anywhere near him, her whole body starts to shake, and every night the echo of a gunshot plays behind her eyes. She can't even sleep without pills anymore. Ever since the opera, though, she and Michello have been meeting every couple of days. Even sitting right across from him, she keeps zoning out, unable to focus. And every single time, Michello somehow reads exactly what's wrong with her. She can already picture him sulking about being ignored for someone else, so she figures she'd better apologize next time they meet. Before she can dwell on it any further, a new headline yanks her right back to the present. That very morning, word spreads that the Marquess himself was spotted heading somewhere unexpected. Straight for PM Klein Bank. First thing when it opened. Wait, Miguel went to the bank? Reporters swarmed him the second he steps outside, shouting his name like paparazzi that smelled blood. Word is he just deposited a serious chunk of change at Klein Bank, and everyone wants to know why. Naturally, the first guess flying around is that it's connected to a certain duchess. It just breezes right past them. Deadpan, he asks what else anyone even goes to a bank for besides putting money in or taking it out. He claims he's simply been a loyal client there for 5 years, just topping up with some recent stock profits. Textbook deflection, delivered with that trademark smug little smirk. There's nothing wrong with Klein Bank's credibility, is there? He adds. No better place to trust with a fortune. Money's money and romance is romance, he shrugs. Though it's a shame his Sonora isn't even at the bank today to see it. Then the actual number leaks. 30 million peseta. The whole city practically gasps at once. Across town, Lorena's jaw hits the floor the second she hears it. She storms straight into his office. He barely looks up, mildly amused she came running this fast. So, she demands, you deposited 30 million peseta into Klein Bank. He shrugs it off. Says he just had leftover cash and figured he'd ask about investment options while he was at it. The word investment alone makes her flinch, and she shuts that idea down instantly. Her father was branded a spy once for recommending the wrong government bonds to the wrong nobles, and she is not about to relive that. Any hint of foreign investment risks dragging that exact same suspicion right back onto Klein Bank. Fine, he says, unbothered. He'll just quietly stash the leftover 5 million into savings instead. It's just good business, he reasons, to keep cash on hand in case of a sudden withdrawal crisis. Then, almost offhand, he asks for a moment alone. The bank clerk practically scurries out the door, red in the face and saying nothing. The room goes quiet, and suddenly it's just the two of them. He admits he never expected her to take him up on it this seriously. When she said she needed everything he had, he took that literally, money included. She's stunned. She thought this whole arrangement was strictly business, an exchange of information, nothing more. He admits that's not entirely wrong, but he knows he's upset her lately. If she's really sorry, he teases, the least she could do is start treating him like an actual paramour. So she throws out something bold right back at him. She'll let him bite her. Just once. That gets his attention fast, his teacup pausing mid-sip. Flustered by her own boldness, she backpedals by throwing his own warning right back at him. Didn't he say a wild dog bites its owner if provoked? What she means, she clarifies quickly, is that he's the one allowed to bite her, once. He just watches her over the rim of his cup, clearly enjoying every second of her flailing. Outside, all that nervous tension finally breaks into laughter. As she suspected, Michaela is always happiest right when she says something a little too bold. Fine, he decides, turning it right back around. Just once, and she can bite him however she likes. Just don't bite too hard, he adds, visibly less composed than he'd like to admit. He promises to go easy on her too, though he can't swear he'll manage to hold back. Getting serious again, he explains the deposit is money he won't touch for 5 years anyway, so pulling it out later is all that matters to him. So really, he insists, she owes him nothing for it. She isn't fooled, though. It's obvious he pitched Klein Bank on purpose just to help her, while playing it off like it means nothing. Turns out he'd already tipped off reporters earlier, publicly praising Klein Bank's credit, a not-so-subtle PR boost dressed up as a chance encounter. By tomorrow's papers, he predicts, everyone in the city will know. And sure enough, the bank's advisors are about to get very, very busy fielding new account inquiries. She almost lets herself think cute, then remembers this is a man who can shift public opinion with one offhand line, and thinks better of it. Then his tone shifts. There's something else, he says, that he actually needs to talk to her about. He confesses he's been in a strange mood lately. And he's finally figured out why. He realizes he barely knows anything real about her. Everyone in Besson knows she despises the royal family and the husband she's divorcing, but he admits he doesn't think he actually knows why. He wants the real reason she hates her husband. Not the affair splashed across the tabloids, the actual event that made her hate him in the first place. And exactly what she still needs from him to finally get this divorce finished. That's not all either. When they first met, she thanked him for something. Spaghetti doesn't actually remember ever helping her. So why, he presses, does she keep acting like she owes him some kind of debt? She, of all people, understands what credit and trust are worth, he reminds her. Just be honest with him, he says quietly, just this once. She says nothing, caught somewhere between the truth and everything she's kept buried. She finally opens her mouth to ask him something. Do you believe in the existence of God? And on that question hanging in the air, the chapter cuts out. It all kicks off with a question out of nowhere. Does she believe in God? The one asking is Michaela, arms crossed and clearly circling something bigger than religion. God? She echoes, then shrugs it off. She's famously not a believer herself. The two of them sit close, clearly sizing each other up over something more than small talk. Word around the palace is that Michello carries a bizarre grudge against religion, and now she's curious why. So instead of spelling out exactly what she's been through, she decides to ease into it sideways. "I had a dream," she says simply. Not just any dream, she clarifies. A vision, blessed by God, of what's still to come. In it, her homeland and the family bank had already fallen and her whole family lay slaughtered. Worst part, the man who cut down her father was her own husband. Determined to know if the nightmare was real, in the dream, she broke into the Duke's safe to check for herself. Inside, she found proof. He'd been conspiring with the Prince of Besson and the high nobility to bring down both Ingrid and Klein Bank. The whole scheme even had a code name. Someone else pores over those same stolen documents, piecing together exactly how far the plot goes. Operation Canary, that's the name stamped on the conspiracy meant to bury her whole world. In the dream, she ends up caged to catering herself, waiting to see what happens next. Cut back to reality. Standing outside Klein Bank, she picks the conversation back up right where it matters. Michello lays it out plainly. Her husband's real goal is Ingrid's total collapse, bankrolled by the Besson royal family itself. She confirms it without blinking. He's read the situation exactly right. Which means, she adds, that just walking away with the divorce was never going to be enough. A clean split costs the Levantes and Besson exactly nothing. She wants them to actually bleed for it. Michello guesses further. If the Levantes are planning to pin the whole Republican uprising on her father, she can't have much love for the Republican cause herself. She doesn't love the accusation, but she doesn't exactly deny it either. Someone close to the bank chimes in nervously. No personal grudge against anyone. They just don't want Klein Bank branded a nest of spies. Michello just listens, quietly filing every worried word away. "I see," is all she says, a question mark practically hanging over her head. "Anyway," she says, steering things back, "here's what actually matters right now." Somewhere inside that palace sits a Levante's deposit certificate, and she needs it in her hands. Find that paper, or failing that, force the divorce through no matter what it takes. Because Plan B is just as ruthless. Squeeze at least 50 million peseta out of him in alimony. There, she says. Curiosity satisfied? Well, more or less, Michello admits, clearly impressed despite himself. Fair's fair, she says. Now it's his turn. If he's got a plan to actually seize the Besson crown, she wants to hear it. A plan? He waves it off. Claims he mostly just goes wherever his mood takes him. Sure he does. But something in his face says there's a lot more behind that than mood swings. He goes quiet for a beat, bracing for what he's about to say. When he was young, he says, his birth father took him away. Lorena leans in, sensing this isn't a story he tells often. What? She asks, not sure she heard that right. He was taken, he says, the very same night his mother hanged herself. The image alone says more than words could. A small boy stands frozen in the doorway, taking all of it in. 12 years he spent under that man's roof, and the bloody chains on the floor say it wasn't a gentle upbringing. And through all of it, he says, the royal family never once came looking for him. Not until he broke free himself around age 15 and made his own way back to Besson. As luck, or fate, would have it, he arrived on the very day his adoptive father, the Marquis of Reverbitos, was being lowered into the ground. That's exactly when the king started watching him closely, on guard for any sign of trouble. A shadowy, almost inhuman figure looms over the boy in memory, crown and crescent moon glinting above him. A grandson everyone assumed was long dead suddenly resurfacing, that tends to make a king nervous. Unfortunately for everyone involved, he adds, his birth father was no ordinary man either. Lorena goes quiet, waiting, as he finally gets to the part about his mother. Princess Adriana, he says, Besson's own. Not one for palace circles, she preferred keeping company with ordinary people. Down to earth enough that she chose a regular university over the Royal Academy entirely. Naturally, the whole country adored her for it. But the year she came of age, she leapt on what was supposedly a pilgrimage to the Holy Temple of Soto. She didn't come back for over a year, and when she did, She was already very visibly pregnant. To cover it up, the royal family rushed her into marriage with the Marquis of Hervatos. It didn't work. The rumors spread anyway and fast. So the royal family got ahead of it in the ugliest way possible, by spreading the story themselves. Officially, she'd suffered an unfortunate accident and borne the child of some nameless rogue, yet for a supposed accident, she loved that son fiercely. Whatever the official story, nobody who saw her with her son believed it was really an accident at all, which only made the public more suspicious about who his real father actually was. Then, after her death, the will she left behind rocked the entire nation of Bessin. It confirmed she'd been abandoned by her own royal family and left everything she owned to her son. It even hinted at the identity of her lover, though who he actually was stayed a mystery. In the end, the Bessin royal family could never wash off the stain of what they'd done. They'd branded a princess's love as treason and driven her straight to her death. Even now, a full 25 years later, protesters still march against the crown every single year on the anniversary of her death. That's about all I ever really knew, he admits quietly. She watches him carefully, absorbing just how heavy that history is. Then, just as fast, the mood snaps. If there's any way at all to get revenge on that royal family, he's happily in. Anytime in two, he adds. About that deposit certificate hidden in the palace, he expects a royal summons any day now. His Majesty will no doubt have plenty to say to him personally. Both of them groan at the thought. The mood shifts fast, and suddenly the air between them feels a lot less like strategy talk. His name's been all over the gossip pages lately, he points out, and that's actually useful. He could use that royal summons as the perfect chance to quietly test the waters, maybe casually ask what happens to their arrangement with Klein Bank if the Duke's divorce goes through. Will they actually take the bait? That depends, he says, on how convincing the two of them look together, and he clearly relishes saying it. Huh? Is all she manages before he lays out the rest. If he plays it up like he's completely obsessed with her, nobody will suspect a thing. Which means, he suggests with a grin, they'll need juicier gossip. Maybe another scandalous photo, just like last time. She freezes at the suggestion, clearly not as unaffected as she'd like to be. Whatever you wish, she manages, flustered but not backing down. He's fine with anything too, he says smoothly, clearly enjoying her reaction. For a moment though, something far more calculating flickers behind his easy smile. Waiter, a letter turns up out of nowhere, delivered that same morning. A letter? Michello isn't expecting mail from anyone good. He opens it anyway, and his expression sours fast. It's from the Duke himself. He wants to meet, regarding matters concerning my wife. Michello's face goes cold. This isn't a rival asking politely. The letter keeps going and gets worse. Instructions to repair specific sedatives listed right below. Apparently, she's prone to panic attacks, the Duke notes clinically, like he's describing a pet, not his wife. It's a chilling window into exactly how the Duke sees her. A tool to use and toss aside for the cause. Is that really all this ever was to him? Someone wonders quietly. There's more in the letter too, a demand about the wedding ring and a desperate bid to stop the divorce entirely. And you'd call that love? Someone asks, dripping with sarcasm. Impossible, Michello mutters, and for once he's not being smug about it. Whatever the Duke wants to call it, Michello clearly isn't buying it. Later, his patience runs thin. Time to stop pretending this is just an act, he decides. All these staged little performances, he snaps, and she's still got another man on her mind, even in front of him. Fine then. He'll just have to make a much stronger impression, one so strong that she can't even think of her so-called husband while she's with him. Let's just see, he says, if she can still spare a thought for that man after this. He closes the distance between them, and this time it doesn't feel remotely staged. Miquel, she manages, catching her breath, and pushes back. He still hasn't answered whether he actually plans to move against the birth, royal family at all. That can wait, he says with a grin. Right now what he wants is to enjoy this little affair of theirs to the absolute fullest first. We can talk, she offers, trying to keep some ground under her feet. That's oddly unsettling, he murmurs, then reminds her. Didn't she promise not to handle him too roughly? The line between the fake romance and a real one keeps getting blurrier by the second. Fingers laced together, slow and deliberate. Whatever this is turning into, it's clearly not just business anymore. We'll leave the rest to your imagination. She barely manages a confused little sound in response. Let me assure you of one more thing, he says, all easy confidence again. Meeting a man like him, and not anybody else, he says, straightening his cuff like he's already won the argument, is something she will never ever regret. Bold claim Michaela will see. Something's coiling in the shadows, and it feels like trouble before we even know what it is. A syringe and a few vials glint in the dark, and somebody finally exhales, like he just barely got away with something. It is the Duke, and he can hardly believe himself. He just used the very same tranquilizers Lorena once relied on. Even now, he says, the sound of gunshots will not leave his ears. Maybe, he thinks, he really did lose his mind that day. Rewind to the last day of March. Dawn breaks and he wakes up of all places at the Alborada Hotel. The hotel sign looms outside, and somewhere close by, someone is quietly falling apart. He's got his face buried in his hand, shaking, barely holding himself together. Logically, he knows it was just a nightmare, but it felt sickeningly real. In the dream, a woman's silhouette grips a pistol, smiling in a way that chills him straight through. He can still practically smell the gunpowder and blood from it. So at dawn, half out of his mind, he rushes to the secluded monastery in Soto. Except there is nothing there. No blood, no sign Loren ever set foot in the place. He catches himself mid-panic. Why race all the way out to remote Soto over a bad dream? Lorena would obviously just be back at the ducal residence. All of this over one nightmare? Maybe, he admits. That is exactly when it hit him. Rain starts hammering down around him. Because no ordinary nightmare stays this vivid and keeps coming back for an entire year. A servant chases after him through the downpour, begging him to come in out of the rain. He does not even slow down, leaving his soaked, worried staff trailing behind him. Standing drenched in the rain, all he can think is that he should have had a child with her years ago. For all 7 years of their marriage, he admits he made sure that never happened. The thought terrified him. If a child ever came into the picture, he would never be able to let this woman go, not for anything. But if he was always going to stay hooked on her anyway, he figures now he might as well have just had the kid. The more ties binding them together, he thinks bitterly, the better it would have been. The memory dissolves back into darkness. All that is left is one scarred hand, reaching for something just out of frame. If there had been a child, he cannot help but wonder, would Lorena still be here with him? He just sits there in the dark, alone at his desk, completely hollowed out. None of it matters now, he tells himself. She will come back here eventually anyway. So he just keeps waiting, alone with that thought in a house that has gone completely silent. I do not care where she is, he insists to himself, or what she's doing now. His face says otherwise, raw with everything he refuses to admit. Except, he admits, for divorce or for her doing something drastic. Weeks roll by under open sky and the story jumps forward. It is May now, already the start of summer, months after that soaked, sleepless night. See, the more exciting gossip Miguel once pitched? It is finally paying off. Thanks to one very well-timed incident, the tabloids are running wild with a new headline. The Duchess, pregnant with the rake's child. Even the household cannot quite believe the photo splashed across the page. Lorena plays innocent. She really had no idea people would read that much into one lunch. Fair enough, she admits. They probably assumed the rumor was about her. The whole thing started just 2 days earlier. While she was out on a very public date, sharing a meal with Miguel. And there is real business behind the theater too. A date has finally been set for the divorce mediation hearing. Miguel checks in over the table. Has she gathered enough evidence for the hearing? She's been in constant contact with her lawyer, she says, though the dupe side will show up with an army of their own. A waiter arrives with the bottle she specifically requested. Ladies first, Miguel insists. All charms, the wine gets poured. The label reads, Kalitz, vintage 976, and something about it clearly rattles her. She freezes, staring at the glass like it just slapped her. Of all the wines in the world, she thinks, it had to be that one. The memory comes flooding back before she can stop it. Back then, at their own table, she had once said this exact vintage was delicious. And Bay, of all people, had noted it seemed to suit her, since it was harvested the very year she was born. She remembers being genuinely caught off guard that he had noticed something that personal. For a moment, back then, she had actually laughed with him. He had told her, quietly, that she was finally smiling. Finally, she had repeated to herself, and the word stung more than it should have. Ever since she had become Duchess, she admits, she had been hyper-aware of every watching eye, forcing a bright smile no matter where she went. But there was more to it than just keeping up appearances. Because out of everyone watching, he was the one she had been performing hardest for. Even Bay, in that same memory, had noticed an expression on her he had never seen before. After that single dinner, something strange started happening in the Levante's wine cellar. It was always stocked with that exact vintage, Kalitz 976, from then on. Even when she snuck a bottle out just to test it, by the next day, it was already replaced right down to the spot on the shelf. Which meant one thing, whatever else was going on, he had not forgotten about her. Even though, as his actual wife living under the same roof, he barely looked at her otherwise. So she told herself, if she just kept waiting like this, maybe someday he would look at her again the way he had that one night. That is the memory that gets violently ripped apart by what came next. Somebody groans, dragged back to the present. Miguel snaps upright, alarmed, calling her name. She is slumped in her chair, back at the restaurant, and he is already rushing to her side. Somewhere in her head, Bay's voice is snarling that she has finally reduced him to this, eating away at his mind like a worm. Shut up, she snaps back, even if it is only in her memory. How dare he, she thinks. How could he trample all over her like that? And then, unbidden, an old memory needles her. Him once asking, half serious, if she really came across as someone who never smiled. She comes back to herself, eyes glassy, barely holding it together. In the memory, he answers with a flat yes and waves off her protest that it is not true. Then comes the real cut. The only time you are honest, he tells her, is when you are in bed with me. And she cannot stop asking herself how he managed to fool her for 7 whole years with lines like that. Back in the present, she is trembling, fighting to keep herself together. Miguel pulls her close, steadying her in front of everyone. Just breathe, he murmurs, while she apologizes for making a scene with everyone staring. Let them stare, he says. Play the part right, and all anyone sees is a couple hopelessly in love. He holds the act, cool as ever, even as she is still shaking. Can you walk? He asks quietly. She manages a shaky yes. Compulsing from a full table. Looking sick? That is exactly the kind of scene gossip is made of. Even Lorena has to laugh reading the final headline. Pregnant? That is a stretch, even for the tabloids. A child with her. Honestly, she thinks the idea is almost funny. Funny, considering she spent 7 straight years married to a man who point-blank refused to let that happen. She cannot help but wonder what his face looks like right now, staring down these same articles. The tabloid photo is right there in black and white, the two of them, arm in arm, looking every bit the scandal. Back at the ducal residence, the staff are scrambling, calling the article absolutely disgraceful. One of them is stuck holding the actual morning paper, dreading having to hand it over. No way. The older one insists, this cannot reach the Duke's ears, not like this. They both know exactly what happens the day he does see it, and neither wants to finish that sentence. The old steward breaks out in a cold sweat just thinking about it. Too late. A younger servant has already been caught red-handed with the paper right in front of his grace. Bay takes it himself, and everyone in the room holds their breath. And there he is, finally staring down the exact headline that has been eating him alive ever since. The Duchess and the Rake. Across the table, she isn't rattled either. Put the script, she says. They've turned the media completely upside down, and somehow that counts as a win. He waves an envelope with a red wax seal. Thanks to the scandal, grandfather himself has finally sent for him, first time in forever. She shrugs it off too. This whole mess, she says, at least gives her a reason to visit the palace. Don't worry about her. But she turns it right back on him. It's not her reputation keeping her up at night, it's his. He doesn't sugarcoat it either. The papers have been dragging her name to the mud, calling her every ugly name in the book. Of course not, she snaps back, refusing to let the accusation just sit there. On top of it all, he reminds her, plenty of nasty little gossips have started questioning where she even comes from. She looks back at him, almost touched. She appreciates him getting worked up on her behalf, but honestly, she's fine. She even finds it funny. Amusing, he echoes flatly, clearly not buying her nonchalance for a second. He leans in with that trademark smirk. It's almost refreshing, he says, being the center of a scandal for once. A bastard like him getting called a baby daddy. There's a dark joke in there somewhere, and he's the one telling it. A booming voice cuts across the family estate. Mark my words, Miguel. The scene shifts to the towers of the royal palace at night, exactly where that summons is dragging him. His grandfather jabs a finger at him, warning him to watch himself before his carousing gets him into real trouble. Father, another troublesome bastard like yourself, the old man snarls, and this family will exile you for good. Michaela's smile doesn't so much as flicker. His mind drifts somewhere darker. Once, the king himself was convinced his mother had given birth to the devil's own child. She spent the rest of her days locked away in the marquise's residence, until the day she finally ended it herself. If his real father hadn't come and pulled him out of there, he knows exactly what his own fate would have been. Small mercy, he tells himself. Whatever cruelty came after, it still beat a life spent locked behind one door. Back in the present, she can't quite laugh along. She knows exactly what's buried under that easy grin of his. Miguel, she says quietly, then gets practical. He better not wear that same expression in front of the king. Even if the king waves it off, she presses that doesn't mean he actually gets to shrug this whole thing off. Still, she admits, this whole scandal is an unexpected turn, one that could shake up more than just his reputation. He blinks, thrown. Wait, why is she even worried? Everyone already treats his infertility as settled fact anyway. Funny then, she points out, how the second she's seen with another man, a pregnancy headline mysteriously appears. So overnight, her husband gets slapped with rumors of impotence too. Convenient timing all around. It would almost be funny watching him try to deny it himself. Michaela muses, then needles her. The way she says that sounds like she'd know. He goes quiet for a second, turning the question over in his head. She cuts through it simply. They were always extremely careful with contraception. That's the whole answer. Truth be told, she admits, she never really knew what kept them from having a child in the first place. For years she just assumed he didn't want an heir with her at all. But then there was Soto, and everything she thought she understood started to unravel. She remembers him, urgent in a way she'd never seen before. I need a baby now. The memory alone still gets under her skin. The memory fades, and the moment slips back to the present, back to her and Michelo. They sit together again, the old ache from her marriage still hanging quietly in the air. Are you disappointed a baby never came? He asks, and she flinches like he's caught her off guard. It's written all over her face, he says. So does she still have feelings for her husband or not? She fidgets with her collar before answering. Whatever she wanted with a baby, she insists, was never really about him. She won't pretend otherwise, though. She genuinely loved him for 7 long years. But the real reason she wanted a child, she admits, had nothing to do with him at all. It was never about wanting his features on a little face, or even about giving the family its heir. It wasn't even about locking down her place as Duchess. It went a lot deeper than that. None of that noble house math ever actually mattered to her, not really. The memory pulls further back to a much younger version of her, alone in that same cold house. The truth is simpler and sadder than any of it. She was just lonely. A small figure in a very big, very empty room. She just wanted one person who'd be unconditionally on her side, who'd love her no matter what. That's all it ever was, she says, then catches herself. Sorry, let's not talk about this anymore. He lets it go for now, but he doesn't look like he's actually let it go. In his head, her words keep circling. Wanted to have a child. If she's saying that wish was never really about her husband, if there's nothing left tying it to him, then maybe, he starts thinking, there's an opening here. If you're that sorry, he says, voice suddenly lower, then take responsibility for it. She goes stiff, caught completely off guard by where this is heading. Don't you want to try making one now? He asks, and there's absolutely nothing subtle left in his tone. Making what? She manages, though they both already know exactly what he means. He tells her plainly, whore or not, the tabloids have already cast her as his mistress. She doesn't have to keep playing that part halfway. She fires right back. What exactly did he think a mistress was for, then? Sometimes, she adds, she genuinely wonders if he even understands what the word means. He keeps her right by his side, she points out, cheeks going pink, and never once actually puts her to use. "Ill joke, Miguel," she breathes. Then quieter still, "I can't hold you back." As long as she's not holding him back, he murmurs. That's all the permission he needs. Have you never imagined it? He asks, and the space between them finally closes. Just the two of them, leaning into each other, no scandal or headline in sight. Really? He teases, arms already around her, clearly not expecting an actual answer. She's too flustered to argue the point. From here, the manga fades the details. Let's just say the night takes its own course. Whatever discipline either of them had left goes right out the window. He can't even bring himself to feel guilty about it, he thinks. Not when she looks at him like that. Come morning, before she can slip away, he asks for one promise before she goes. She pauses, listening. The hearing to finalize her divorce is tomorrow, isn't it? He confirms, suddenly all business. Don't go soft and waver in front of him again, he warns her. Whatever her husband throws at her, let it go in one ear and straight out the other. Of course, naturally, she says, a little too quickly to be totally convincing. And if you don't handle this properly, he warns, leaning in close, you might actually end up stuck with me, Lorena. I'll keep that in mind, she says, in a tone that makes it very clear she does not find that reassuring. Just picturing it drains all the color right out of her face, which, if we're honest, is a pretty funny reaction to a guy that good-looking. For all his teasing, once she's gone, his smirk finally slips. Will she actually be okay tomorrow? The next day rolls around, and as it turns out, all that worrying was for nothing. At the hearing hall, something is already kicking off. That thing, whatever exactly it is, has just happened. Lorena stands frozen mid-motion, pushed to her absolute limit. And right in front of her, closing the distance, is the one person she wasn't ready to face. Her almost ex-husband. Neither of them backs off an inch. The tension in the room could cut glass. Bay fixes her with a look that says this conversation is far from over. Outside the courthouse, a voice cuts through before anyone even sits down. There will be no divorce. Lorena sits ice calm in the mediation chamber, giving nothing away, waiting for her husband to make his move. Bay doesn't even blink. Since he doesn't want a divorce, he tells her there's nothing left to mediate. In that case, comes the reply, I suppose we can conclude this meeting right here. The mediator closes the case as no mutual intent to mediate, and Lorena rises without a word. Husband and wife sit frozen in the same room. The gavels echo the only thing louder than the silence between them. The ruling lands like a slammed door. Officially, nothing has changed. Lorena walks out numb, already replaying the whole pointless meeting in her head. What on earth was I expecting, she thinks, from that self-righteous man? He wouldn't even meet her eyes, let alone hold a real conversation, and that tells her everything. She walks the grand hall alone, every echoing step a reminder of exactly how alone she is in this marriage. Something snaps her out of it and Lorena freezes mid-step. A door bursts open somewhere behind her, sudden and sharp. Someone's already closed the distance before she can even turn around. She turns to find Bay already seated. perfectly composed, like he'd been waiting for her the whole time. "Let's step outside and talk," he says. "Just the two of us." Her stomach drops. Her collar suddenly feels a little too tight. Bei watches her with that unreadable, sharp-eyed calm that used to be his whole personality. They step out onto the terrace, away from prying ears, the city glittering below. "Is this better?" he asks, all faux politeness. "If you have something to say," Lorena snaps, "say it." She crosses her arms, bracing for whatever game he's about to play. "Why don't you want a divorce?" she demands. "Now that I know about the canary operation, your plans must have hit a snag. And knowing you," she adds, "you already have a backup plan ready to go." "You've got nothing to gain from a divorce," she presses, "but nothing to lose either. So what is it really?" "Surely this isn't about the 50 million in alimony," she says bitterly. "If you married me just to use me, you should be dropping me now that I'm no use to you." "Why are you being so messy?" he says, almost amused. "It's not like you." "Does my family still have some use to you?" she fires back. "Or is it my bank you're really after?" "If you want to make a deal, let's talk properly," he says. "This is the first real conversation we've had. Last time you just threw a fit the moment you saw me." She stares back at him, wordless. He smirks. "You seem so much calmer now. I guess shacking up with some other guy really suits you?" "Having fun playing the mistress," he adds, twisting the knife. "Is that something you get to say?" she snaps. "After cheating on me for 7 straight years?" "At least I wasn't as loud about it as you," he counters. "Lately everything you do seems designed to get my attention." "Why would it just be for you?" she shoots back. "I'm doing it so the whole world finds out." "So it's a show," he says, almost delighted. "For my benefit?" "No, that's not," she starts before he grabs her arm and cuts her off. "If you don't want to get dragged back to the Duke's estate," he warns, "you'd better start behaving." "Because I can't stand seeing my name dragged through unpleasant articles," she mutters, half to herself. "So let's leave it there," he says coldly. "Stop getting on my nerves." He turns away like the conversation is already over. Lorena says nothing, just watches him, working something out behind her eyes. "Fine," she finally says. "I don't know why, but I guess that means I'm still useful to you. Even if I make a scene like this," he warns, low and dangerous, "you can't just abandon me." Something in the air shifts. This isn't posturing anymore. A sharp sound rings out, echoing off the building outside. Whatever just happened, it's enough to draw stares. Bei grabs her, hard, hair and all, and drags her in close. For a second there's nothing but his shadow looming over her. His face catches the light, and the smile on it is not a kind one. "Go on," he dares her. "You don't seem to understand something, Lorena," he says, holding her in place. "I'm the kind of person," he tells her, "who thinks it's better when you're angry." He pulls her closer still, and she can't get free. "You tremble every time you see me," he says, "and it almost sounds like pride." "Do you have any idea," she chokes out, "how much that makes a man feel like a fool?" "I've always wanted to crack your head open," he says softly, "and see what's inside." "Do you know what kind of nightmare it is?" he asks. "Letting you run loose out there every day." "Then just give me a divorce," she shouts. "What on earth haven't I given you?" "Ah, what are you so bitter about?" she screams back at him. "You're the one who took everything from me." Then, chillingly calm, "Since you're so curious, let me ask you something." "Did you sleep with him?" he asks, flat and direct. "What? I asked if you slept with him," he shouts. His hand closes around her collar. "I asked if you slept with that bastard," he growls, shaking her. "Answer me, Lorena Levantes," he demands. "Klein," she corrects, ice in her voice. "I am Lorena Klein." Her jaw sets, daring him to argue. "If you're going to use my name," she says, "get it right. And what business is it of yours who I sleep with?" "You," he says quietly, "who never once loved me." "Love?" she repeats, like the word itself is a joke. A flash of memory surfaces uninvited. The two of them, once, at an altar. "And you," she counters. "Did you ever love me?" Did you ever express anything to me at all? Did you ever give me anything? A pause. Ah, right, there was one thing. One day a month. That was the only thing you ever gave me, she says. Do you understand that? The only thing you allowed me in 7 years, she says. And it's not a compliment. How could you give that to another man? He explodes. How could you? Her eyes well up, the accusation hanging heavy between them. In her head, the thought lands hard. This man is talking like he's loved her. And has, for 7 years, she thinks bitterly. What did I ever give him? Her answer comes back simple and aching, her own innocent heart. A memory surfaces of the body she forced herself to open to him despite her fear. Old warmth she can't quite unfeel, tangled up with everything he's put her through since. She remembers, too, every ounce of effort she poured into becoming a wife worthy of him. And the thought trails off, unfinished. The memory dissolves into cold static snow and silence. Is that so? Comes the flat reply, giving nothing away. Then Lorena asks the question that changes everything. Is that why you killed my father? Because you felt so wronged? Just because you were bitter you couldn't have me, she presses. Don't make me laugh, she spits, bitter and shaking. That's just an excuse. You came at me with a plan from the very start, she says. You have it all already. So it's only fair, he says, cold as ice, that there's one thing you can never have. Isn't that right? She says, smiling through tears that won't stop coming. She turns away, torn between fury and grief she refuses to show him. Later that night, her carriage cuts through unfamiliar streets, headed somewhere else entirely. Maybe, she thinks, some people would even call what he does to her love. But not her. Never her. The confrontation keeps replaying in her mind, word for word, unwelcome and relentless. Answer me, Lorena Levantes. His voice just won't stop echoing. A new dangerous thought surfaces. What would it even be like to sleep with a man who isn't her husband? Silence answers her, heavy and loaded. I'm sorry, she tells the driver, but I need to change our destination. A grand building looms out of the dark, not home, and not the courthouse either. The city glows quietly around her as the carriage rolls to a stop. Her carriage pulls up outside, right on cue. You're late, princess, comes a familiar, teasing voice. So, you've come to the Alvarado Hotel after all, Michaela says, grinning like he already knew she would. His fingers brush her collar. You could certainly pass for a temptress tonight. Help me, Miguel, she says quietly. With what? He asks. Their hands find each other in the dark, and for once she doesn't pull away. Sleep with me, she says, and the chapter cuts out right there, because of course it does. Her fingers go to her ribbon, steady this time, like she's finally choosing something for herself. A door creaks open down a dim corridor. Someone's making her way quietly through the halls tonight, headed somewhere she probably shouldn't be. Miguel wants the update on her divorce mediation, and when she answers, he can't resist teasing that it sounded downright provocative. She just stares back at him, saying nothing at all. You were right, Miguel, she finally admits, though it clearly cost her something to say it. The memories of her old marriage still won't leave her alone, she says, and the only time she ever felt anything like affection from her husband was in bed, and only in bed. Cut to the flashback. Her and the Duke, tangled together, the one place he ever came close to warmth. But by morning, the despair always set back in, every single time reminded he had zero intention of ever giving her a child. I want you to erase that memory, she tells Miguel flat out. Miguel's not thrilled with the request, and fires back, half joking. So he's just a substitute now. She reminds him he's the one who taught her this whole game to begin with, so really, this one's on him. He needles her right back. Does she want to know if he measures up to her husband, or is this really about wanting a kid of her own? It clearly stings. She's fighting back tears. Things get considerably more suggestive from here, so let's just say Miguel's making his case. I'm fine with how things like that, he tells her, brushing something off, though what exactly, he doesn't say. All she asks in return is that he treat her with more care than her husband ever did. She just wants to stop thinking about anything for a while. Miguel watches her, something unreadable crossing his face. Come here. is all he says. Hands reach for each other in the dark. We'll leave the rest to your imagination. Let's just say the night takes a turn neither of them is complaining about. By the time we cut back, they're wrapped up together by the window, and for a second it stops looking like an act at all. You had a hard day today, he murmurs, surprisingly gentle for a guy who usually can't stop smirking. She just leans into it, quiet, still catching her breath. Shall we go to the bedroom? Someone finally asks. And no, we're not going to pretend we don't know where this is headed. Rewind hard though, because we need backstory first. Turns out even at 12 years old, Lorena couldn't fall asleep without someone right next to her. She'd always been an unusually timid kid, we're told, prone to nerves most children shrug off. But the real reason traces back to one specific awful day. Our carriage's 2 horses suddenly bolted in the street and came charging straight at young Lorena and her mother. By sheer luck, Lorena walked away completely unharmed. Her mother wasn't so lucky. She threw herself in front of her daughter and paid for it with her life. And the shock hit Lorena so hard, she blacked out the entire memory of it. The memory might be gone, but the trauma dug in and stayed. Ever since, she's been terrified of anything, any animal that rushes at her without warning. On nights she slept alone, the nightmares always came for her, so her father and older brother took turns sitting with her until she drifted off. Thanks to them, by around age 15, Lorena finally managed to fall asleep on her own again. Fast forward to the year she came of age. She married Val Levantis and left home for the entirely unfamiliar Vasum kingdom. Her father wrote constantly, worried sick. Is his princess doing all right out there? Is she actually sleeping? Don't worry so much, she writes back. I sleep just fine on my own these days. Small relief for him at least. Is about all she offers beyond that. I'll be in touch again, father. She signs off, starting married life in a country that isn't hers. Except the nightmares came roaring right back, because this husband never once shared her bed. Not one single night of their entire marriage. Not even, we're told, on the nights they were actually intimate. Truth is, she was terrified and desperately lonely the whole time, with absolutely no one to tell. 7 years went by like that. Which means 14 years have now passed and she was that 12-year-old girl who couldn't sleep alone. Did the math. She's 26. Cut back to right now. Same grand chandelier, except this time she's actually sharing a bed with someone. Miguel's got his arms around her for real, tucked in together like it's nothing. For maybe the first time in her adult life, she's got her head resting on someone's arm and it isn't a performance. Even if it feels awkward, just bear with it, he tells her. I'm doing the same. She, meanwhile, is a bit more direct about it. She washed up like he asked, so are they actually doing this or not? Be quiet, princess, is the only answer she gets. Miguel admits, quietly, that he's never really had anything precious to protect before, so this urge to look after her catches even him off guard. He brushes the hair back from her face and she goes completely still under his hand. This is apparently just how I act towards someone I want to cherish, he tells her, sounding almost surprised at himself. That sounds strange, she says. There. He admits he's still figuring himself out too, then half-jokingly threatens to send her home if she keeps overanalyzing it. Cue the world's most honest internal review from Lorena. He seems kind, but then again, maybe not. Tell me about yourself, he says, apparently deciding pillow talk beats more of, well, that. She's caught off guard. Her hobbies? What she likes or dislikes? Nobody's ever actually asked her that before. Even trivial stories are fine, he assures her, feet dangling off the bed like he's got all night. She starts, and it takes her a second to find the thread. Turns out she's terrified of anything that rushes at her out of nowhere, which makes animals a bit of a nightmare. Though family dinners, she says, used to be her favorite thing in the world. She used to sing too, apparently. Whole days used to disappear reading or humming by the fireplace back home, while he just listens, actually paying attention. He admits he used to be a total chatterbox himself, the type to gossip with friends deep into the night. Sounds like you had plenty of friends in Ingrid, he says. I had a lot, she admits. We've just fallen out of touch since. There's a flicker of something wistful behind that smile. Her family had money but no titles, she explains, so most of her old friends weren't nobles to begin with. Then, 8 years back, Ingerd lost its war with the Lenin kingdom, and the population fed up with its royals started a full-blown revolution. Ingerd's a republic now, and here she is, married into an entirely different monarchy. Her old friends, she figures, probably didn't think too highly of that. The two of them stay racked up together through all of it, her running through her whole life story like she hasn't said any of it out loud in years. Sorry, she says, that was a pretty boring story to dump on you. He goes quiet for a beat, then tells her it's fine, that he's only just now really starting to understand her. She looks a little thrown by that. Then yes, the real question. That hyperventilating thing, has that always been an issue? It started after I got married, she admits. She offers the explanation she's always given. She was nearly bitten by a large dog once, way back, and it's bothered her ever since. Except the second she says it, something jagged and violent flashes through her head, way too vivid for a story that's supposedly just about a dog. Somewhere in that flash, a voice is screaming for her through the rain. "Ma'am, where are you?" And something huge comes charging at her out of the dark and the wet. It's the accident, the real one, the one she was never supposed to remember. "Well done," Miguel tells her quietly, like he can see exactly what just happened behind her eyes. She's shaking, tears finally sipping out for a memory she didn't even know she had. It's a lot to process all at once. He doesn't push. He just lets her get it out. Then he pulls her in close, holding on like he means it. "I'll tolerate you thinking about your husband in front of me just this once," he mutters, jealousy poking right through the comfort. "This is the last time," he adds, and he sounds like he actually means it. Except she wasn't thinking about her husband at all, not this time. She was thinking about the one man who's now been patient with her 8 separate times. Her breath catches as he holds her. "Why in the world are you counting that?" she asks. "Because," he says, "those were also the nights you helped me make the right calls." Today, she admits to herself, she genuinely wanted Miguel to be the one holding her, though she knows full well that's not actually a fix for anything. A wound, she's realizing, isn't something you paper over. It's something you actually have to heal. No point rushing the exit. Better to steady her own breathing slowly, she figures, even if slow is all she's got. They stay tangled together a while longer, neither one in any hurry to move. "Just like you taught me," she tells him. Then, quieter, "Miguel, my heart's beating really fast right now." Which of course sets his heart racing too, and he clearly was not expecting that. Must just be adrenaline, he tells himself, unconvincingly. What else could it possibly be? It's not like she even likes me. "Be quiet before I kiss you," he warns her, instead of answering anything honestly. "Close your eyes," he says. "I don't know how long I'll stay in the mood to be nice, so just sleep while I let you." He strokes her hair until her breathing finally evens out. Her heart is still going a mile a minute. "Once your business and mine are both settled," she tells him. "I want to go back home. If I get the chance," he offers, "I'll invite myself along." Silence. That one clearly landed somewhere real. "That might be difficult for a good few years yet," she warns him. "The revenge I'm dreaming of isn't the kind that wraps up quickly. Even if your divorce goes through," he tells her, "you're going to end up stuck in this country regardless. Specifically, stuck right by my side." He keeps stroking her hair, gentle and unhurried. The room goes quiet around the two of them. "Don't get scared and run off on me later," he warns her, only half kidding. "As serious as I am about this," he tells her, "you'd better be just as serious with me." Then he leans down and kisses her, and whatever this arrangement started out as, it is very clearly something else now. Just walking into the study makes him feel like he can't breathe. How could he possibly like any of it, he wonders, watching her turn away from him. This isn't the life she chose, she reminds herself, over and over. "You hate me," he says flatly, like he's stating a fact he's already made peace with. But why, he wonders, does that fact drive him absolutely mad? He remembers the woman who used to smile so bright, back before the wedding. Did she turn into a wax doll the moment she became his? What gives anyone the right to do that to a person? What gives you the right, she asks quietly, to make my whole life miserable? Why don't you love me? She asks him outright, out under the night sky. It's the question that's been eating both of them alive. Back at the estate, the Duke's butler interrupts with news. A report has finally come in from Grant. Vincenzo Klein boarded a ship on the 1st of April, the butler reports, and he's now confirmed to have landed in Grant. The Duke listens in silence, already turning the information over in his head. He had no bodyguards, the butler adds grimly, so there was nothing stopping the surprise attack years ago that set all of this in motion. And there's one more thing, the butler adds carefully. A note the lady left behind at the courthouse on the day of the divorce mediation. Oh, of course, he stammers. I'll investigate whether it's even true. Report back to me immediately, the Duke orders, and the paper changes hands. The note is from Olivia, his current wife. I'm sorry, but my pregnancy is not a baseless rumor, it reads. Even if it isn't true yet, it will be soon. She's written, because of what you said to me today, I've made up my mind. The Duke reads it in the dark, his face giving nothing away. Lorena doesn't remember, he thinks to himself, and the thought clearly haunts him. Yes, your grace, the butler stammers, caught off guard by whatever just crossed his master's mind. Or maybe, the Duke murmurs, she never knew in the first place. Otherwise, there's no way she'd write something like this. Your grace, what do you mean? The butler asks, clearly lost. I'm talking about the child, the Duke says, and the words land like a bombshell. The child disappeared back then too, he says quietly. A vanished child, a marriage built on lies. There's clearly a lot more buried in this family's past than anyone's let on. His face stays locked and unreadable, the weight of it all sitting just behind his eyes. The story jumps to the heart of the Vesson Royal Palace, gleaming under an open sky. Brick up with that woman orders a figure on the throne, not even bothering to stand. The young man on the receiving end just stands there, absorbing the order without a word. If she's really pregnant, get rid of it and end things immediately, the old man snaps. Meet Grimmin III, king of the sin, jabbing a furious finger at the young man in front of him. What an interesting way to start a conversation, Michello smirks, especially for a grandson you haven't bothered to see in 3 months. Yes, that Michello, the crown's very own hidden grandson. I'll handle my own love life, he adds, breezy as ever. Of all the women in the world, the king roars, why must you covet another man's property? So the Duke's already been here himself, Michello realizes, watching the king's temper carefully. The Canaria of Levantes has already flown her cage, Michello points out. So why exactly is he trying so hard to drag her back? Does she still have some use to him? Michello wonders aloud, testing the waters. Why, of all people, did Equine end up as the Canaria? The king mutters, visibly rattled by the direction this is going. You just said Canaria, Michello, the king snaps. Did that woman tell you about that herself? Judging by that reaction, Michello thinks with a private little smirk, one more push and he can dig the whole story up. He wonders exactly what conversation took place to spook the king this badly. Once I know the reason, Michello says smoothly, I won't be stubborn about this. So, are you saying you'll back off on your own if the reason convinces you? The king presses. What's the point of making an enemy of Levantes? The king grumbles. It'll only cause trouble for everyone. So the old king finally starts talking, and it's a much bigger story than Michello expected. We were planning to occupy Ingerd, the king admits, laying an old map out between them. After Ingerd lost the war and the revolution broke out, it looked like the perfect opportunity. But against everyone's expectations, the revolution actually succeeded. The Ingerd Republic stabilized itself before Vasem could even make a move. And right at the center of that whole recovery sat Klein Bank. Bank President Vincenzo and his eldest son Alfonso, the new Minister of Finance, were said to be the two pillars holding it all up. That's exactly why we needed to get a grip on the Kleins, to weaken the Republic and root out the impure elements festering inside Vincennes itself. Those damned Republicans, the king snarls, all these years later still furious about it. Anyone who dares claim the monarchy should fall must be abolished, he insists, and a republic built in its place. The reactionaries who crossed over from England, Michello adds, piecing the picture together. If the Republicans ever seize power here, the king warns, I'm prepared to take a hardline approach myself. A hardline approach, Michello repeats slowly, not liking where this is headed. We'll have to mobilize the kingdom's army, the king says flatly. In other words, war. Miguelo, the king asks pointedly, you haven't happened to meet any of these impure individuals yourself, have you? Michello's expression barely flickers under the accusation. Aha, he says lightly, sidestepping without really answering. Of course not, he says smoothly. I'm just a man living under the halo of the royal family, after all. If you understand, then send that woman back to Levantes at once, the king orders. But what does that have to do with a war? Michello asks. Hasn't the whole operation to use her already failed, anyway? The Duke himself went off swearing he won't cooperate with the crown at all unless he gets that woman back, the king admits through gritted teeth. My, how disloyal of him, Michello says, clearly enjoying this a little too much. See, the great noble houses of Vicenne each hold real power over their own territories. Among them, House Levantes controls the whole Balacarosa port region, even though it's technically part of Vicenne territory now. The Levantes family ruled it long before they ever swore vassalage to the crown, so real control has always stayed in the Duke's hands. There's even a running joke that if war broke out, the Balacarosa Navy would protect the Duke's estate before it ever protected the royal palace. So that's why the crown's in such a bind with him, Michello realizes. I'll give you 3 days' grace, the king says. Within that time... No, give me 20, Michello counters. I'll try to break it off with her myself within that time. The only reason I haven't thrown you out yet, even at the cost of the family's reputation, the king says coldly, is for the sake of your poor dead mother. Remember that. Yes, Michello says, the smile never quite leaving his face. All the while terrified of what I might let slip, the king adds pointedly. And one more thing. The Duke came asking about you not long ago, the king reveals. He should be waiting for you outside right about now, an attendant tells Michello. Michello's easy smile fades just a little as he heads for the door. His footsteps echo down the long marble hall as he goes to face the Duke himself. Well, Michello quips, spotting him waiting. If it isn't the legal wife come to catch the mistress. The two men size each other up in the corridor, the air between them going cold. Is Lorena all right? The Duke asks, cutting straight to it. She went to Hotel Alborada yesterday. Is there any reason she wouldn't be? Michello shoots back, giving nothing away. I was wondering if she might have cried, the Duke presses. Cried? Michello echoes, caught off guard. If he knew just how bad it really was, Michello thinks darkly, keeping his face perfectly still. He thinks back to the woman who fell asleep tossing and turning in his arms just last night. He'd never say something like that out loud, Michello tells himself. Not to him. If you loved me, why did you do it? She sobbed in her sleep. Why couldn't you have let it go? Just once. It's a serious condition that couldn't possibly come from just one bad day. She's had insomnia before, but never anything like this. A household maid recalls it plainly. From a certain day, the lady started crying every single night. It started the day she began quietly searching His Grace the Duke's study, the maid adds. The 1st of April exactly. Something definitely happened that day, the Duke thinks grimly, replaying it. The root cause of all of it, it turns out, is staring back at him in the mirror. He is the man Lorena Klein once loved, and he still hasn't let her go. I warned you before, the Duke growls at Michello. Whatever you've stolen from me, I will find a way to take it back. Ha, Michello huffs, not remotely intimidated. I hear you've been prying, asking His Majesty who my real father is, Michello counters coolly. Well, as a husband, he needed to know exactly what kind of man his wife had been keeping company with. I'm sorry, but His Majesty won't breathe a word, an aide reports back. In the first place, that's not a weakness for me, Michello says. It's a weapon. Well, it'll all come out eventually, so just you wait, he adds, clapping a hand on the Duke's shoulder. Then, When I came back and saw you standing there, the Duke says, low and dangerous, there was something I really wanted to do. Mikhail barely has time to react as a hand shoots out and grabs him. A sharp crack rings out to the hall as the Duke's hand connects. He's finally snapped, and there's no telling what happens next between these two men who both refuse to let her go. Before he can even finish that thought, Miguel comes crashing through, literally vaulting into the room like he's been waiting all day for an excuse. Bay barely has time to react before Miguel's already closing the distance. And then the fist comes swinging, no warning, no speech, just a straight shot at Bay's face. The hit lands clean, and the sound alone tells you everything you need to know. He's not done making his point either. Another blow follows right behind it. The scuffle keeps going, pure chaos in the middle of an otherwise pristine palace hallway. Under the chandeliers, two grown men who really should know better are grabbing each other's collars like schoolyard rivals. Someone finally pulls them apart, and Bay mutters, stunned, that none of it, was part of his calculations. He straightens his collar, catches his breath, and says the name out loud like an accusation, Miguel Herbitos. Bay's still reeling, and just past his shoulder there's a flash of gold hair. Like you're not as alone in this as he thought. I'm trying to be civil, Bay grits out, pulling himself together, but you're making this pathetic. Miguel just smirks and twists the knife right back. 7 years married, and Bay still couldn't win a sliver of her heart. Now that, Miguel says, is what's actually pathetic. Don't you find that pathetic yourself? Miguel needles, and for once, Bay has absolutely nothing to say back. He recovers fast, though, firing back that every word out of Miguel's mouth is dripping with regret. Instead of taking his anger out on the wrong person, Bay tells him, maybe try taking a good long look at himself. Does Miguel really think acting like this wins Lorena over? He can't save her, Bay says flatly. And he's about to explain exactly why. Because, Bay says, low and deliberate, Miguel put a gun. The panel cuts straight to a memory. Bloodstained hands closing around a pistol. In his wife's hand. That's the accusation Bay drops on him, cold and deliberate. Miguel's face goes blank for a second before the fury kicks in. What kind of creative bullshit is this? He demands. Bay just keeps walking, telling him he's the one who barged into someone else's plan and wrecked everything. Must be nice forgetting all of that so conveniently. That's exactly why he can still show his face to Lorena without any shame, Bay adds. Somewhere in the back of his skull, Miguel mutters that people did warn him not to waste his breath on a madman. He just sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose like a man regretting every decision that led him to this exact hallway. I'm sorry, Miguel snaps, but I'm done listening to this nonsense. He'll pay him back for that punch later, Miguel promises, with something else entirely, and with hefty interest. Now, if you'll excuse me, Bay says, straightening his coat like nothing happened. He's the first to walk away this time, leaving Miguel standing there, smug and very much not finished. Don't think for a second I don't know what you're plotting, Marquis. Bay tosses over his shoulder as Miguel heads for the doors. In the end, Bay tells himself, walking off alone, Lorena Malo. We'll have no choice but to come back to him. Confidence like that really should come with a reality check. Nobody's told him yet. Meanwhile, out in the city, life just carries on like nothing happened. The plaza's buzzing with its usual midday crowd. Miguel drops into a seat at one of the outdoor tables, like he owns the place. Honestly, he might. Across from him sits a rough-around-the-edges guy in a flat cap and suspenders, not exactly Miguel's usual company. All things, the man asks, double-checking he heard that right. Anything that could happen at the hands of man, Miguel says. He needs people hired and fast. When, for what, and how many? The fixer asks. All business. Starting today, Miguel answers without blinking. As many as possible, Miguel adds. And somewhere else entirely, Bay's already arriving at the same unsettling conclusion about the man he just decked. Guys who've gone off the deep end like that, Bay thinks, will stop at nothing. And on top of it all, Bay reminds himself he still owes Miguel a punch of his own, added to the tab. Back at the cafe, Miguel's still working the room, calm as ever. I relay what you just said to our friends, the fixer tells him. If he's about to have a glass of wine, Miguel offers, why not drink together? He's been needing one lately. At the hotel, the fixer asks. No, Miguel says, let's go straight to the winery instead, this evening. All right, the fixer agrees. Mora Winery will pour their finest terras, Miguel adds, priorities apparently even mid-conspiracy. Across town, Lorena picks up the phone to Miguel's voice, telling her to stay put at the Alborada Hotel for now. And to hold off on going out for a while, he adds. Wait, did something happen at the palace? She asked, worry creeping into her voice. Nothing yet, Miguel tells her from a phone booth across the city. It just doesn't hurt to be careful. They might be overheard right now, he says, so the details can wait until tonight, when he'll introduce her to a few friends of his. Friends? Lorena repeats to herself, not quite buying it. Let's just say, Miguel tells her, they're partners with the same goal. She goes still on the other end of the line. What he means, it turns out, is his comrades who have risen up against the royal family. So, casual boyfriend material, also apparently running a rebellion. She takes it in stride. More worried about him than herself, he deflects, saying he was really just worried she'd heard something ugly at the palace. There's a crooked little smile on his face as he says it, like he can't quite believe she's still on the line. Why? Are you going to comfort me if I'm not? She teases. Of course he should, he says. It's because of him she's stuck hiding out in the first place. Are you going to give me a kiss then? Lorena fires back, all mock innocence. He apparently short-circuits because all she gets back is stunned silence. If it would help, though I'm not very good at it, he finally manages, saying it that grimly she points out doesn't make it the least bit exciting. Business resumes. She'll stay at the Alborada and keep off the streets, just like he asked. Would it be all right to send a maid on an errand? She asks, to grab a few things from the Klein residence. What does she need? Miguel asks. He'll just buy it himself. He waits, patient, for her answer. Ah, right. She remembers. She does need a change of clothes. Time skips ahead. When she finally wakes up that afternoon, Miguel's already gone. There's a note waiting for her on the desk. You were sleeping so soundly it was hard to wake you, it reads. Off to entertain my bothersome grandfather. See you later, my grumpy sleeper princess. Signed, simply, Mig. Her own embarrassing behavior from the night before comes flooding back to her. Even the dress she'd left in the bathroom is gone, probably whisked off to be laundered. Even her laundry gets 5-star treatment around here. On the phone again, she keeps it simple. Just a couple of plain casual outfits will do. He'll buy 'em and have them sent straight over, Miguel promises. And those clothes, too, she adds, trailing off. He asks, not catching it yet. Where? She finally admits, mortified. He goes quiet on the other end. You can practically hear the smirk forming. She'd told the maid to grab it yesterday, Lorena explains, flustered, but it seems that never happened. He's honestly not a very good judge of that sort of thing, Miguel admits. But he still needs to know the size, doesn't he? Average, she blurts out. Just average. Honestly, she says, trying to save face, she's fine with how things are right now. Ah, no, Miguel says, grinning. That's not proper. So she's willing to kiss him, he needles, but won't go any further than that yet? It's a bad time for him to go, he says. So he'll stop teasing her. He'll be there before midnight. Just wait a little longer. He hangs up and disappears back into the evening crowd. Then I'll see you tonight, princess, he says, and she's left blushing at a dead phone line. She's no match for him, Lorena thinks to herself, and honestly, she doesn't sound too upset about it. She doesn't think Miguel got much sleep last night, looking after her the way he did. She wonders if he'll be all right out until midnight. Still, thanks to him, she thinks she finally slept soundly for the first time in a long while. Maybe, she decides, she should write that letter to her father while her head's still clear. He must be hiding out in Grant right now, she figures, waiting for her to reach out. Before she can even pick up a pen, footsteps click down the hallway outside her door. She freezes, listening, just as the phone starts to ring. Yes, hello, she answers, half expecting Miguel. Lorena, a voice says, flat and unfamiliar. Miguel? She asks uncertainly. Did you forget something? There's something he forgot to check, the voice says, calm in a way that makes her skin crawl. Her father, the voice asks. Where did she say he was again? Miles away, in a room she's never seen. The lights are already off. We were in such a rush to escort you here. My greetings are belated, a shadow says, almost polite about it. Mr. Vincenzo Klein, the boy says, and the name lands like a verdict. Vincenzo stands rigid, jaw set, sizing up whoever's just walked in. Too flustered to explain herself properly, she blurts it out anyway. Her father is hiding in Grant. Cut to her father Vincenzo himself, admitting just how much trust it took for him to leave everything behind and run there. Even now, he figures, the man on the other end of that call worries constantly, stuck getting updates only through letters and newspapers. Grant, of all places. It's a long way to disappear to. Elsewhere, the Duke broods in the shadows, and his thoughts turn straight back to Lorena. She has no choice, he tells himself, but to return to me. Delusional maybe, but he means every word. Back in Grant, Vincenzo flinches like he's caught a chill. He just might, he mutters, not liking where that thought goes. Back on the call, Bay offers something almost sweet for a man plotting a hostile takeover of her heart. He'll send extra security to watch over her father. I would appreciate that, Lorena says quietly. Grant is so far she can only reach him by letter, and it never quite settles her nerves. Well, Bay replies, it never hurts to be prepared for such things. Suspiciously generous for a man with his track record. Her father promised her he'd hide well and not to worry. Easier said than believed. I just hope he's safe, she thinks. Father... Scene jumps to Grant itself, where a stranger greets a wary Vincenzo Klein like an old acquaintance. It's been a long time! The air between them stays tense, heavy with everything unsaid. The dark-haired stranger asks, almost politely, whether Vincenzo had a comfortable journey. It's Baya himself, apparently, come in person. As you can see, Vincenzo answers carefully, thanks to you, I arrived very well, your grace. He can't quite hide his surprise that the Duke came all this way himself. I didn't know you would come all the way to Grant personally, he admits. Cut to a letter, sealed and addressed to her beloved father, Lorena's own words laying out that her divorce announcement is about to go public. It should be published within the month, she writes. There's absolutely no need to be heartbroken over it. It was a marriage that never should have happened in the first place. And since I'm safe and sound, she adds, please don't worry too much. Her plan, wrap up her life here and get herself to England as fast as she possibly can. Please, just wait a little longer, she pleads. Even if I can't be the daughter you're proud of. I will become a daughter you can rely on. Vincenzo reads it while walking, like he can't bear to stop moving. He finishes with a heavy breath. May God have mercy on our family. Lorena, I don't know exactly what's happening, he says, but I will trust you and I will wait. Because to him, nothing outranks his princess, not even his own safety. So please, he tells the men escorting him. To Fim, may you be safe and please don't do anything rash, a warning aimed squarely at the Duke. Somewhere else entirely, a stack of photographs and clippings gets dropped onto a table like a bomb. Tainty this is. Someone stammers, staring down at what just landed in front of them. Bay lays it out cold. Newspapers full of his daughter's scandal, months of it, that Vincenzo never saw while hiding out in Grant. Vincenzo's stomach drops. Does this mean Lorena went through all of this completely alone while he was gone? And if that's true, he thinks, watching the Duke's cold composure, then what exactly is this man's angle? If you're angry about the Lorena situation, Vincenzo offers, then negotiate with me instead. Bay cuts him off flat. He didn't drag him all this way because he needs anything from his father-in-law. Then what? You intend to use me to pressure or blackmail, Lorena? Vincenzo snaps. I don't believe my daughter would have caused a scandal without good reason. Something clearly happened on the 1st of April, and it is written all over both their faces. Just what are you trying to do to Lorena? He demands. She's still your wife, isn't she? How am I supposed to sit here calmly when you have kidnapped her own father to threaten her? Bay just turns away, silent, and Vincenzo doesn't know what to make of it. Something in the Duke's expression has gone somewhere far away. Bay stands rigid, jaw locked, saying nothing at all. "What's with that face?" Vincenzo mutters, then softens, almost against his will. "You've already said everything I wanted to hear." "Lorena is my wife," Bay says. "Therefore, please persuade her so that my wife it can come back to me." There it is, the real reason he crossed the country for this conversation. He's even willing to sweeten the deal, withdrawing the divorce petition entirely and personally restoring Klein Bank's credit while he's at it. "All that's needed," he says, "is for Lorena to come home. That's the only thing I want. And you're the only one who can change her mind." His ring catches the light as his hand hovers over the paperwork, waiting on Vincenzo's answer. Vincenzo says nothing, not yet. Let me ask you one thing first, Your Grace. Did you actually cherish my daughter these past 7 years? I'm not asking as a bank president, not as a business colleague either. I'm asking as that child's father. That marriage was entirely your own wish after all, Vincenzo reminds him, and for a second a memory of young Lorena seems to hang in the room between them. The way he looked at her back then, barely 20 yourself, staring at a 17-year-old girl. Honestly, it doesn't look all that different from how you're looking right now. So tell me, why is Lorena now fighting so hard to get away from you? Did you, he presses, leaning in, truly love Lorena? The question lands hard, and something buried 7 years deep comes rushing back to him. The memory pulls him back 7 years, into a dim room lit by a single window. The day Operation Canary was fully locked into motion, and someone finally dares to ask, "Is this entire scheme you're doing?" The room stays dark, and dread creeps in with it. A younger Vincenzo pleads his case. "You know better than anyone that I'm not a spy, Your Grace. Isn't that right?" But Bay's own family cuts in over him. "Don't listen to him, Val. Deal with it yourself, and deal with it quickly." Young Bay's jaw tightens. This is the order he's been dreading. "If I eliminate this man," he tells himself, "I can finally put an end to all of it." His hands move anyway, loading what he needs to finish the job. He steadies himself, bracing for what he's about to do. And yet Lorena's awkward little smile keeps flashing through his mind, making him furious for reasons even he can't explain. "What's the point," he sneers to himself, "of caring whether a woman I'm planning to discard ever really laughs?" Cold words from a man who clearly hasn't convinced even himself. But now, finally, he thinks, gun in hand, closing in on the man he's been sent to kill. I can cut it off completely. One pull of the trigger and the whole operation ends, along with any complicated feelings he refuses to name. The moment breaks in a violent streak of red. The blood keeps dripping, slow and final. Back in the present, the memory lets go of him, and Bay's eyes stay shut a moment too long. "I understand," he finally says out loud, quietly to himself. Maybe he really did love her. The problem is that he never should have let himself cherish her, never should have let himself love her at all. But he did it anyway, every bit of it. Vincenzo hears him out, then delivers the line that actually stings. "But it seems that feeling never once reached my daughter." "Whatever path Lorena chooses is her decision to make," he says. "And as her parent, I'll walk that path beside her, whatever it is." He isn't finished. "However, it seems Lorena's choice is not you." The words land like a verdict, and for once the unshakable Duke looks genuinely shaken. "Therefore," Vincenzo finishes, "there's nothing here for you to get from me." The paperwork just sits there between them, waiting to be signed or torn up. "You cannot lose," he seems to be thinking, "what you never truly had in the first place." They just stares ahead, hollowed out. That woman. The paperwork on the desk still spells it out plainly. Lorena Klein. Not Levantes anymore, just Klein. He can't even bring himself to argue. All he's got left is the memory of a girl who used to look at him like that. That woman, Lorena Klein, was my first and my worst mistake. The confession he never let himself say out loud until now. Word spreads fast through the palace. A mysterious guest from Ingrid has just arrived, and honestly, even the staff can feel the tension in the air. Two men make their way down a grand staircase as the Whisper campaign catches up to them. Could this be the bank director come with his daughter in tow? There he is now, someone murmurs. All eyes turning toward the pair, though nobody in this hallway has any idea how much this meeting will matter down the line. Someone straightens their collar pin before the visit, while gossip about the Palace Chapel's famously heavenly choir starts making the rounds. The family strolls past the chapel grounds together, the choir's voices drifting out and stopping passers-by in their tracks. A young girl gazes up at the grand chapel and asks her father the kind of question only a kid with big dreams would ask. Could she ever sing in a palace like this one someday? She beams in her green party dress, roses blooming all around her, the picture of a little girl who still believes anything is possible. Back among the nobles, the gossip keeps flowing. If this girl were Vesa nobility, they say, her beauty alone would have taken high society by storm. No title required, someone corrects. Father and daughter walk hand in hand to the palace halls, the chatter of onlookers trailing behind them like static. Two young courtiers, one chatty and one stone-faced, trade rumors. Word is she's planning to sit the entrance exam for the Royal Academy of Arts. The Royal Academy of Arts? One repeats, surprised. Apparently, she sings beautifully and dreams of becoming an opera singer, though his friend is hearing all this for the first time too. Amid the palace gardens, one of them wonders aloud if this is something he's supposed to already know about. Not exactly, the chattier one admits, but these days all anyone talks about is the daughter of Klein. Too late for me to go back to school now, he jokes, then grins wider. Still, I'd make a fine husband for her, don't you think? His quiet friend does not look amused. What are you talking about all of a sudden? The quiet one snaps, clearly not in on the joke. You don't guess it, do you? Comes the reply. Lennon and Ingrid are on the verge of war. Back with the girl and her father, he lays out the plan to keep her safe from the coming conflict. Enroll at the Royal Academy in Vessen and stay put for at least 5 years. The two courtiers keep speculating from a distance. By the time she comes of age, marriage talk is bound to follow, and clearly that's why Ingrid sent her to Vessen in the first place. His quiet friend isn't so sure. Doubt it? The chatty one presses, as the pair keep strolling and guessing at a story they don't actually know. Back with the girl herself, she admits she doesn't love the idea of being separated from her father, even with a war looming. I'm content just visiting the academy, she says, clearly more attached to home than to ambition. Someone ace chimes in that their princess could absolutely thrive there. Her father just watches her, quietly proud. But I can hardly speak Vessanese yet, she points out. A pretty fair objection, honestly. Her father presses gently. She's always said she wanted to study at a great academy. Won't she regret passing it up? Of course not, she says, chin up. I'm a Klein, after all. Even if war does break out, she insists, she'd still rather stay in Inger with her father and her brother than run. That's the spirit, comes the warm reply. I trust you more than Alfonso, my princess. Back with the two watching courtiers, they can't make out a word of Ingurdian, but one thing's obvious even without translation. This girl clearly isn't thinking about marriage at all. The quiet one just stares, wordless, clearly more interested than he'd ever admit. What's her name, that girl? He finally asks. Ah, comes the answer. Lorena. Lorena Stern Klein. Just a name, and yet it's about to mean everything. Looking back, he'd later think maybe that day was the beginning of everything. A girl in a pale dress walks off into the light, and for the boy watching her go, this is the exact moment it all began. The first spark of an obsession that would follow him for years. Cut to years later, a quiet estate at night, waiting for someone who still hasn't shown up. Lorena sits alone on the couch, checking the clock in her head. Miguel's late. It's already well past midnight. Footsteps outside. She freezes, listening hard. Miguel! She's on her feet in an instant, all worry melting into relief. He strolls in looking entirely too pleased with himself, like he knew exactly what kind of welcome he'd get. You must have been waiting a while, he teases, seeing how happily you're welcoming me. She goes stiff, caught red-handed being that excited to see him. I was worried something might have happened, she admits, a little defensive. You said you'd be here before midnight and you were late. Still, he says, arms crossed, you should check who it is before opening the door. Almost feels like you were waiting just for me. Privately, he has to admit, being greeted like an excited puppy, not the worst feeling in the world. Getting down to business, he asks, anything unusual happen at the palace lately? In her head, Lorena's already 3 steps ahead, playing along and pretending to cooperate just to lower their guard, so she can keep finding excuses to come and go from the palace as she pleases. Thank you, she says aloud. That'll be a huge help. I just wish I could help you in return, but it isn't time yet, she admits. Though, like I mentioned on the phone, there are some friends I'd like you to meet. Miguel just smirks, clearly intrigued by where this is going. You mean your comrades? She asks. Something like that, he says. We've been bound together for 13 years now. Ever since I decided to tear this whole street down, he explains. They've stuck with me. The entertainment quarter is where all the freshest information flows. He says it so casually, like it's nothing, like he isn't describing over a decade of quiet groundwork. Lorena's mind is racing. Wait, 13 years ago? He would have only been 15. Is he seriously telling her he's been plotting against the royal family since he was practically a kid? He walks off, unbothered, like he didn't just drop the biggest reveal of the night. Here's the thing about Miguel's reputation in Montreal. Everyone thinks he's just a libertine, a leader of indulgence, a professional waste of a title. The image of a rake drowning in pleasure instead of politics. But maybe, Lorena realizes, that's exactly the point. No one has ever suspected him, not once. So you're saying, she says slowly, you planned all of this since you were 15. She looks a little shaken by her own realization, and he cocks it immediately. What on earth happened to you? He asks, more concerned than teasing now. I returned to Wiesen after 12 years, he says. From where? She asks. That's still secret, he says with a small smile, shutting the door on that topic just as fast as he opened it. She remembers something he told her once. His birth father took him away when he was only 3. So those 12 missing years were probably spent with that very man, and it's clearly a chapter of his life Miguel has no intention of revisiting out loud. I'll tell you one day, he says, already turning to go, but don't stare at me so intently. But she starts stopping short. Because now that she's looking closely, something's off. What happened to your lips? She asks. They look like someone punched you, she presses. Don't tell me you got into a fight. Not a fight, he corrects. I just let someone land a punch. Who? Who would dare? She starts, already bristling on his behalf. It's fine, nothing serious, he brushes off. But why? She presses, not buying it for a second. Did you at least put ointment on it? She asks. He just goes quiet. In that silence, something else surfaces. An old, half-remembered voice, half-warning, telling him he can't let himself be scared. Lorena watches him carefully, clocking the shift in his mood even if she can't name it. Their hands find each other, quiet and unplanned. Wait, Miguel? She says, startled as he suddenly pulls her closer. I appreciate your concern, he murmurs, holding on, but really, it's nothing. He doesn't let go, and honestly, neither does she. In her head, just one word surfaces. Strange. If she's honest with herself, she hadn't actually calmed down about any of this until right now, wrapped up in his arms. He feels so different right now from the Miguel she thought she knew. They stay like that a while, closer than either of them probably planned on being tonight. But if this gives me an excuse to stay like this, she thinks, allowing herself a small smile, it's really not so bad. His hand settles at her waist, and neither of them is in any hurry to move. He holds her fully now, and for a moment the whole conspiracy, the whole scandal, just fades into the background. Neither of them says anything for a long moment. Some things don't need words. He leans in, close enough that whatever he says next is just for her. Lorena, he says, and just her name in his mouth is enough to make her cheeks go pink. May I go further? He asks, and well, we'll leave the rest of that particular scene to your imagination. He pulls her close and murmurs whether he can do more, and the air in the room changes instantly. Her only answer is to let him closer, his hand sliding into her hair. More of what? She teases, playing coy, right before his mouth answers the question for him. Kissing. He tips her chin up and closes the last bit of distance between them. This is not a gentle first kiss. This is a hungry one, and neither of them is pulling back. Her pulse is racing so hard it practically sound effects itself. She looks tense at first, but that is just nerves melting into something else entirely. We will let the panel speak for itself here. One tear slips down her cheek, and for once it is not from sadness. It is from finally letting herself feel something good. Afterward, watching her sleep, he notices something. She does not flinch or wince like she used to. Progress, of a sort. Turns out the demons keeping her up at night have a name. A recurring nightmare where she is married off, forever, to the man who destroyed her family. If he could reach into her head and scrub that dream out completely, he tells her quietly, he would. Back in the waking world, the two of them stand together in the quiet of the estate, closer than tabloid Vicen has any idea. He watches her with that unreadable, calculating look of his, the one that means he is already 3 moves ahead. Just you wait, she mutters to herself, and honestly, given her track record, that promise should scare somebody. Whatever plan she is quietly cooking up, it is clearly not stopping her from enjoying this moment first. Their foreheads rest together, and for once neither of them is performing for an audience. From now on, he tells her, it will not be that man in her dreams anymore. It will be me you dream about instead, he says, and somehow it does not sound arrogant coming from him. Morning comes, and suddenly both of them find the floor extremely interesting to look at. The awkward, cannot quite meet your eyes energy between them is genuinely off the charts. Still, they settle in together anyway. Her wrapped in his jacket, him watching her like she's the only thing in the room worth looking at. Miguel, she says softly, like she is testing how the name feels in her own mouth now. He excuses himself a moment later, warning her that if she keeps looking at him like that, it is going to be hard to hold back. Real smooth exit line, that one. Later, dressed and composed again, the two of them slip right back into their public playbook. She asks what he actually got up to when he vanished earlier. His answer, something she would be embarrassed to hear. That's genuinely all he will say on the matter, and the mystery just makes it funnier. Then a note surfaces. Tomorrow night, room 1707. Could it be exactly what she thinks it is? She turns the paper over in her hands, curiosity fully hooked. Turns out it is the meeting he promised, the friends he has been keeping under wraps, gathering on the top floor of this very hotel. The two of them sit together, the weight of what is coming starting to settle in. Just one warning, he says, and his tone drops the pliff act completely. Once you are in, he tells her flatly, there is no walking back out. This is her last real chance to change her mind, he adds, giving her every out before the door closes for good. I already told you, he reminds her, you can use me however you need. Honestly, he's been waiting this whole time for her to take him up on it. So he takes her decision as exactly that. She is finally ready to make use of him. She meets his eyes, steadier than she has felt in a long, long time. Every little detail of the night feels deliberate now, right down to what she is wearing. He hums, flashing that insufferably confident smirk of his. Glad to see all that effort playing the doting mistress finally paid off, she teases right back. A hazy memory surfaces. It was never just about the favor, a voice insists, even if he had not helped her. I would not have been able to refuse your request anyway, the same voice admits, somewhere from the past. The silence that follows says more than either of them is willing to. That is the part he has always wondered about, if we are being honest. From the very first time they met, this woman acted like she owed him some enormous debt, like she could never quite repay him, no matter what she did. The Duke, meanwhile, treated that same man like a sworn enemy. His face in this memory is all clenched jaw and berry fury. Because the Duke spits, you put a gun in my wife's hand, and just like that, the memory cuts to black before it can explain itself. Back in the present, she asks him outright, have they truly never crossed paths before all this? He swears they have not, and even if they had, it would not have been worth remembering. He shrugs. But here's a weirder question. She pushes. Has she ever even met her own husband as far as he knows? He is not totally sure, he admits, but doubts it was anything important. Even thinking back over it now, he cannot place a single memory of the two men crossing paths. She never once heard Zhao mention Miguel by name, which actually tracks if Miguel has spent the last 13 years quietly building a rebellion. 13 years. Let that number sink in for a second. It is entirely possible he was watching the Levante's family the whole time given their close ties to the crown. And she was completely in the dark about all of it, blissfully unaware she was standing this close to a 13-year conspiracy. Which raises a new question that's been nagging at her. How exactly did Miguel know where to find her to hand off that newsletter? She turns the question over in her head, chewing on it. And why was a man like him even at the Soto monastery to begin with? This is a man who does not believe in God and openly despises religion, remember? Not exactly monastery material. Of course, she cannot exactly ask him about it now, not without giving away how much she's actually been thinking about him. Instead, she just watches him, filing the mystery away for later. So instead, she circles back to something else entirely. Did not he once say he saw the future in a dream? By any chance, she asks, all faux casual, was she in that dream too? Since it looks like they genuinely never crossed paths in real life, he starts clearly building up to something. Maybe, he wonders aloud, he was the one who helped her out in that dream of hers. He wants the full story now, every last detail. Life at the estate rolls on around them, all marble columns and old money. Time keeps ticking toward a date neither of them can avoid. The divorce hearing is officially locked in 15 days from now. The court clerk lays out exactly what that is going to mean on paper. Just like the mediation before it, both parties are required to show up in person. No skipping this one. If there is any way to avoid standing in the same room as her ex-husband again, she would very much like to find it. There is still a little runway before that hearing, though. Which means tonight her focus needs to be on the midnight appointment instead. The meeting she has been building up to, finally getting introduced to Miguel's mysterious friends. It means he has finally decided to let her in on whatever he has been planning. Maybe, just maybe, this is her chance to finally start paying him back. She heads out into the night, dressed for the part. You helped me, she tells him plainly, once they are face to face again. Where and how, he asks, genuinely curious now. Back when the bank was on the verge of collapse, she explains, she had been shut away in the enclosed Soto monastery, completely cut off from any news of the outside world until someone showed up. That someone was him. He happened to pass through and handed her a newsletter, her first real link back to reality. Is that really the whole story? He presses. That is when the dream finally broke, she says, the moment reality caught up with her. Then here is a fun follow-up, he grins. Did he happen to show up in her husband's dream too? What? She blinks, completely thrown by the question. Never mind, he says, waving it off. Honestly, just imagining that is disgusting enough on its own. She cannot help but laugh at how genuinely grossed out he looks. Back at the Klein residence, thankfully nobody seems to have caught on to anything unusual. Then, out of nowhere, a phone starts ringing. At the hotel, she picks it up herself. Hello, she answers, already half expecting bad news. It is just the room manager on the line. So far, so normal. Except he is calling to say someone from the Klein residence has shown up, asking to see her urgently. From home, at this hour, that alone is enough to set off alarm bells. The name he gives her, Henna Elbar, her own maid, Henna. Which makes no sense at all, because Henna should not even be able to leave the house. Henna is explicitly forbidden from going out unsupervised, and yet, here she apparently is. She supposedly came all the way to the Alborada Hotel, of all places, just to find her. Every instinct Lorena has is screaming that this reeks of a setup. She refuses to go down and meet her face to face. Put her on the phone instead, she orders. Ma'am, it's Hannah, comes the voice in the line, shaky but unmistakably hers. Lorena grips the receiver tighter, bracing for whatever comes next. Hannah starts with an apology, ready to take whatever punishment comes for breaking the rules to get here. Save the apology, Lorena cuts in. Just tell her what is actually going on. A letter stamped with the Levante's family seal arrived at the residence today, Hannah explains. Her hands are visibly shaking just talking about it. Strangest part, it was not addressed to Lorena at all. It was addressed to Hannah, personally. So she opened it herself, and what it said stopped her cold. Your father is currently being held captive at the Levante's estate. That is exactly where the letter cuts off, and where this chapter leaves us hanging. On the other end of the line, Lorena's whole world just tilted sideways. Peaceful, quiet. Give it about 5 more seconds. The estate's head butler waits at the door, carriage idling in the snow, like he already knows trouble is rolling up. He barely gets welcome ma'am out, before the doors slam open behind him. The poor guy jumps a mile. Honestly, fair. Inside, Bay doesn't even blink at the commotion like he was expecting exactly this. He doesn't bother turning around. Lorena sweeps in dress to make a statement, green eyes already blazing. She is not here for tea and pleasantries. Where is my father? She demands. No hello, no preamble. The question just hangs there in the silence. Bay looks her up and down instead of answering. It suits you, he says, cool as ever. Someone once said, he goes on, clearly enjoying himself, Lorena is not amused. That a dress like that is only worn by women who sell themselves on Delgado Street. He needles her. Who said that? She snaps. As it happens, Bay smirks. She is right behind me. And the butler, caught red-handed, nearly faints. Lorena wastes zero time pinching the poor man's ear for it. After the scene I made last time, she mutters, I really thought you would have replaced him by now. But still, Bay says, all business again, nothing here has changed. Not this place, she fires back, and not you either. The air between them goes cold fast. Enough with the small talk, she says. Tell me what you actually want from me. He studies her for a long, unreadable moment. Come back, he says, just like that. Lorena freezes mid-turn, not sure she heard him right. What is all she can manage? My patience is at its limit, he says. I do not know what I will do next, so let us end this now. Do drag my father all the way to Motril just to make this kind of threat, she demands. It is not a threat, he replies. It is a warning, and advice, and a request. If I return, she asks, will you stop using my father? Yes, he says, simple as that, which almost scares her more. I heard the deposit certificate is still in the prince's hands, he adds. Will you give me that as well? Lorena names her own price back. He does not touch her, Kleinbank or Ingerd. Cut to a shadowy throne room across town, where a very different conversation is about to happen. Can you swear it before His Majesty the King? She challenges. Making an offer like that without being ready to do so is. All right. Fine, Bay says instantly, like it cost him nothing. What did you say? She cannot quite believe he agreed that easily. He does not repeat himself, just watches her take it in. Are those 3 things enough for you? He asks. What is your angle? She presses. What is it you actually want? She braces herself for the catch. He starts counting on his fingers. First, withdraw the lawsuit. Second, move back into this house, starting today. And third, give him an heir. He says it like he is ordering dinner. The world is already buzzing about you being pregnant, he says. The child in your belly must be mine. Lorena goes completely, dangerously silent. Do not you not want me to get pregnant? She snaps back, calling out the hypocrisy instantly. You should have had a child long ago, he says coldly. If you need an heir so badly, she bites, why not ask one of your old lovers? They do not exist, Lorena, he says. You, of all people, should know those women were nothing more than informants to me. Since you have probably already run a background check on them, he adds dryly. I need our child, he says, and something about those words catches her completely off guard. Those exact words yank her back years into a memory she thought she had buried. He said it once before, a lifetime ago it feels like. Those were the words I had longed for, she remembers thinking back when she still hoped. Back then, she would have given anything to hear it. Now, coming from him now, it hurts worse than the silence ever did. Her hands curl into fists at her sides. Release my father, she says, before you say another word like that. He does not so much as flinch. Until then, he says flatly, what you get from me will be absolutely nothing. Elsewhere in the estate, a quieter room waits, tea already going cold. Lorena's father sits there, alive and blinking in surprise at the commotion outside. He has clearly been kept comfortable, at least. The door bursts open, and Lorena finally lays eyes on him. Father! She does not even slow down. Lorena! He rushes to meet her halfway. Father, are you all right? She asks, checking him over. I sent a letter to Grant, she says. Do not tell me you have been held here this whole time. My princess, I am truly all right now, he tells her. But what about you? You have lost so much weight. Have you been eating well? I am not a child anymore, she huffs, flustered by all the fussing. I have been doing fine, no problems at all. He assures her, I even have someone helping me. Someone helping you? She repeats, curiosity cutting through the relief. In any case, he says, holding her close, I'm so glad you are safe. Do not worry anymore, he tells her softly. I have made a plan, he adds, with Marquis Urbedos. Her whole body goes rigid at the name. We have to get out of here, father, she says, urgent now. Her grip tightens on his sleeve. She's not asking twice. Night falls quietly over the estate. Somewhere past those dark windows, a plan is already taking shape. A key changes hands in the dark. Someone slips through the halls unseen. Back in her room, exhaustion finally catches up with Lorena. She had asked for time to think it over, resting with her father in her room. To her surprise, Val agreed almost too readily. Time to think, you say? He'd said. Let me know when you realize it is useless. His arrogance alone made it clear that refusal was never really an option. She locked the door just in case and had already made a plan with Miguel to escape this place by tomorrow night. She just has to get through tonight. If she's going to leave this place as planned, she needs to get some sleep too, whether she likes it or not. Her mind drifts somewhere warmer to a certain reddish-haired Marquis holding her close. Even in her sleep, she leans into it. For once, her face looks almost peaceful. I miss you, she murmurs in her sleep. The memory pulls back further still, to a night long before any of this began. A ship glides into a coastal city glittering under moonlight. March, year 996, Bella Sarosa. Champagne glasses clink together somewhere inside a packed ballroom. To the Zenora's 20th birthday, and someone toasts. A much younger Lorena stands beside Bay, all smiles for the crowd. To celebrate your first wedding anniversary, the toast finishes. Congratulations, Senora, a guest offers. I am the one who should be thanking you for gracing us, another stammers. But the Duchess does not look very well. Nearby, a couple of guests cannot help but whisper about her. She must not be used to such extravagant occasions yet. She is not even from Wiesen, and she just turned 20. I heard the head butler is practically running the estate's whole domestic side. Is that true? Ha ha! Well, only natural, asked the head butler. Not everyone at this party seems to be having a good time. May I go for a walk? Young Lorena asks, almost timidly. Bay does not answer right away. You do not have to ask permission for things like that, he finally says. I would like to take a light stroll by myself, she clarifies, even just for half a day. Where are you planning to go? You do not know Bella Carosa very well, he presses. I was thinking of walking the path around the estate, she says. I asked Henna, and she said the main Levante's estate has a trail that circles the hunting grounds and leads back to the mansion. Alone, without even a handmaiden, he thinks to himself, weighing it. The hunting grounds are mostly filled, he reasons. with herbivores hunted for the guests' amusement. Harmless enough, he decides. No real need to stop her. All right, he says, just do not go too deep. But even back then, the way he watched her felt less like trust and more like keeping tabs. A pretty little canary, he thinks privately, need only sing happily in a well-tended garden. After all, he admits to himself, I brought her here to keep by my side and admire. But Lorena sang no more. She never did, not once. Not once, in all the years since their marriage began. Bala heads out onto the grounds with his hound Verde at his heel, already on edge. The staff assure him she said she'd be back by 4. There's still a little time left. Perhaps if we wait a bit longer, a maid offers, but Val's patience is already thin. Go check the walking trail, he orders. Find her and bring her back before dinner starts. She might have taken a wrong turn into the forest, someone guesses. And that's exactly the kind of thing that gets Val moving. Yes, Your Grace, comes the obedient reply, and the search begins. Word spreads fast through the estate. The Duchess is missing, and nobody wants to be the one who finds her too late. The hunting dogs get let loose, and staff scramble out across the grounds to search. Out past the windows, startled birds scatter into a darkening sky. The weather's turning fast. Then someone remembers. The hunting guests said they'd head out before dinner too. The forest's about to get crowded and dangerous. A line of hunters, guns and all, cut ominous silhouettes against the gray sky. Bal's face stays unreadable, but something in him is clearly on edge. Without another word, he turns and starts walking. I'll go myself, he says flatly. He's not waiting on anyone else to find her. There's word of rain coming soon, Your Grace. I can go instead. A servant offers, worried. It doesn't matter, Val snaps back, already moving. He kneels to his loyal dog Verde and gives the command. Find her, Verda. Rain hammers down through the trees just as the search gets underway. Somewhere out in the storm, Lorena is running, breath ragged, soaked to the bone. The sun vanished the instant the rain hit, and now she's completely lost in the dark. She keeps running with no idea which way leads home anymore. I shouldn't have walked alone somewhere I still don't know, she thinks. Right as shadowy figures step out of the trees. Masked men close in around her, and all she can think is how mad Valel will be if she's late for dinner. Denial's a hell of a drug. I have to go back, quickly, but going back isn't really an option anymore. She tries to keep moving, drenched and terrified, deeper into the unfamiliar woods. Then, a sound. Something's coming fast. A dark shape barrels down the path straight toward her. She freezes, unsure whether to be relieved or even more afraid. It's Berta. Val's hunting dog has found her first. Verdi doesn't hesitate. He lunges straight at the men who cornered her. One of the attackers goes down hard. Verde's jaws locked on. A scream tears through the rain as the dog makes short work of him. Lorena watches it all unfold, shaking, tears mixing with the rain on her face. She can barely process what's happening. Only that, for the moment, she's safe. Please, spare me, the downed attacker begs, pinned and beaten. A hand reaches down out of the storm. Val has finally caught up. He stands over the scene, soaked and grim, lit up by a flash of lightning. Well done, Verde, he says quietly, praising the dog before anything else. Verdi perks up at his master's approval, alert and proud. Miss Lorena, a maid cries out, spotting her at last. The rescue party finally reaches her. Val, umbrella in hand, the maid, Verde, and the attacker left groaning on the ground. Get up, Val orders the downed attacker coldly, done wasting sympathy on him. Lorena just sits there in the mud, soaked through and shell-shocked. The night's already long gone. Let's go, Val tells her, all business. He holds the umbrella over her without another word. Are you all right, ma'am? The maid asks, rushing to check on her. The staff wrap her up, visibly shaken by how close it all came. Back at the estate, one of the hunting guests calls out to Val. Found your wife? He asks, the question dripping with amusement instead of concern. Should have released a few more hounds, maybe, taking a walk in this weather, honestly. The guests can't resist a jab at her expense. Valet silently drapes his own coat over Lorena's shoulders, ignoring them completely. Ma'am, let's get you back to the estate first, the maid says gently. The group makes its way back through the rain in silence. Neither of them says a word the whole way. Wally's expression gives nothing away, but something about that night clearly sticks with him. I was bedridden for 5 full days after that, Lorena remembers. The physician called it stress-induced hyperventilation syndrome. But deep down she knew it wasn't just stress. I have to tell my husband, and I have to apologize, she tells herself, guilt eating at her. She gets dressed, bracing herself to face him. For causing a scene, for ruining their first anniversary party, for failing to act like a proper duchess, or so she's convinced herself. I need to say I'm sorry, she finally tells Val. He says nothing at first. I told you before, there's no need to apologize for that, he finally says. But I still made you worry, she presses, guilt still gnawing at her. Take some time off. From now on, limit your walks to an hour at most, he says instead, as close as he gets to admitting he cares. All right, she agrees, and Val adds, and one more. Thing about Zerte, he continues, and something in his tone makes her brace. Her face goes tight with worry over whatever he's about to say. The mood between them stays heavy and quiet. Some time later, the two of them walk the grounds together, Verde trotting alongside. Verde, what about him? Did something happen? She asks, worried for the dog. Val's expression stays carefully unreadable. She understands before he even finishes. Her hands twist together nervously. I just wanted to thank him, that's all, she explains. For coming to find me that day, she adds quietly. Verity is nothing more than an obedient hunting dog, Val says flatly, brushing the whole moment off. He's the only one my husband truly cares for, Lorena thinks bitterly, watching him with the dog. Just a little longer, I'll endure it a bit more, she tells herself. Enter Arisa Quintana, Lorena's red-headed confidant, and she is not letting the story go without comment. He sent the dog after you himself, Arisa presses, equal parts scandalized and delighted. John, that's just his way of doing things, Lorena mumbles, trying to defend him. Really? Or was it because he's grown to hate you? Arisa needles, not pulling any punches. Arisa flashes her trademark, sharp, theatrical grin. Think about it. You haven't even conceived yet, she points out. Do you realize how outrageous it is for a high noble house to delay producing an heir? Arisa pushes, only half joking. Well, don't take it too hard, Arisa backpedals, patting her arm. Some things just come with your position, you know? You were chosen by the Duke himself, the man every woman dreams of. You live in luxury others can only envy. Lorena's smile doesn't quite reach her eyes. Honestly, I hate it, she admits, quiet and blunt. Arisa's teasing grin softens into something more genuine. What was that? Was that Incardian? Arisa asks, catching the language shift. They lean in close, dropping into their native tongue where no one else can follow. I didn't come to Wiesen chasing luck or luxury. I only came to spend a holiday with my father, Lorena confesses. How could I not hate it? How can I possibly like this? This isn't the life I chose, she finally says it out loud. Speak in Wiesen, Arisa hisses, suddenly worried someone might overhear. Every time I step into the study, I can hardly breathe. The truth is I just want to go home, Lorena admits. She's trembling, barely holding it together. I thought I was holding up well, but sometimes it just hits me like this. She chokes out. Hey, in front of you. Arisa suddenly panics, someone's watching from nearby. Vala is right there, walking off, back turned. A silhouette lingers among the trees, unreadable. It's him. And there's no telling how much he just heard. Lorena's stomach drops. Did he hear that? She panics silently. No, Val doesn't understand Ingardian anyway, she tells herself, desperate to believe it. Kiki's walking without a word, giving nothing away. She watches him go, unable to tell if her secret is safe. At first, it all thrilled me. Lorena's memory drifts even further back. 3 years ago. At the Motro Palace, the story of how it all began. Even the day I was suddenly invited to the mansion and he proposed out of nowhere, she recalls. I was startled, but I was also foolishly excited, she admits, blushing at the memory. Of course for Valley it must have been a marriage of convenience, she reminds herself. But young Lorena walked beside him anyway, hopeful, despite everything. But I thought if I tried harder, maybe someday things would change, she remembers thinking. That one day we might become a real couple. A real couple? The idea just hangs there. The two of them close, but never quite touching. A cold, distant thought enters back. What does that even mean? Between me and Val Lefantes, the thought continues, unfinished and heavy. The memory warps, guilty under the weight of it all. Could something like that even exist? The question that's haunted her for 3 years. She jolts awake with a gasp. Reality snaps back into focus, disorienting and raw. Another nightmare, she realizes, catching her breath. How long have I been asleep? Father, she suddenly thinks, panic flooding back in. She looks around frantically, completely thrown by her surroundings. Nothing looks familiar. When I open my eyes, she starts to process where she actually is. A grand, unfamiliar room stretches out around her, lit by a massive chandelier. She looks down to her own bare feet on the floor, completely lost. I was in Val's bedroom, and on that gut punch of a cliffhanger, the chapter ends. A frantic knock at the door. A servant swears something's wrong in the Duke's bedroom. That's where the lady is. Bay bursts in and freezes, and he finds waiting for him. I told you, he snaps at the staff, to get rid of anything sharp or dangerous in this room. A young maid stammers that she swears she cleared everything out already. Staff scramble to haul away a blade that should never have been anywhere near her in the first place. A much younger Lorena bolts down the hall in nothing but her nightgown, desperate to get away from something, or someone. Her face is a wreck, tears, terror, all of it. Where did father go? She demands. Bay just watches her, cold as ever, even in the middle of all this. This is the second floor, he starts, low and cutting. Are you planning to jump down and kill yourself? He asks, like it barely costs him anything to say. Did you hate being here that much? He presses. Father's here right now, she fires back. So why would I kill myself? Then she turns it into a warning of her own. But the moment you ever heard him, I'll die too. She's dead serious. Something in him decides right then that he'll be taking care of her life too, whether she wants him to or not. Back in the present, Bay is unmoved. I think you're misunderstanding something. Your father is still in your room, he adds. Then why, Lorena demands, have you locked me in here? I haven't even given an answer to your proposal yet. He's already tearing something up before she can finish. I told you it's useless to think about it. She tears open an envelope he thrusts at her instead. Tanty, this is, she stammers. A deposit certificate from Klein Bank. Her family's bank, saved. Isn't that what you wanted? He says. That wasn't all either. Didn't I ask you to swear before His Majesty the King? That you wouldn't touch Ingrid? He finishes. To the palace, is all he says next, already pulling her along. Wait, just what exactly? He lists it out flatly. Her father's safety, the deposit certificate, Ingrid's safety. Is there anything else you want? He asks. She hesitates, then. You? Her face goes red the second it's out of her mouth. Do you really love me? She asks him point blank. If I admit that, he starts. Will anything change? No, she admits. I know that too. You hate me. I hate you too, Lorena. Somehow they're both still standing this close together. Cut to the old wine cabinet he's kept stocked with her favorite vintage this whole time. The room never really let go of her. Look how much you've broken me, he tells her, over the past year. How could I love you and only you? It costs him something just to say it out loud. What do you think you've lost? She throws back at him. Their hands find each other anyway. I'm doing this, she admits, because I don't want to lose it. She falls quiet after that. Fine, as you say, she says finally, but send father back to the residence. And let me, he starts. Type, see him safely leave through the window myself. This is my last condition, she warns him. And with that, their hands stay locked together on the deal. Meanwhile, across the city, a very different reunion is about to happen. Is my daughter safe? Vincenzo asks anxiously, the second anyone's in earshot. The Duchess told me to take you back home, the aide tells him. Lorena. She can hardly believe it. He looks almost afraid to let himself hope. Let's go, quickly, he says, already hurrying. Back at the estate, Bay lays it all out. I've fulfilled every condition you mentioned. Are you satisfied now? Father, Lorena breathes, and now it's her turn to hold up her end. Fulfill your part, Lorena, Bay says. Oh, right, she agrees. I'll sign the letter of withdrawal. Once you bring it, he says, more importantly, you have to produce an heir. Lorena freezes completely. She can't hide how blindsided she is. Even if you hate it, he presses. I will do it, she says instead, and now it's his turn to be stunned. With the stubborn compliance, he manages from. Is there some ulterior motive? He starts to ask. She cuts him off. Do you know I used to like you very much? Very much, he repeats, caught completely off guard. No matter how hard I tried, she says, I could never love Verde. But you, she adds, you I could. Verdi, he echoes, thrown by the old name. You were the only person I could trust, she says, so I loved you desperately. You don't know how much I waited, she tells him. For the one day a month we could even be together. What happens next doesn't need much narration, only that neither of them wanted to stop. Breathless, she melts into him completely. You don't know how much I wanted a child, she confesses in the quiet after. What I was really afraid of, she admits, what I really hated, was that you never even tried to understand. Can't I understand now? He asks. Lorena, it's not too late, he tells her. Do you really think it's not too late? She asks. Yes, it can still be undone. Any time, he adds. So, a voice cuts through the moment. Your Grace. Talk about the worst possible timing, he curses under his breath. Wait a moment, he tells her, pulling himself together. Outside, his steward is practically shaking. I'm sorry, Your Grace. It's something urgent I must report. What is it? Mr. Vincenzo Klein has been kidnapped. The color drains from Bay's face. It seems his carriage was attacked shortly after he got on nearby. The guards are pursuing them, and just like that, one memory comes crashing back. The moment you hurt Father, I'll die too. He goes completely silent. One thought, and one thought only. Lorena must not find out. He's already moving. We have to handle this immediately, he orders. Has something happened? Lorena asks, catching him on the way out. Nothing serious, he lies smoothly. Don't worry. I'll be back soon, he tells her. Wait here. Alone, Lorena can't shake the feeling that something's very wrong. She isn't about to just sit around and wait. She slips out after him. Then, out of nowhere, a hand closes around her in the dark. A stranger's face leans in out of the shadows, grinning like he's been waiting for this exact moment. Hello, princess, he says. Miguel steps into the wrecked hallway of Val's mansion and can't help smirking. I could see the mess you made smashing things up from outside, he tells Lorena, clearly impressed. Thanks to that, getting in was easy, Miguel says, and Lorena starts filling him in on exactly where her father was being kept. Father was in... She starts, breathless, but Miguel cuts her off gently. His people already have that floor locked down, so there's nothing to worry about. He keeps talking her through it. By now, some of his comrades should already have the ground floor of the mansion covered. Elsewhere in the mansion, one of Miguel's masked comrades holds a guard at bay, buying the pair precious time to slip out unseen. Back with Lorena, the aftermath of the break-in is still ringing in the air as Miguel checks on her, voice suddenly soft. Are you all right? He pulls her in close, red eyes locked on hers, the wreckage around them forgotten for a second. Thank goodness, really. Thank God you're safe, Lorena breathes, finally letting herself sag with relief in his arms. Miguel takes her hand and presses a careful kiss to it, checking her over like he doesn't quite trust that she's really unhurt. He goes quiet for a beat, visibly flustered by his own gesture. Not exactly the smooth operator all Evason thinks he is. His hands linger, gently checking her collar and throat for any injury he might have missed. He steadies her with a firm, careful grip, in no hurry to let go. I guess, is all Lorena manages, caught somewhere between exhaustion and the warmth of being fussed over. Miguel isn't buying her brave face. You're not all right after all, he says flatly, seeing straight through her. She pulls her club tighter around herself, half-heartedly trying to hide just how shaken she still is. I'm fine. Really, she insists, the least convincing line she said all night. I just needed to buy some time, she admits quietly, the adrenaline finally starting to wear off. Like this is nothing, Miguel murmurs, brushing a thumb gently along her jaw, clearly not convinced she's as fine as she claims. She lets out a small, involuntary sound at the touch, and just like that, the air between them shifts. Whatever careful distance they've been keeping quietly disappears as they fall into each other's arms. Miguel, she breathes, eyes glistening. And yeah, the recap's about to get very tasteful here, folks. Somewhere in the chaos, they've ended up in what used to be Val's own bedroom, and Miguel can't resist needling her about it. Is this your husband's bedroom? Now this, finally. She starts, savoring the irony a little too much. Miguel just grins, thoroughly enjoying himself and not even pretending otherwise. Feels like cheating, she jokes dryly, considering whose bedroom it technically still is. That might be the understatement of the chapter. Back to business, Lorena starts tearing through the study, scattering papers in her hunt for something useful. Miguel catches her mid-search, eyebrows raised. What are you? He starts. Even looking for? Lorena finishes for him, not even looking up from the desk. Evidence, she says simply. Proof that Vale kidnapped my father, she clarifies, and suddenly this whole reckless break-in makes a lot more sense. She keeps digging through drawer after drawer, determined not to leave empty-handed. It'll help when we bring it up as grounds for divorce at the trial, she says. We won't get another chance in this study, so this is it. Miguel takes the paper she hands him without argument, already thinking 2 steps ahead. These stairs are for the housekeeping staff, he tells her, leading the way to a route no one will be watching. They lead to the basement, and out to the stream behind the mansion, he adds. A clean exit, if they're quick about it. Escape that way, and no one will even notice you're gone, Miguel says, flashing her a confident grin. It's hard to believe, Miguel thinks, that she was in tears only minutes ago. Moments before, when the danger first hit, she'd reached for him instinctively, badly shaken. Go quickly, someone urges from the shadows, and they don't need telling twice. The service door creaks open just enough for them to slip through. They move fast and low through the dark corridor, footsteps as quiet as they can manage. It looks clear. Hurry this way, Miguel whispers, waving her forward. Then a low growl cuts through the dark, and a set of very sharp teeth appear out of nowhere. A guard dog lunges out barking, and for a second their clean escape looks like it's about to get very loud, very fast. They freeze, hearts in their throats. Verde! Lorena stammers out the dog's name, recognizing it through the panic. Miguel's eyes narrow. Don't tell me this is the dog that almost bit you? He's well trained, so he won't actually bite, she says quickly. But sometimes he lunges unexpectedly. She flinches back anyway, hand raised defensively, clearly more rattled by this dog than she wants to admit. Miguel steps in close between her and the dog without a second thought. He clocks it immediately. Whatever this is, it's more than ordinary fear of a dog. His jaw tightens as a darker thought creeps in. Just what exactly did her so-called husband do to her? He crouches down and holds out a steady hand toward the dog. All right now, stop barking. I'm here, boy, he coaxes, calm as anything, like calming guard dogs is just another Tuesday for him. The dog tilts its head, visibly confused by the sudden change in energy. Good, that's it, Miguel says softly, and the growling melts away almost instantly. Come on this way, he says, waving Lorena past while she watches, equal parts stunned and relieved. Good, he murmurs again, giving the dog one last reassuring pat before they move on. Someone calls the dog back toward the gate, and it trots off without so much as a second glance at them. The poor thing looks almost sheepish, trotting away, not exactly the terrifying guard dog it was 2 minutes ago. "Oh, how did you do that?" Lorena asks, stunned. Miguel just shrugs. "You said he doesn't actually bite, so I took your word for it." "Let's get out while we can," he says, already moving again before their luck runs out. "He must have picked up your scent on me," Lorena realizes aloud, a pretty telling detail considering how their night's been going. "Then let's hurry and leave," Miguel says, hustling her toward the gate before she can dwell on that thought too long. She glances back once at the mansion leaving behind, unreadable for a moment. They finally reach safety, and someone spots them from the doorway. "Oh, Lord, and Lorena! Just look at you!" her father Vincenzo gasps, rushing over the second he sees the state she's in. "Father!" Lorena's composure finally cracks at the sight of him, safe and alive. "How did you get so hurt, my dear?" Vincenzo asks, already fussing over her. "It's just a scratch, I'm fine." She brushes off. "What about you? Are you all right?" When Miguel attacked the carriage, Vincenzo says, still dazed, "I was so shocked I thought I was dreaming." Lorena blinks. Miguel did that himself. This is news to her too. Vincenzo recounts it. Not long after they'd set off, a loud crash brought the carriage to a sudden, violent stop. He barely had time to react before everything went sideways. Who are you?" he demanded as a masked figure yanked the door open. A gun leveled at him out of the darkness, not exactly a reassuring answer. "Me?" the stranger echoed back, almost amused. The weapon stayed trained on him the whole time, giving nothing away. Vincenzo could only brace himself, sure this was the end. "The man that woman you've been toying with," the stranger said darkly, letting the threat hang in the air. When the man finally stepped into the light, Vincenzo's fear turned to disbelief. Marky! "I told you 5 years ago not to call me that," Miguel replies flatly, "so this isn't exactly their first meeting." "Anyway, it's been a while, Mr. Klein," he adds. "My people will drive the carriage back to the mansion, so don't worry about that part." "I'm heading off to rescue your daughter," Miguel tells him before disappearing back into the night, already one step ahead of everyone. "And that's how he ended up here," Vincenzo finishes, and honestly, even he still sounds a little stunned by it. They're standing, it turns out, on the grounds of the Urbetos Marquise's estate, Miguel's own family seat. It's a heavier place than it looks. This is the very mansion Miguel was locked away in until he was 3 years old. It's also where his mother, Princess Adriana, took her own life, the kind of history that doesn't just wash off a house. "It's rare for this house to be used at all," Miguel says quietly, "but for now, it's the only place we can trust to keep you both safe." He doesn't linger on the thought, but the strain shows on his face for just a second. Lorena knows him well enough by now. Miguel hates even being called Marquis. There's no way he actually enjoys staying here, and yet, he brought them anyway. "He brought us here for Father's sake, and mine," she thinks, quietly moved by what that must have cost him. Back to business, Vincenzo asks, "Did you bring the documents?" "Yes, here they are," comes the reply, papers handed over without delay. "These should be enough to accuse him of kidnapping," Vincenzo says, scanning through the evidence they risked everything to get. "But since that man's in league with the court, he'll never actually be convicted," he admits. "What matters is winning over public opinion instead." Watching her push through all this just to build a case, Miguel quietly realizes exactly where her drive comes from. "Then I'll file the accusation right away," Vincenzo decides, already reaching for a pen. "Let's both get washed up and eat first," Miguel interjects. "Even justice can wait for a hot meal." "You should rest, Father," Lorena insists. "I'll start drafting the complaint myself." "You too," Vincenzo replies, giving her a knowing look. The exhaustion in her eyes hasn't escaped him. Left alone for a moment, the whole day finally catches up to her, and her eyes well up before she can stop it. "Miguel," she yelps, caught completely off guard when he turns up right behind her. Without waiting for permission, he sweeps her clean off her feet and into his arms. "I'll take my leave for now, Mr. Klein," he tosses over his shoulder, already walking off with his daughter. "Have a good night. I'll see you in the morning," Miguel adds cheerfully, leaving a very bewildered Vincenzo sputtering, "Wait!" behind them. He carries her straight to the grand, empty halls like it's the most natural thing in the world. "Princess," he murmurs. testing out the nickname just to see her reaction. Didn't you say the newspaper stories about you were all an act? She teases, arching a brow. I can walk on my own, she protests, squirming a little in his arms. You don't even realize your own feet are bleeding, he says flatly, and that shuts her right up. She looks down, and sure enough, her shoe stained red. If I leave you be, you'll just keep pushing yourself too hard, Miguel says. She doesn't have much of a comeback for that. Fine. Then Al, she starts to argue anyway. No, he cuts her off, pulling her in tighter instead. I'll take care of you myself, he says, and make sure you're properly cleaned up. Their faces end up close enough that neither of them is thinking about the injury anymore. Just so you know, he starts. You know, he trails off, uncharacteristically at a loss for words for once. Their hands find each other anyway, saying what neither of them quite manages out loud. That was a joke, right? Lorena finally asks, and honestly, that's the perfect note to end this chapter on. It's the dead of night in Lorena's private chambers, and she's not alone. Miguel is kneeling right in front of her, tending to something on her leg. Rewind a beat. She barely crossed the hallway when someone stops her cold with an urgent, "Excuse me." Next thing we know, he's got her foot in his hands, carefully winding a bandage around it. I told you, he mutters, dabbing at a nasty little cut on her ankle. Stern, but his hands are gentle. To be careful, he finishes, then cuts straight to the real question. Was her husband in that room right before he walked in? What were you planning to do? He presses. If I hadn't gotten here in time, there's real worry hiding under that irritation. She goes quiet. It's not a question she has a clean answer for. Lorena just stares past him, somewhere between guilty and lost in thought. Finally, she admits it plainly. That kind of physical contact from Val doesn't get to her anymore. Funny thing is, she says, looking at Vane now is like staring at a photo of her old self. Her mind drifts back, him leaning in close, impatient, almost desperate for her. She used to think that giving him her body meant she'd won his heart too. But that, she admits now, was never anything more than a pretty illusion. A man like Vay, she tells herself flatly, is never going to change. And she is never, ever going back to him. So whatever he does with her from now on, it doesn't mean a thing anymore. He lets out a heavy breath. He doesn't even know anymore if he should love her or let her go. The memory plays out, him scooping her up, carrying her like she's something precious and fragile at once. Back in the present, Miguel isn't letting her off easy. It's great that she's sorted her feelings out, he says, but that doesn't mean she gets to act like this. Like what? She asks. Talking like intimacy doesn't mean anything, he shoots back. That lands. Lorena's composure slips just for a second. I clearly warned you, Lorena, comes the voice from the memory, cold and possessive. At least while we keep up this little act, he says. I'm the only man you get to have. Of course, she answers, and the memory folds into a closeness that blurs the line between duty and desire. Back to now, she catches her own reflection and just goes silent, turning it all over in her head. Whatever she's decided, it's brought her right back into Miguel's space, faces inches apart. Things get quiet and close between them, the kind of quiet where words stop being necessary. We'll spare you the play-by-play, but let's just say the night takes its natural turn. Two people who've spent this whole chapter dancing around each other finally stop dancing. Foreheads together, breath shaky, this is the part where the narrator politely looks away. Even if it's just me, he murmurs, you shouldn't give in this easily. Self-aware for a playboy, isn't he? He tenses up himself for a second. Turns out even he's not as unaffected as he lets on. Were you planning to sleep with me too without it meaning anything? He asks. No, she says. You're different. If that's what you want, he says, then I don't mind at all. She lets a strap slip, flowers scattered around her. This scene is doing a lot of the talking without words. So she starts, and then just goes wide-eyed instead of finishing the sentence. We'll cut the close-up there. Use your imagination, folks. Later, the two of them stand close together, his bandaged hand a quiet reminder of the fight that put it there. Ignore that, he says, a little embarrassed. My body sometimes can't read the mood, so your heart and body are separate things? she teases. In this case, he admits, I'd say my head and body aren't exactly in sync. Look up. Why do you keep avoiding my eyes? Lorena freezes, caught red-handed avoiding his gaze. Then what does your head actually think of me? She asks, finally looking up. But you wouldn't know, he says, since you can't see inside it. Classic deflection. He drags a hand through his hair, visibly rattled by his own honesty. I'll go now, he says, all business again. You can wash yourself, right? The two of them linger by the bath anyway, neither one actually leaving. No, he blurts out, clearly surprised at himself. What, do you want me to wash you? She teases right back. You said earlier you'd do that, she reminds him. You told me to use you as my lover. I said lover, he corrects, not tempter. Nice try, Lorena. Is that not allowed? She asks, all faux innocence. She lets the moment stretch, standing there in nothing but soft light and her own confidence. Last time I wasn't in my right mind, he admits, but this time I mean it. So why won't you? She presses, blushing despite herself. Her heart's clearly racing. The sound effects do the narrating for us here. His is right there with it if that face is anything to go by. Just wash up already, he finally says, dodging the moment with a splash of water. Ah, it's not like I plan on following the old-fashioned steps anyway, he adds, half to himself. But watching you now, it's... She trails off, flustered in a way she clearly wasn't expecting. Guess you don't really trust me, he needles, testing her. Not at all, she answers, and somehow it comes out sounding the opposite. Then he turns serious. You need to learn to love yourself more. When you've learned that, he says, then I'll hold you. A promise, not a rejection. He looks almost as surprised by his own sincerity as she is. But then, he adds, the teasing creeping back in, you'll have to tell me everything, every detail of how you were with that man. Why would you need to know that? She asks, wary. Because, he says, closing the distance, I'll do everything differently. Now, go finish washing up, he tells her, playing at composure again. I'll put medicine on your foot afterward, he adds. Are you going to wait for me, or me? She asks, half teasing. I'll stay until I see you fall asleep, he says, and for once there's no joke in it. She goes quiet again, sitting with that promise for a second. In the bath, alone with her thoughts, she finally lets herself relax. Thank you for coming today, she says softly to a room he's already stepped out of. Outside her door, Miguel's silhouette slips away into the dark halls. Something's different in his step, though, not the usual easy swagger. He disappears down the corridor alone with whatever's eating at him. Cut to another man entirely, pacing somewhere far from Lorena's warm little bubble, boots against cold stone. Shattered glass litters the floor around him. Somebody's had a very bad night. Insane, he mutters to himself, the word landing like an accusation. Candlelight gutters in a room that feels a lot colder than it looks. Even the dog scratching at the door seems spooked by whatever mood he's in. He's talking to no one, or maybe to himself, repeating that same word. Insane. I miscalculated, he admits. I shouldn't have brought Lorena into this in the first place. I should have cut out the root of the problem entirely. Get a grip, the Fontes, he snarls at himself, and there's blood on his hand now, real or imagined. You're asking why all this happened? He shouts, unraveling fast. It was you. The accusation lands somewhere between fury and disbelief. You're the one who gave Lorena the gun, he demands. Whoever he's confronting throws up his hands, caught completely off guard. The tension in that stare says this isn't going to end quietly. A name finally surfaces out of the haze of rage and blood. Michelo Avatos, Miguel's real name, spat out like a verdict. Elsewhere, under cover of night, armed men close in on a residence. There's no one inside the residence, one of them reports. Not even a single servant in sight, another adds, guns still raised. Search the garden thoroughly, the man in charge orders, dark-haired and sharp-eyed, unmistakably one of Val's own. Yes, sir, comes the answer, and the search fans out into the dark. His face gives nothing away, but he's clearly not here to ask polite questions. Somewhere out in that garden, someone's hiding or running. A pair of hands closes around the gun, the ground slick underfoot. A shot rings out into the night and everything after happens too fast to follow. Movement in the bushes, a scuffle, a body going down somewhere close by. One of the maids stumbles onto the scene first, and there's a familiar reddish-haired figure lying motionless on the ground. "Ione!" she cries out, reaching for someone just out of frame. No. The denial comes out broken, barely a whisper. Her face says it before her voice can. Whatever she's just seen, it's bad. "Hannah, Ione," she screams into the night, and somewhere below, a pair of eyes snap open. The chapter ends on a gun raised and leveled straight at us, and we're left with absolutely no idea who's on the other end of it. Snow falls quietly over a run-down industrial backstreet as night settles in. A grim old factory looms in the dark, the kind of place where bad news waits to happen. Word spreads fast. A guard named Luce is dead. His body's left in a smear of blood on the frozen ground. He was one of the guards posted to protect the maids of the Klein estate. Miguel's jaw tightens the second word reaches him. The Duke's men dumped the body in the street for the world to see, then scrubbed the scene clean before any witnesses turned up. Whatever happened out there, nobody meant for it to stay quiet. Miguel realizes right away this wasn't random. Val's figured out he helped Lorena escape, and this is the message. Killing a man is one thing. Putting his body on display for everyone to see is a whole different kind of warning. The threat lands hard. Report it to the police, and they'll come sniffing around everyone involved. That's the last thing anyone here needs. For now, they bury the truth and give Luce a quiet, respectful funeral. Worse, 2 of the maids are still missing. If Val wanted them dead, he'd have made that obvious too. Which means they're being kept alive. For now. He's holding them as leverage, plain and simple, hostages to force Lorena's hand. Everyone in their broom knows exactly what happens at the decisive moment. This isn't posturing anymore. This is a declaration of war. Cut to Val, lost somewhere between memory and nightmare. It's almost like the man in his head resents him personally. The accusation echoes again. "You're the one who handed my wife a gun." In the dream, he's standing in Soto's sealed monastery. Somewhere he swears he's never actually set foot. A woman with familiar golden hair drifts through the vision too, just out of reach. Is it just 2 people shouting nonsense at each other? Or is there something real buried in it? Val can't shake the feeling he's missing something obvious. Must be nice to forget everything and live in peace. Someone in the dream sneers, right after crashing someone else's plans and ruining everything. The wreckage of some other plan hangs over the whole vision. Wait, is he forgetting something? He's never set foot in a sealed monastery in his life. Maybe, he thinks, it's time he actually did. Someone falls into step behind Miguel with a pointed warning. "Don't think I won't figure out what you're up to, Marquis," the man says, eyes locked on him. Miguel doesn't flinch. If that's meant as a threat to him and his comrades, it's going to take a lot more than that. He starts covering his tracks immediately. No more meetings at the Alborada. The cathedral confessional's off limits too, so is that abandoned factory. Even the little cafe by the theater gets crossed off the list. Every known meeting spot, gone. From here on, it's just the Ervito's mansion and Mora's brewery. Nowhere else. As people fall in line without argument. The very next day, tragedy hits close to home. Daniel Mora, the brewery owner's son, one of their last safe contacts, turns up dead. Back at Miguel's mansion, the mood turns grim. They'd already guessed Val might be holding Dora and Hannah hostage to twist their arm. But still no sign of a ransom, no demands, nothing. Miguel sprawls across the couch while Lorena listens, tense. Whoever went in as their guard, it's likely both of them are still alive, someone reasoned. He killed someone? Lorena can barely get the words out. Somewhere else, Val's hands won't stop shaking as the vision brands him, a cruel monster. Even after returning to the past, the voice in the dream tells him, "You still end up with blood on your hands." Back with the living, Miguel's already made up his mind. "I'll go save Hannah and Dora." Lorena isn't impressed. How? By walking straight into his arms? There's also the small matter of the divorce hearing now just a week away. Lorena's got a plan of her own. Use withdrawing the divorce suit as a bargaining chip. A piece of paper means nothing next to someone's life. The weight of it all finally cracks her composure. "I'm so sorry," she tells one of the household staff. "Because of me, your colleague is dead." "It's not your fault. There's no blame to assign here," he tells her gently. "Most of all, my colleagues were sacrificed," he finishes. Lorena freezes. "Colleagues, plural." "Don't tell me there's another victim," she says, dreading the answer. Silence answers her instead. Miguel finally decides it's time she knew who he really is. "Remember what you told me earlier," he says, holding her gaze. "That you'd give me a chance, no matter what I asked of you. It's time you kept that promise." "Let me introduce you to my comrades," he says, and just like that, everything's about to change. He leads her somewhere dim and hidden. Elsewhere, his hooded comrades are already arguing, unless someone on the inside sold them out. How did the enemy even find Daniel? "Our network's airtight," one insists. "No trace of being followed." "Then how did he know to target Daniel?" someone snaps. "Unless he came from the future." Nobody laughs. A bell tolls somewhere above the meeting room. "Mish, the one arriving today," the comrade starts to say. A hooded figure watches from the shadows near the door. Miguel steps in with Lorena at his side. "Looks like I won't need to introduce you," he tells the room. "You all seem to know each other already. Say hello, Lorena." Miguel lays it all out. "These are my Republican comrades. Together, we're going to bring this kingdom down." Lorena's expression barely moves, but her mind is racing. "So, you're a Republican," she finally says. The weight of what that actually means settles over her. What you're planning isn't just a coup, she realizes. It's a full revolution. The scale of it leaves her a little unsteady on her feet. Republicans, people who reject the divine monarchy outright and want a republic in its place. "Ah, so that's why you never wanted my offer." "To make you king," she realizes, "because your real goal is getting rid of the throne altogether." "I'm sorry I couldn't tell you sooner," Miguel says quietly later, alone with her. "I wasn't trying to deceive you. There are just too many lives riding on this staying secret." He opens up further. People in this country worship God without question. The old king sits enthroned, propped up by exactly that kind of blind faith. They believe the royal family's chosen by God, so nobody dares challenge them for fear of divine punishment. The crown and the church prop each other up, a partnership built to last. All of it, just to keep their grip on power. As a boy, Miguel saw the ugly truth behind everyone who claimed to speak for God. Everything, all of it, is just done by human hands, he says. Even the things that look divine, once you dig deep enough, are just human ambition wearing a halo. But a revolution alone cannot do generations of blind faith. Becoming king outright would make reshaping the country a whole lot easier. "You're a prince. You already have the people's support." "Love me because I have legitimacy." "They don't love me," Miguel says bitterly. "They pity me." His mother, Princess Adriana, was abused by the monarchy until it killed her. And her son lost his mother young, then vanished for 12 years. That's him. But the truth is, I'm just a wicked scoundrel drowning in drink and decadence. At least, that's the story he sold everyone. "They're not loving me. They're projecting my mother's memory onto me," he admits. Lorena's putting it together fast. "They're not actually supporting you. Not really. Let's be precise here, Michello. It's not that you couldn't be king. You never actually intended to be. Did you? Your reputation, every rumor tied to your name. You built every last bit of it yourself. The useless Playboy act, entirely on purpose. Meanwhile, he quietly carved out an entire street of the city as his own private territory. He stayed cozy with the nobles to milk them for intel, all while quietly recruiting their sworn enemies. The Republicans. He turned the public against the crown while looking like he wasn't lifting a finger. He even staged just enough minor scandal to keep himself off anyone's shortlist for the crown. None of this happened overnight. He's been playing this long game since he was 15 years old. Michelo was already plotting the monarchy's downfall, while most kids his age were just plotting how to skip class. Miguel just smiles. "Sharp of you. You're right. I have zero interest in that divine throne. A nation ought to belong to its people, don't you think?" And there it is, the real Miguel, at last. His pendant catches the light one last time as the truth finally settles between them. 13 years. That's how long this revolution has been quietly built, brick by brick, waiting for its moment. Meet the man at its center, all easy charm and a smile that hides exactly how dangerous he really is. His name is Michello, and every thread of this conspiracy runs straight back to him. He turns to the woman beside him with a loaded question. Is she connected to Inger's Republican government too? Most of Bessen's Republicans, she reminds him, trace their roots straight back to Ingrid. Michello studies her a beat too long. There's quite a bit of overlap, he mutters. Among the so-called friends he was introduced to earlier, he adds pointedly. And Kleinbank, it turns out, has picked up a suspicious number of new depositors lately, which would mean, in effect, something enormous. That Kleinbank has been quietly acting as a vault for the revolution's funds. Even back when her father was wrongly branded a spy in her previous life, she thinks he must have faced questioning just like this. She never imagined how tangled it had all become. She lets out a shaky breath, steadying herself before she says what she's really thinking. I sometimes think I may have grabbed onto a rotten rope, Michello admits quietly. So will you let it go then? She asks him, point blank. I grabbed it, he says. If the rope breaks, we fall together. And if it means a firing squad. If you're trying to scare me, you've badly misjudged. I'm not afraid of dying. Her expression doesn't flicker. She means every word of it. I can't even joke with you, Michello mutters. I'm not saying you should risk your life. If someone, she starts, there reports you as a Republican, sell me out and save yourself. On the contrary, he fires back. If you're the one reported, use my name to get out of it, and if any operation needs funding, I'll have it ready in advance. I've got Vei's own deposit certificate now, so there's extra money to spare, she says with a small smile, spending her husband's fortune against him. Or do you need an account under a different name? He asks. Eventually, maybe, she says. Not yet, though. So you're planning to use me right now, she demands, catching him off guard. Tell me what you need, Michello says instead. I'll be whatever that is. Something flickers across his face when he says it, like the words cost him more than he'd admit. Sometimes I really don't understand you, she murmurs. Why do you go this far? Even though you don't love me, he adds, quieter. The words land harder than he probably meant them to. She just stares at him. What does that mean? She finally manages. Nothing, he says, turning away. I don't expect much anyway. Every time you talk like your own safety doesn't matter, she says, it makes me feel strange. He goes quiet at that, and for a moment neither of them says a thing. In his head, one thought keeps circling, as if someday I might lose you. The thought finishes and it terrifies him more than any firing squad. In his mind's eye, she stands under an open sky, and he tells her, your eyes are so clear and honest when you look at me. And yet, he thinks, you look so precarious. Like someone who's already made peace with jumping. In the vision, she stands barefoot right at the cliff's edge, hair streaming into the dark, and he can't tell if she'd step back if he called her name. The story rewinds a week, to the vineyards behind Mora's brewery. There, the eldest son, Daniel Mora, turns up dead. The brewery had quietly served as a key meeting point for Republican leadership in Basin. And Daniel himself was no bystander. He was the organization's courier. His body was covered in clear knife wounds. Yet the police called it an accidental fall. Only someone with real pull over Bessen's police could make a ruling like that stick. One of Michello's people puts it bluntly, there's only one person with that kind of pull. The Duke, he says. The meaning behind it all is painfully clear. Only one person could have ordered this. Michello doesn't mince words either. This is a declaration of war. Back at the estate, Lorena crosses her arms, turning the news over in her head. It's a clear signal, Michello tells her, that the Republicans' internal information is being leaked. And yet, strangely, no actual trace of a leak has ever turned up. Not once in the past. 7 years, and in all that time, Vei, the Duke himself, has never once managed to root the Republicans out. As recently as this past April, hooded operatives confirm the Duke's own study and private safe held nothing. No lists, no names, nothing tying a single Republican to anything. I searched the Duke's study myself, Lorena says, in memory. I'm certain of it. I never imagined we'd get intel straight from the Duchess herself, one of the hooded figures murmurs, still stunned. As expected from Mitch, another whispers, giving Michello all the credit for landing an impossible source. The so-called fake queen, Olivia Quintana, used that exact same trick, Michello tells her by the window. Daniel's replacement as contact, it turns out, was a man named Gale Almano. Olivia herself had spent time investigating the so-called fake queen business too. She admitted she'd found a Republican mole inside Motrell, but never managed to identify who it actually was. Her real assignment, it turns out, was also to gather intel on the Republicans out of Alborada. Unsurprisingly, she failed at that too. I never thought I'd hear that name again, here of all places, Lorena murmurs to the woman beside her. It happened right after a meeting with the Duke's own officials. I always suspected they were basically acting as informants, she admits. Of course, none of that changes the past, comes the reply. But it still doesn't answer the real question. How does Vane know the Republicans' information so precisely? Lorena's hand drifts to her chest, the question sitting uneasily with her. Michello turns it over too. His current moves make it look like he already knows Michaelo himself is the head of the Republicans. So how did the Duke know enough to target Daniel specifically? The hooded circle around him has no answer. Michello says it almost as a joke, except nobody laughs. Unless he came back from the future. Lorena's eyes go wide, one tear catching the light, like he'd just said something far too close to true. Back at Michello's estate, something suddenly very wrong. Running footsteps, raised voices. Master, it's me! Someone bursts in, hooded and out of breath. You need to come out now. There's someone in front of the mansion. Lorena and Michaelo move fast, dread written across both their faces. They race through the halls, the mansion suddenly feeling much too large. Michello keeps pace right beside her, not letting her out of arm's reach. Then someone screams a name. Dora! Dora, Lorena's young maid, stands there shaking, barely able to get the words out. What happened? Michello demands. Shoo, just now. A car pulled up to the main gate, Dora stammers, and dropped this person off. Michello's face goes hard. That was definitely a Levante's family vehicle. Lorena goes silent, already dreading exactly who was inside. Any injuries? She asks, catching the woman as she buckles. Hannah is badly hurt, Sonora, Dora sobs. They're told the bullet missed Hannah's heart by a hair. Her life isn't in danger, but it was close. The Duke, Lorena breathes, must have used a gun on her. He sent her back alive, which almost certainly means one thing: he spared her on purpose. Sending back only this one girl makes a grim kind of sense too, Lorena realizes, and still none of it settles her stomach. It really is fortunate Hannah survived it all, she tells herself, watching a maid bring in a fresh tray beside the bed. Dora, Lorena asks carefully, did the Duke leave any kind of message? Did he ask for anything? She presses. Dora hesitates, eyes welling up again. He only said something, Dora finally says, but I don't really understand it. Something, he said, Lorena repeats. Lorena, the message apparently began, using her name directly, which the Duke never does through a servant. Do you believe in God? Was the question he'd left behind. In her memory of him, Bay's voice turns almost philosophical. You might be different. Being from Ingrid, being from Bess and myself, I've never once doubted he exists. She remembers being held close by him once, unable to see his face, only able to feel how tightly he was gripping her. If God didn't exist, he'd said, how could any of this even be possible? Time that's already passed is gone. And yet the memories remain. Is that even something that should be possible? Lorena can't shake the question. Neither, this episode, can we. The chapter opens on a haunting memory, trembling clasped hands bleeding into a wash of blood red as a broken voice begins right after you took your own life. For the first time in his life, he says, he doubted God even existed. He recalls kneeling before someone, begging, take everything I own, just give her back to me. But no answer ever came. A tear slides down his face as he admits, in the end, an answer did come. It was meant for Lorena. If God really doesn't exist, he wonders, How could any of this be happening at all? The vision cuts to a girl lying motionless in dark grass, one hand reaching weakly toward nothing. The time they once lived through is gone, he murmurs, but somehow the memories refuse to fade. A shadow looms into frame, knife in hand, and a voice purrs a cold question. Is that even possible? Aren't you curious? He taunts. Who's going to be next? Lorena flinches back, tears welling. She's clearly the one he means. As always, the voice tells her, "You're the only one who can stop me." "See you at the hearing," he says, using her married name like a blade. Lorena Levantes. Then, he says, "You'll have to choose." "Between me or him," he whispers. Lorena jolts awake, gasping and drenched in sweat. She thrashes in bed, still trapped between the nightmare and the waking world. A terrified maid screams, "Sisinora!" as Lorena collapses to the floor. Still reeling, Lorena arrives at a horrifying realization. She wasn't the only one who came back. Her eyes go wide, a single tear slipping free as it all sinks in. That's why, she realizes, Duke Valle suddenly changed his plans that day and rushed to Soto Monastery to check if his own corpse was waiting there. Even though he remembers everything he did to her, she thinks bitterly, staring into the memory of a gun on the floor. Killing her father, destroying her homeland, all of it still fresh in his memory. In the memory, someone holds her close, insisting it isn't too late, she can still undo everything. He actually dared to say that to her, she thinks, disbelieving. So even after coming back, she realizes he still deceived her. A broken, humorless laugh tears out of her as the weight of it all crashes down. Back in the present, Miguel and a wide-eyed maid catch her before she hits the floor. Miguel stares down at her, red eyes blown wide with alarm. Later, once she's settled, Miguel strolls back in, noting with a small smile that Miss Dora must have been exhausted. She conked out almost instantly. "Then that's a relief," Lorena murmurs, still shaken but a little steadier now. He kneels beside her, gently checking her over, making sure she's really all right. "Explain it to me," he says quietly, "what Miss Dora meant earlier." Lorena's hand drifts to the pendant at her throat, steadying herself before she speaks. "I didn't understand a word of it," he admits, "but you clearly did, right away." She reminds him, she once told him she saw future events in her dreams, a gift she chalked up to divine grace. Her expression hardens, bracing herself for what she's about to admit. In truth, she says, they were never dreams at all. She came back in time. Miguel stares, stunned. "What are you talking about?" "And I thought," she goes on, "that I was the only one. I thought time rewound the instant I died," she says. "But maybe that wasn't quite it." "Died?" Miguel repeats, alarmed. "Who on earth died?" Her mind races back. The exact moment Val suddenly rushed off to Soto. It's certain. She realizes he came back to April 1st, same as she did. But what if, she wonders with dread, her death didn't stop his world the way it stopped hers? A grim memory flickers, blood pooling across the floor, a hand going still. What if he came back only after living through a future she knows nothing about? After her death, she reasons, Kleinbank and all of Ingrid would have collapsed completely, handing the Besson royal family the perfect excuse to purge the Republicans. At the very least, she concludes, Val must have lived through all of that before coming back. That's exactly how he already knew the Republicans' confidential secrets. Which means the whole network is already exposed down to its roots. They need to get out of Motrell now. If they don't, the nightmare's taunt echoes back through her mind. Aren't you curious who will be next? If that happens, she realizes with a chill, the one in danger is. A dark silhouette looms in her thoughts, the shape of the man who started it all. Herself. Lorena. Lorena Klein. Miguel's voice cuts through, sharp and urgent. She jolts back to the present, startled by the sound of her own name. Miguel grips her shoulders, shaking her gently to pull her all the way back. He holds on tight, refusing to let her slip back into that spiral. In the past, he starts carefully. "You said you experienced..." "Who died?" he demands. "And how?" "Tell me quickly, Lorena." She goes quiet, the words catching in her throat. "It was quick," she finally says, "and clean. I didn't even feel any pain," she adds, almost too calmly. Thanks to you, she tells him softly, letting herself lean into his arms. I'm fine, really, she insists. It's a time that doesn't even exist anymore. He pulls her in tighter, unwilling to just let that go. I'm alright, so she starts again, trying to reassure him. I'm not alright. Miguel finally breaks, his composure cracking wide open. A buried memory surfaces. Val, cold with fury, spitting an accusation at him. He put a gun into my wife's hand. All those words, Miguel realizes with dawning horror, meant ash drifts down like snow over the memory of Lorena, small and broken beneath it. In the vision, she looks almost serene, clutching a ring, and simply says, "Thank you." Was that really the only way? Miguel asks himself, gutted. Lorena breaks down in his arms, the grief finally catching up to both of them. "Why didn't you just ask me for help?" he presses. "I was there too back then, wasn't I?" Instead of asking for a pistol, he says, "You should have asked for help." Maybe, she admits, there could have been another way. But at the time, she says, she simply couldn't endure it any longer. She hated how weak, how pathetic she felt back then. The memory rewinds further. Inside a church, she once asked someone point blank, "Do you have a gun?" "I managed to get one," she'd said, "but I want one more." The two figures face off in the dim sanctuary, the request hanging heavy between them. "What exactly are you planning to use it for?" the other asks warily. "For revenge," she answers flatly. "On whom?" he presses. "The butcher," she spits, "who ruined her entire world." "Do you even know how to use one?" he asks. "Not at all," she admits, taking the weapon into her hands anyway. She raises it with trembling hands, a startled dove bursting into flight behind her. Her scream tears through the memory as everything comes apart. If she hadn't pulled the trigger that day, would she ever have been able to think this clearly without a shred of hesitation? She wonders now. If she'd lived on in ignorance, she reflects, she might have ended up carrying that man's child. And then, she says, she'd never have escaped at all. "I don't regret it," she says firmly. "I think, honestly, it was the best choice I've ever made. Because of it, her father is alive. The bank is safe, and she gets to hold on to this, onto him right here, right now." They walk on together, arm in arm, closer than ever. This life, she tells him, she's going to try living the way he taught her. She wants for once to try actually loving herself. Honestly, Miguel admits, cupping her face, he's still not very good at this either. But if there's any worth in him at all, he wants to spend every bit of it on her. Oh, back then too, she confesses, she desperately needed his help, even if she never once asked for it. "Thank you," she whispers, forehead pressed to his. "Thank you so much." They hold each other close as the chapter quietly settles into hard-won peace. We open in Miguel's private chambers, late at night. Lorraine is asleep in his bed while he just sits at the edge watching her like he's daring himself to look away. Lately her sleep has gotten peaceful, calm even. A small mercy neither of them says out loud. "Not tonight, though," she murmurs in her sleep, restless. Why won't he do it?" He notices. She still talks in her sleep sometimes, and he admits, quietly, that he likes it anyway. He tells himself she won't remember any of this by morning. Tonight, though, is going to be the exception. She stirs under his hand, the small unfair whimper escaping her. Whatever she's dreaming, it's got its claws in her. Then it hits her, the sound of a gunshot. Miguel's face goes pale, eyes wide, because he knows exactly what kind of dream this is. In the dream, a woman who's never once held a weapon raises one anyway, the only target she could be certain of hitting. A shadow looms over her own reflection, faceless, ringed in dying light. Is her own temple. Someone reaches for her afterward, blood already soaking through her hair, telling her to value her life would have been a waste of breath. She was a person who chose to die because she couldn't stand living with herself. She appears again, ghostly and radiant and white, drifting through a memory that isn't quite real. She had no will left to live, and no fear left of dying either. "We never should have dragged a broken person into a scheme this dangerous," someone whispers, cradling her too late. The story gets written up afterward based on her own account of it all. A headline for a tragedy. Nobody stopped in time. In this vision, she dies after both the Klein family and the nation of Ingerd fall. With the Republic of Ingerd left in ruins, the resistance loses its spark. The revolutionaries back in the scene would have lost their driving force overnight. And if the royal family struck while the iron was still hot, they'd all have been sitting ducks. No matter how hard she tries to stay hopeful, she doubts that past version of herself lasted very long. Miguel can barely stand to hear the rest of it. They wouldn't have risked a public execution, so they likely just had her quietly assassinated instead. If things keep going the way they're going, she's terrified history is about to repeat itself. I won't give that bastard the satisfaction of killing me, she vows to herself. Miguel's expression hardens into something colder, something far more determined. She won't let this tragic woman die a second time. Step 1. Find a foolproof way to stop him. Because here's the part that changes everything. By some grace she doesn't fully understand, Lorena has been seeing the future in her dreams. She sits alone with that knowledge, wrapped in vines and quiet dread. God's grace, my foot, she mutters. There's nothing holy about a gift like this one. If a soul stays tethered to the past like this, it isn't a gift at all. It's a curse. But if that's what it is, she says, then she has all the more reason to fight it. Miguel takes her hand. There's no rule saying I can't carry that curse right alongside you. He pulls her into his arms, binds and all. Whatever this is, he's not letting her face it alone. To find the root cause of all this, though, they need real answers. Somewhere in memory, a man stands over a woman on the floor, papers scattered everywhere. The scene of whatever crime started all this. I need to go back to the scene of a crime, Lorena decides. Miguel, meanwhile, is already working out a plan of his own. I'm going to Soto personally, he tells her, straight to the monastery where Valet once vanished. The night settles back around them, the nightmare fading, if only for now. Time gets away from them fast. Before anyone's ready, the divorce hearing is suddenly just 2 days out. Miguel offers to come with her to court. She waves him off. Spectators aren't even allowed inside anyway. Forget that, she says instead. When do you get back? 2 weeks, minimum, he tells her. He's already planning ahead. Telegram Motril the second he lands in Arnal. He's due to leave for Arnal today, Vessen's second largest city right behind Motril itself. Rumor has it Arnal is hiding a massive underground Republican network. He's heading there to strategize with them directly. Arnold's simply safer than staying in Motril where Levantes has eyes on every corner. Still, Lorena can't quite figure out why she's acting like this about it. Have a safe trip, she says stiffly. He points out, dryly, that she still hasn't let go of his sleeve. She goes quiet, caught red-handed. He teases her anyway, worried about an ambush. That's exactly why he picked the train. Nobody starts a shootout in the packed carriage. Stop jinxing it, she snaps, thoroughly unimpressed. You're truly going to Arnal, aren't you? She asks again, like repeating it might change the answer. She can't quite meet his eyes. He just smiles at her, warm and a little smug, like he already knows exactly what this is. I already said I was, he reminds her. Please don't be reckless, she presses. He shoots back that he actually values his own life, unlike a certain someone in this conversation. Don't make me regret running away from the Duke, she warns him quietly. What does that mean? He asks, brow raised. If Val hurts you, she starts. I'll never forgive myself. Miguel admits something heavier. He might even come to regret not giving in to Val's demands. Now she needs to know exactly what Valet asked of him. The answer, when it comes, Val wanted him to give him an heir. He said the exact same thing back at Soto too. Valet wanted a baby. The man is deranged, Miguel mutters, walking her back inside. Don't make me consider those what-ifs, he tells her firmly. He doesn't want her holding a grudge against him over any of it. She goes quiet again, unreadable. I'd hate for you to blame me for ruining your life, he adds, more vulnerable than he means to sound. Privately, he's noticed her unusual anxiety, and he's pretty sure she's worked out the same thing he already knows, that the Miguel of the past likely died young. Enough of this heavy talk, he says, changing the subject before either of them can chase that thought any further. It's about all she manages. You make it sound like I'm marching off to war, he laughs, kneeling in front of her instead of moping. Where do you even want to settle down after the divorce? He asks, way too casually. What? She blinks. Do you still prefer Ingrid? And how many kids are we talking? He presses, grinning. Hold on, are you suggesting? She starts. We live together? She finishes, flustered. Why do you have to finish my mission before we can share a home? He shrugs, entirely too pleased with himself. He flashes her a wink that says he meant every word of it anyway. Then, more seriously, even after you succeed, do you still? He trails off, suddenly less sure of himself. So if you stay by my side. I'm finished pretending, he finishes, dropping the Playboy act, maybe for good. I know you won't love me, he admits. But you ought to take responsibility for me, right? Their hands find each other. She can't even get a word out. Just a blush, and a breath caught somewhere in her throat. Fingers laced together, and that's answer enough. What happens next isn't exactly subtle. Let's just say the night takes a very different turn and neither of them puts up much of a fight. I'm not usually the type to surrender myself like this, he admits, a little breathless. He says it like a confession, not a boast. You change me into a stranger, he tells her afterward, quiet and stunned by his own honesty. She doesn't have anything to say to that. Not yet. You expose parts of me I didn't know I had, he goes on. You make me feel pathetic, petty, and humiliatingly soft sometimes. The room goes soft and hazy around them, like the whole world decided to give them a minute. And every once in a while, he adds, lacing his fingers through hers, you turn me into a hopeless pervert. That petty, soft, perverted bastard, you're the one who found him, so he's yours now. She goes pink to the ears, caught completely off guard by how much that lands. Never doubt that, he tells her, dead serious for once. And for once, the infamous playboy of Motrell isn't performing for anybody. It's late, and Miguel's perched at the edge of Lorena's bed, arms crossed, just watching her sleep. Lately he's noticed her sleep has gotten a lot more peaceful. Why? He murmurs, like he still can't quite believe his own luck. She mumbles something in her sleep, a half-formed question that trails off into nothing. I like it, she sighs, still dead asleep. He's used to these late-night mutterings of hers by now. You won't remember any of this in the morning anyway, he tells her quietly, a confession he only trusts to a sleeping audience. Except tonight, for once, turns out to be different. She stirs with a groan, some sound cutting straight through her sleep. It's the crack of a gunshot, and Miguel is instantly on alert. Her mind flashes back to a darker night. For a woman who'd never so much as held a gun before, there was really only one target she could hit for sure. The memory is all shadow, a hunched silhouette with a gun raised and shaking. Her own temple, she realizes with a chill, that was the only shot she could have made with any certainty. A hand closes hard around her wrist, telling this woman to value her own life, Miguel thinks grimly, would be a complete waste of breath. In his head the picture forms clear. A woman who chose to end her own life because she simply couldn't stand herself anymore. No will left to live, and no fear of death either. We never should have dragged someone that broken into a scheme this dangerous, he thinks, guilt curdling in his chest. He looks down at her sleeping now, and none of that guilt gets any lighter. This whole grim picture, he reminds himself, is only pieced together from Lorena's own account of it. In that account, she doesn't die first. Kleinbank falls, then Ingrid itself collapses, and only after that does she die. With the Republic of Ingrid left in ruins, the revolutionaries back in the Sin would lose their biggest driving force overnight. One domino topples straight into the next, in her grim accounting of it. And if the royal family struck while the iron was still hot, the whole resistance would have been sitting ducks. No matter how optimistic I'd try to be, Lorena admits, I doubt the past version of me survived very long after that. Miguel's whole face goes tight hearing her talk about herself like that. They wouldn't have risked a public execution, she figures. More likely they just had her quietly assassinated instead. If things keep going the way they're going, she says, history is bound to repeat itself. But I refuse to give that bastard the satisfaction of killing me. she vows. Something in Miguel's eyes goes hard and sharp in the dark. He's not about to let this tragic woman die a second time. First step, find some foolproof way to stop Val cold. He looks at her sleeping face, and whatever word is forming in his head right now, it's pretty unmistakable. The story she's fed the palace goes like this. Through God's own grace, she foresaw the future in her dreams. In her head, she pictures herself tangled up in it, vines and all, like some fairy tale nobody asked for. God's grace, my foot, she thinks privately. A soul chained to its own past like this isn't a blessing. It's a curse, plain and simple. And if it really is a curse, well, that's just one more reason to fight it with everything she's got. Their hands bind each other in the dark, quiet, and certain. There's no rule, Miguel murmurs, saying I can't carry that curse right alongside you. The image of her half lost in her own head, entangled in vines, stays with him. To actually get to the root of all this, he keeps circling back to that fateful night, replaying it from every possible angle. He needs to go back, he decides, to the scene of the crime itself. Morning finds him still turning the whole plan over in his head. I'm going to Soto, he decides, personally. And just like that, we're back where we started tonight. Him at her bedside, mind fully made up. Life at the estate rolls on beneath those same gilded ceilings. Time slips by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the divorce hearing is only 2 days out, and someone's asking Lorena point blank if she's sure she doesn't want company at court. Yes, she says simply. Besides, spectators aren't even allowed inside. Forget that, she adds quickly. When are you actually coming back? She's trying hard to sound casual about it, and not quite managing. 2 weeks minimum, Miguel says. I'll wire Motrell the second I reach Arnal. He's leaving for Arnold today, dressed down enough not to draw any attention. Arnold is the second biggest city in all of Britain, right behind Motrell. And word has it there's a massive underground Republican presence hiding in plain sight there. That's exactly who Miguel is going to meet to plan their next move together. Meeting him out in Arnold beats staying in Motrell, where Levantes has eyes on every corner. Even so, Miguel can't quite figure out why Lorena's acting so strangely about all this. She opens her mouth like she's about to say something, then hesitates. Safe trip, she finally manages. Funny, Miguel says, considering you won't actually let go of my sleeve. She glances down at her own white-knuckled grip and says absolutely nothing. Turns out she's coming along after all. Worried about an ambush? That's exactly why I picked the train, Miguel laughs. Nobody starts a shootout in a packed carriage, he reasons. Though, admit it, it would be exciting. Stop jinxing it, she snaps. You're really something, someone teases her, insisting on Arnal like this. Going to Arnal, aren't you? They finish, watching her face carefully. Lorena isn't budging, and it shows on Miguel's face. I already told you I'm coming, she says, like the matter's closed. Just please don't be reckless, Miguel sighs, giving in. I actually value my life, she shoots back sweetly, unlike a certain someone in this carriage. Don't make me regret sneaking you away from the Duke's watch, Miguel mutters. What's that supposed to mean? She asks, catching something in his voice. If Val ever hurts you, she says quietly, I'll never forgive myself. I might even come to regret not just giving him what he wanted back then, she admits, and Miguel's expression goes tight. Now I have to know, he says. What exactly did he ask for? An heir, Lorena says flatly. He wanted me to give him a baby. Miguel goes quiet, just holding her hand a little tighter. He told me the exact same thing, back in Soto, Miguel admits. That he wanted a baby? The man is deranged, Lorena mutters, disgusted. I'm just saying, Miguel presses. Don't make me start considering those what-ifs. I don't want you resenting me over this. She goes quiet, turning that over in her head. I'd hate for you to end up blaming me, he says, for ruining your whole life. Judging by how on edge she is, Miguel figures she's already worked out exactly what he has. That the Miguel she's talking to right now isn't quite the same one from whatever came before. The Miguel of that other timeline, he suspects, probably died young too. Okay, enough heavy talk for one night, Lorena declares, visibly rattled. Ah, is about all Miguel manages before she's already changing the subject. You make it sound like I'm marching off to war, he teases. Instead of mourning me in advance, how about something a little more optimistic? So, he asks casually, where do you want to settle down after the divorce? What? Lorena blinks, caught completely off guard. Do you still want Ingrid? And how many kids are we talking exactly? Hold on, are you suggesting, she starts going bright red. You want to live together? She manages to finish. For a second, neither of them says anything. Well, he grins, I do have to finish this mission first before we can actually share a home. She's quiet for a moment, still processing that he just said we. I mean, she presses, fidgeting, even after all this is over, do you still? If you're still planning on staying by my side. I'm done pretending, Miguel cuts in, all playfulness gone. A trademark smirk creeps right back onto his face, though, on cue. I know you probably won't ever love me back, he says. But you should still take responsibility for me, don't you that? She cuts him off before he can even finish, closing the distance herself. Whatever he was about to say gets lost completely. Miguel freezes for half a second, clearly not expecting that. Then he's kissing her back, like he's been waiting his whole life for permission. Their hands find each other again, fingers lacing tight. Everything blurs soft and pink from there. Let's just say the two of them don't make it back to actual furniture for a while. It's tender and unhurried, and very much not something we're going to narrate blow by blow. Ha is about the most articulate either of them manages for a while. Let's just say it's a long night. The manor stays very, very quiet around them for once. Somewhere in there, whatever walls were left between them come all the way down. Ugh, Lorena groans, equal parts overwhelmed and content. By the time things settle, the room's a wreck and neither of them cares. I'm not usually the type to surrender like this, Miguel admits, sounding almost sheepish about it. Coming from him, that's basically a confession all its own. He turned me into a stranger, he tells her, quieter now. 'Cause all she offers back, just listening. You exposed parts of me I didn't even know were there, he goes on. You make me feel pathetic, petty, and humiliatingly soft sometimes. She just watches him say all of this like she's memorizing it. It's about the most honest he's ever let himself be with her. And sometimes, he adds, smirking again, a hopeless pervert. That petty, soft, perverted bastard, he finishes. You're the one who dug him up, so I guess he belongs to you now. Lorena just goes red and says absolutely nothing. Never doubt that, Miguel says, dead serious for once, and means every word of it. For the first time in a long while, he actually looks at peace. Outside, the night settles quiet over Vessen, at least for now. It's hearing day, and the courthouse steps are already swarmed. The whole city turned out for round 2 of Bessen's biggest scandal. Everyone's straining for a look inside, but all they get is a hazy silhouette behind the glass. The papers are already calling it the grand finale of Bessen's greatest scandal. Not bad for a Tuesday. Exhibit A, the Duke himself, cool as ever. Tabloids love branding him the husband who threatened his own wife's family. He strides in without so much as a glance at the crowd, like public scorn just bounces right off him. Exhibit B, the Duchess at the center of it all, the one headlines are painting as the wife who put a knife in her husband's back. Literally. She walks in with her chin up, giving the cameras absolutely nothing. So which one walks out on top? The whole courtroom's holding its breath to find out. Down below, the two of them are finally in the same room again, close enough to touch, miles apart in everything else. The first round wraps, and Bal doesn't waste a second closing the distance to her side. Off to the side, the lawyers regroup, already sizing each other up for round 2. The bailiff calls it first round of arguments, officially in the books. Court's adjourning for a short recess, just enough time for everyone to catch their breath or start a fight. Someone in her corner tells her she did good and urges her to rest up before round 2. Lorena's pulse is hammering, and it has nothing to do with the verdict. The courtroom empties out fast, leaving nothing behind but an empty bench and a whole lot of tension. She stands apart, arms crossed, bracing for whatever comes next. Bill steps up first, and it's not small talk. He wants to know how Henna's doing. Word is, no one's reported her dead. That's a relief, he says, almost gentle for once, promising Henna can go home to the Klein residence the moment she's well enough to move. Lorena skims a paper in her hands, giving absolutely nothing away. Valley adds, almost defensively, that there's nothing to gain from locking up someone innocent. Lorena isn't buying the noble act for a second, and her silence says so. The quiet between them stretches out heavier than any accusation. Somewhere close, a single footstep breaks the silence. She keeps her eyes locked on the page, refusing to be the one who looks up first. He closes in anyway, leaning right into her space with that unreadable look of his. Their hands brush, just barely, and neither of them pulls away fast enough to pretend it didn't happen. "Lorna," he says, low, and she can't stop herself from glancing back over her shoulder. She holds his gaze and says absolutely nothing. He grabs for her hand as she tries to walk it off, clearly not ready to let this go. What is he even trying to pull here, she wonders, yanking her hand free. "Do you still have something to say?" she throws back, daring him to actually finish a sentence. "If you want the maid so badly, come take her yourself," he says. "I won't stop you." She fires right back. So is he planning to lock her up again too? Maybe upgrade to a windowless cell this time? "If you want me that badly," she goads, "why not just grab me right now?" He hits below the belt instead, sneering that he's not even sure the child she wants so badly will ever exist. "At the very least," she snaps, "you could satisfy your lust, couldn't you?" Ouch. His jaw tightens, fist clenching. That one landed. She doesn't flinch, holding her ground. And then, out of nowhere, a voice that shouldn't exist asks him flat out, what did he think of her corpse? Bal freezes, completely blindsided. He lunges into the dark, grasping for a version of her that isn't really there. It's a phantom Lorena, cold and knowing, asking if he really thought she'd forget, and whether she died clean. That won't do, the vision tells him, and there's nothing comforting about it. She describes it in horrible detail, a shot to the mouth, half his skull gone in an instant. "Stop it," he begs, and for once the ice-cold Duke sounds genuinely rattled. She presses on. "Since she died so neatly, he must have still wanted her, even staring at the body. Isn't that right?" A blade flashes, and he gasps like it's cutting into him too. "I didn't want to die that easily," the vision says, twisting the knife. "Literally. She wanted to be ruined beyond repair," she tells him, so he finally truly understand. "This is what you did to me," she says, "and it was never really about the blade at all." "Stop," he chokes out, but she's already moved on to the far worse thing. The soul he actually shattered. "A crushed skull doesn't even count as a miserable death," she says coldly. "I said stop, Lorena," he begs right back. "I should have died 2, 3 more times," she screams into the dark. Whatever composure he had left just got torn to pieces right along with it. "What kind of death would it even take," she demands, "for you to stop looking down on me?" The question lands like a slap. "Lorena Levantes, please," he begs the ghost of her, voice cracking apart. He grabs for the blade, desperate to stop what's coming. The whole nightmare collapses into one gutting image, her bleeding out in his arms, exactly like he always feared. "Please," he gasps, hollowed out. "Just shut up." And just like that, he's back. Sweating, shaking, staring at the very real Lorena standing in front of him. "Because the real Lorena is done waiting. You said you loved me," she says. "Is there really none of that feeling left?" she asks, and she actually wants to know. "Not even a fragment?" she presses, closing what little distance is left between them. He counters flatly. Her father's alive, the bank's still standing, and she's alive too. So what exactly is she so angry about? The scene drifts for a second to an empty church, like a memory neither of them can quite step back into. "I'm still," he starts, and can't quite finish it. He looks away instead, swallowing whatever he was about to admit. Finally, he says it outright. He's still in love with her. He reaches for her hand like the confession alone should fix everything. He admits he still feels like she could drive him out of his mind. "There and now," he says, gripping her chin. She's never once left his head. She goes rigid under his hand, saying nothing at all. Because I loved you like a damn fool, his own pulse betrays him before he can finish. In the end, he says, I came back, didn't I? Like that erases anything. He threw everything away, he insists, just for the chance to hold her again. So, she says quietly, I never pushed you away. It's not that I didn't love you, she admits, which somehow stings more than if she denied it. You were the one who walked out on my heart first, she tells him. For a moment, neither of them says anything at all. Then she lays it out. 7 years together every single day, and he had countless chances to love her properly, right up until the moment he was about to have her own father killed. There was still time to turn back then, she says. If he really loved her, that's when he should have said so. Not now. He turns it right back on her instead. Aren't you exactly the same? If she just said that one sentence a single day sooner, he insists, everything could have been different. That's right, she says, pulling free. Not agreeing, just unarguing. They just keep doing this forever, she realizes out loud, trading blame in an endless loop. Maybe they were always doomed, she muses. If some higher power really wanted to give them a do-over, he'd have wiped their memories clean and sent them straight back to the day they first met. Do you really think you're the only one God had plans for? She asks, cutting him down to size. Don't assume the whole world bends to whatever you want, she adds. A lesson 13 years too late for him, honestly. Never again, she declares, will you twist my life around to suit you. Is that so? Is all he says back, and it does not sound like surrender. The air between them turns colder in an instant. Then he drops it, casual as a knife between the ribs. Her lover went to Soto. What did you just say? She chokes out. Soto, that can't be. Are you having him watched? She demands, grabbing his arm. Do you love him? He asks instead, ignoring the question completely. Or does he seem to love you? He presses, twisting the knife slower this time. Did he look like some savior god sent down to Soto just for you? The mockery in his voice is unmistakable. She's had enough. Let me go. What have you done to Michelle? He goes cold instead, asking if she really didn't realize the gun her lover handed her would eventually point right back at her. He'll abandon you, Val says flatly, twisting every word like a blade. Everything I built, he adds, crumbled because of you. He's done pretending to be reasonable. He's going to hunt down every impure element left in Besson, root and all. And your lover, he says, will be my first target. Are you prepared for that? He asks her. And it is not really a question. The silence that follows says more than either of them could put into words. Something breaks loose in her instead. She was wrong, she realizes. Hannah was never actually her weakness. Her real weakness, she finally admits to herself, was Michelle all along. And Vile, watching that realization hit her, pulls her in close, holding on to the one piece of leverage he's got left. The chapter closes on the two of them tangled together in the dark, neither one anywhere close to letting go. Vala coldly warns that Miguel, Lorena's lover, will be his first target. Someone asks if he's really okay with that, and for a second even Vala was rattled by his own words. Keep you so much as lay a finger on him, someone snaps, furious. A young woman is yanked around by the collar and mocked. Is she really threatening to die again? Then die, comes the ice-cold reply, and it lands like a slap. Vala grips Lorena's hand, insisting this is almost easy for him. He's just repeating exactly what he did once before. I thought I didn't have it in me to be hurt anymore, Lorena admits quietly. His hand lingers at her face, the moment suddenly far too close for two people about to say goodbye. But hearing the word die thrown straight at her still stings more than she expected. He pulls her into a silent embrace. Neither of them has the words for this. His own face gives him away, guilt, plain and raw. The room goes quiet around them. I'm sorry, he finally manages. Forget what I just said, Lorena tells him. I was wrong. He holds on tighter, like letting go might be the real mistake. I know that I was destroying you, he admits against her hair. You're right, Lorena, he says. You always are. I never wanted that, she answers. Not even once. His bloodied hands cradle something small and broken. I never wanted to break you, he says. And for once it almost sounds like he means it. So stop me, he begs, gripping her face in both hands. Calm me down, Lorena. He crushes her against him, desperate. Just one word will do. I don't lie, she whispers back through tears. I've never lied to you, he says. Not once. Not even now. I've brought things to an end, Lorena tells him. So now it's your turn. That's all I have to say to you. There's no mistaking the look on her face now. She means every word of it. I see, Bao says, so that's your choice. The mask slides right back into place, cold, composed, unreadable again. But Lorena, he warns, in the end, it'll be just the two of us left again. No interference, he says, just you and me. Whatever's waiting for us at the end of this, he says, let's go see it together. Whether this life turns out to be God's grace or a curse, we'll find out when we get there. Lorena doesn't stick around for a rebuttal. She's already walking. Someone falls into step behind her, hurrying to catch up. Ma'am, the estate steward calls out, jogging after her. You've been through enough, he tells her. All that's left now is the court's verdict. Let me get you to the Marquise's estate. Did Miguel really head to Arnal? She presses. Yes, the steward answers, unsure where this is going. Did he perhaps go to Soto first? She asks, and the errand boy visibly flinches. Ah, well, he stammers, caught red-handed. A memory surfaces of Miguel waving it off from the back of a car. A quick stop in Soto, a couple extra days at most. He told me to keep it from you, ma'am, the steward admits. Did he go alone? By car? Yes. He said he'd meet the rest of his party in Arnal. Is there a vehicle I can use right now? Lorena asks, already moving. Think there is, but we'll switch to a car, she says, cutting him off. Her face says it all. She's not waiting around for a phone call. I'm going to Soto. Right now. The road leads straight into the hills, to the quiet monastery at Soto. The car tears down the road. No time to lose. Trees blur past as the miles disappear behind them. Wheels finally skid to a stop on monastery gravel. Miguel's already there, squinting up at the place like it's the last spot on earth he expected to end up. He steps through the gate alone. The first time we met was at a memory starts to surface, unbidden. The San Ilacrono Monastery, where a much younger Lorena and Vali once sat together, worlds away from where they are now. In the chapel, she found me, the memory finishes. Back in the present, Miguel makes his way toward the chapel. A monk walks his path. My apologies, but we are not receiving visitors at this time. Please turn back, the monk adds, holding his book like a shield. What if I'm not a visitor, Miguel counters, but a believer? His cross pendant swings free, catching the light with a soft jingle. That crosses. The monk trails off, suddenly very interested. A sacred relic, he says, granted only to those specially chosen among the high clergy. May I ask your affiliation? The monk asks, wary now. The Holy See, Miguel answers flatly. I apologies. The chapel is this way, the monk says, suddenly far more accommodating. There's another room I'm looking for too, Miguel adds, besides the chapel. He's working off details Lorena once gave him, a solitary cell surrounded by gray walls. And there was a cross hanging on the wall. The memory continues as the monk leads him deeper inside. If you're looking for a space rather than a person, it may not mean much, the monk warns. Every solitary cell here shares the same layout. That'll inspect every last one of them, Miguel says. No matter how long it takes. Footsteps echo down the empty stone corridors. Miguel and the monk press further into the monastery together. The monk leads him past the monastery's oldest relics, book of scripture in hand. You are the son of Cardinal Marquez, the monk asks suddenly. Are you not? Miguel's whole expression sharpens around the pendant at his throat. I was told the monks of Soto are cut off from worldly news, Miguel says. You're remarkably well informed. Before choosing this path, the monk replies, I too belonged to the outside world. Even after severing every tie, one's experiences don't simply disappear. Does that mean he remembers my childhood? Miguel wonders, caught completely off guard. His face falls into shadow, unreadable. A hand reaches out into a swirl of falling ash and light. Something like an old page or an old memory slips away. It would be wise not to speak carelessly, the monk warns. He grabs Miguel by the collar. It is a secret I have guarded rather dearly. For a moment, neither of them moves. Your secret, the monk says, does not belong to you alone. As long as you remain silent, the church will remain silent as well. Miguel shakes him off, collar rumpled, scowling. Is that a threat? Telling me to keep secrets? He snaps. Honestly, priests are all the same. He shoves past, done playing polite. I will need a guide, he says. I'll go check myself. Miguel presses on alone deeper into the monastery halls. Elsewhere, a priest can't quite hide his surprise at seeing Olivia of all people walk in. I never thought you'd set foot in a place like this in your lifetime. To those who doubt him, he tells her, God always extends his hand. For just a flash, an eerie vision burns through the cathedral, a bride in black swallowed in fire and light. So please, the priest tells her, seek your answer. Have you come here to seek an answer from God? Back in the corridor, Miguel walked steadily toward a robed figure waiting in the shadows ahead. Whatever answer he's looking for, he's not leaving Soto without it. Val's mind drags him somewhere dark, a memory soaked in red, his own voice promising to root out every subversive element in the scene and crush it without mercy. And in that memory, he doesn't stop there. Her lover, he vows, will be the very first target. A dark-haired man breaks into a cold sweat, forcing out the question, is he really okay with what he just threatened? The silence that follows says more than any answer could. Lorena lunges, fists twisted into his collar, screaming that if he so much as lays a finger on the man she loves, there will be hell to pay. He just sneers back at her. Is she really going to threaten to die again? Then, die, he says flatly, like it costs him nothing at all. The memory lurches, colors bleeding together like a nightmare refusing to hold its shape. A hand reaches for hers in the vision. It won't save the man she loves, he warns her. She only has to repeat exactly what she did once before, she tells herself. Somehow that almost makes it easier. She thought she was long past being hurt by anything anymore. A hand closes in on her in the dark, and the moment tightens like a noose. But hearing the word die said straight to her face still cuts, no matter how many times she steeled herself for it. Somewhere between memory and grief, two figures cling to each other, undone. Silence. Just silence. Then Val surfaces, gasping, tears in his eyes, hauled violently back into the present. He's shaking. Whatever he just relived, it hasn't let go of him yet. I'm sorry, he chokes out, hand trembling against her hair. Forget what I just said. He tries to backpedal, already ashamed of how much he's shown her. But he can't take it back. I was wrong, he admits, pulling her in like he's afraid she'll vanish. He holds on, and for once, doesn't let go. Tears streak down his face as he studies her like he's trying to memorize her all over again. You're right, Lorena, he murmurs. You always are. Out on the balcony, the night presses in around them, heavy with everything unsaid. I never wanted that, he says, staring at hands that feel stained no matter how many times he's washed them. Not even once. The image haunting him is soaked in red, a single feather caught in the blood, proof of a life that should never have ended that way. I never wanted to break you, he says, voice cracking. So stop me, she begs through tears, because she doesn't trust herself to stop on her own. Their hands find each other, both of them shaking. Calm me down, Lorena, he pleads, holding her like a man drowning. Just one word will do, he whispers, desperate for something solid to hold on to. I don't lie, he tells her. Her eyes glisten, unreadable. I'd never lie to you. Not once. Not even now, he swears, though something in his eyes says otherwise. I've brought things to an end, Vala finally says, releasing his grip, literally and otherwise. So now it's your turn. He turns his back on her. Done. That's all I have to say to you. comes the verdict, and Lorena freezes, startled by how final it sounds. She stands there a moment, letting it sink in. I see, Vala says quietly. So that's your choice. He strains, cold composure sliding back into place like armor. But he can't resist one last needling line. In the end, Lorena, it'll be just the two of us left again. Miles from that chill, Miguel walks beside her with a very different promise. No interference, just you and me. Whatever's waiting for us at the end, he says, let's go see it together. The courthouse looms ahead, all marble columns and quiet judgment. Whether this life turns out to be God's grace or a curse, Lorena murmurs. We'll know when we get there. She descends the steps in full formal dress, jaw set, ready for whatever verdict is coming. Footsteps echo behind her. She spots a familiar face waiting by the carriages, and he nearly jumps out of his skin. Ma'am, the bank clerk yelps, then softens. You've been through a lot. Now all that's left is to wait for the court's verdict. I will escort you to the Marquise's estate, he offers, ever the diligent one. But Lorena has a more pressing question. Did Miguel really head to Arnol? They walk together, the clerk suddenly a little too quiet. Yes, he stalls, and it's not convincing anyone. Did he perhaps go to Soto? She presses, sharper now. Ah, well, the poor numbers guy is caught red-handed. He said he'd stop by Soto briefly on business, then head on to Arnau, he finally admits. Since it would only cost 2 or 3 days anyway, he told me to keep it from you, ma'am. Did he go alone? By car? Lorena's voice has gone flat and dangerous. Yes. He said he'd meet the rest of his party in Arnal. Is there a vehicle I can use right now? She asks, already halfway to a decision. Ain't there is, but the poor clerk doesn't even get to finish his sentence. We'll switch to a car, Lorena cuts in, eyes blazing. I'm going to Soto immediately. The road blurs into sky and cloud as she races toward whatever Miguel's been hiding. And there it is, the Saint Ilagrono Monastery, tucked into the hills like it's been quietly keeping secrets for centuries. The tree line rolls by as the last stretch of road disappears beneath the wheels. Someone's already cutting through the woods nearby, closing in fast. The monastery's shadowed halls wait just ahead. Tires screech to a stop outside the gates. Out steps Miguel, sunlight catching that same insufferable charming grin like he already owns the place. He walks forward, and for a second the world around him blurs into something half-remembered. The first time we met was at... The memory begins. This very monastery, where a much younger version of him once sat beside a woman he spent years trying not to forget. In the chapel. The memory continues, pulling him deeper. She found me, he recalls, staring out at a horizon that hasn't changed in decades. A monk blocks the door. My apologies, but we are not receiving visitors at this time. A stern old priest steps up beside him, clutching a worn, cross-bound book like a shield. Please turn back, the priest says flatly. Miguel just smiles wider. What if I'm not a visitor, but a believer? He holds the priest's gaze, utterly unbothered. The priest's eyes catch on the cross around Miguel's neck. That cross is a sacred relic, reserved only for those handpicked among the highest clergy. The priest's suspicion sharpens into something closer to recognition. Neither of them says a word for a long moment. May I ask your affiliation? The priest finally asks. The Holy See, Miguel answers, cool as ever. My apologies. The chapel is this way, the priest concedes, stepping aside. As they walk, Miguel adds, there is another room I'm looking for as well, besides the chapel. It was a solitary cell, he says, surrounded by gray walls. In his memory, a woman sits in that very cell. The window was on the left, he recalls. And there was a cross hanging on the wall, he adds, piecing together a childhood he barely trusts. The priest hedges. If you're looking for a space rather than a person, it may not hold much meaning. All solitary cells here share the same layout, he adds, a little too smoothly. Miguel isn't buying the deflection. Ben, I'll inspect every solitary cell. No matter how long it takes, he finishes, and he means every word. Footsteps echo down endless stone corridors. The two of them cut small, dark shapes against the monastery's pale halls. Still walking, still searching. The priest leads on, clutching his book like it might shield him from whatever's coming. Then he says it, out of nowhere. You are the son of Cardinal Marquez, are you not? Miguel goes rigid. The priest keeps talking, unbothered. The cross around Miguel's neck catches the light again, suddenly a lot more significant. You're remarkably well informed, Miguel says carefully. Before choosing the path of asceticism, the priest replies, I too belong to the outside world. The words hang there, loaded. Even after severing ties with the world, the priest adds, one's experiences don't simply disappear. Miguel's jaw tightens. Does that mean he remembers my childhood? Miguel wonders, pulse spiking. Something like static crackles through his memory, images falling like ash. His hand reaches out on instinct, grasping at answers he can't quite hold on to. A book hits the floor between them, hard. The tension finally snaps. Miguel grabs the priest by the collar. It would be wise not to speak carelessly, the old man warns. It is a secret I have guarded rather dearly. Robes tangle in the struggle. From the shadows, a third voice cuts in. Do not worry. Your secret does not belong to you alone. The priest looks shaken, cornered. As long as you remain silent, the voice continues, the church will remain silent as well. Miguel's red eyes go cold, calculating exactly what that offer is worth. Something in that hallway just turned ugly. Is that a threat? Telling me to keep secrets? Miguel scoffs. Honestly, priests are all the same. He storms off, rattled but not broken. Robes snap behind him as he strides away from all of them. I won't need a guide, he calls back. I'll go and check myself. He disappears down the hall alone, exactly how he prefers it. Elsewhere in the monastery, someone just as unlikely wanders into a chapel of their own. I never thought you'd set foot in a place like this in your lifetime, a priest remarks. To those who doubt him, the priest continues, settling into the familiar rhythm of the sermon. God always extends his hand, he says, gaze lifted to the dark. For a moment, the whole cathedral seems to glow, gold and fire and old stone. So please, the priest says gently, seek your answer. The chapel falls quiet again. I do come to seek an answer from God, the priest asks the figure kneeling before him. It's Miguel, cross still around his neck, eyes burning with everything he still refuses to let go of. Whatever answer he's looking for, he's not leaving until he finds it. Somewhere in Miguel's memory, a voice keeps circling back to the same thought. In the end, they only ever met twice. The first time, all those years ago, someone had simply handed him a church newsletter. He can't even recall which line stuck with him after that, the third from the top, or was it the fourth? But he remembers this much clearly. He looked up and the man was already standing right there. Then came their second meeting, and this time Miguel asked him for something strange. Whether the man could somehow get his hands on a gun. The man standing alone among the candles was the only person Miguel ever dared to ask. If you're going to punish someone, the priest told him quietly, you should start with me. The confession that follows is brutal, the sin of striking down his own father, a priest of God, inside God's own sanctuary, then fleeing the scene. Chained, blindfolded, kneeling before the altar, this is how the sentence gets read out. Sin after sin follows, turning the cross upside down, calling himself an unbeliever. To those who doubt him, the ritual begins. God always extends his hand, the old priest says, folding his hands as if that settles everything. But the young man listening looks anything but comforted. Do you truly exist? Miguel demands of the silence. If so, he presses on, but prove it to me. What answers him isn't words, it's violence, sudden and absolute. Glass explodes, steel flashes, whatever he'd been holding back finally breaks loose. A brutal close struggle tears through the sanctuary he'd once called safe. When it's over, all Miguel can do is stare at his own shaking, blood-streaked hands. Then his eyes catch something carved into the stone nearby, a memorial plaque for the Levantes couple. The ground seems to drop out from under him. Whatever that name means to him, it hits like a second blow. He presses a hand to his own chest, breath ragged like he's trying to hold himself together by force. Fine, he finally says. I don't care. Anyone's fine, God or the devil, just give me something to hold on to. Whatever it was, this is the past Miguel's been carrying in silence ever since. Soto Monastery, quiet, sunlit, and about to become the setting for a much older bargain. The abbot who keeps its doors is a man used to visitors with money and no patience. One day, a line of black cars rolls up unannounced, carrying men who clearly aren't here to pray. "Greetings, abbot," the lead visitor says, all polish and formality. The abbot recognizes them at once, the same men who delivered Motrel's noble offerings just last month. "You remember us," the visitor replies, almost amused with himself. "You regularly bring gifts from Motrel's high nobles, do you not?" The abbot presses, already suspicious. "But this time you've come early, and without so much as a word of warning." "We're here on different business today," the visitor admits. "The person we serve wishes to request the monastery's understanding." The abbot doesn't blink. No matter who's asking, nothing is allowed to disturb this monastery's peace. "However," he adds, "there is one exception. The monks here see nothing, hear nothing, and know nothing of whatever happens beyond these walls. Therefore, any worldly matters you will settle entirely outside our boundaries. In other words, keep it outside these walls, and he'll keep his mouth shut no matter what happens." "Yes," the visitor answers smoothly. "We understand perfectly." Years later, a car races through the dark toward that very same monastery. Inside are Lorena and her father Vincenzo, chasing answers neither of them is sure they actually want. "I'm sorry, father," Lorena says quietly, "for dragging you all the way out to Soda with me. I was scared you'd be in danger again if I left you alone," she admits. "Don't worry, my child," Vincenzo reassures her. "Miguel will surely be safe too." Vincenzo can't help but ask what actually happened in court. "Nothing you need to worry about," Lorena deflects, though her face says otherwise. The truth spills out anyway. She saw Val. "He told me he was sorry," she says. "He said he loved me too. I always thought he was the kind of man who'd never shed a tear in his life," she murmurs. Vincenzo simply pulls his daughter close, letting her lean on him the way she couldn't lean on anyone else. "But in the end," Lorena says, "he was no different from any ordinary man. I don't think I can go back to loving him, father. Not anymore." Then, half teasing herself, she pictures it. The second the divorce is final, marrying again, fast. "Because I want to smile like a normal person again," she imagines telling him. "Dates where I'm not constantly checking over my shoulder," she daydreams. In her head, it's practically a dance, light and easy, nothing like the marriage she's leaving behind. "Wearing what I want, eating what I want," she goes on, clearly enjoying herself. "I just want to feel that kind of ease, father." Even Vincenzo gets swept up in it. "Marquis Urbatos would make an excellent son-in-law," he muses. Of course, his line of work is a bit dangerous, he admits, ever the banker weighing risk. But if he wins, he might just overturn this whole country, out from under the stiff, discriminatory nation of nobles, and into one built for every person in Basine, Vincenzo says, almost hopeful. "Just like Ingrid," he adds, "the homeland he still carries with him." "Yes," Lorena says softly, snapping back from the daydream. "I'm sure that's true." "We still have 2 more days before we reach Soto," her father tells her. "So sleep a little more, my child." "Thank you, father," she whispers, finally letting her eyes close. When they finally arrive, the monastery gives them nothing. The chapel doors simply refuse to open. Not that day, not the next, not the one after that either. Only once a week for a single group mass does anyone inside even show their face. The rest of the time, each monk keeps to a solitary cell, praying alone. Eventually, the black cars that once crowded the courtyard quietly disappear. Fallen leaves start to pile up on the one car left behind, Lorena and Vincenzo's own. Then, at dawn on the 3rd day, the great doors of Soto finally creak open, and somewhere far away, at that very same moment, Miguel wakes up. Fire lights up the night sky as a voice screams her name. No warm-up, we're dropped straight into the chaos. The flames roar higher, and somewhere in the smoke, someone's shrieking in pain. Someone yells at Lorena to stay back. Spoiler, she is not the type to listen. She pushes forward anyway. She has to see with her own eyes whether he was even in there. She claws through the wreckage with her bare hands, not stopping even as the flames singe her fingers. Someone calls her name again, more urgent this time. Her face goes white. She spotted something in the ashes. Michelle? She whispers, staring down at the scorched patch of ground like it might actually answer her. The words catch in her throat. Michilo is D. She can't even finish it before her knees buckle. A hand catches her before she hits the ground. It's Val, shouting her name. He grabs her face, desperate. My dear, look at me. Someone steadier tells her to breathe and take a real look. Is that corpse actually the Marquis? She forces herself to look down at the body. Something's off. The build is wrong, too slight, too short. It isn't him, which raises a much scarier question. Then where the hell is Michaelo? A kneeling investigator finds shell casings scattered nearby. There was a fight here. Judging by how the blood's dried, this all went down at least an hour ago. Whoever fought here did it right around the time of the explosion, not after. This much blood means somebody took a hit somewhere that actually mattered. At least 3 attackers by the look of it, but only 1 body to show for it. Somebody's math isn't adding up? Drag marks lead away from the blood, right alongside a fresh set of tire tracks. Somebody loaded a wounded man into a car and drove off before anyone could stop them. More blood a little further on. The trail keeps going. Oh wait, those aren't tire tracks after all. Carriage wheels and horseshoe prints. The only carriage that runs this road is the supply wagon that stalks the Soto Monastery. Lorena's expression hardens. She already knows exactly where that thought is taking her. Her investigator lays out the plan. Hit the nearby town of Salamanca first, hire some hands, and comb the area. He's already thinking 2 steps ahead, sending word to bring in more help. Word goes out to hold everyone back until Michaelo actually turns up. No reckless moves yet. Lorena stops him cold. There's somewhere else they need to check first. Let's go to St. Allegrodno Monastery, she says, going straight for the one lead that actually makes sense. Cut to a much grimier scene. A beaten-up man catches his breath, clearly having had a very bad night. Someone above them is furious. How did all 3 of their guys get taken down by 1 man? The boss isn't buying excuses. They swore the car bomb went off clean. Did they even confirm the kill? Judging by the guilty silence, that's a hard no. I couldn't confirm anything. Retreating to Salamanca was the best they could manage. In their defense, this so-called target reportedly dropped 2 of their guys in the blink of an eye. His hands are still shaking. Honestly, fair enough. Turns out they'd been tailing Michaelo's car for a while before they made their move. The plan was simple. Raid the car with a bomb and hope he doesn't notice in time to jump out. And sure enough, he bailed out of the car right before it went up, and they scrambled to chase him down. Guns came out. Live rounds, no hesitation. They're sure they landed a hit in his side. But in Michelo's head, all he can think is that he needed an excuse to disappear anyway. Bloodied and disheveled, he's a mess. But he's still standing. Whatever happened next, it happened fast. They never even got a shot off before he turned the tables. He wrenches a gun barrel aside with his bare hand, mid-struggle. It's obvious to him exactly who's behind all this. Then and now, I always end up in a mess, he mutters to himself. Understatement of the year. Blood sprays as the fight turns brutal. It's a miracle he gets out alive at all. Back with the mercenaries, taking advantage of the moment their target went berserk. One of them grabs a body, just one, and barely makes it out himself. Now they've got to report this mess to their employers, and nobody's looking forward to that call. Word comes through on paper. Reinforcements are already being arranged. Additional personnel incoming, confirmed. Turns out the papacy of Sentios itself is about to get involved. The story swings to Sentios' seat of power, the church that quietly runs half this world's secrets. The road leads straight back to the Soto Monastery. Lorena's already sprinting for it. She bursts through the doors, eyes wild, refusing to slow down. She remembers a detail from her own time locked up here, a back door by the kitchen used for supply deliveries. She sneaks a look at the pantry shelves, piecing together the layout. 2 men are moving crates around in a back room, completely oblivious to their audience. She freezes, gasping. She's just seen something she wasn't supposed to. An eye peers back through the gap in the door. Monks grab her before she can get a better look, and she yelps in surprise. Civilians aren't allowed in here, one tells her, as if that's ever stopped her before. Move, she snaps, shoving straight past him anyway. More bloodstains right here too. This place has secrets stacked on secrets. She crouches to get a closer look at the floor. Whatever she's piecing together, it clearly isn't good. An aide tells her the supply wagon already left, back the way it came. That can't be right, she never passed a single carriage on her way in. So where did it actually go? The monk she's cornered starts stammering, suddenly very interested in his own shoes. He falls back on the usual line, this is a place of quiet devotion, nothing more. She's not buying it, and she keeps walking deeper into the building. She finds the man in charge. It's been a while, Abbot, she says, and it is not a friendly greeting. He claims he doesn't recognize her at all. Sure he doesn't. She reminds him plainly. She spent half a year locked up here by her own husband. He still insists he has no idea what she's talking about. She waves it off. Ancient history, not why she's here. Straight to the point. Did Vei's men come through here recently? Where did they send the Marquis? Because she knows for a fact he came back here. The abbot looks away, dodging as usual. This place exists to protect the monks. Outsiders are, he starts. Stop the wordplay. She cuts him off flat. She lays it out. This monastery pulls in offerings from royals and nobles alike over 10 million pesetas a year for decades. So where does all that money actually go? The supply wagon rolls in with goods and rolls back out loaded with cash. Funny how that works. Is it all funneled straight to the papacy? The abbot just looks smug, entirely unbothered by the accusation. He recites his usual line for outsiders. He sees nothing, hears nothing, knows nothing of the world outside these walls. Money, people, fate, time, to him it all just passes through these halls. The imagery turns almost mechanical, like the whole place runs on hidden gears. He guards this place, sure, but insists he's just a watcher, nothing more. Whether someone finds this place or leaves it, he says, that's not his call to make. He offers the same opportunity to everyone who walks in and refuses to get involved beyond that. God may be everywhere, he says, but everything that actually happens is on human hands, not his. All Arena really wants to know cuts straight through the philosophy. Was he even hurt? The Runga's quiet around a row of plain storage barrels. She presses harder. Did he leave on his own, or was he dragged out of here? If the abbot was really watching like he claims, he should at least know which direction the man went. It's too much. She breaks down, a hollow, humorless laugh escaping her. Someone else stalks off, muttering a frustrated "damn it" under their breath. She walks away from the abbot with nothing solid to hold on to. 5 days pass, and the search doesn't stop. Gale's people fan out from Salamanca, and by day 3 they're combing the entire canyon. Still nothing. Marcello is simply gone. 10 days into the search now, and everyone's running on fumes. Exhausted and worn thin, the search party presses on anyway. Then finally, a package sent by Marcello himself turns up. Just a scrap of paper covered in the string of numbers that could mean absolutely anything. Word comes in that Mikhailo passed through Soto and was last headed for the town of Arnal, so a sharp young aide named Gale volunteers to go check it out himself. Behind the wheel, Gale turns it over in his head. If Marcello really came through here, he'll have left something behind. He sets off for Arnold exactly like he said he would. He comes back to the monastery a while later carrying something unexpected, a wrapped paper parcel. Inside is a note scrawled with strange numbers. 1002, 1001, 1004, 1001, signed by a hand nobody recognizes yet. Back at the Klein residence, Gale hands the parcel straight to Lorena. Package? She asks, already uneasy. It's the package Mikhailo sent to his contacts in Arnal 10 days ago, Gale explains, mailed just before the accident that put him in danger. He'd stopped in the nearby town of Salamanca to mail it, but it's what's actually written inside that stops everyone cold. The pages hold a 2-year record of events, Lorena realizes, starting from October of 1002. Which makes no sense, because right now it's only June of 102. Whatever this is, it hasn't happened yet. The first entry stated October 1st, 1002. It reads like a confession. The day I died in the past. Lorena's stomach drops because that means this parcel is a record of the 2 years that followed her own death, in a life she never actually lived. Does my killer remember that past too? She wonders, a past neither of them was ever supposed to survive. He never once showed a sign of it, not until now. Could that be the real reason he came all the way out to the monastery in Soto? To try to recover memories of a life that technically never happened? Because Michelo's memories, it turns out, are written right here. Lorena walks the grounds in a daze, clutching a diary that by all rights shouldn't exist. She carries it like it might burn her hands. The record opens on October 1st, 2002, at a quiet monastery church. An accident, the entry states flatly, occurred at St. Ilegrogno Monastery that day. The writer, clearly someone close to the family, describes finding Duke Ve Levantes at the scene too shattered to hold a normal conversation. I handled Lorena's remains in place of that shell-shocked bastard, the entry reads. In this other life, Lorena really did die there. 2 days later, her funeral is held at the chapel. The Duke doesn't leave the monastery for at least another fortnight, grief-frozen and useless. By October 5th, shadowy figures start moving. A date is set for a riot in Debba La Carosa. Whoever is writing this judged it the perfect moment since the Duke was in no state to stop anything. November Tono too arrives soaked in red. Exactly as planned, Debba La Carosa's Republican faction riots and seizes the port. Word surely reaches Motrel fast. And yet the Duke, still numb with the loss, offers no countermeasures at all. Instead, he retreats to Motrel and quietly hands investigative authority to the chief of police. November 23rd, the dominoes keep falling. The entire staff of the Hotel Alparada, manager included, gets arrested. Every guest who frequented the place is dragged in for questioning, no matter how rich or titled. One of them, a man named Daniel Mora, cracks under interrogation and gives up the Republicans' secret meeting place, his own family's brewery. The entire Motrel leadership is rounded up and thrown in prison en masse. December 22, and now a monarchist restoration movement erupts in Ingrid itself. Ingrid's Republican government crushes it by force, and anti-Republican anger only grows hotter. December 4th, my captured comrades, the writer notes, were sentenced to death without trial. Indiscriminate purges begin. By June 103, the Prince of Ingrid who'd fled to Grant for safety is assassinated by the Besson royal family itself. It's presumed the royal family's real endgame all along was to subjugate Ingrid completely. August 3003 and the King of Besson makes his move. He publicly announces he intends to intervene directly in Ingrid's new government. The goal is to install a Besson high noble as the founder of a brand new dynasty. And the noble they intend to crown King of Ingrid is none other than Ve Levantes himself. September 113, rumors start swirling that the Duke is banished. I think I know where he went, the writer notes, on October 1st, 2103, exactly 1 year after Lorena's death. The bastard is dead, the entry reads, shot on his late wife's anniversary in the exact same manner she died. His body is secretly buried in the cemetery of St. Ilegrogno Monastery right beside hers. May 01 Theo 4, the writer tries to organize an armed uprising with whatever comrades are left. It fails. The royal army's manhunt for the survivors never lets up. My father, the entry trails off, then sharpens into a straight accusation against Cardinal Marquez. Using the scandal around his own father as cover, the writer scatters every comrade still free off to the far continent of Emerald, keeping them safe. June 2004, a summons arrives straight from the Vatican. The Knights Templar are dispatched under the pretense of rooting out heretics. That damn father of mine, the writer curses. Then, simply, October 1st, 1004. He reaches Soto, barely outrunning the Templars. His ally, Gael Almano, doesn't make it, shot dead in the chase. Alone, he walks into the chapel of St. Ilegrogno Monastery. Both their names, he notes, are still carved into the altar. Same place, same date, the same road walked twice. Too much of a coincidence, he thinks. Is God really everywhere? Fat chance, he answers himself. October 1st, men the center 4, around 11 in the morning, the entry gets eerily precise. It describes him standing right there, waiting for whatever comes next. I presume I died there, the entry states, flat as a fact. I do not know when life began anew, reads the very last line. The record simply ends there, mid-thought, in the spray of red. Present day. Gale lets out a long breath at the foot of a staircase. The monastery chapel Michaela mentioned should be right around here somewhere. He steps inside, scanning the empty pews. What on earth was even supposed to be here? A voice cuts to the quiet behind him. Guile. He turns, startled. Sonora, he says. It's Lorena. She doesn't waste time. Have you finished reading all of Michello's records? No matter how many times I go through it, I still can't make sense of it, Gale admits. If you figured anything out. Lorena has. There were annotations, she tells him, that Michello left separately at the very back of the diary. If we simply follow them, she says, we can avoid the worst of it. Because what Michello actually left behind isn't just a diary. It's a full record of failure, and tucked behind it, brand new orders. Send word to Bella Carosa immediately. Suspend the plan to seize the port. Indefinitely. Erase every customer list from the Hotel Alvarado while they're at it. Better yet, quietly let go of every staff member working there. Prepare a hideout in Gret, just in case. And above all, get Lorena somewhere safe first. Whether in the past or in this life. Michello had written, every single time Ve Levante strayed from the calculations, Lorena Klein was somehow always tangled up in it. Unless I cut Lorena out of this from the start, the note reads, I cannot prepare for anything at all. The words land like a slap. In every version of events, she was the loose thread he couldn't plan around. Lorena steps out alone, staring at the empty courtyard, letting it sink in. I'm the reason Michello keeps losing, she realizes. In the past, in the present, and apparently whatever's still coming. Her eyes well up, but her face stays rigid, holding it together by sheer will. And underneath it all, a colder thought lingers, one that sounds a lot like Ve. In the end, it'll just be the two of them again, no interlopers, just them. The image of two figures standing alone together says more than the words do. Lorena wipes her face and steadies herself before she loses her nerve. I have something I want to ask you, Gale, she says. Is Di Bella Carosa actually vital to the Republicans? She asks. Gale doesn't hesitate. It has the highest membership in Besson after Motrel and Arnau. He thinks it over carefully before laying out the rest. Most of them are commoners crushed by unreasonable royal decrees, he explains, and plenty are still digging for the truth behind Princess Adriana's death. Which means, thanks to that anger, there's no shortage of people who'd love to see the royal family fall. How exactly were you planning to use that place? Lorena presses. Originally, Gale says, the plan was to start at De Bella Carosa and seize the Motrel High Nobles' home territories one by one. If the High Nobles get scattered out to the provinces, the capital itself is left wide open. That's the opening where Motrel's Republican-leaning nobles and capitalists finally get to make some noise. So actually, Gale says, thinking it through out loud, we need to reach the De Bella Carosa members as soon as possible. Someone needs to fill them in on Motrel. July's almost here and everyone's got to be waiting on orders. We'll need another way to draw the Duke out of Motrel, Lorena murmurs, thinking it through. Michello's own notes suggested the obvious answer. Nothing distracts a royal family and a duke like a full-blown war. But waiting around for a war to actually break out? Lorena thinks that's just too dangerous to bet on. Besides, she says, there's a much easier way than war. Gale blinks. Pardon? She's been turning it over ever since she first read Michello's package. What role can she actually play in this life to help Michello's plan succeed? She remembers him holding her close once, telling her she needed to love herself a little more. Michello said that to her. She hasn't forgotten. But instead of playing his weakness and hiding somewhere safe like he wants, she decides she'd rather be a piece on the board herself. I'll be the one to lure Ve out of Motrel, she vows. For the first time in this whole grim record, the Reina looks like someone choosing her own ending. Vincenzo presses him for the reason why. Her judgment is sharp, Miguel admits, but it is not healthy. Vincenzo counters that she's always seemed rational and calm. Exactly, Miguel says, even when she has no reason to be. Lorena is excessively goal-oriented, he warns, and she keeps using herself as bait. A haunting image intrudes. Lorena adrift in dark water, pale gown floating around her like a warning of exactly what he fears. She does not care about her own well-being, Miguel says. If anything goes wrong, she would throw herself off a cliff without a second thought. He might be restraining her for now, he admits, but without him keeping watch, there is no telling what choice she would make. Elsewhere, Gale lingers close by, quietly keeping watch over the situation on her behalf. A shadow voice murmurs that it is not time yet. Why struggle after all when there is a simpler way? A pale, urgent voice cuts through the dark. I'll get Val out of Montreal. The scene cuts to a shaken young noblewoman, hand pressed to her chest, eyes wide with fear. Gale tells her to head to Grad with her father first. He will arrange a safe hideout. He flusters, hands raised, clearly overwhelmed by everything unfolding around him. Lorena's jaw sets. Leaving Vicenne, she insists, will not solve anything. Word comes that Miguel is being chased by someone. Shadowy figures closing in on him in the street. If that is true, he cannot come home until whoever is hunting him is gone. It is the veil from the past all over again. A grim image surfaces, a bloodied gun, and word that his pursuer followed him all the way to his own death. A flash forward. Miguel grips her collar and tells her plainly he came back in the end. He admits he dropped everything he had and chased after her, just to reach her. On a stark, empty page, her resolve settles into words. This is something only she can do. Back in the present, a maid cries out, asking Lorena where on earth she thinks she is going. Breaking away amid the sound of shattering glass, Lorena argues they urgently need a liaison between Belicaros and Motril. Gale stammers that it is true, but Lorena cuts him off, ordering him to keep searching for Miguel instead. And, she adds, already turning to leave. If Miguel comes back before her, she wants Gale to pass along her thanks for everything. Her green eyes go steady and resolute as she turns and walks off to find him herself. 3 weeks have now passed since the divorce hearing for the Duke and Duchess of Levantes. Life in Vincennes carries on outside the Grand Palace walls, waiting on a verdict. Word spreads that the final judgment will be issued any day now. Deep inside the palace, an aide asks quietly, "How shall we rule, Your Highness?" The young man addressed sits in thought, fingers laced beneath his chin, the king himself, weighing his options. In recent verdicts on cases this sensitive were rarely decided in court, they were written in the palace instead. Between the two of them, the truth was already an open secret. The king muses that whether they approve the divorce or deny it is, practically speaking, already in his hands. Bally straightens his cuff, composed as ever, giving nothing away. They had already pushed through a quick not guilty verdict for him. But hardly anyone truly believes Valiv is innocent. And this, the king spits, is all because of that bastard. A formal portrait of Miguel hangs before them. Who would have guessed he would go so far as to lay hands on the Urbetos Marquise's own family, something even the king never once dared to do, with protesters still gathering every year on Princess Adriana's death. It had been a constant headache, the king admits. He could not even touch the princess's own son. Just what is it about that woman, he wonders bitterly, that makes everyone lose their minds? They begin unpacking the truth of Miguel's mother. Not just some legendary harlot who slept with a priest of God, no. A high-ranking priest, personally ordained by the Pope himself. But finally, the king thinks, satisfaction creeping in, he will be able to erase that bastard for good. Miguel, it turns out, was a Republican all along. That damn bastard. The king seeds he dared deny at its very core the bloodline and status God granted the nobility. Therefore, if they want to purge the Republicans, they reason coldly they must eliminate the Marquis first. There's no need, Val cuts in, to touch his wife or his father-in-law. Val draws a hard line. Lorena and Vincenzo are not to be touched, whatever else happens. Well, fine, the king relents, eyes glinting with cold satisfaction. This bastard is finished. Val looks momentarily uneasy at how far this is about to go, though he says nothing. Send the assassins first, comes the order. If he somehow survives, they will need to contact the papal estate of Sentis. The papal state, someone echoes, uncertain. Ah, that man. The Marquis is a cardinal's son. comes the answer, over a portrait of the cardinal himself in his younger years. Surprising, isn't it? The king admits he only found out himself a few years ago. That is how thoroughly His Majesty kept it hidden, he marvels, lounging back. Every year, bone-chilling warning letters arrive from the papal estate demanding absolute secrecy. A sealed envelope bears the mark of the cross. They say if Miguel's origins are ever revealed, royal family will be excommunicated on the spot. A hand adjusts an ornate cross pendant, the weight of the secret hanging heavy in the room. That's exactly why that insolent bastard was able to toy with the royal family all this time, Vala mutters bitterly. Of course, in case the assassins fail to finish him properly, a separate letter goes out to the papal estate, dispatch the holy knights. Even if he survives, they decide he will be hauled off to the papal estate Ascendus, to the very place it is said he was imprisoned as a child. Well, the king says at last, he will lead the details to Vol. He will handle purging the Republicans himself. There is no need this time, Val adds, for some roundabout troublesome plan like the Canary operation. Just identify the ringleaders and hang them, the king says flatly, then asks how Val even knows who is behind it. I have seen it with my own eyes, Val answers simply. A silent beat passes, tension held tight behind his eyes. I will take full responsibility for this, Val insists, so stop meddling in my personal affairs. The king only tilts his head, expression unreadable. But in the end, Val reflects, all he really wanted was for the king to stop prying into his private life. Elsewhere, unaware of it all, Lorena's face surfaces briefly through the haze, uneasy. He plans to cling to his wife until the very end, divorce or not, comes a dismissive remark, somebody's clearly still smitten. The fact he handed that woman a certificate of deposit proves it. He is already completely blinded by her. This bastard is finished, the king thinks coldly, eyes narrowing. Public opinion is already bad enough as it is, comes a pragmatic warning between the two men, and rejecting the divorce suit too would only guarantee backlash. Forcing them to stay married benefits no one either. A hand presses the seal firmly onto the final papers. Issue this as the verdict, comes the final order. Elsewhere, under open sky, the search for Miguel presses on. A vehicle screeches somewhere out in the countryside. Something crashes hard nearby, sharp enough to set nerves on edge. A cloaked figure descends worn stone steps, papers clutched tight in hand. A hunched silhouette braces against a wall, breath ragged. Something clinks in the dark, chains or restraints close by. A trembling hand closes tight around a small cross pendant. There is no God, Miguel mutters bitterly, staring up at an empty sky. Who would have thought, he thinks, his own biological father was a cardinal? So that is what he meant. His own birth secret really was a weapon all along. But now that the Holy Knights have stepped in, someone predicts coldly that Brat will probably never crawl back out again. With a sharp whip of his wrist, Miguel flings the cross pendant away into the dirt. His expression darkens further, a bitter half-laugh escaping him. He turns, coat catching the wind, and simply waits. Tires screech to a halt behind him. Someone has finally arrived. A pair of heels steps out of the car. Papers flutter loose as Miguel greets her. Congratulations on the divorce, Lorena. Lorena stands before him in white, arms crossed, eyes searching his face. She admits, quietly, that she genuinely thought she was going to lose. I cannot do everything for you, Miguel tells her gently, nodding at the papers. Read it, it will not be as bad as she thinks. Lorena catches the document he tosses her way. Clause 1. The plaintiff and the defendant are officially divorced. Clause 2. The defendant will pay 200 million peseta in alimony. Lorena's eyes go wide. She reads it again, stunned, hardly able to process the number. There is no way the royal family approved an amount like that, Miguel muses. Biting into an apple, he must have decided it himself. They were told to file for property division separately. Take whatever she wants. Miguel lights a cigarette, watching quietly as Lorena pores over every line. You won, Lorena, he tells her simply. Her hand goes to her choker, disbelieving. Liar, she murmurs. She thinks back to something said to her once. Just because he's no longer her husband, does she really think anything will change? No, comes Bal's answer, cold and certain, a cross glinting in the dark. She cannot get away from him, he vows, just as he cannot get away from her wherever she is. He swears he will become her worst nightmare, even as Miguel and Lorena walk on together, leaving it all behind. A quiet, sunlit field closes the chapter out, calm settling in after the storm. He got tangled up in her death, and that alone was enough to seal his fate. Once every one of Val's schemes finally came crashing down around him, Miguel still ended up dead. And this life, she realizes by the chill, is playing out exactly the same way. Just from helping with her divorce, his life has already been threatened once. His own plans are cracking apart too, and if the reason his tragedy keeps repeating is her, again and again, reaching for him only to watch him slip away, then there's only one answer left. She has to leave him, so that this time, he never gets hurt at all. She remembers the deal they struck. He'd help free her from her marriage. She'd help him with his revolution. Unbound at last, she reaches for whatever comes next. Her goal is met. The divorce has finally officially gone through. Now, she tells Miguel it's her turn to help with his plans. For a moment, the two of them just breathe in the hush of it, wrapped in soft morning light. "You love me, don't you?" he asks her, almost afraid of the answer. "Yes," she tells him, simple as that. "How much?" he presses. "Enough to follow you into the next world," she says. "Always, no matter how many times it takes." She goes quiet, flustered, her fingers at her own throat. "I love you," he breathes, pulling her close. A kiss like the moment finally caught up with them. She melts into it, eyes shut, a tear catching the white. For once, neither of them is thinking about revolutions or divorces at all. "Do you want to go see the ocean?" he asks her. She startles, caught off guard by the offer. "I want to go to Belicaros," he tells her, eyes suddenly wet. "Very well," she says. "Let's go. Anywhere you want." "Anywhere?" he echoes like he can't quite believe it. She holds him tighter instead of answering right away. "Yes," she finally promises. "Anywhere." Belicaros sits under House Levantes' own jurisdiction, the largest port city in all of Vaesen, and, just as strategically, a key foothold for the Republican Revolution. "I'll go there," she decides, "and help however Miguel needs." Their hands they lace together, tender, hopeful. Then a voice cuts through the dream, cold and certain. "Just watch. I'll be the one to kill you." Blood streaks her face. Whatever this vision was, it just curdled into something else entirely. "I'll make sure to drag you to hell with me," the voice promises. Somewhere far from that vision, a much darker story is only just beginning. "The first time I became aware of Lorena's existence," the account begins, "was early summer in the year 102. An oddly gentle way to open a story that is about to turn very ugly. It was on April 2nd, the day Kleinbank's president reportedly took his own life while under arrest for espionage, that the woman herself, Lorena Estrella Levantes de Belicaros, vanished completely, without a trace. A man pores over a letter in a dim corridor, piecing the timeline together. "It's a bit suspicious," he mutters. "The one who killed Vincenzo Klein was undoubtedly the dupe." "He discarded his own father-in-law so coldly," someone murmurs. "So why hide his wife away this thoroughly? Is she really a spy sent by the Ingridan Republic?" Another wonders aloud. "She could be a turncoat," comes the flat, certain reply. "Right. When she was on the verge of being caught by the Duke, she turned her back on her father and clung to her husband instead. So that woman, the one every Ramern Basin is chasing, is right here," they realize, staring up at Soto Monastery's own walls. Just how cold-hearted is she, one of them wonders. Even while the Klein name is being erased from every ledger in the country. She's hiding here, they assume, without a care in the world. A figure slips into the shadows to see for himself. Hooded figures move quietly through Soto's halls, hands folded in prayer, dust catching the light through narrow windows. And there she is, Lorena, hairpin back plain, a world away from the woman Vaesen used to gossip about. A figure watches from behind a half-open door, unmistakably Miguel, his red eyes narrowed. That woman is a turncoat, he thinks, unconvinced. It doesn't take him long to learn the truth. She's being held captive right here. For the next 3 months, whenever business takes him to Arnall, he makes a quiet detour to Soto to check on her. She's living a life completely severed from the outside world. All she's allowed to do is pray, or wait for someone who never quite arrives. Between the end of each month and the start of the next, Duke Levantes comes himself to check on his wife. His carriage rolls up the drive like clockwork, right on schedule. Miguel wonders if her true colors might finally show once she's face to face with her husband. So one day, he climbs up to the solitary cell where she's kept. But he finds her sobbing, gasping for breath behind the door. Her cries break through, raw and completely unguarded. "Vala," she sobs, and it isn't fear in her voice. It's need. Elsewhere, Val presses a hand to his own face, shaken by something he can't quite name. "Damn it. What the?" "Is my father doing well?" she asks Miguel quietly. "How's his health?" "He's fine, don't worry," Miguel lies gently. "What did you do this month?" "Every day is the same," she tells him. "Nothing ever changes here." "Do you want to leave?" he asked Sarah, and something in his voice cracks a little. "Can I?" "When?" she asks, hope flickering for the first time in months. "You'll have to leave once you have a child," he tells her. "I hope it happens soon. Lorena," he says, steadying himself. "Tell me you love me." "I love you," she says back, practicing the words like a lifeline. "Once more," he asks quietly. "I love you, truly," she repeats. "Ever since I first saw you, there hasn't been a single moment I've hated you. So please," she rehearses one more time, "don't abandon me, Val." "I'm scared," the practice line goes. "It's so cold and lonely here." By now the rehearsal barely feels like one anymore. A door creaks open. She startles, and this time it isn't practice. Later, she lies still, hollowed out, staring at nothing. Fingers trembling, she ties her collar back into place and steadies her voice. "I love you." Somewhere close by, a man smiles to himself, satisfied and unreadable. "I love you," she tells him again. "I love you, Vala." And this time, it isn't rehearsal at all. Outside the door, a figure stands with his arms crossed, sick to his stomach at what he just let happen. More than anything, he thinks, what's disgusting is the satisfaction in that man's laugh, easy and completely untroubled. Vala's face is smug, pleased with himself in a way he can barely hide. Is he actually relieved, right now? Just yesterday, that woman's own brother was still out there fighting for the family, going around trying to borrow enough money to save Klein Bank from bankruptcy. "And what happened to the president of Klein Bank?" someone finally asks. "He was thrown into the disposal site where the bodies of executed prisoners are dumped." That woman, still shut away in her cell, knew none of it. Not that Klein Bank had collapsed, not that her country was falling, and not that she lay in the arms of the very man who had cruelly ruined her. And yet, that man felt relieved, because the woman he'd locked away kept telling him over and over that she loved him. His original reason for coming to Soda was simple: dig up dirt on the Duchess, find a weakness he could use against the Duke. But the moment he actually met her, he found a woman trapped who knew nothing of the real world. He should have walked away right then. And yet, "Who are you?" a voice snaps from nearby. "No one but priests and sisters are allowed in here." "Getting involved in other people's business really isn't my style," he mutters to himself, eyeing the young woman sitting alone on the chapel steps. She flinches, wide green eyes darting up at him like she's just been caught somewhere she shouldn't be. Footsteps creak through the dark as he closes the distance between them. He lets out a hollow sigh, staring out the window like the world outside has nothing left worth looking at. "Non est Deus," he mutters. "There is no God." Around that time, things were only getting worse for the Republicans. As Ingrid faltered, a wave of anti-Republican fury swept across Besson. "We'd honestly be better off just assassinating Prince David or the Duke," one hooded figure mutters to the others. "We cannot simply sit back and take this," someone snaps, and the room erupts. Whenever his frustration boiled over, he admits there was only one place he ever ended up. He'd find himself heading back there without even meaning to. Old Saint stared down from the frosted glass, silent as ever. Good grief. It's not like coming here is going to give me any answers, he grumbles to himself. Do you happen to have a gun? A voice asks from behind him, blunt as anything. He turns to find Lorena standing there in black morning clothes, hair pinned up, face unreadable. I want to use it for revenge, she tells him flatly. Her hands are steady. Whatever grief she's carrying, she's folded it into something a lot colder. Not a bad idea, he finally says. This woman, he realizes, is the only person alive who could get close to the Duke without raising a single suspicion. Maybe, just maybe, she really could kill him. You pull this to cock it, and pull it again to decock it, he tells her, walking her through the basics right there on the church steps. Do you even know how to shoot? He asks, guiding her hands around the grip. I've never, she starts and doesn't finish. He glances down at her, something unreadable crossing his face. I'm not sure I should be doing this with another man's wife, but he thinks and helps her anyway. Her grip tightens on the gun. Click, the hammer walks back, a cross glinting somewhere above them. Wait, my cross, she gasps, jolted out of the moment. Once the gun's loaded, you can't afford to hesitate, he tells her, flat and serious. Bang! A stained glass saint shatters into 100 pieces. Like this. Do you think you can do it? He asks her. She says nothing, just lets him hold her a moment longer. So that's how things break, he murmurs, flinching at his own word. I think I can do it now, she says, steadier than before. Her eyes glint with something cold and resolved. Was this really the right thing to do? He wonders. Too late to take any of it back. Something clatters to the ground between them, glass and nerve both. May God have mercy on you, he says quietly, looking down at her. Sonora, do you even know where you're supposed to aim? He asks, only half joking. His face tightens with a worry he won't admit to out loud. Take care of yourself. Call me if you need help, he tells her. I can at least pull the trigger for you, like I did today, he adds. He was the one who actually fired that first shot, guiding her hand the whole way. Thank you, she says, and for one long moment, neither of them move. He lets out a slow breath once she's finally gone. Did she even understand a word I said? He wonders, wiping the sweat from his brow. On the first day of October, the Duke visited Soto just like he always did. The monastery glows gold under the setting sun, quiet as any other evening. A small figure waits at the doorway, right on schedule. Whether she pulls it off today or fails, he thinks, I should tell her to leave this place with me. He leans against the doorframe, turning the thought over and over. Even if it's just pointless pity, he admits to himself. I've actually started to feel like I want to help her start a new life. And I'll wife her. A fist pounds against a door somewhere close. What he found beyond that door was a scene he never could have expected. Blood soaks across the floor, papers scattered everywhere. He freezes in the doorway, the color draining out of his face. A crumpled shape lies still in a spreading pool of red. An arm, limp, fingers curled against the cold stone floor. Someone is screaming, and he can't even tell if it's him. He clutches her close, eyes blown wide with horror. He can't make himself let go of her. His eye reflects the whole horrible scene back at him. Somewhere close by, the gun still lies where it fell. A bloodied hand is still curled loosely around the grip. A coffin is carried out into the daylight. Mourners bow their heads as the casket passes. There was a child? Someone asks, stunned. Yes, comes the answer, just under 2 months along. The fetus would have only just begun to take shape, the priest says gently. Shall we offer a requiem for the child as well? The priest asks. He can only sigh. Damn it, why the hell are you telling me that? The Duke snarls, arms crossed, barely holding himself together. Well, the Duke is in no state to hold a conversation right now. I don't care, just do whatever, Bal mutters, staring blankly at the altar. After the funeral, Ve Levantes locked himself in the room where his wife died, and didn't come out again for a long, long time. And then, gripped by madness, he recalls, he began hunting down my comrades, and me. It was like he was pouring the entirety of his hatred straight onto us. But in the end, he says, even he couldn't keep it up forever. On the first anniversary of her death, the Duke took his own life the exact same way she did. I suppose, he says, that's a kind of revenge too. But this isn't how I wanted any of it to go, he admits. She asked me for a chance at revenge. I gave her a gun. She turned it on herself instead. I'm going to use it on the butcher who destroyed my world, she promised him once. He'll never forget the way she looked, right at the very end. October 1st, 3004. Not even on the day I died, she thinks, standing before the monastery. Thunder cracks over the monastery, lightning splitting the sky in two. Rain falls into darkness. Somewhere close, someone's gasping for breath. Blood spatters across wet ground, the breathing growing more ragged. A wounded man staggers through the monastery halls, monks murmuring at the sight of him. Father, that man, a young monk stammers, alarmed. Leave him be, brother, the older monk says, unbothered. By the time I realize I could no longer outrun the Knights Templar on my heels, he narrates, blood trailing behind him. I found myself heading here. Why did this place, of all places, come to mind as the spot to die? He wonders, staring up at a weathered statue. He keeps stumbling forward, breath coming ragged. Am I feeling some kind of belated guilt, he wonders, toward a woman whose name is all I ever really knew? He slides down the wall, bathed in fading golden light, his strength finally giving out. A glowing memory of her flickers before his eyes. The light swallows everything else around him. May God have mercy on you, the memory echoes, the same words as before. I wonder, he thinks, does God actually exist? If he did, comes the answer in his memory, he wouldn't have let you leave like that. He collapses at the altar, blood pooling beneath him, still just barely breathing. This is the final memory of my previous life, he realizes, and the scene dissolves into a blur of green, wheels rattling over an open road. Junaho-do-do, the present. A carriage rattles down a forest road carrying him somewhere new. I mean, my lord, are you sure those wounds are all right left like that? His driver asks, worried. He doesn't answer, just stares out at the trees rolling past. Perhaps I should find some proper medicine nearby, the driver offers. It's fine. Just drive, comes the reply. Compared to back then, he tells himself, this is nothing. His shirt hangs open over a fresh wound and he doesn't so much as wince. Months after that fiery ambush, we jump to June 1102, present day. A lone wagon rattles down a forest road and something is very wrong with the man riding inside. And my lord, are you sure those wounds are okay left like that? The driver stammers, glancing back at his badly hurt passenger. The wounded man barely reacts. Perhaps I should find some proper medicine nearby, he murmurs, then waves it off. It's fine, just drive. Compared to back then, he adds under his breath, this is nothing. Whatever back then means, it sounds a lot worse than a wagon full of blood. The camera doesn't spare us the details. Bandages, bruises, a gash across his collarbone. This guy has clearly been through hell recently. Back then, he repeats, drifting into memory as the trees blur past outside. Up front, the driver's sweating bullets. I can't go any faster than this, my lord, he shouts over the rattling wheels. This road is so treacherous most people won't even go near it, the mystery lord notes calmly, then adds, almost too casually, you wouldn't want to disappoint the daughter waiting for her father at home, would you? The driver goes pale. My daughter is off limits, my lord, he blurts, bracing for the worst. Relax, the lord says dryly, tending his own wounds. Extortion isn't exactly my hobby either. He tosses over a wad of cash. Here, for your daughter's candy, he says, like that fixes the terror he just caused. The driver counts it, stunned. This much? Turns out this lord tips like he's buying silence, not candy. Just hang in there until we're below the pass, Mateo, he says, finally using the man's name. I'll send you back once the job is done. The wagon presses on through the wilderness. But, my lord, Mateo starts, unable to hold back a question. How did you know I had a daughter? Mateo asks, genuinely rattled. And how do you know my name? He adds, suspicion creeping into his voice. None of your business, the lord answers flatly, charming as ever. But we get the real answer inside his head. Having my memories makes these small things quite convenient. I used to blackmail this man for rides back when I frequented Soto. Two figures on a sunlit street flashed through his mind, a memory of an old, far less bloody errand. The reason I chose such a cumbersome route, he thinks, watching the road, is because I'm being pursued by the Knights Templar dispatched by the papacy. They've been a nuisance since the beginning. And then the gut punch, whether it was when I escaped the papacy's dungeon at 15 or right up until the moment I died. Yeah, you heard that right. He's died before. So for now, he decides, I'll use the closed mountain pass to cross from Soto into Espinosa. I need to lure the Knights Templar there, he thinks, already 3 steps ahead of the men hunting him. I just need to buy enough time for Arnold's comrades to close the meeting point, he thinks, while somewhere else, a cloaked figure moves through the shadows. And evacuate according to my orders. The problem is, the plan trails off into something heavier. 2 weeks have already passed since the day the carriage exploded, and it's going to take a lot longer than that to make it back safely. The memory flashes bright, fire swallowing the wreckage whole. Besides, he thinks, even once I reach Espinosa, I have no way of contacting Lorena for a while. Theovatos Manor looms in his mind, dark and almost certainly watched. It's bound to be under surveillance, he reasons. Even if I want to check how the divorce suit is going, I have no way of receiving news from the outside world. She must be worried, he thinks. No, it would be better if she were. Only worried, he finishes, picturing her face. Knowing her worried is the mild outcome. Knowing her, there's no telling what she might do if pushed, he admits. I should have just filled out the marriage certificate before I left. Somewhere, romance novel logic is taking notes. A memory surfaces, Lorena in white beneath the stars, a night that clearly still haunts him. It didn't matter what it was, he thinks, leading her by the hand in his mind. I should have given her at least one reason. A reason she absolutely had to. The thought hangs heavy under a bruised purple sky. Stay alive. He lets out a tired, ragged breath. This isn't a man sulking over a breakup. This is a man who knows exactly what she almost did to herself once before. I hope she hasn't gotten any strange ideas in the meantime, he mutters, hauling himself back to the present. Cut to 2 weeks earlier. The carriage catapults off the cliff in a fireball, exactly as planned. A cloaked man watching from below murmurs, "May God's grace be with you," with all the sincerity of someone filing paperwork. Miguel, bloodied and very much alive, isn't buying the piety. What use is grace to a dead corpse? He snaps. One of his people frets over the plan. He's much smaller than you. Would they really be fooled by this? Luckily, I found a body with a similar hair color at the cliff, but a momentary distraction is enough, Miguel cuts in. He doesn't need a perfect lie, just a believable one. Espace says otherwise, though. Pale, sweating, clearly running on fumes and stubbornness. He staggers. Yeah, God damn it. Escapes through gritted teeth. Blood seeps through his shirt. My lord, Mateo yelps, catching him before he drops. Just first aid isn't going to cut it after all, Mateo realizes, staring at the wound. You must see a doctor immediately, my lord, Mateo pleads. I'm terrified the next corpse will be yours at this rate. Miguel grits through the pain anyway. Do you want to broadcast the fact that I'm here? Priorities, apparently, still include staying dead. You can just cover your face while you're being treated, Mateo argues. Miguel shuts it down. Enough. Once we reach Espinosa, go buy a train ticket to the outskirts first. And gather the last 2 weeks' worth of newspapers, he adds, already back to giving orders. Mateo just groans. He's clearly worse off than he's letting on, one hand pressed hard against a fresh bleed. Somewhere hidden and dim, Mateo finally loses it. Yo, you crazy man! You're more stubborn than my 3-year-old, he shouts, at the absolute end of his rope. Fists clenched, Mateo looks about ready to throw hands with a man who's already been shot once. Now, follow me, someone says, then, alarmed. Huh? My lord? Miguel's finally gone down for the count. He's carried off unconscious, blood still seeping from the wound at his side. My lord? Comes the panicked shout, the sky spinning overhead as he's rushed somewhere safe. Even half conscious, his mind won't quit. I don't have time for this, he thinks, fighting to stay awake. They've reached shelter, a grand manor at dusk. He's rushed in through the door, straight to whoever can help. Someone examining him mutters grimly, "This is serious." A bespectacled physician stares down at him, visibly shaken by what he's looking at. Not only is there a bullet lodged in his side, the doctor reports, but he has burns all over, he continues. I have no idea how he endured such agonizing pain. Honestly, neither do we, Doc. Miguel lies there, chest a mess of blood and bruises, breath ragged. Ha! Ha! Even in the fever, one thought cuts through. I have to go back as soon as possible. Another rasping breath. He's burning up and barely holding on. One name slips out through the delirium. Lorena. And her smiling face flickers through his mind. The memory dresses her in white, framed by falling blossoms. Petals drift through the vision like it's the only peaceful thing he's got left to hold on to. He jolts awake with a gasp, sitting bolt upright. How long was I out? He asks, groggy, finding Mateo nearby with a newspaper. My lord, finally, Mateo says, practically collapsing with relief. Whoa, you mustn't get up yet, Mateo warns. You've been unconscious for 5 whole days. Still, I feel much better, Miguel insists, already reaching. Give me those. Mateo hands the papers over with a resigned ah. Arguing with this man clearly never wins. Right here, the daily newspapers you asked me to get, Mateo says. I collected 15 days worth found in Espinosa. Miguel scans them fast, hunting for one name in particular. And there it is. Former Duchess Lorena Klein successfully wins a 200 million peseta divorce. Aha! She did it. He breathes, staring at the headline like it's the best thing he's read in his whole life. That's right, he thinks. This is the world where you are alive. He actually laughs, a wet, relieved little escaping him. And that means... His mind flashes to a gun, blood pooling on wood, the ghost of a life that no longer happens. The past will never repeat itself again. His thoughts soften. I wonder if she's secured a shelter in Grant by now. He keeps reading, hunched over the stack of papers, still recovering, but not about to slow down. For a moment, he just looks tired, relieved, but tired. Then his face changes completely. What the hell is this? He growls at something on the page. Mateo flinches at the shift. My lord, the headline reads, Lorena Klein spotted still accompanying the Duke in La Rosa, the article finishes, next to a photo of her arm in arm with a man in a hat. Where is their final destination? The headline demands. Miguel looks like he'd very much like to ask that in person. Cut to a grand building at night, the low murmur of a crowd drifting through the halls. Shadowed figures move past in the dark, voices hushed and unreadable. Just for one night, a voice says at the front desk. The clerk hesitates. Ah, are there 2 guests? No, I'm alone, comes the reply. But the gentleman next to you? The clerk presses, not convinced for a second. The camera pulls to her face, half hidden under a wide-brimmed hat. It's Lorena, and she is very much not alone. He's a stranger, she says smoothly. Just 1 room, please. And there's our cliffhanger. Whoever this man is, she's hiding him in plain sight. At a quiet hotel counter, Duke Valle Levantes tells the clerk he's checking in alone, even with Lorena standing right there beside him. And he doubles down, claiming they're total strangers who just happen to need exactly 1 room for the night. Handy coincidence, that. Decked out in their finest for the road, the 2 of them make quite the picture if you conveniently forget the decade of baggage between them. Once they're alone, Val can't help reminding her the stranger act was just that. An act. Strictly speaking, we're not complete strangers, Lorena. He straightens his collar, unreadable as ever, letting the jab hang in the air between them. I thought you said we should forget the past, she fires back, arms crossed. I'll do as you want, so just pick one, he says, holding out the room keys like it's nothing. She just stares him down in stony silence, clearly not buying the innocent act. A flustered clerk hands over the room assignment. The left room goes to the lady. Keys clink across the counter, sealing an arrangement neither of them looks thrilled about. 1 single key changes hands, and with it a night neither of them can really say no to. Trailed by hotel staff, Lorena sweeps down the hall in her gown, Falil close behind like he never actually left her orbit. Do as you wish, Lorena, he tells her flatly, like the whole thing is entirely her call. A shadowy figure slips off with the room key before the clerk can even catch his name, leaving the poor guy stammering after him. As long as you stay by my side, the words linger, half promise, half warning. The two of them vanish into the night together, dressed like strangers, moving like anything but. Their evening gets interrupted by a stranger's voice. "Excuse me, senorita." He catches her hand mid-greeting, clearly certain he's placed exactly who she is. Enter Julian Ortiz, all bright smiles and swagger, practically glowing with main character energy. "I had a hunch, and it really is you," he grins, introducing himself as Julian Ortiz right before Valal cuts in with a pointed, "If you're an Ortiz." "You must be the CEO of Ortiz Railways," Val finishes, sizing the newcomer up. "Correct. I took over from my father the year before last," Julian laughs, clearly thrilled to be recognized. "How could I not?" Lorena smiles. "You used our bank when you were building the Motrel upline." "If I recall, the Ortiz line connects Dela Carosa, Motrel, and Arnal, doesn't it?" she adds, rattling off the details from memory. "That's right." Julian beams, delighted she remembers. He launches into an update. The express line linking La Rosa to Western Pesaro finishes construction at the end of the month. "That's great news," she says. "It'll certainly liven up trade between the major cities." "Absolutely," he agrees. "We'll move goods across all of Essen in just 2 days," he adds, listing plans for new freight cars and a bigger roster of engineers. "Oh my, then you'll be needing quite a bit of capital," Lorena muses, already spotting an opening. "As it happens, we're planning to issue corporate bonds soon." "Using our bank," she finishes, watching the offer land. "Just say the word anytime," she tells him. "I'll make sure you get the same terms as 5 years ago." The conversation blooms as easily as the flowers around them. "Are you serious?" Julian lights up. "In that case, let's discuss it right now," he blurts, practically vibrating with excitement. That might be a bit difficult," Lorena admits. "I'm only staying 1 night before heading down to Bella Carosa." "Let's save a long conversation for later," Val cuts in smoothly. "When we're in Bella Carosa." Lorraine produces a card. "All business now." "If you have business in Bella Carosa, why don't you contact me here?" she offers, handing it over. Bala stands off to the side, arms crossed, saying nothing, which somehow makes Julian more nervous than if he'd spoken. "Oh, of course," Julian stammers. Once his back is turned, Bal's expression shifts. "I finally have a reason to visit the port after all this time," he murmurs into the shadows. "It's been a while since I felt this way," he admits to himself. "A woman who draws eyes wherever she goes," his thoughts continue, bitter. "And the bastard throwing pathetic advances at her. Yes, he means the perfectly friendly railway heir from 2 minutes ago." He remembers a time when just attaching De Lafonte's name could fend off half these problems. "Have now returned to square one," he thinks grimly. She extends a hand in farewell. I'll see you." In Bella Carosa next week," she finishes, already thinking 2 steps ahead. Julian goes a little pink. "I look forward to seeing you again soon." Off to the side, Val's jaw and fist both go tight. He clears his throat, trying and failing to play it cool. "Tent then, I wish your grace a good night as well," Julian stammers, confirming exactly who he's been talking to. "The fact that I no longer have a legitimate right to interfere," Val broods. "It's the most irritating part," he finishes, watching Julian retreat. Lorena walks on ahead, leaving him to stew in his own jealousy. "This is why I didn't want to get divorced," he admits to himself, quietly. He follows her down the hall in silence, the air between them gone thick. They reach the door to their shared room and neither one says a word. Before she can get another word out, he reaches for her. "What are you miles per hour?" She gets out right before his hand covers her mouth. He pulls her in and kisses her hard, cutting off whatever protest she was about to make. A muffled sound escapes her as she struggles against him. Her pearl necklace snaps loose in the fight, beads scattering across the floor. It's less an embrace than a fight, neither one willing to yield. Lip-bloodied, he growls a warning. "Stop, if you don't want your tongue cut out." "It's not like I'm letting you do this because I enjoy it," she spits back, defiant even now. Her expression is guarded, furious, and just a little shaken. "Move," he orders, and the two of them walk on together as if nothing happened. I know, is all he says in response. The one who loves more is the one without the power, he reflects bitterly, and threats from the weaker side are worthless. So this is the last card I can play, he admits to himself. She glances at him, wary, unsure what to make of the sudden honesty. The tension eases into an uneasy truce as they walk on together. Later, she rounds on him with a sharper question. When did you get the key? What do you think you're doing? He doesn't even look bothered by the accusation. I already told you, he says simply. You and I are traveling together. That's no reason to share a bed with you, she snaps, storming off. You wouldn't even lie beside me on the nights we actually slept together, so why now? She throws over her shoulder. I thought we agreed not to dwell on the past, he replies. I'm not looking for a fight, Lorena. I'm teaching. You gotta handle me, he finishes, unreadable. You can deceive me. You can even betray me, he continues. No matter how you use me, I'll turn a blind eye. For once, her composure actually cracks just a little. Just don't ever leave my sight, he tells her, and it lands more like a plea than a demand. Night fully settles over the room they're stuck sharing. He'll turn a blind eye no matter how I use him, she wonders privately, turning the offer over in her head. Lately, no matter where I go or what I do, her thoughts continue. Vala just stays by my side without asking a single question, she notes, watching him across the train car. As if he truly is letting himself be fooled, she thinks. As if nothing else matters to him anymore except being with me. I have plenty to do using the power of the Labonte's name in Bella Carosa, she plans. 3 months, 6 at most. Until everything is finished, she thinks, watching him. And the moment I tighten the noose around your neck, will you still let yourself be fooled? Cold, calculated, and clearly not a joke. I told you not to touch me, she says, pulling away. She lies there quietly, tears slipping free despite herself. Just for a moment, he asks. Don't start doing things you never did before, please, he finishes, and the memory shifts. I wish we had a child, she once told him. Why are you so obsessed with an heir? He'd asked her back then. If you need another way to cage me, she'd started, only for him to cut in. It's not for that reason, he clarifies. I was looking forward to it. His younger self lies there quietly, the sadness plain on his face. Back in the present, a messenger rides of news. Congratulations, Your Grace. The Duchess is with child. Word travels fast through the quiet halls. It hasn't even been a month, and it seems Her Grace already suspects, one aide murmurs to another. When you visit the monastery next week, the aide suggests, perhaps you should tell her yourself. Bala's aide watches him carefully, gauging the reaction. It's still too early to tell, but someone asks, what's the gender? If it's a daughter, wouldn't she take after Your Grace? They say the first daughter takes after her father. Bala breaks out in a cold sweat at the thought. If anything, I was hoping for a son, he admits privately. His memory drifts to Lorena once, tenderly holding a small child close. Because if the child looked like me, he thinks, you might not be able to love it. If you cannot love me, she'd told him once, I hoped you would at least love a being that carries a part of me, he'd wished, uselessly. Back in the present, the old ache resurfaces, if only there were something to bind us together. Stop it, she cries, struggling against him again. I know, he says, and doesn't stop. Get off me, she snarls, before I actually kill you. I said I understand. I won't do anything, he backs off, hands raised. If only there was something to bind us together, he repeats, quieter now. I'm sorry. She finally settles, exhaustion winning out over anger. Then, perhaps, he offers, almost hopeful, we truly could start over. Elsewhere, a bandaged figure hunches over a newspaper. Michello, alive, healing, and absolutely furious at whatever he's just read. Bulls, ashed, he mutters. It starts with the memory, 2 hands reaching for each other, clasped tight like something worth holding on to. A voice begs the man holding her, if only he could love their child. All he can offer back is a quiet, hollow apology. Then, she says, maybe they really could start over, a wish that never had a chance. The memory cuts hard to a young man, bandaged and bristling with rage. What a load of bullshit he spits at the whole fairy tale. Somewhere in that same past, a pair of trembling hands grips an old letter like it's the only proof any of it really happened. Another fragment surfaces, a man in a hat rounding on someone who dared keep following him. What exactly gives you the right? The answer comes back sharp, you shameless bastard. Present day now, in Montreal, two men puzzle over their missing lore. Surely Lorena didn't actually give in to his demands, one wonders. Don't you think she might believe you're dead by now, my lord? The other presses. Miguel scoffs at the idea. His obituary hasn't even been published yet, so that's just not possible. And yet, despite everything, he notes she looks sorrowful in this photo of her. Like someone who has completely given up. Miguel's face darkens, red eyes burning with a worry he won't quite admit to. The woman known as Lorena Klein, he reflects grimly, doesn't care about her own well-being at all. She's told him herself. She doesn't mind this level of physical contact anymore. No act holds any meaning for her now. She's become a woman who'd offer her lips to a man she loathes without blinking. Who could put a gun to her own head without a second thought? And who'd gladly choose death itself for the sake of the people she's protecting. If she's decided her own disappearance is just the price of the plan, he realizes, she'll go through with it completely alone if she has to. Fire and smoke swallow the panel, an omen of just how bad this could get. There's no telling, he thinks grimly, what means she might resort to. That's it. Miguel jolts upright in bed, startling the attendant beside him. My lord, she gasps. Where are you going in that state? She demands, as he struggles to his feet. He can't exactly stay in bed forever, he mutters, already reaching for his clothes. If they traveled from Montreal to La Rosa, he reasons, their final destination is obvious. The great maritime city that anchors Levantes and Bellicarosa together, that's where this is heading. If something of his was stolen from him. He growls, dressing fast, then he'll just have to steal it back himself. Weeks later, in a sunny market square, gossips huddle together. See, I told you she doesn't have a baby bump at all, one crows. If the pregnancy rumors started back in May, shouldn't she be showing by now? In July, another chimes in, eyeing a woman's figure from a distance. That woman turned out to be Lorena, rousing a stall arm in arm with none other than Vol, who nods at some trinket. Do you want that? I could get you something much better than this, he presses. That's far too low quality for you. Lorena just crosses her arms, thoroughly unimpressed by his fussing. Fine, he relents with a sigh. Let's just buy this one. Didn't they get a divorce? One gossip whispers to another. So why is she staying at the Duke's mansion and out with him practically every day? The pair stroll on, oblivious to the whispers trailing behind them. Besides, someone adds, his Grace's whole aura has changed lately, softer, somehow, since she came back into his life. For a quiet beat, their hands brush close together, tender in a way the gossips would never believe. Elsewhere in the chatter, whatever happened to Marquis Arvatos? I heard he hasn't shown his face in Montreal for nearly a month. They say the royal family even filed a missing persons notice for him, and Lorena's eyes flick sideways, catching every word. Alone with her thoughts, she admits it to herself. As she feared, he still hasn't made it back to Montreal. Even Gael, who promised to send word the moment he found Michello, has gone completely silent. A flicker of memory surfaces unbidden, two boys running hand in hand through a dark wood, chasing a distant light. Michello, she breathes, the name catching in her throat. Where on earth are you, she wonders. Then steels herself, if today's meeting goes well. Starting next month, all that's left is to put the whole plan into motion, hooded figures murmuring around a shadowed table. If things go smoothly, she might wrap this up within 3 months. So before the end finally comes, her mind drifts to Mikhailo smiling and easy, flowers in hand, like nothing in the world could touch him. I wish I could see you just one more time, she thinks, before turning back to the work at hand. Back at the mansion, Val doubles over outdoors with a rough grunt. Something's clearly wrong. Lorena, what's wrong? he asks, reaching for her instead. Nothing, she brushes off. Just feeling a little nauseous, that's all. Nauseous? He presses immediately. Why? In what way? It's nothing, she insists. Probably just her cycle. But her eyes well up as the chew slips out. It's actually been a long time since her last period. Well, she admits quietly, her cycle's been irregular ever since she returned to the past. She'll be fine after a little rest, she says, leaning into him. Let's head home early today, he decides. I'll have the physician prescribe something for the pain. That won't be necessary, she starts to protest. This isn't something to be stubborn about, Lorena, he cuts in, unmoved. Don't try to force medicine on me, she snaps back. Sedatives, painkillers, any of it. She's sick and tired of being treated like some fragile, hysterical woman and reminds him he suffers from the same hyperventilation she does. She doesn't expect him to just stand there and watch her collapse from overexertion, does she? Why shouldn't he watch her collapse? She throws back at him, unflinching. He's already watched her die once, she says flatly. Bawa goes utterly still, the words landing like a physical blow. You've done it before, she adds coolly. So you already know. It's really no big deal. Don't speak like that, he says, pulling her in. Every time she talks like her life means nothing, it guts him. He can't shake the fear that she might give up on herself again at any moment, an old bloodied memory flashing behind his eyes. She won't spend her life just gritting her teeth through it anymore. Propped up on medicine at his whim, she adds, not ever again. Because she's finally learned. Tending to her own heart matters far more than any drug ever could. I suppose that man told you that? Bao says, a flash of jealousy in his voice. He looks away, jaw tight, clearly not thrilled about the answer. Yes, she admits simply. He's wise, at least, about that much. Val concedes bitterly. Fine, he says at last. Go then. I'll be waiting for you. And from now on, he adds. He trails off, hesitating. Invite your friends to the mansion, he finally says, walking beside her. They walk on together in silence, her mind already racing. It'd be dragging her weakened body through the streets in the peak of summer, he reasons. Invite her friends to the Duke's mansion, she repeats to herself, suspicious of the offer. Does he mean he already knows exactly who she's been sneaking off to meet, she wonders, unsettled. That night, a shadowed figure in a dark gown slips down the stairs, careful and quiet. She realizes, has been following her everywhere she's gone lately. She'd assumed it was no different from surveillance, but whenever she signaled him to back off, he surprisingly waited without a single complaint, right in that same spot. For an hour, 2, sometimes even half a day, until she finally came back out again. If he's really handing her the run of the mansion, does that mean he's fully prepared to look the other way, no matter what she does, she wonders, disappearing into the dark. A door creaks. Dora peeks out, catching a glimpse of Lorena slipping away into the night. Lorena presses on through the shadows, resolute. You finally arrived. A hooded figure greets her. Did you bring the proof? Another demands. They circle her, wary. The mistress of Levantes, one of them sneers. I'm sorry, she corrects them evenly, but I'm no longer the mistress of the duchy. If you're still living under that roof, one snaps back, you might as well be. Stop dodging the question, they press. Show us proof that you're actually on our side. I trust this will suffice, she says quietly, drawing something out. A case opens, and something inside catches the light. This is, one of the hooded figures stammers, stunned. A pale hand lifts a heavy, ornate seal into view. It's the seal of House Levantes itself. Lorena has just handed the rebellion proof no one could ever doubt. In a hidden back room, Lorena faces down a ring of hooded Republicans who are done listening to promises. Stop stalling, they tell her. Show us the proof. She holds out something small and glinting. I trust this will suffice, she says, and the whole hooded crowd leans in. One of them gasps at what's in her hand. This is... no way. A pale hand closes around an ornate signet ring, catching the light like it knows exactly how dramatic this moment is. The seal of House Levantes. Lorena just put her ex-husband's family crest on the table as her credentials. It's just like the banker Gale warned her it would be, she thinks. Trust doesn't come cheap with these people. Unlike the Republicans back home in Montreal, she explains, the ones here in Bessin run far more radical and a lot less forgiving. Harsher temperaments, sharper suspicions, exactly the kind of people who don't hand out trust on the first try. She flashes back a week, to the first time she showed up at their door. Turned away on the spot, no questions asked. Even after she gave them the password Gail had scraped together for her, it barely moved the needle. Their eyes stayed cold with suspicion the whole time. A password gets you in the door. It doesn't get you believed. But evidence this heavy, she figured, would change the whole conversation. "Tain't the Duke give you this?" one of them stammers, staring at the ring like it might bite. Strictly speaking, she admits, he didn't exactly give it to her. More like she borrowed it, without asking. She walked right out the front door with it, in plain view. Nobody stopped her. Nobody would dare. Back at the ducal residence, Gale eyes the ring in her hand. "Do you actually need that?" he asks. "Your name carries almost as much weight as that seal does," he tells her. She shrugs him off. "It's useless," she says, unless she's still a Levantes when she says it. "I suppose so," Gale concedes, not thrilled about it. "Are you going to be angry with me?" she teases. "I don't get worked up over things like this," he says, then immediately gives up the game. "You're heading out again, aren't you? I'll drive you." As per her ex-husband, she muses privately, he's a different story entirely. He never questioned a single thing, so long as she stayed at his side. That was the arrangement she's now exploiting to the fullest. "The Duke will be staying here for the rest of the year," she tells the Republicans flatly. "That's the whole point of her being here." But the Duke stuck out of the capital, she explains the high nobility of Montreal can't easily organize against them. It won't be easy for them to unite while their favorite Duke is nowhere to be found. Any letters coming from the royal family or the nobility, she adds coolly, get burned by her personally before they ever reach him. She's not just hiding the Duke, she's censoring him. Keeping him completely isolated out in Bellicarosa is exactly why she's chosen to stay at the ducal residence herself. Every move is calculated. "If you still don't trust me," she offers the Republicans, "let's just get to the more pressing business first." First order of business, expand the contact network. She's not here to chat, she's here to build a machine. She slides across a business card. The CEO of Ortiz Railways, a useful man to know. She'd arranged a dinner with him not long ago. He'd mentioned needing funds to finish the railway. So she'd made a call. Kleinbank would provide the financing. Just like that, she owns a foothold in the railway. The hooded branch leader isn't impressed yet. "What does any of that have to do with our work?" he demands. "Everything," she says, and lets that word do the heavy lifting. She doesn't blink, doesn't explain further yet. She wants him to sit with it a second. "The Ortiz Company's exclusive freight lines," she finally explains, spreading a map with her hand, "run through practically every corner of Bessin, and in exchange for a lower interest rate on the loan, she secured exclusive rights to use those lines for a full 3 months, because Ortiz's railways will be carrying the seeds of republicanism across the whole country." With their old contact, Daniel Mora, now dead, they urgently need a new way to link the scattered Republican forces across Bessin. She's already built one, so they have to recruit as many new contacts as possible, she tells him. "It's hard enough finding one person we can trust, and you want us recruiting a crowd?" he snaps. "That's exactly why we compartmentalize the system," she counters. "They need intelligence moving faster than the royal families at the very least," she presses. "Pick 2 or 3 people per region, split up the roles. That way, if anything leaks, they know exactly who the traitor is." The branch leader goes quiet, weighing just how thoroughly this woman has already outplanned him. "Very well," he finally says, "I'll do it your way." She crosses her arms, satisfied, while he lets out a low, grudging chuckle at just having been outmaneuvered. "I am Joaquin Ono," he finally introduces himself. "The branch leader of the Bellicarosa Republicans. She's just earned herself a real ally." Lorena allows herself the smallest satisfied smile. This is only the opening move. Who Joaquin isn't done poking holes. If word gets out that Kleinbank has a monopoly on the railway, won't the royal family find that suspicious? He asks. Don't worry about that, she says. It isn't Klein monopolizing the railway, it's Levantes. Joaquin freezes. That name changes everything, and he knows it. Her eyes go sharp. This is the part of the plan she's been saving. I intend, she says, to drag my ex-husband into the Republican fold, whether he likes it or not. They leak false rumors that he's turned his back on the Besson monarchy and thrown his lot in with the Republicans. But who would actually believe that? Joaquin asks. Starting next week, she says, the freight trains the Duke supposedly monopolizes will be quietly hauling Republicans across every corner of Besson. In that case, wouldn't they believe it, she reasons, when the king's own right hand, the man who practically embodies the Besson social hierarchy, has apparently defied royal orders and vanished, if even his personal assets get tangled up funding a revolution? The money trail alone would be enough to hang him with rumor and gossip. People, she says, will inevitably grow curious. Just what is this so-called republic the Duke is secretly backing? They'll start whispering. The Duke is no fool, someone murmurs. Surely he wouldn't just sit idly by while this happens. Later, a shadowed figure pulls her aside in private. Making sure of that, he says, is my job. How? She asks warily. To put it bluntly, we have no idea how long he'll keep cherishing you the way he does, the stranger says. Lorena says nothing, her face unreadable. There's no need to fear retaliation from the Duke, he assures her. I'll stake the bank on that guarantee. What exactly do you mean by that? She demands, unease creeping into her voice. Ve Levantes, he says flatly, will die in an accident within 3 months. The image lingers in her mind, cold and bloody, long after he said it. And I, he adds quietly, will be the one to cause it. Just how far is this plan willing to go? Shaken, she steps back out into the night air, Gale waiting for her by the carriage. He steadies her hand as she climbs in, saying nothing about where she's just been. Gale leans against the carriage, arms crossed, studying her a beat too long. Did you make good use of the seal? He asks, casual on the surface. You don't need to know, she says, closing the subject. He lets it go, but the look on his face says he's noticed more than she'd like. They head back toward the ducal residence in silence. The mansion looms against the night sky, quiet and enormous, waiting for her return. Inside, a new face greets her with a polite bow. It's a pleasure to meet you, Signora. I'm Natalie, she says, your new physician. A new physician, Lorena repeats, glancing sideways at Gale, who suddenly finds the floor very interesting. Even if it's just a quick checkup, he tells her, get examined before you turn in tonight. You arranged this without even asking me, she hisses under her breath. I don't need to be examined. You haven't even been eating properly lately, he counters. I won't force any medicine on you, I promise. If I can just confirm nothing's wrong with you, he says, softer now, I promise I won't interfere any further. Outmaneuvered again, Lorena gives in. You only need to fill out a simple questionnaire, Natalie assures her. I've already got all your previous medical records on file, Natalie adds. All business. It'll only take a moment. Could you spare some time? Natalie asks, and Marina, exhausted, doesn't have the energy left to refuse. She sighs and gives in, letting herself be let off for the exam. The door clicks shut behind them, and the noise of the household fades away. Recent food intake, sleep duration, how much she's been drinking, Natalie rattles off the standard checklist. Lorena answers on autopilot, clearly wanting this over with as fast as possible. Very well, Natalie says, flipping a page, just a few final checks. When was the last time you had marital relations? Natalie asks, breezy as if she'd asked about breakfast. Lorena freezes mid-breath, completely blindsided. What exactly is the meaning of? She starts, flustered. It's a routine question, Natalie explains patiently, to check for the possibility of pregnancy. You can just give me the date of your last period instead, Natalie offers, letting her off the hook. Lorena does the math in her head. She hasn't had one since the month before last. 2 months and 15 days ago, exactly. Her mind drifts back to that night with Miguel, his voice low against her ear. Remember exactly what I'm giving you, he told her. And what you're doing with me, he'd murmured, pulling her closer. Don't you dare forget a single thing, he'd said. We'll just leave it there and let your imagination fill in the rest. The memory lingers, warm and a little dangerous, right up until reality snaps back into focus. Her eyes widen. Wait, could it actually be? Hope flickers across her face before she can stop it. Your last period was, Natalie prompts. Last week, Lorena finally answers. Then there's no possibility of pregnancy, Natalie says gently. None at all. Lorena sits with her hands clasped, quiet, feeling something she wasn't ready to name settle over her. We open in a hushed doctor's office. A physician looks Lorena dead in the eye and asks the one question no one wants answered out loud. When was her last period? The verdict comes back blunt and immediate. There is no possibility of pregnancy, none at all. Lorena just stares back, more shaken than relieved. She stands there afterward, hands knotted in front of her, trying to process news that clearly did not land the way you'd expect. Diary in hand, she jots down the strange symptoms piling up. Her body's been wiped out lately, exhausted even after the shortest walk. Constant indigestion. A missed period. You can practically watch her connect dots she was just told did not exist. I should not have taken it so lightly, she admits to herself. Turns out doctors are not always right, and Lorena knows it. Rewind 2 days before the trial, the exact day Miguel left Motrell for good. She traces the date on a calendar with a trembling finger, counting backward through the weeks. June 9th. That's the night that changes everything, and the flashback pulls us straight into it. Lorena wrapped up tight in someone's arm. The embrace gets tighter, more desperate. The kind of closeness two people only allow themselves right before a goodbye. Tears mixed with tenderness as they hold each other, like it might be the last chance they get. Under a quiet, star-scattered sky, Lorena's face settles into something halfway between peace and heartbreak. Cut to today, July 20th. She reaches for a hidden box, hands trembling before she even opens it. It's officially been long enough for symptoms to show if there's really something to show. Kill the spiral. She flips the calendar forward again, counting the days like her life depends on getting the math right. And there it is, the moment her whole body goes rigid with shock. Whatever she just landed on, it is not good news. Before she can even process it, a voice cuts through the silence, calling her name from the other side of the door. She leans against the wall, candlelight flickering, doing her best impression of someone who is absolutely fine. A shadow fills the doorway. Someone is coming in whether she is ready or not. Why was the door locked? Comes the demand. And just like that, our cold open slams the brakes and cuts to black. The real chapter kicks off back at the mansion. Thou catches Lorena fresh from her doctor's visit. I heard you went straight to the bedroom after the exam, he says, all though concerned. Is something wrong? I was planning on resting for the day, she deflects, giving him nothing. He's not buying it, closing the distance. Without even changing your clothes? Subtle, this one is not. Lorena flinches as he closes in, her whole body doing the talking. Her mouth will not. What did the physician say? He presses, stride never breaking. She stalls just long enough for him to snap. Did you not hear? The two of them stand there, framed in the hallway, the standoff hanging thick in the air. Finally, she gives him something. She said it did not seem to be anything to worry about. He goes quiet, jaw tight, clearly running through everything that sentence could mean. It is a relief that there is no major issue, he says, then kisses her out of nowhere. Real smooth recovery valley. Pulling back, Lorena needles him. You have no idea what I was imagining for a moment. By candlelight she pushes further. What kind of imagination? He will not say it outright. Well, it is not something I particularly wish to put into words. He deflects. Instead, he pivots straight to the real agenda. He is concerned she is too sensitive to the heat because it will be difficult to conceive a child if her body grows weak. Subtle as a brick. Lorena just goes silent. Honestly? Same. He promises to redo the mansion's insulation so she is more comfortable next summer as something dark and shattered flickers underneath the scene, like a crack finally showing. They speaks of our future together as if it were a given. Again, she notes bitterly in her head, right as he casually adds that she should start inviting her friends over from now on. I shall leave the room if my presence makes you uncomfortable, he offers, then circles back with, Are you truly fine with anyone? Does that include men as well? he asks, and there it is, the real question underneath all the politeness. Like Julian Ortiz, he says, naming names. Apparently he has already been keeping a list. I shall naturally filter out bastards like him on my own, Lorena shoots back, unwilling to let him take the wheel on this one. So is he saying he plans to dig into her friends' backgrounds and quietly get rid of anyone who does not pass inspection? Because that is exactly what it sounds like. He steps in close behind her. Is that so strange? Reader, it is extremely strange. If I do not like them, he continues, voice dropping, your best bet is to be careful before I clear them out. Cool, cool, cool. Very normal husband behavior. She pushes back, unflinching. And if I do not? Then she goes for the jugular. What if I say I intend to remarry? That lands. His whole body goes rigid, breath-catching, like she has finally found the nerve she was looking for. By now, he starts, voice low, hands sliding toward her with unmistakable intent. I thought you would have realized how to handle me, he says, and this is the moment controlling curdles into something far worse. Her eyes go wide, breath catching in her throat. This is not the reaction of someone who feels safe right now. What follows is not tender, whatever he is telling himself. Wait, she gets out, hand grabbing a fabric, trying to slow things down. He does not. Stop. Agree to stay with me until the very end. He demands, more command than question. What must I do to ensure another man's name never escapes your lips again? There it is, the jealousy driving all of this. His expression is unreadable, somewhere between hunger and rage. I told you that I could be more generous to you, she pleads through tears, trying anything to slow him down. If only you would stop saying such things, he answers, and it is clearly not a promise to listen. Stop! It hurts, she manages, and he does not. This is not a scene to romanticize. It is exactly as ugly as it looks. He tells her, almost gently, that he is not even pressing her about where she used the family seal, that everything will be done according to your will, twisting control into the language of choice. Do you understand? She does not answer. Her face says everything his question pretended not to. The scene fades out on his hand, dark marks trailing into the shadows. A long, heavy silence follows in the aftermath. Even Valel looks shaken by his own behavior, turned away, unreadable. He strokes her hair afterward in a gesture that is trying and failing to pass for tenderness. Lorena says nothing at all. Do it more, she finally says quietly. Not affection, but a performance, and she knows exactly what she is doing. Her hand lies still against the sheets. Her real thoughts surface. Just as he said, handling this man is not difficult. Cold, calculated, and clearly not the first time she has played this game. She stares off, already 3 steps ahead of him, zooming out, despite the years they spent married. She notes, they rarely shared anything close to a tender touch. So even the rare glimpse of favor is enough to soften him completely, embarrassingly easily. Just like the old me, she thinks, drawing an uncomfortable parallel to who she used to be around him. He cannot let it go, though. This is all because of those ridiculous rumors that you are pregnant. Are you shifting the blame to me? Then the accusation lands, ugly and direct. You slept with him, that bastard. Lorena says nothing, and her silence is doing a lot of the talking. There is no way he did not touch you, Val spits, the jealousy fully unmasked now. That is why I wanted to kill him, he admits. Not exactly the pillow talk anyone signs up for. Sometimes I find myself having unpleasant thoughts, he says quietly, and it is somehow the most honest he has been all chapter. He must understand this much, he adds, like that is supposed to be comforting. Later, under the stars, he carries her, the image almost tender, if you forget everything that came before it. And Lorena's real question surfaces, the one driving this entire double life. Can she really keep deceiving this man all the way to the end? The scene jumps to a quiet town built around a monastery, far from Valet's mansion. Footsteps hurry across stone, someone with somewhere urgent to be. Physician, you must be on your way to a house call, someone calls out. Meet Natalie, the mansion's discreet doctor, caught heading out the door. In the shadows nearby, someone is watching, face hidden deep inside a hood. The hooded stranger startles at a sound in the chapel, clearly not wanting to be seen. Natalie, someone calls, and the physician turns toward the voice. "What brings you here first when there are no patients?" she asks, suspicious of the visit. The hooded figure gets straight to business. "It is about the Duchess. Are you sure she can truly be trusted?" "Why? Did you notice something suspicious?" Natalie asks. "I am not certain, but that woman," she starts, hesitant. "I think she is pregnant," Natalie finally says, and the hooded figure's whole face changes. "What?" he blurts, then tries to explain it away. "Is it because of that nonsense rumor that went, around Motrell the month before last?" "No, I did a brief consultation myself," Natalie clarifies. "But the symptoms are very similar to early pregnancy," she admits, recalling her exam of Lorena. "She confesses she played dumb in front of the Duke. She claims she had her period, but I suspect she might be lying. Just in case, I acted as if I did not know in front of him." The hooded man asks the question, clearly eating him alive. If she only recently became pregnant, could it not be the Duke's child instead? "I would need a proper examination to be sure, but..." Natalie starts right as a third voice cuts in, stunned. "What on earth am I hearing right now?" Someone new bursts in with news of their own. "I heard a shocking story." Then it clicks for Natalie exactly who she is looking at. "The moment I returned, Mehes?" she stammers. Framed in the doorway, hood still up, stands a man everyone thought was dead. He lowers the hood just enough to reveal a familiar, unmistakable pair of red eyes. Miguel is very much alive, and he heard every word. "What did you say Lorena did, physician?" he demands. "And there is our cliffhanger to close the chapter on." A hooded figure stumbles into the light, gaunt and shaking, and it takes his old allies one long second before the shock hits. The man everyone thought was dead just walked back through the door. "Good heavens, Meech, you're alive," one of them chokes out, hugging him so hard he nearly buckles, still half convinced he died alone out in some godforsaken wasteland. "I'm in one piece, stop crying," he mutters, while the man who dragged him all the way to Bella Carosa jokes that this little detour is going to cost him an extra month's worth of candy money for his daughter. That penny-pinching coachman is the one who actually got him here, half carrying him through the streets under a heavy cloak. "Mesh, who is this?" one of his allies asks, eyeing the stranger warily. "A penny-pincher," he says dryly, "and a father." "And the lifesaver," he adds, before turning to the woman at his side and getting straight down to business. "Anyway, Natalie." Natalie's eyes brim with tears as she begs him for the whole story. Where he's been, how he survived, what almost killed him. But his face goes hard the moment someone brings up what he said earlier. Whatever it was, it's clearly still eating at him. Somewhere else entirely, a headline blares across the papers. "Is Lorena pregnant?" The rumor mill is already spinning wildly out of control. A crowd roars its approval at some grand public reveal, confetti and cheers filling the air. In the middle of it all stands the guest of honor, visibly overwhelmed by all the noise and attention suddenly pointed her way. It's Lorena, dressed to the nines for the occasion, holding her most composed face for the cameras and the crowd. Applause ripples through the gathered dignitaries as the ceremony builds toward its big moment. But the second she turns her back on the spotlight, the mask slips. What am I supposed to do now, she wonders, adrift in the middle of her own celebration. In a quieter, imagined version of her life, a doctor's voice tells her it's just about time for the morning sickness to start. She sits through this daydream in morning dark bridal lace, silent, turning the whole idea over in her head. Even if her belly isn't showing yet, the imagined doctor adds gently, her body must already be aching all over. "How long will it take?" she asks in this little fantasy, as a stranger in a flat cap approaches with the kind of news that could change everything. "At least 8 months, comes the answer. "Take care of yourself. You've still got a few more weeks before you're in the clear." The imagined doctor watches her carefully, clearly no stranger to delivering complicated news. "Bring the father with you next time," he tells her cheerfully, a simple request that lands like a gut punch against the life she's actually living. It's a beautiful little fantasy dressed up in lace and hope. Back in the real world, a bright-eyed young host throws his arms wide for the crowd. Thank you all, distinguished guests, for being here today. The train's trial run will now begin, he announces, kicking off the big reveal everyone came for. A brand new locomotive rolls out to gasps from the crowd, a shiny symbol of progress for the whole nation. Off to the side, her ex-husband hovers close, asking if she needs something to drink. I'm fine, she says flatly, giving nothing away. Are you sure? You didn't even eat breakfast, he presses, setting her pale, worn-out face. Truth is, she can barely keep anything down these days, thanks to the morning sickness she's hiding from him completely. Her head swims for a second, the untouched plate of food beside her doing nothing to help. Water, please, is all she manages to say. Wait here then. I'll go get some, he says, and steps away, leaving her alone with her thoughts. The moment his back is turned, her expression hardens into something far colder than grief. I've already devised a way to kill Zay, she admits to herself, watching him disappear into the crowd. A finale where the two of them go over the edge together, she thinks. A plan built entirely around taking him down with her. She'd pictured it perfectly. A car sailing off the coastal cliffs of Della Carosa, the two of them inside. But if things have turned out like this, she realizes, I can't die, not anymore. Her hand curls tight, the weight of that realization settling in. I can't kill the child, she thinks, wrapping her arms around herself as if to protect the secret growing inside her. I can't die and leave it behind either, especially not if Vay ever learns it's Michello's child I'm carrying. There's no telling what he'd do if he found out, she thinks, picturing exactly how dangerous that discovery could get. Bring the father with you next time. The imagined doctor's words echo back at her, cruel and how simple they sound. Problem is, she doesn't even know where Mikhailo is right now. Or whether he's even still alive to come with her at all. And even if he's out there somewhere, would he actually welcome a child born out of all this mess? Michelle, she murmurs to herself, the ache of missing him written all over her face. Miss Klein, there you are. A familiar voice cuts straight through her spiraling thought. It's Ortiz, practically bouncing with excitement, waving her down through the crowd. You came, he beams. Thanks to you, the completion ceremony was a total success. Ah, Mr. Ortiz, she manages, pulling herself back together as he asks if she's planning to stick around for the party. I'm planning to head back right after the ceremony, she tells him with a polite little laugh. My husband, no, my ex-husband, is waiting for me, she corrects herself. It's a small slip, but a telling one. Ortiz hesitates, then asks the question that's clearly been bothering him. Forgive me, but is the Duke perhaps holding you against your will? Pardon? She blinks, cut completely off guard by the question. Between the Levante seal on your contract and the way you're always walking on eggshells around him, he explains. It doesn't exactly look voluntary. Privately, she almost laughs. A misunderstanding like this is actually a pretty welcome turn of events, she thinks, since even after the divorce, his way of thinking hasn't changed one bit. A small, calculating smile starts to form. Even if I claimed he'd been consumed by some unsavory ideology, she muses, no one would believe me anyway. Unsavory ideologies, Ortiz repeats, clearly having caught more of that mutter than she intended. What do you mean by that? She asks quickly, covering her slip, just as something moves in the crowd behind them. Ashley, she starts to explain, distracted by something else entirely. Something's caught her eye, and it's got her instantly on edge. Miss Klein? Ortiz calls out, following her gaze up toward the rooftops. Miss Klein, he shouts again, more urgent this time, both of them staring up at something in the sky. Whatever it is, it's got everyone around them craning their necks to see. For a second, all anyone can make out is a haze of dust and motion. Then a figure drops out of it entirely, plummeting toward the ground. Huh! Someone gasps. A body crashes through debris in a shower of glass and dust. Miss Klein? Is there something over there? Ortiz asks, pointing, utterly baffled. Did I invite someone like that? A familiar, cold voice wonders aloud nearby, her ex-husband scanning the crowd. Her heart slams against her ribs. No, she thinks. It can't be. But there's no mistaking that windswept auburn hair or those sharp red eyes. Wait, she thinks. Could that actually be Marquise Hervatos? Someone else in the crowd breathes, recognizing him just as fast. Ortiz's jaw drops in shock. Miss Klein? Someone shouts as she bolts forward without thinking. Vei! Vei! She screams, sprinting through the chaos. She shoves through the crowd, heart in her throat, running flat out. He's showing his face out in the open, she realizes, so plainly that even Ortiz recognized him on sight. If Vei finds him first, she thinks, breaking into a cold sweat at what comes next. A memory flashes through her mind. Him, cold and furious, spitting out, "You slept with him, that bastard." That, he told her once, is exactly why I wanted to kill him. The memory of his face in that moment is enough to make her blood run cold. This time, she fears he might actually go through with it, the image of fire and wreckage from before flashing unbidden through her mind. Just like back then, she thinks grimly, remembering exactly how that story almost ended. She cries out again, desperate to reach him before it's too late. I have to find Vei quickly, she tells herself, and distract him, whatever it takes. Vei, she calls again, chasing him down through the crowd with his own men close behind. Someone gasps as she finally closes the distance. He turns, caught completely off guard by the sight of her running toward him like that. Lorena, he asks, startled, all his usual cold composure momentarily gone. The chaos of the crowd blurs into the background as everything else falls away. Somewhere else, away from all the noise, a heart pounds hard against a chest that's still very much alive. A trembling hand reaches out, needing to feel it for real. And then he's holding her, both of them shaking, neither quite believing the other is really there. Her heart hammers right along with his. "Where are you going?" he murmurs against her hair, like he can't bear to let her out of his sight again. For one long moment, the whole disaster around them stops mattering at all. "Have you been well, Lorena?" he finally asks, voice soft with everything he's been holding back. In the middle of a crowded street, Lorena freezes and grabs her companion's arm. "Wait," she gasps. "Don't tell me that man is—" Someone nearby squints at the same blonde stranger and mutters a name everyone thought was buried. Marquis Vetos? His companion nearly has a heart attack, hissing that at this rate the whole street is about to recognize him. "Glasses alone aren't enough, young master. At least put on a hat." Miguel just shrugs it off. A disguise as flimsy was never going to fool anyone who really knows him anyway. Someone in the crowd wonders aloud why he looks so furious, while his retainer just yanks his own hat down lower and prays. Turns out he's not just paranoid. Word on the street is his lover is holed up with her own ex-husband, and honestly, the gossiping crowd figures they'd be mad too. Lover? Miguel thinks bitterly, watching Val vanish down the road. The woman he knows doesn't even mention him anymore, so what is everyone talking about? "Damn it," he mutters, dragging a hand through his hair, spiraling. It has been 4 days since he slipped into Bella Carosa, 4 days spent quietly watching Lorena from the shadows, and there hasn't been a single day she hasn't been right at Val's side. Every glimpse of the two of them twists the knife a little deeper. And as if that wasn't enough to chew on already, the tabloids have started whispering that Lorena might be carrying the Duke's child. Even if staying close to Val is all part of their plan, Miguel can't shake it. This is exactly what happens the second he takes his eyes off her. His stomach drops. "Don't tell me," he starts, dread creeping in. Maybe, he thinks bitterly, she's simply forgotten all about him already. A train rolls into the station behind him, hissing and clattering, completely oblivious to the storm going on in his chest. He plants himself in the crowded square anyway, scanning every single face, unable to stay away. Then his whole body goes rigid. There she is! Across the square, Lorena walks arm in arm with a man in dark clothes, and Miguel's heart just about stops. Because at that exact moment, Lorena spots him too, and her whole face crumbles with shock. She bolts through the crowd toward him without a second thought. But the name that flies out of her mouth in the panic isn't his. It's Val's. Miguel's face goes cold in the shadows. Of all the names she could have called, before she can even process what just happened, a hand closes around hers. "Where are you going?" says a low voice she'd know anywhere. He pulls her into his arms, and for a second the whole crowded street just disappears. "Have you been well, Lorena?" he murmurs against her hair. It finally clicks. "Miguel!" she chokes out, half sob, half disbelief. "He's alive!" But there's no time to celebrate. Vale is somewhere close by right this very second. And Miguel's entire disguise amounts to one cheap pair of glasses. Not exactly the safest place for a reunion. He grabs her hand before she can even argue. "Follow me," he says, already hauling her into the crowd. They tear through the streets together, dodging strangers, hunting for anywhere out of sight. They don't stop running until a quiet little house comes into view. Miguel pulls her inside and gently pins her against the door, both of them out of breath. "What on earth just happened?" Lorena breathes, dazed, her heart still hammering. Then all that adrenaline turns into something else entirely, and he kisses her like he's been dying to for weeks. And let's just say the reunion gets a lot more enthusiastic from here. We'll give them the room. 4 days of watching from a distance, and Miguel is done holding back. Wait, Lorena finally manages, trying to catch her breath. But Miguel isn't exactly in a waiting mood tonight. "I finally find you," he says quietly, the hurt slipping through, "and you run off calling another man's name." Lorena flinches. The accusation lands exactly where it hurts. "Now I'm even hearing rumors you're pregnant with the Duke's child," he presses. "How am I supposed to understand any of this?" The two of them are alone now, the noise of the street far behind them. "Give me an excuse," Miguel demands, quiet and raw. "Lorena Klein, why is the Duke still by your side even after the divorce? And why you ran from me the second you saw me?" He tips her chin up, searching her face for the truth. "I didn't run away," Lorena finally says, steady despite the tears in her eyes. "It's because you foolishly walked around with your face out in the open. I was terrified someone would recognize you and put you in danger all over again." Miguel's jaw tightens. "Then why did you go to Soto by yourself?" "You told me specifically you were headed to Arnal." A flash of memory surfaces, the two of them together somewhere warmer, softer before all this. "You said half a month, at the latest, would be enough time," he reminds her. "Instead you went to Soto alone, nearly died, and cut off contact completely." Lorena breaks, burying her face against him. "I thought you were dead," she whispers. "Do you know how much I—" She can't even get the sentence out. Then the anger flares up right alongside the grief. "Why did you lie to me?" she demands, eyes blazing. Miguel doesn't back down either. "So that's why you're living under the same roof as your ex-husband?" "It was the plan, Miguel. I am not doing this because I like that man." "Right," he mutters, dripping sarcasm, "that brilliant plan of yours." Then it all comes pouring out. "Are you telling me that this time too I'm just supposed to clean up your corpse?" His eyes are rimmed red. Lorena freezes. "Oh, how did you know that? Did you really think I wouldn't figure out your plan?" He snaps back. "After everything I just relived, do you really think I gave you that gun so you could put it to your own head?" "Back then," she says quietly, "it was the only way I had." "No," he says, his voice cracking. "There were plenty of other ways." He pulls her in tight like he can somehow hold together every timeline where he lost her. "You ran away," he says again, softer now, grieving the version of her he never got to save. Lorena wraps her arms around herself, sinking back into the memory of that other, erased life. A dark, half-remembered voice curls through her mind because deep down she never really wanted to keep living. And yet, even in this second life she fought so hard to get, some broken part of her is still reaching for the exact same ending. It's a terrifyingly close call to making that same choice all over again. Miguel's voice cuts through the spiral like a blade. "Lorena, snap out of it." "Have you forgotten everything I taught you?" he asks, refusing to let her drift away from him. How to breathe again, how to sleep without nightmares, how to actually live. Slowly, gently, she lets herself be pulled back to him. "Remember all of it," Miguel tells her, red-eyed and fierce. "And then stop trying to throw this life away." Something in her finally settles, the fight draining out of her all at once. "I'm sorry," she whispers, and she means it. This time, she decides, she is going to live without regrets, and actually let herself be happy. When she was first handed this second life, she made herself a promise, so why did she let herself forget it the moment her father's voice pulled her back? Old habits of giving up die hard, she realizes, resting her head against Miguel's shoulder. A quiet habit of resignation she picked up the day she married into Bess and never actually left her. You're right, she tells Miguel softly, finally believing it. In this second life she fought so hard to keep. She finally found someone who actually loves her. And with him for the first time, she has absolutely no reason left to want to die. We open on a stolen, quiet moment. A dark figure cups her face, and all she can whisper back is, "You're right." In this hard-won second life, she says, she finally found someone who actually loves her back. Someone who loves her plain and simple. After everything she's been through, that's the miracle she never saw coming. And now, she decides, there is no reason left for her to die. None. She is done handing her life away. She promises no more reckless stunts. And besides, she jokes, it is not like she can die again anyway. She leans into him, resting against his chest like she finally gets to just breathe. Then the million-dollar question drops out of nowhere. Because you're pregnant. The room goes quiet around them. The kind of quiet that says more than words ever could. And in the end, she murmurs, it played out exactly like the past already warned her it would. Exactly the same as the past, she says again, like she still cannot quite believe it. They fall into each other again, the kind of closeness two people only allow when they trust each other completely. He cannot help himself. Did that bastard touch you again? He growls, the jealousy bubbling right up. She just watches him, waiting to see exactly where this jealous streak is going. What do you mean again? She fires back, clearly not letting that one slide. Are you talking about Vey? She asks flatly, already bracing for whatever he says next. His red eyes flash, and for a second the jealousy is written all over his face. No, it's nothing, comes the deflection, though nobody in the room is buying it. Don't tell me Lorena doesn't know, someone presses, voice tight with disbelief. Right before she died, the story goes, there was a woman, hand pressed to her stomach, carrying more than anyone around her realized. She was carrying a child, a gut punch of a reveal that just hangs there in the silence. My goodness, you sure took your time coming out, my lord, an old lookout teases as their contact finally slicks free. I was wondering why it was so quiet, comes the reply. You had a lookout. It is a jailbreak, not a heist. Miguel pulls Lorena in close and steady, and all she can manage is a stammered, "Thank you." The Duke has been turning the place upside down looking for the madam, the old lookout reports. We've been keeping watch, you see. The little escape crew hustles through the yard together, Lorena still stammering out her thanks. It's too early to relax, someone warns. There might be someone who recognizes the two of you. They keep to the shadows, slipping past a quiet little house before anyone gets a good look at them. Let's get you to the carriage first, comes the order, and they are moving again. The getaway carriage waits, rattling and ready to go. Miguel watches her, quiet and conflicted, clearly biting back something he does not want to say. Turns out even the Duke himself could not bring himself to tell Lorena the truth about the child. An empty church sits still and silent, one lone figure standing in the hush. It's probably best if I don't bring it up either, Miguel decides, keeping his own secret locked down tight. Lorena would be devastated if she knew, he tells himself, and lets the subject drop. Are you still angry? Lorena finally asks, reading the tension all over him. What? He blinks, caught completely off guard. You've been sighing constantly ever since the baby was mentioned, she points out, not buying his innocent act. If it's because of the child, he starts, choosing his words very carefully. It's not that. Of course the thought of that bastard touching you makes my blood boil, however, he admits. Whatever he was about to say gets lost. The two of them pulled right back into each other instead. I'm angry because you don't value yourself, he tells her, the real confession finally slipping out. And you used yourself as a means to an end, he adds, and for once this is not about jealousy at all. I don't care about the child, Lorena tells him, no matter whose child it is, she says, pressed right up against him, daring him to argue back. I have no intention of losing you ever again, Miguel says quietly, sinking back into his own thoughts. Lorena just smiles. soft and a little smug, like she already knows she has won this round. I won't do things you hate anymore, she promises. Famous last words, probably. Morning light creeps in through the window. A quiet little pause before the next storm. I missed you, Miko, she says, and just like that his whole guard drops. I apologize for lying, he says, finally coming clean about something. The two of them settle back into each other, whatever the lie was, apparently forgiven. I shouldn't have gone to Soto, he admits. It's not like retrieving those memories was urgent. Lorena studies him quietly, clearly filing that confession away for later. I'm going to return to the Levantes estate today, she announces, cool as anything. What? Miguel practically chokes on the word. Actually, I've already told Mr. Ono, she adds, like that somehow makes it better. Are you joking right now? You just said you wouldn't do things I hate, he fires back. Done being calm about this. I won't be staying there permanently, she says, all business. But I need to go back and handle the situation first. If he finds out I'm gone, Miguel warns, he would march straight to Motrel and drag the royal army back with him, he finishes, dead serious. He'll soon find out you're alive, so he'll go even more berserk, Miguel presses, and honestly, fair point. It's different from before when he trails off, an old memory clearly creeping back in. Back when he walked in fully intending to die alongside the Duke, now, hand in hand with Lorena, he vows to rewrite that plan together with her instead. Their fingers stay laced together, a small stubborn promise between them. It'll only take an instant for sightings of you to spread across Motrel, he warns her. Unless you plan on having the Templars and the royal army converging on us, he adds, laying out exactly how bad this could get. Please let me go handle this, Lorena asks him straight up. It's not that you don't trust me, right? She presses. I trust you, he says, cupping her face. I just don't trust that bastard. No, actually, I don't trust you either, he smirks. How am I supposed to send someone who says physical contact is no big deal back to another man's house? She pouts right back at him, and the tense standoff dissolves into a full-blown squabble. Lorena's face goes bright red, caught completely off guard by her own jealous boyfriend. I didn't sleep with they, she says flatly, done playing around. Miguel just eyes her sideways, clearly not fully convinced. Since when? He asks, unable to resist digging just a little deeper. Ever since this life began, she tells him, dead serious now. I haven't slept with anyone besides you. You're the only man I will willingly give myself to in this life, she says, and she means every word. She says it with her hand pressed to her chest, like she is making him a vow. Then the child, Miguel starts, and suddenly the real question is hanging in the air. Whatever answer he is hoping for, the two of them find their own quiet way to give it to him. His face just breaks open, shock and something a lot softer underneath it. I'm saying this just in case, but I'm not going to grant it if you have, she starts to warn him. If I have to go somewhere, I'm dragging you with me, he cuts in instead, and that settles that. Turns out the doctor told her to bring the baby's father next time. So, surprise, Miguel is officially on the hook now. Wheels rattle down the road, carrying them both back toward danger. Sonora, we've arrived, the driver calls out, and just like that, the quiet part is over. We'll talk about the details tomorrow, Lorena says breezily, already stepping out. Wait, Lore. Miguel calls after her, panic creeping into his voice. Miguel, she says, cutting him off, gently but firmly. I really like you so much, she tells him. Don't you doubt this either. And then she's walking away, leaving him standing there with his heart in his throat. Miguel just stands frozen, arms crossed, watching her go. He does not say anything. He does not have to. The worry says it all. Something flickers, sharp and sudden, and his whole expression tightens. Meanwhile, the search for Lorena is tearing through the streets, no stone left unturned. Your Grace, it seems she is nowhere in this vicinity, a guard reports, bracing for the fallout. The Duke says nothing, just keeps walking, and that silence is somehow worse than shouting. But right before the Sonora disappeared, there were people who saw her with Marquis Hervados, and the report lands hard. The Duke goes very, very quiet. I knew it, he says. The voice I heard back then was Lorena's. They? Gale blurts out, alarmed at whatever just crossed his friend's face. Continue the search until she is found, the Duke orders, cold and final. And relay an order to the guards, he adds, already 3 steps ahead. Arrest Marquis of Vados immediately. And there it is, the gauntlet thrown down. Gale just stares after him, caught completely off guard by how fast this escalated. The sun is going down, and Miguel has no idea what is about to come knocking. In a hidden room, the hooded Republicans go rigid at the news. The Duke has ordered his own guards to hunt down Marquis Vados. Too many witnesses saw him out in the open. By tomorrow, the papers are going to be full of it. Ono rounds on him. Hood down now. Why on earth will you walk around with his face exposed like that? Their whole play, spreading word that the Duke secretly backs the cause, was working, until he blew it wide open. Quiet, someone snaps, and the whole room goes still. Elsewhere, Gale doesn't waste a second. Natalie, get to the Duke's mansion. Right now. Right now? She asks, caught off guard by the urgency. Tell him Lorena is ill, Gale says. At the very least, make sure she gets to rest in peace today. Natalie's already thinking 2 steps ahead as she heads out. So what's the plan from tomorrow? Dale doesn't blink. There is no tomorrow, he says. Not for that house. His jaw stays set the whole time, like the work cost him absolutely nothing. Cut to Miguel, seething and hiding. Hide quietly and wait for her to come back. Please. There are plenty of ways to keep that bastard on a leash, he mutters to himself. The panel goes dark and bloody around him, a shake drenched in warning. There's only one reason Lorena's running point on this herself, he realizes. She's afraid of putting him face to face with the Duke. And that, he decides, is exactly the problem. Meanwhile, Lorena has her own late-night reckoning. She wonders who exactly can't trust whom here. The thought lingers, petals falling around her like a bad omen. A pen scratches out a letter in the dark. The next move is already in motion. Oh no, get me the reporter, comes the order. Tell them there's a story ready to run. Ono gets to work. There's apparently something the Duke doesn't know about yet. He isn't the only madman in this world, Ono mutters darkly. Someone unfolds the finished draft and goes pale. Wait, this is... The headline all but writes itself. Princess Adriana and Cardinal Marquez's secret son. Miguel just grins wider, reading it back. Republicans, born and bred. Guess the family's got a new theme. Yesterday's rivals, the scene seems to say. Today's companions, whether they like it or not. The scandal and the alliance behind it is officially live. Back at the estate gate, Lorena finds guards waiting for her. What is the meaning of this? His Grace has been looking for you for a long time, Senora, one of them says. 2 more guards flank the gate, blocking her way in silence. Lorena isn't having it. I haven't even been gone that long, she says flatly. It's only been 3 or 4 hours, comes the reply. Where is Vay? She demands instead, cutting straight past the small talk. He must still be looking for you, Senora, comes the answer. And there's more. There are witnesses. Witnesses who saw her with Marquis Vados. So where is the Marquis now, they want to know. The guard doesn't budge an inch, waiting her out. Why are you interrogating me right now? She fires back, arms crossed. The royal family has filed a missing person report on the Marquis, he explains. If he's bound, Motrell has to know immediately. A missing person report, Lorena says coolly, is not a wanted poster. Reporting it, she adds, is only a recommendation, not a requirement. She's got nothing more to say, so move aside, and she walks straight past them into silence. Even she has to admit she's a little impressed he mobilized the guards this fast. Inside, the mansion is dead quiet as she makes her way through the halls. He'll probably just pull out some cheap blackmail again once he's back, she figures, pulling her shawl tighter. A bell rings out to the halls, and she freezes, listening hard. Valle himself comes stumbling in, out of breath, sweat on his brow. Lorena watches coolly, thinking to herself, let's see how he plays this one. She says nothing, just watches him try to catch his breath. Worry is written all over his face, plain as day. Let's talk tomorrow, he finally says, turning away from her. A door clicks shut somewhere. Lorena just blinks. Wait, what? You're back, so that's enough. Val tells her. Let's just rest. For today. Didn't you have something to say to me? She presses. Not right now, he says. Because you're sick. As she turns to go, he reaches for her shoulder. Who is it? He asks. You, Lorena says flatly, and it catches him completely off guard. Why isn't he arguing? She wonders. That's not like him at all. Somehow he already seems to know Miguel is back in the picture. So why exactly does he think she's the one who's sick? Word comes down the hall. I called a doctor, so take your medicine and rest. Natalie arrives with a box in hand. Lorena isn't budging. I told you clearly I won't. Take any medicine Vay gives me, she finishes, until Natalie leans in and whispers what it's really for. Morning sickness. Lorena's whole face goes still with shock. Ow! Are you someone Michello sent? She whispers back. That is correct, Natalie confirms. Natalie keeps her voice low. I've told the Duke you're showing severe symptoms of depression and you need stability. She folds her hands, playing the calm physician perfectly. He'll be as careful as possible for the time being, Natalie adds about Miguel. And Vay believe that? Lorena asks, stunned it actually worked. He seemed quite shaken, Natalie admits. He genuinely appeared worried about your health, Lorena, she adds. I see. Thank you, Lorena says quietly. The mansion's lamps glow overhead as the two women go their separate ways. Elsewhere, Belay turns it over in his head. Post-traumatic stress disorder? She's showing symptoms of trauma, Natalie had told him. We should increase her private consultations starting now. He decides on the spot. Cancel her outings, keep her resting for a while. But Natalie had already warned him. No, excessive restraint is forbidden. It would only make things worse. Her expression stays perfectly composed as she lays out the terms. Refrain from anything that could look threatening, she'd told him. Otherwise, worst case. Sweat beads on his collar as the warning lands. Ugh, it could push her to an extreme choice, Natalie finishes, and the image of it hits him hard. If that's not what you want, she says, you better learn how to treat her with kindness first. He swallows hard, alone with the thought. He genuinely believed she'd never make a choice like that again, not after last time. The memory comes with an image he can't shake, cold, waiting, and impossible to forget. What if he misjudged her? Lorena vanished on him today without a word, and didn't come back for half a day. During that stretch of missing time, he can only assume she'd been with the Marquis. He wants to march up and ask her right now where she went, what she did there. His shadow looms in the dark, torn between wanting to know and dreading it. A flash of memory hits him. What kind of nonsense did that bastard even feed her, he wonders bitterly. What if Miguel's gotten his memories back? What if he told her everything that happened after she died? What if he even mentioned the child? The one she carried in a life that was supposed to be erased for good. Calm down, he tells himself. A single tear slips free before he can stop it. Regardless, he reasons, Lorena came back to the mansion. She came back to him. That has to be enough. For this moment at least, that truth alone will have to do. The next morning, he asks her outright, where were you yesterday? Lorena keeps her expression perfectly level over breakfast. I met a friend I've been wanting to see, she says breezily. Took a walk near the train station. Is that a problem? You mean Marquis or Vatos, he presses. I'm not trying to threaten you. Yet, quickly. I'm not angry either. I'm just curious, he insists. Exactly what are you curious about? She shoots back. Whether you knew that bastard was alive, Val says. And if not, since when have you been sneaking around with him behind my back again? He catches himself instantly. No, not like that. There has to be a kinder way to put it. A sudden crash rings out through the room. What? Lorena says, startled. I just heard something by the window, she says, and both of them turn toward it. A servant comes sprinting in, shouting, Yo, your Grace! Footsteps pound down the hall behind him, closing fast. Marquis Vatos, the servant gasps, is requesting an audience. What shall we do? Someone asks. Val just laughs, dark and humorless. Requesting an audience? They both turn toward the door as one. Lorena's eyes go wide, bracing for whatever's about to walk through it. And there he is. Hello, Lorena. comes the voice, cool as anything. Miguel strolls straight through a wall of guards, dropping every last one of them without breaking stride. Because of course he does. He looks up at her with that same smug little smile. "Good morning, Lorena." A voice cuts through the quiet of the residence with just one word. Lorena. Whatever just showed up outside rattles her badly enough to freeze her mid-step. "Is he your friend?" someone asks her, nodding toward the commotion outside. Lorena goes pale. Whoever just arrived, she was absolutely not ready for it. "Hello, Lorena," comes the greeting, warm and way too pleased with itself. Turns out that greeting comes with a body count. The Marquis strolls in over 3 fallen guards like it is a red carpet. That trademark smug grin says it all. He is thrilled with himself. "Good morning," he says, petals drifting past like he did not just flatten half the household security. Rewind a few minutes. A guard plants himself at the gate to inform this visitor that this happens to be Duke Levantes' private residence. The guard starts reciting the proper channels for requesting a visit. He does not get to finish the sentence. One clean hit later and that whole paperwork lecture is officially over. "My apologies," the Marquis says, all fake sincerity. He had planned to slip in quietly, but he got a little worked up. He straightens his cuffs and just keeps walking like nothing happened. Marquis, one of the remaining guards, manages to squeak out, clearly regretting every career choice that led here. More men pouring with guns raised. He does not slow down even a little. "Protocol says intruders get shot," a guard warns. His smile does not move an inch. He clocks the pistol pointed at him. "Ha," he thinks. "That is a familiar make." A shot cracks out into the dark. Same gun the bastards who ambushed him used, he realizes. Figures, he thinks. He already knows exactly who sent them after him. "Quite the welcome," he says dryly, like getting shot at is a minor inconvenience. Guards ring him in with guns drawn. He barely breaks stride. "I thought you were already dead," someone growls from the shadows. The Duke himself has arrived, and he does not look thrilled to be proven wrong. "It is all thanks to your personal attention," the Marquis says with a smirk, needling him right out of the gate. Inside the residence, someone else has heard the commotion and cannot sit still any longer. Lorena bolts down the stairs, skirts flying. She is out of breath and completely out of patience chasing the noise outside. She does not slow down for anyone. "You will fall. Be careful," Miguel calls out, catching her arm. "Why are you running? It is dangerous." She yelps as she gets hauled in close. Except it is not Miguel who actually grabs her. "Why did you come here?" Bae demands, cutting in and pulling her toward him instead. "I will." The gasp that follows says everyone just realized exactly how this looks. Bae holds onto her wrist like he still has every right to. Lorena's eyes go wide, caught between 2 men who both seem to think they own her attention. Her collar shifts as she tries to twist free. Cannot blame her, Miguel thinks smugly. Not when the person she wanted to see just showed up. "Well, this is perfect," Bae says coldly to Miguel. "I have been curious about that face of yours since yesterday." Translation: he already knows exactly who this man is. "Coming here just like this," Bae says, as his men close in on Miguel with guns raised. Miguel just keeps walking. "Guess that means you would not mind putting a bullet in my head," he says, daring them to try. No, they are both out of their minds. A passing maid mutters, watching the whole standoff unfold. "If I leave them be," Lorena thinks, watching the 2 men square up, "they will keep going until one of them actually ends up dead." The fight breaks loose right there in the garden. "I will kill you," Bae snarls at Miguel, and for once he does not sound like he is joking. They grapple, hands locking around wrists and collars. Bae takes a hit that clearly rattles him more than he expected. That is when Lorena raises a pistol of her own straight into the air. The shot rings out, smoke curling up into the sky. Both men freeze mid-fight, message received. She stands there in the wind, gun still raised, daring either of them to keep going. Her eyes are wet, but her arm does not waver once. "What do you think you are doing?" she yells at them both. "It is dangerous. Put that gun down and come here," one of them shouts back at her. "No," she snaps back. "Miguel, you come here." "And Vey," she adds, "let go of him right now." Bay lets go, silent, jaw tight. Miguel just shakes out his wrist like nothing happened. What? What is wrong with him? Bay mutters, watching Miguel with a strange, unreadable look. Something about all this has him rattled in a way that has nothing to do with the fist fight. He lets out a long breath, trying to shake it off. I knew you hated this, Bay says quietly, but I did not expect it to be this bad. Are you doing this on purpose? Lorena asks, not even looking back at him. She has had enough of both of them for one evening. I do not fire a gun by mistake, she says flatly, daring anyone to argue with her aim. There is one thing I regret in my life, Miguel says, stepping in close. It is teaching you how to hold a pistol in the first place. Have you ever thought, he adds, that it is exactly how we got to meet again? I understand, she says, softening a little. I am sorry. Wait, now is not the time for this, she yelps as he scoops her up mid-sentence. I get it, so just calm down, he tells her, clearly enjoying this way too much. Calm down, she repeats, flustered, pressed right up against him. Behind them, Bay just watches the whole moment happen, and it clearly does something to him. Acting like his life did not matter, Lorena fumes internally, replaying the fight. She had asked him to wait just one single day, and he could not even manage that. Are all men like this? She wonders, glancing sideways at a sheepish Miguel. She yanks her hand free and keeps right on walking. Do none of them have any patience? She mutters. Back with the Duke. His own guards are still standing there with weapons raised, and he finally rubs his face in exhaustion. Clear out and fall back, he orders them. One young guard flinches like he just dodged a bullet, in more ways than one. You cause trouble every single time I try to be patient with you, Bay says, turning back on Lorena. Trauma, you say, he repeats, practically spitting the word back at her. You pulled that trigger without blinking. Did you coach the doctor to say that too? He demands, and Lorena's face drops. Lorena Levantes, he says, using her married name like a weapon. I overlooked you running around behind my back, he snaps. I even overlooked you trying to hang a noose around my own neck. His eyes go hard, closer to a real threat now than a complaint. But now you have the nerve, he says, to bring the man you are sleeping with into my own house, and to fire a gun right in front of me, he adds, voice climbing. I cannot listen to this anymore, Miguel cuts in, done being polite about it. That is enough, Lorena shouts, stepping between them before this gets any worse. She is done letting either of them talk over her. You, she says, rounding on Bay. Overlooked me, she repeats, incredulous, throwing his own word right back at him. Why, what right do you even get to say something like that? She snaps. I am not even your wife anymore. Bay's whole posture stiffens. What does it matter where I go or who I am with? Miguel adds, backing her up completely. Do not worry, Lorena says coldly. I will not be bringing anyone into your house ever again. I am moving out. She turns on her heel and starts walking. Where do you think you are going? Bay demands. Did you forget your promise never to leave my sight? Then come find me, she fires back, not even slowing down. If you want to see me, come to me directly, she says, cutting straight through his excuse for control. And stop ordering me around while you are at it, she adds. And my name is Klein now, not Levantes, she reminds him, not for the first time. Every step she takes away from him lands like its own small verdict. If you attach your surname to my name one more time, she warns, letting the threat hang there. She does not even bother finishing that sentence out loud. Do not expect to ever see my face again, she tells him. Her expression does not waver once. For the rest of your life, she finishes and means every word of it. Lorena, it is dangerous. Come this way, Miguel calls, reaching for her hand. The same goes for you, comes the reply, aimed right back at him. She barely reacts to the touch, still fuming. I have no use for people who cannot even keep their promises, she shouts, done with the both of them. Her whole face is furious, and, honestly, bare enough, she shakes free of whoever is still holding on and keeps moving. The two men just stand there watching her storm off, neither one quite sure what to say. She marches away without a single glance back. Miguel drags a hand through his hair, groaning. "Oh, damn it," he mutters, already going after her. "Wait, Lorena," he calls, chasing her down. Bay is left standing there completely alone. He says nothing at all, just stares after them. "You want me to come to you," he echoes quietly to himself, and something a lot darker flickers behind his eyes. 5 days. That's how long it's been since Lorena walked out on the ducal estate for good. The hall she left behind sit dark and quiet, the kind of quiet just before someone's temper finally snaps. The composure she'd been faking on sedatives cracked at the smallest provocation. Lorena Klein, former duchess, still fighting to hold herself together. Quietly, she'd bought herself a small villa out on the edge of Bella Carosa, a hideaway far from prying eyes. Tucked away on the city's outskirts, out of sight, and, she hoped, out of mind. Someone's keeping tabs on her anyway, poring over a surveillance report by lamplight. It might as well be a den for Republicans, he mutters, sizing up exactly who's coming and going. He remembers her own words. "If you want to see me, come to me directly." But show up there himself? That's a rumor mill just waiting to brand him a Republican sympathizer. If it's really come to this, he thinks darkly, there's only one way to flush her out. Round up every Republican in that so-called safe house, because knowing Lorena, she won't just sit back. While people start dying because of her. Catch them, kill them, simple as that, he tells himself. Cut to the city's other favorite scandal machine, fiery little viper Arisa, torching yet another romance mid-tantrum. "Don't you dare expect to see my face again!" Whatever happens next between them stays firmly behind closed doors. Her poor ex is left standing there, completely stunned. Back to business. He exhales hard over the file, weighing exactly how far he's willing to go. "I simply cannot let that happen," he decides. Because if he doesn't swallow his pride now, he can already picture her unraveling completely, and it wrecks him. She will never turn her head in my direction again, he thinks bitterly. His mind drags him back to those 3 long days waiting outside the monastery gates for answers that never came. Alone with a bottle now, he can't drink his way out of the guilt gnawing at him. "I miss you," he finally admits, to absolutely no one. Elsewhere across town, the gossip machine keeps right on churning. "To think Marquis Michello's father was a cardinal," one busybody whispers over tea. "Princess Adriana wasn't even an adult back then," comes the reply. "Surely a cardinal in his 50s wouldn't have," the other trails off, aghast. "And the Marquis himself, a Republican no less. Just imagine the statement the royal family's going to have to put out." A car screeches to a stop right outside, cutting the gossip dead. Wait, that's one of them chokes on the headline in front of him. "Isn't that the Duke's carriage?" someone gasps, watching it roll up outside Lorena's hideaway. Word spreads fast the Duke himself is making a personal house call. 3 straight days, and Lorena hasn't said a single word to him. Instead, she just shut herself away behind her own front door. Still, worry keeps dragging him back to her doorstep day after day. He steadies his nerves outside, jaw tight, bracing for round 2. She'd been nothing but furious with him. "How much longer do you intend to keep this up?" he demands, pounding on the door. "Lorena," he calls out, not backing down this time. "You're carrying my child," he says, "yet you ran off to that man's house swearing you'd protect me. Did you really expect me to just stay hidden while you took all the risk?" she fires back. "Was I supposed to hide behind your back the whole time? Is that your idea of protecting me? If so, I don't want you protecting me one-sidedly," he cuts in, red eyes blazing. "I wanted us to actually trust each other, to lean on one another," he admits. She's caught completely off guard by his honesty. "I told you already," he presses, refusing to let it drop. "I wanted to rework the plan, together with you, not around you." That night, when Natalie handed me the medicine, she starts, the memory surfacing. "I thought she'd finally learn to trust my plan," he says quietly. "But then you went and did something reckless again, without telling me a thing. This is no different from what happened at Soto Monastery. Stop making me feel like a fool." The accusation lands hard and it shows all over her face. She can't find a single word to argue back with. He pulls her in anyway, some of the anger finally draining out of him. Truth is, what actually broke something in Lorena was never as simple as a gun. It was the lies, the deception underneath all of it. He carries her on, quiet and steady, like he could shoulder that pain for her too if she let him. A single bloody footprint on the floor is the only sign of just how much this has all cost her. Now that I've realized everything, he murmurs, brushing her hair back, there's no reason left to hold on to my pride. They finally just stand there together, holding on. He apologizes properly this time, tells her he's truly deeply sorry. My emotions got ahead of me, he admits. I didn't stop to think about how you felt. He promises, no more incidents that go off the plan. And let's agree, no more doing anything dangerous without each other, he adds. Finally, he's earned Lorena's forgiveness. The tension between them finally melts into something softer. A small, relieved laugh slips out between them at last. Lorena, he says her name like it still means everything to him. Ah, yes, she breathes, caught completely off guard. I love you, he tells her, plain and simple. She's utterly speechless. I like you too, she finally manages, voice barely above a whisper. I love you, he says again, like he just needs to hear himself say it. I also, she stammers, still working up the nerve. The words finally come out whole. I love you. Her heart is absolutely pounding. Was that Ingurdian just now? She asks, stunned. So, he starts, suddenly nervous all over again. I'd like it, he manages, in her own mother tongue, if you loved me too. He's clearly thrilled he actually pulled it off. His pronunciation is clumsy, like he crammed for this at the last minute, and somehow that only makes it sweeter. Her heart skips right along with his. What is this all of a sudden, she teases. You're making my heart flutter. She can hardly believe what she just heard him say. Flutter, he grumbles to himself. Damn it, I should have studied that dictionary more. Flashback. A few days earlier, I feel the same way, she'd admitted then, though she'd hesitated first. I wasn't sure if the timing was right, but he'd started working up his nerve. I love you too, she told him, glowing. The memory of her smile alone still gets him every time. Even he can't quite hold back the emotion. His heart is hammering just remembering it. Fluttering, love, words this honest he realizes he'd never once heard spoken in the Besson tongue. She's clearly more herself in her mother tongue, he thinks. I should use it more often. The idea takes root in him right then and there. So he throws himself into memorizing every Ingurdian word he can, just to surprise her. So he starts again, working up the courage to actually use it. His heart is pounding just trying to get the words out. The two of them just stare at each other, caught in the moment. She fidgets, waiting on his next word. They finally break into easy laughter together. The nerves melt into something lighter between them. She glances back at him, still smiling. It's me, comes a voice, and just like that, she knows exactly who it is. The two of them, together, reflected back in the glass. Side by side, they finally look like they found their footing again. But his attraction hardens again like something else is weighing on him. Later that night, a hand reaches for an unfamiliar door. Lorena suddenly falters, unsteady on her feet. Whoever's watching her looks instantly alarmed. Someone reaches out to catch her before she goes down. What is it? A cold voice snaps from somewhere inside, clearly expecting to brush off whoever's knocking. The door swings open on Michelo, battered and holding a barely conscious Lorena in his arms. I'd appreciate it, the voice inside says flatly, if you'd state your business briefly and then leave. Honestly, she never imagined Bay would actually show up here. Knowing how arrogant he is, she figured he would play another card before ever admitting defeat. Showing up here, humbled, that was the last thing she expected from him. He had to know exactly what it meant to walk alone into a den of Republicans. So what in the world was he thinking, coming here at all? What brings you here? She finally asks, completely floored. Just moments earlier, Michelo had been all soft affection, stealing a kiss against her hair. Michelo, what do you... She freezes, realizing they are not alone anymore. I just remembered something I wanted to say, Bay says, setting down his teacup. Can I kiss you? Michello asks, dead serious, like Bai is not even in the room. Bay's expression turns to ice, watching it happen right in front of him. Not right now, Lorena cuts in, flustered. It's probably for the best Bay does not speak a word of. Engadine, whatever these two are murmuring to each other, he is locked out of it completely. If he understood even half of it, knowing his temper, he would never let it slide. Bay's grip on his teacup tightens until the porcelain nearly cracks. I came all this way just to see this mess, he finally snaps. I never invited you. You showed up on your own, she reminds him flatly. If you only came to look at my face, look your fill and leave. Say whatever else you came to say, then get out. But do not you dare try to threaten me. Raise your voice, start something, and I am throwing you out myself. The only person I have business with is you, Lorena, Bai says, pointedly ignoring Michello. So if you have finished clinging to her, how about giving us some time alone? Michello needles back. The three of them sit locked in a standoff. Nobody wants to be the first to break. Ha! What the hell are you even talking about? Bay scoffs. Sorry, but it is not my turn to hand her over, Michello shoots back, cool as ever. Huh. The jab actually catches Bai off guard. His hands curl into fists just out of sight. Actually, I am the one who has plenty to discuss with Lorena, so he tries again. Nobody is budging, and the tension around that tea table could cut glass. Just when is this boring meeting going to end? Anyway, somebody mutters. Bay squares his shoulders, clearly not planning to be the one who leaves first. Word had already gotten out. The Marquis of Barbados and Lorena Klein spotted arm in arm, and everyone wanted the story behind it. Marquis Barbados and Lorena Klein, the headline screamed, photos and all. The two of them, the papers claimed, had quietly moved in together at a villa on the edge of Bellicarosa. And it did not stop there. Duke Levantes himself had reportedly been spotted too, heading toward that very same house, again and again. Somewhere else, someone reads a story at their desk, visibly unsettled. Olivia, letter in hand, sees that Bag ignores every message she sends yet always finds time for his ex-wife. Elsewhere, a stunned reader mutters, my cousin, the one I thought was dead, is alive, comfortable, and apparently a proud Republican now. It has already been over 2 weeks since all this broke, Michello asks his steward, rubbing his face. He cannot help but smirk at the sheer absurdity of it all. A letter gets crushed in his fist without much ceremony. Even with the palace leaning on every newspaper in the capital, the rumors keep spreading. Stories about Bellicarosa that have not even hit print yet are already circulating everywhere. It is the talk of all Motril, which can only mean one thing. Somebody out there is leaking it fast and on purpose. Search every passenger on the northbound Motril Railway. Detain anyone who looks ideologically suspicious. But we still need a legitimate excuse to actually arrest anyone. A subordinate hesitates. Did I not make myself clear? Investigate anyone whose identity is not confirmed. Understood? The order comes down harder. A cloaked figure looks on, utterly unreadable. When is Cardinal Marquez expected to arrive? A young aide asks. He is currently meeting His Majesty in the chapel, and the aide hurries off, since the cardinal is practically his uncle. Golden light spills down from the chandeliers of the royal chapel. At this point, honestly, whether the rumors about the cardinal are even true barely matters anymore. Footsteps echo hard down a marble hallway. Her son Michello is an atheist, someone reads aloud, thoroughly unimpressed. A Republican bent on tearing society apart. That is the label they have settled on. The royal family, the great noble houses, and the Holy See are therefore justified in condemning that immoral mother and son in God's name, the cardinal declares. Because this, and only this, is the truth, he insists, striding right past his own attendants. Princess Adriana is... The sentence hangs there like a verdict waiting to land. A notorious temptress who corrupted a devout priest. That is the story they are selling. Cardinal Marquez's glare alone could curdle milk. Back at the villa, a fork taps softly against porcelain, a far gentler scene now. Is it really that delicious? Michello asks, watching her eat. Lorena beams around a mouthful, clearly not about to apologize for it. You have been eating nothing but peaches lately, he teases. They say whatever a pregnant woman craves is what the baby is asking for. She goes bright red and says absolutely nothing back. The Holy Knights have made it all the way to Radarosa, and you are this calm about it? He adds, honestly a little impressed. Word of your survival reached Motril and Arno both, she tells him. Everyone is in an uproar. A plate of peaches sits mostly forgotten between them now. Honestly, I should have guessed my biological father was a cardinal, Michaela says. I sure did not see it coming, though. Well, it is only natural nobody saw that one coming, he adds, dry as ever. The place my father dragged me to as a kid, he says quietly, was the Sentios Papal See itself. To him, I must have looked like the devil incarnate. He probably figured carving a cross into my back would drive the demon out. Or that making me do his penance for him would somehow buy him God's forgiveness. Violating a 19-year-old girl and begging for mercy, his voice goes flat with disgust. What a truly shameless bastard, he says of a father who has never once paid for it. The royal family and the Holy See both covered it up, and they are still doing just fine. And to top it off, my father is set to become Pope next year. Hiding behind chosen by God, the one who should have lived is dead, and the one who should never have been born is alive. And the vermin who should have quietly disappeared, he means himself, and he says it without flinching. Fruit just keep strutting around lawn in their pockets. It is infuriating. Doesn't it make you want to vomit? He finally spits out. So when I say I'm going to topple the monarchy, he tells her, I mean exactly that. Lorena searches his face, worried. I understand how you feel, she says softly. I hope your plan actually works. So, about our strategy against the Holy Knights. She starts, ready to get down to business. He pulls her close instead. Do not worry about that. You think I just showed my face out there without thinking it through? Let's drop the boring talk for now, Lorena, he murmurs. She blinks up at him, caught completely off guard. The mood in the room shifts, fast. One thing leads to another pretty quickly after that. Wait a second, she manages, not even trying that hard to mean it. He is not exactly in a waiting mood tonight. Wait, where are you taking me? She laughs, swept off somewhere more private. The room goes quiet except for the two of them. A dropped fork lies completely forgotten on the floor. Let's just say the peaches are not the only thing on the menu tonight. My kilo is about all she manages to get out. Whatever happens next, the tabloids are going to have a field day for entirely different reasons. The two of them lose track of time completely. Michelo, she says again, softer this time. She is flushed, breathless, and not complaining one bit. Then reality creeps back in. No, it is almost time for Bay to arrive, she remembers. Tell him to wait outside, Michaelo says, unbothered. Natalie said she would be fine starting this week anyway. We could not? He asks, not remotely ready to stop. And just like that, the stage is set for the very confrontation this chapter opened with. Down the hall, someone hisses in a panic. Miguel, you can't. Vay's about to arrive any minute. Miguel doesn't even flinch. His answer, tell the Duke to wait outside. Lorena isn't so relaxed. Word was this week was supposed to be clear, so why is he already here? And there he is, hair a mess, shirt hanging open, looking like a man with absolutely nowhere better to be. Lorena goes scarlet at whatever he just murmured, stammering out a half-finished, that's... They're still wrapped up in each other when the moment gets interrupted and Lorena jumps like she's been caught red-handed. She can't shake the question, why today of all days did he show up early? Miguel just reminds her, she waited it out fine yesterday. 1 more hour won't kill her. Today, he figures, should go smoother than most. Something makes her tense up, but he promises they'll be careful. Careful to a degree anyway, he smirks, and Lorena's whole face goes red. All she has to do is stay upstairs for an hour or two while Vay's around. Simple enough in theory. He looks like exactly the kind of trouble Lorena keeps telling herself she doesn't need. She doesn't answer. Some things really don't need words. Downstairs, the Duke strides in like he owns the place, which this whole charade only works because he still believes he does. Miguel watches from a distance, jaw tight, saying nothing. Lorena isn't thrilled about any of this either. Do you really have to? She asks. Someone's clearly still bitter about a certain headline, the one that spun yesterday's love rival into today's cozy new companion. Turns out the whole point of letting Val into the house is optics. If word gets out he's secretly meeting Republicans, his credibility with the crown goes up in smoke. Miguel promises Lorena she won't actually have to face him. Just having him in the building sells the story. Let the two of them cross paths for real though, and it's exactly the scandal they're trying to avoid. So the arrangement is simple. Lorena keeps to the second floor for an hour or two whenever Vay's in the house. She can watch the whole thing from upstairs without ever being seen. And if anything looks off, Miguel wants her straight back downstairs, no hesitating. For 2 weeks straight now, he's kept a close eye on every one of the Duke's little visits. So far, at least, nothing's gone sideways. Lorena, meanwhile, buries herself in bank business and Republican intel from across Besson, never once sparing that bastard a single glance. The two of them share a room in total silence. Her at the desk, him just sitting there. Mala tries small talk. "How are you feeling?" he asks. "Your complexion still doesn't look good," he presses, watching her write. Lorena gives him nothing back. Not once, not twice. Later, alone, the Duke looks like a man running out of ideas. Because outside of literally showing him her face, Lorena does absolutely nothing else for him. And yet somehow, he keeps trying. "Are you eating properly?" Silence is the only reply he gets. "Have you been sleeping at all?" Still nothing. Someone clearly went to a lot of trouble just to earn this much non-response. Out of basic courtesy, he tries. "Don't you think you could at least greet them?" After letting myself be used this completely, he adds, "Can't I ask for even this much?" Lorena doesn't look remotely convinced. Something about the way he says it lands heavier than either of them expected. He already knows what she's thinking, that he hasn't changed one bit. But for the first time in his life, a man who has never once lowered his head to anyone is actually trying to. One glance, one word back, that is genuinely the whole ask. "I would do anything," he says, sliding a document across the table. "Take it," he tells her. "It's something you'll probably want. I guarantee it'll be just as welcome as the divorce papers were," he adds dryly. Lorena lets out a long sigh before she's even opened it. But once she starts reading, her whole expression shifts. What in the world is he planning this time? She wonders. Her eyes go wide. The paperwork dates back 100 years. Rights granted straight from the royal family to House Levantes. Exclusive operating rights over the entire port of Bella Carosa. Co-owner listed first, Vay Levantes. Right beside it, Lorena Klein. "You still have the old Levantes family seal, don't you?" he says. "Just stamp it next to mine and sign. With both seal and signature, it'll hold up wherever she takes it, no conditions attached," he insists. "If anyone questions it, just tell them to verify the facts directly with the Duke's estate." Lorena isn't buying the generosity that easily. "How can I trust you won't just change your mind? And if you expect me to treat this as some favor that depends on my future behavior," she adds, "I have no need for it." That actually catches him off guard. Out of everything he's heard from her in the past 10 days, that's officially the longest sentence yet. He's quick to reassure her. He hasn't lost his mind. He knows exactly what selling off half the family business means. "Once you sign it," he admits, "I can't undo the contract myself anymore." He starts to say more, then stops himself. "How are you feeling?" He tries again, gentler this time. "So please, smile, just once. That's genuinely all I'm doing this for." At the very least, he adds, even just a reply. He actually looks hopeful, waiting for it. All she gives him is, "The weather is hot, that's all." It's not much, but for once, Valère looks relieved instead of frustrated. "Right," he says quietly. "That's a relief." Writing off afterward, he can't help thinking it took giving up half his family's fortune just to get her to open her mouth at all. What should I bring next time, he wonders, already planning the next visit. Is this really just about making her promise to come back to him one day? What is he even supposed to do at this point? he asks himself. Before he can figure it out, someone pulls him aside the second he arrives somewhere else entirely. "Forgive the intrusion, Your Grace. This couldn't wait." Word just came from the Motrel main house. The crown prince himself is heading down to Bella Carosa. Val's expression goes cold instantly. He's expected within 3 or 4 days. Should they start preparing to receive him? We must, Val says grimly. There's more. A few days ago at the Motrel Palace, someone traced a secret visit from a very distinguished guest of the papacy. The king and the prince both spent hours at the rectory beside the chapel. The moment that meeting ended, the prince headed straight for Bella Carosa. This isn't just palace politics anymore. They might be bringing in the Templar Knights themselves. Maybe even the royal army. Valley mutters that he honestly doesn't care where they drag that bastard off to. But the second Lorena gets caught in a crossfire, that's an entirely different problem. Is she's threatened in the process. He starts and doesn't finish. He goes quiet, thinking it through. "Get everything ready to receive His Highness," he orders. "I'll be back shortly." His aide, baffled, asks where else he's even planning to stop. "Your Grace?" He's already gone before she finishes the question. He's got one goal now, get back to Lorena and actually make her listen this time. Right now, more than anything, Lorena needs somewhere safe to disappear to. By the time he actually gets there, though, Lorena's not exactly in danger. She's wrapped up in Miguel, and neither of them is thinking about Templars at all. Whatever conversation Val had planned is going to have to wait. Tonight, at least, nothing outside that room stands a chance against the two of them finding their way back to each other. This chapter opens on a memory. 2 kids who grew up closer than most siblings ever do. In a rundown apartment, Morning starts scattered, straightening a collar, sorting out who needs what for school. The 2 of them head off together, notice book in hand, checking off the supply list like it's second nature. He flips through his own planner and freezes. A unit test already? Middle school waits for no one. There's a parent signature line staring back at him. He just sighs. There's no parent signing anything in this house. He runs through the supply list in his head. Glue, colored pencils, markers, and figures his beat-up bag needs replacing too. A glance sideways. Something's caught his attention, and it's not on the lesson plan. "Finished your homework, right? Don't wreck your shoes," he reminds her on the way out. "Yeah," she mutters back. He tells himself he'll actually talk to her about it whenever he gets the chance. "Hey, you'll wake Mom," he hisses, and the 2 of them scurry past her door on tiptoe. She flinches, caught mid-noise, oops, and the narration cuts in with the quiet truth. There was never really a guardian in this house. Looking back, he says it plainly. The 2 of them were basically abandoned the moment they were born. "Why does Mom always sleep?" his sister asks. "She works nights," he tells her, "so mornings knock her out." So they learn not to bother her. Same house, same walls, but somehow they're living in completely different worlds. But 2 years later, grown up now, popsicle in hand, he admits it flat out. Back then, he was the only real parent she had. His buddy just blinks at him over a popsicle of his own, doing the math on exactly how young that guardian gig started. Wait, only a 2-year age gap? Yeah, he doesn't really have a comeback for that one. Back in the memory, one day she won't stop whining that her homework's too hard. So, being the good big brother, he just does it for her. Except something's off. She suddenly got a brand new notebook he's never seen before. Where did she even get this? It's a small question. It won't stay small for long. He lets the silence sit, then makes up his mind. He's going to go buy school supplies himself. Under the night sky, he quietly tells his sleeping mother his plan. She won't hear it, but he says it anyway. He counts out what he's got, sister nearby, all business about getting her properly restocked for school. A worn 10,001 bill pinched between his fingers. That's the whole budget for this rescue mission. Money in hand, hut up, he heads out to fix the notebook problem before anyone else notices it. He'll pick one up for Shinseitu since hers is already completely full. Down at the neighborhood stationery shop, some kid outside is bragging about his perfect claw machine timing. "If it were me, I wouldn't have died there," one of them scoffs. "Whatever, pay with your own money." Someone clocks him heading in. Shin Subin, playing again. Got your allowance? Yeah, he shrugs. Then a crash, and a shout rips across the shop. You little thief! The shopkeeper's got him cold, stuff shoved in his pocket. I didn't even know it was in there, he stammers. Is this how they raise you at home? Give me your mother's number, the owner snaps. Notebooks have been vanishing for weeks, and he's finally caught his thief. Onlookers eat it up. Why does a middle schooler even need a notice book? Meanwhile, he insists, weakly, that it's his first time. The other kids just watch it unfold. Those guys must have gotten caught stealing.
Yeah, that's scary as hell.
But here's the thing. It was never him. The second he actually puts it together, his whole face goes no way. He catches his sister through the shop window, startled mid-reach, and it clicks. He's been covering for the real thief this whole time. Turns out she's been chasing the toy machines too, muttering at the capsules to just come out already. He waits her out, checking the clock, patience running thin. By the time she crashes out of sleep, he's just left holding whatever trinket she walked off with this time. Years later, he'll finally put a word to it. Is it called kleptomania? Because she'd been doing this quietly in small amounts even before their mom checked out completely. He knew he should have dealt with it then. His friend cuts through the memory with the obvious question. So why didn't you say anything back then? He doesn't dress it up because it was easier. The memory softens for a while. Card games on the floor, the three of them just being kids together. Hands trade cards back and forth, laughter somewhere just off panel. It's a small, ordinary moment. Those are the ones he actually remembers clearly. His sister cracks up over her hand of cards while he calls her out, grinning mid-round. It was peaceful, he says, and then I got to know you. A goofy selfie freezes the three of them together, and for a little while that was just life. Since the three of them were together constantly, his sister genuinely grew attached to his friend too. With someone to actually focus on, the habit seemed to quiet down, at least for a while. Or so I thought, he says, and you already know where this is going. Cut back to a quieter, heavier scene. Someone sitting slumped by the bed, and it's not a good sign. Right, time to clean up after Shinsei again, he thinks, reaching for something she's desperately trying to hide. No, Appa! He pulls it free anyway, a little green toy. What is this? His friend recognizes it instantly. Isn't that the thing Namori was playing with? Yeah, it is. Someone's reaction lands hard. A shocked, upset really hangs in the air. He asks her where she got it. She mumbles some excuse. He just laughs it off in front of everyone. Why would he even give you something this ugly and lets it die there again? Alone with it afterward, he just stares at the thing sitting on the shelf. He doesn't say anything this time either. All he's left with is an old memory of her voice, teasing him not to snoop through her bag. Don't look in my bag anymore, dummy. Turns out she had every reason to say that. Bella Carosa, still the same wide-open port town it's always been. Ships in, ships out, no questions asked. Blue rooftops packed shoulder to shoulder, the kind of place any stranger can disappear into. Passenger ships pour in from everywhere. Foreigners, drifters, whoever. This port doesn't ask questions. Another ship glides in under a clear sky, one more anonymous arrival among thousands. Which in other words makes it the perfect place for a rumor to catch fire. Small wonder the old Levante's ancestors got handed guardianship of this place generations ago. Nobody expected it would end up like this though, and Duke Bay Levantes looks every bit as unimpressed as you'd guess. He leans over the balcony rail, glaring down at his own port like it personally betrayed him. After Operation Canary blew up in his face, Bay's got one very particular guest to deal with. So now he just lets Bella Carosa turn into a Republican breeding ground. The guest needles him. Bay lights his cigar and lets the jab hang there. He came in person to smooth things over, not to argue. Because the man he's appeasing outranks him. Prince David, head of the great nobles himself, come to check on his territory. Let's handle the situation first. David says, using that nickname like he owns him. Bay just flicks the ash off his cigar, which, with him, is never a good sign. David's plan, flood the port with the Knights Templar and the Navy. Not subtle, but he swears it's the only thing that actually works. Bae just listens, jaw tight. David isn't buying the betrayal rumors either. No way, he says. A family with centuries of history throws it all away for some country girl. Bae exhales smoke instead of an answer. Right now, David reminds him they share the exact same enemy. First they put the rumors to rest, then they hunt down the bastard causing them, Bae says, and it lands like a threat. Soon enough, the papacy itself will excommunicate him, officially, on paper, for everyone to see. He'll be shipped off to the papacy of Sentios on trumped-up charges. The Templar aren't technically allowed to kill him, so whatever happens next just has to look like something else. Just like his mother, David adds quietly, and that news sitting in frame says the rest. Once he's out of the picture, David tells him Bae's free to remarry that woman or do whatever else he pleases. Bae's hand curls into a fist at the mention of her. Would he really go this far just to hold a woman someone else already had? Not really, Bae mutters, though nobody in the room believes him. An old memory flickers up behind his eyes. There's no longer any need to return her to me, a much younger Bae tells the king flatly. The king just blinks at him, caught off guard. As your highness pointed out yourself, she's already been touched by another man, Bae says, so why bother? He says it with a smirk that fools absolutely no one, least of all himself. Cut to another wing of the estate entirely, all polished chandeliers and dead quiet. The clock just ticks on in a room that hasn't had a visitor in a while. Duchess Olivia stands alone in it, arms crossed, waiting on a husband who stopped showing up. Ever since Bae signed over the port's operating rights, Bae simply hasn't bothered coming back here. Sure, Prince David being in town makes travel harder for him, but that's not really what's bothering her. Why does this particular silence feel so wrong? Something behind her makes Olivia jump. A hand reaches out of nowhere and catches her by the arm. Mishilo? She gasps, because of course it's him. He pulls her close before she can even finish the thought. Just thinking about what we were doing right here 5 days ago, he teases, and she goes red instantly. But he clocks something off in her face fast. You know it shows when something's bothering you, right? She tries to play it cool. Didn't I ask you not to hide things from me? He presses, not letting it go. She hesitates, then admits it. She's been wondering if some little rat might have scurried past that window gap that day. That's all, she adds quickly, like saying it out loud makes it less scary. Miguel goes very still. Her eyes well up as her hand drifts to a ring she's still wearing. Faye's wedding ring, the one she never actually took off. Wait, she thinks, could it actually be that he heard everything? About their child, no less. The color drains right out of her face. No, she tells herself, there's no way he'd stay this quiet this long if he actually knew. Still, the thought won't let go of her. He'd never just leave me and our child hanging like this, she insists. There has to be some mistake. Even Lorena Klein's name gets dragged into the spiral, grasping for anything that makes this make sense. Don't be afraid, Miguel says, pulling her into him. He holds her like he means it. She lets herself lean into it, just for a second. You and our child, he says, dead serious. Do you really think I'd let anything happen to either of you? There's real weight behind it, not just pillow talk. It's exactly what she needed to hear. Right, she says, resting a hand on her stomach. It's going to grow anyway. She can't hide this forever. Actually, Miguel thinks the timing couldn't be better. Vay's usefulness has basically run its course. A plan starts forming, right there on paper. All that's left now, he thinks, is to kill Bae before Bae gets the chance to hurt the people Miguel actually loves. Olivia breathes out, steadying herself against him. Whatever happens next, at least they're in it together. Understood, comes the reply, and just like that, the wheels start turning. The trade ship to Grant leaves Monday morning, right? Miguel confirms. That's right, comes the answer. Once every 3 days, like clockwork. Perfect. Book him a ticket, under his own name, no less. No hiding, no disguises. He wants to be seen coming. Are you offering yourself as bait? Olivia asks, alarmed. Not bait, A prize catch, he corrects. And if they're baiting a hook, Olivia decides she's going on it too. She's not sitting this one out. That's my reliable partner, Miguel grins. That's my line. She fires right back. Their hands find each other, plan officially sealed. I'm looking forward to the day this actually works, he says. That smirk says he's already 3 steps ahead. Right, Olivia adds. She's not the only one in this house who wants payback. 2 people, 1 grudge, 1 very risky plan. Turns out this isn't Miguel's first brush with this exact betrayal. His past life was destroyed by Prince David and Zay both. Taking on 2 men like that alone would be suicide. So where exactly could he find a better partner than her? Whatever's coming, they're facing it together. That night, Olivia sits down and starts writing. She adds both their names to the passenger list for the cargo ship bound for Grant, then quietly sends it off to the shipping company herself. Of course, if she'd actually wanted this kept quiet, she wouldn't have gone through the trouble of buying the tickets completely legally. Just as Miguel predicted, naval forces flood Bellicorosa the very next day. The crackdown is fast, and it isn't gentle. Only one explanation fits. Bay and Prince David are officially working together now. I see, Olivia says calmly, fixing her earring like she didn't just get confirmation her plan's in danger. She hangs up the phone without missing a beat. It was always going to end like this, she tells herself. So much for love. Every ship scheduled to leave now has to get past a Navy inspection first. Somewhere in the residence, someone's being quietly walked out under guard. The bait she threw out there will just drift with no one to catch it. Unless it happens to find its way to exactly the right person. Sooner or later, it reaches where it needs to go. Somewhere across the city, a shadowy figure turns a small red card over in his hand. Now, the only question left is, what's he going to do about it? All eyes swing back to Olivia and the fallout that's about to land on her. Whatever's coming next, it's already in motion. The Vestan capital holds its breath tonight. Thick fog wrapped around Lorena's villa like it already knows something is coming. Royal officers post up outside, quietly logging every face that comes and goes, just waiting on the order to move in. This is not overtime for Badge and Brass alone. The crown wants Lorena's estate watched just as closely. The king's standing order is blunt. Do not let Lorena slip away, and chase down anything that looks even slightly off. Yes, Your Highness, comes the answer, sharp and immediate. And that is not all the crown has planned tonight. Across the city, an old face steps up to greet Duke Levantes himself. It has been a while, Your Grace. The visit is polite on the surface, but everyone in the room already knows exactly why he is really here. The Brigadier General sends his regards, the visitor reports, promising the military will do everything it can to keep the peace. Bay allows himself a small, wry laugh. Pruning dead branches, he says, is simply a vassal's job. Across from him, the man he is really answering to studies him with a look that gives absolutely nothing away. Between they and me, the king reminds him coolly, it is obvious whose bond with the Navy runs deeper. A handshake seals the point. Bellicorosa has lived under House Lefantes' shadow for a long, long time. The king spells it out plainly. He commands a navy, and the moment the military bends to a duke instead of its king, that is treason. Bay does not flinch. I highly doubt that would happen, he says smoothly. But privately, it still leaves a bad taste in his mouth as the paperwork changes hands. The verdict lands hard. The papacy has approved Miguel's excommunication, and the moment he is arrested, he ships straight off to Centios. With the politics settled, it is time to talk logistics. If the Marquis makes a run for it, Bay's man explains they will call in the Navy immediately. Just hand him over once he is cuffed. Doesn't matter if he is dead or alive, comes the cold follow-up question. The younger officer cannot quite hide his shock at how easily that question just got asked. Best if he is simply no longer breathing. The answer comes back with a smirk. The Knights Templar do not want to dirty their own hands. His Eminence the Cardinal, they add, is absolutely furious about the whole mess. They, the handler presses, you said their names turned up on the passenger list from the shipping company. Own me, Grant? Someone asks. They could just as easily be running for the continent instead, so every ship bound for Grant gets watched, strictly. The sea route to Con runs twice as long as the trip to Grant. Brutal for anyone stuck enduring it that long. Over a month. Pregnant. Wait. Pregnant? Someone works out. Completely blindsided by the word. If it were me, the handler muses, turning the idea over in his head. I would not be crazy enough to put the woman carrying my own child on a cargo ship bound for Con, he reasons out loud. The wheels are clearly turning behind that thoughtful expression. I see, he murmurs, piecing it all together. Is that why he suddenly came to his senses, he wonders? As expected, he concludes with a slow smile. Lorena Klein is still the Duke's one true weakness. I need to secure that woman no matter what, he decides. The perfect bargaining chip if the Duke ever gets any other ideas. A quiet, deliberate gesture seals the decision. Do not worry, Vey, comes the chillingly casual suggestion. You can just get rid of the child. Vey and his so-called ally walk on together, the poison already planted. If you abort it early, it will not take much of a toll on her body, the hammer adds, like he is discussing the weather. There is a reason people call him the Hamler behind his back, and that smile is exactly it. I heard the shit they are taking leaves early tomorrow morning, he presses. So what are you going to do? Vey's face gives away exactly how little he likes any of his options. Are you going to go get her yourself? The handler asks, watching him closely. Night falls over the harbor and the countdown to the track quietly begins. A ship waits at the docks, sails ready, completely unaware of what is about to happen around it. Footsteps echo off the water as figures start slipping into position. Crates and shadows make the perfect cover for an ambush. Dockhands haul cargo back and forth, blissfully unaware they are sharing the pier with an ambush in progress. Everyone is exactly where you ordered them, my lord, one of the hidden men confirms. Will this really be all right? One of Miguel's people asks, nerves showing. If we get boxed in on that ship, there is nowhere left to run. If worst comes to worst, Miguel starts, walking on completely undisturbed. We would just have to swim, he finishes flatly. Is that why you did not bring Lorena? His companion asks. Under the hood, Miguel's expression is all business. I can drag myself out of the ocean or a pit of fire on my own, he says, but I cannot force a pregnant woman to do the same, which is exactly why he is already 3 steps ahead of everyone else. Tonight on this ship, it is obvious, bullets are going to fly and blood is going to spill. That is exactly why I prepared a contingency plan, he says, cool as ever. Across town, a lone figure watches the harbor from a safe distance. A repair shop near the pier, in full view of the ship. That is where Lorena is told to wait. And if anything goes wrong, she is supposed to signal them by switching off the light. A spot, pulled back just far enough from danger, but never out of sight. So I can come running the second I sense something is wrong, Lorena tells herself, steadying her nerve. Of course, if anything dangerous happens on the ship, I hung up a lantern to signal too, but Miguel is already adjusting his collar, his mind clearly somewhere else entirely. No matter what happens here, he tells his man firmly, do not turn that lantern off. Wait, I thought you were turning it off to warn the guys at the repair shop if things went south, comes the confused pushback. I changed the signal, Miguel says, quietly fixing the hood on the woman beside him. It blinks twice now. If the light goes out, I will come running. Lorena repeats to herself, completely unaware the rules just changed. I feel bad for deceiving Lorena again, Miguel admits quietly to himself, but the passenger list with Lorena's name on it has already fallen straight into the enemy's hands. He will definitely come here, the trap's architect predicts, sounding completely certain. He is not the type to let Lorena leave for Grant, and he would never pass up the chance to kill his romantic rival with his own hands. One of them, the scheme promises, is walking away from tonight, and one of them is not. 2 faces lit from opposite sides, the calm rival and the cornered lover about to collide. Will die here today, the prediction finishes cold as ice. A gloved hand racks the slide on a pistol, ready for whatever comes next. I cannot let Lorena see something like that, Miguel reminds himself, steeling his nerve. Gun raised, eyes burning red, Miguel is done running from this fight. Somewhere in the dark, the first move is already being made. The warehouse waits, quiet and still, for just a few seconds longer. Crates stacked to the ceiling make for good cover and even better hiding spots. Then the silence breaks all at once. Blades and shadows collide in the dark, too fast to properly track. Two shapes square off, and neither one is backing down an inch. The fight spills across the warehouse floor in a blur of motion. Mish, it looks like there's quite a few naval forces out there, someone calls out, sizing up the odds. Makes sense, comes the reply. He is escorting a VIP tonight. He is not exactly going to show up with 2 or 3 guys. You have definitely changed since you came back from the dead, my lord. One ally muses, still reckless, just bolder about it now. I'm doing this to protect them, Miguel says, and it is not just about my woman and my child. People are supposed to protect people, he says, not gods, not demons. For a second, something older and heavier passes behind his eyes. In my past life, he admits quietly, I lost more comrades than I can count. Dolale. Oh no, Daniel, he lists off names that clearly still weigh on him. And so many other fellow Republicans besides, he adds. Not everything that happens is by human hands, he reflects. Sometimes something far bigger decides to get involved, no warning at all. A figure descends toward him out of memory, half vision, half ghost. They say it happens in church, he recalls, watching a wide-eyed girl in the memory. That God, he thinks, is everywhere and nowhere all at once. But he is always listening, apparently. Though when he actually decides to reach out is entirely up to him, Miguel adds dryly. Regardless, he decides, racking his gun, he's going to enjoy this life to the fullest before it is over. And whether that God ever calls him home, he figures, is God's problem to sort out, not his. But you, he says, turning to face his rival at last, that is a different story. Seeing as somebody went out of their way to send even a bastard like you back, he says with a smirk. A shadow fills the doorway, and the standoff finally arrives. It makes me think maybe there's no God after all, Miguel finishes, gun cocked and ready. He levels the barrel straight ahead, smirking like he has already won, and the chapter cuts out right there. We open mid-standoff. A gloved hand levels a gun, and a voice mutters ice cold that whether he gets welcomed back to God's side is God's problem now, not theirs. The man behind that gun sneers down at his target. But you? I don't know you at all. Someone twists the knife further, sneering that he was sent back like garbage, and lucky to get even that much. Bastard. A shadow fills the doorway. Whoever just walked in, the whole room's tension spikes. The one there needling just smiles back, bitter and sharp. Maybe there is no God after all. A hand tightens around a pistol grip. Whatever calm was left in the room is gone. Off to the side, someone flinches, half hidden in a hood, tears already falling. A memory flashes in hard, gunfire, a body dropping past the edge of a building, a voice snarling, "Who do you think you're?" Cut off by the shot. "You think you're pointing that at me? You finally lost it," someone spits, standing over a body sprawled on a rooftop. One loaded phrase cuts through the tension, "little brother." A dark-haired operative strides in, flanked by armed men, entirely too calm for the room he just walked into. Someone mutters, half to himself, "Did David come alone?" Cut to younger face, sharp and alert behind his glasses, clocking that something here is very wrong. The verdict lands, piece by piece. The papacy has excommunicated him. Next up, stripped of his noble title and every coin that came with it. And the kicker, he's being dragged off to Centios. A guillotine looms against the stars. He's meant to become a public warning to the whole kingdom. The message is spelled out plainly. Anyone who defies the system only has one road left, down. Fall, comes the mocking echo, like the word itself is a punchline. He just shrugs it off. He's never stood at the top of the world, so what exactly does he have to lose by falling? They scoff back, titles and wealth. He talks like they're taking something precious from him. The dark-haired power player leans in, twisting harder. What he treasures says everything about how shallow he really is. A short, humorless laugh. There's no point listening to any more of this. The order comes down flat. Arrest him, now. Guards brace, muttering the standing order between them. Don't fire first, but the second he does, open up without mercy. He answers simply, yes, understood, like a man who's already made peace with what's coming. Principles, after all, are principles. Guards close ranks around a familiar figure walking toward them, unarmed and unhurried. The charge is finally spoken aloud. Firing on the Knights Templar in the Royal Army makes him a heretic and a traitor to be executed. A masked officer reads the name into the record. Michelo Arvatos Reyes de Pereira. By the authority of the Pope himself and Cardinal, the sentence is formally handed down. He's stripped of his standing as a believer. Full stop. A close-up on his face says everything his mouth doesn't. Defiance, simmering just under the surface. Something about all of this clearly doesn't add up, and it shows. Then it all breaks loose. Someone on his side moves fast, web it out, done playing by anyone else's rules. A hand slams down hard on a struggling captive's shoulder. A blade comes down hard, and someone doubles over with a pained shout. Gun out, feet planted, this fight is fully on now. Bodies collide midair as the brawl spills across the room. Someone reels backward, eyes wide, choking out a strangled cry. "Let go of me," comes the desperate gasp as a grip tightens around a throat. One of Michelo's people grabs a struggling captor by the collar and spits out a single word, "Thug." "How dare you rebel?" someone shrieks, screaming at the others to just shoot him already. A masked guard freezes, gun pressed to someone's face, hands shaking. He can't pull the trigger. Michelo taunts him outright. "Stop babbling and try shooting him yourself. Bold move for a hostage." "You little..." Someone starts and doesn't get to finish. Colwood comes to finish anyway, spat right into his face. The bespectacled enforcer levels his gun point blank at a helpless captive, cold and quizzical about the whole thing. Someone leans in close, voice dropping low. "Remember this clearly. You pulled that trigger with your own hands." A voice pecks up gleefully from the sidelines, practically cheering. "This is self-defense, right?" "Right." Cut to a ship's deck. The order comes down flat. Set sail, just like this. Below deck, 3 captives sit bound and gagged together, waiting to find out what happens next. The dark-haired handler changes plans on the spot. There might be use for the prince yet, so anchor the ship near the strait instead. A subordinate stammers back. "They're setting sail already? Now that the prince is secured, the duke himself should come looking within a couple hours." Someone bursts in panicked. "Wait a minute, my lord. What are you doing?" Crew scrambles across the deck, clearly reacting to something spiraling out of control fast. A hand lunges for a rope. Someone's making a break for it. Bound hand and foot, he hauls himself up the rigging anyway, sheer stubbornness carrying him higher. He hangs there midair, still bound, still not giving up the fight. A crew member gapes upward, completely floored by what he's watching. "Oh my god, that crazy lord!" Someone shouts below, half horrified, half impressed. "What in the world is..." Someone starts, then just trails off into stunned silence. The hooded figure below keeps staring, utterly speechless. Cut to a stately manor under a night sky, a very different kind of scene about to unfold. A quiet street lined with banners leads right up to it, somewhere chosen very deliberately. Title card. 10 minutes earlier, a green-eyed blonde woman looks up sharply, clearly mid-scheme. She and her companion size up the odds out loud. Will both targets actually show up at the ship? Even if only one does, it's still worth it. Her plan, laid bare, deal with whoever arrives first, and the other will have no choice but to come check the ship themselves. She second-guesses herself, replaying something Michelo once said. Just because Prince David and Vey shook hands on this arrangement, doesn't mean they'll actually move as one, she reminds herself. Still, even on separate paths, the odds of either of them spotting this place right away are low. Her heart pounds as a strange certainty creeps in. She has a feeling he's going to come here himself. The real truth surfaces in her head. Killing Vey, in the end, is a job for no one but her. Her wish finally laid bare. She just wished Vey loved her. The same wish she made over and over through her entire marriage to him. She didn't care what form it took. She just wanted him to still love her somehow. so that if a trap ever bore her name, he'd walk straight into it without a second thought, so that he'd finally, quickly vanish from her world for good. "Sorora!" someone calls out. The soldiers have reached the port. A line of soldiers marches into view along the docks. Someone spots a familiar face among them and gasps, "Prince David!" Panic sets in fast. Vey isn't with them. If that's the case, her expression flickers, already recalculating her next move. "Hide," she orders. A confused voice answers back, "Excuse me." "Hide anywhere you can," she snaps. "And whatever you do, don't let that lantern go out." A silhouette fills the doorway, backlit and unmistakable. He actually came. She spins around, visibly rattled that her own prediction just came true. Tears spill as trembling hands grip tight, years of buried feeling crashing back all at once. She steadies herself, composed on the outside even as everything churns underneath. And there he stands, Duke Valet himself, cold-eyed, walking right into the trap she built for him. Some era past curfew, a shadow steps into a lit doorway like he owns the place. He doesn't say a word, just wraps his coat around her like he's done this exact thing 100 times before. She looks up at him with eyes brimming over, like the sight of him alone just cracks something open in her. He doesn't look thrilled to be the reason for those tears either. "How did you get here?" she finally manages, voice not quite steady. Like he just casually let himself into her hideout in the dead of night, which, annoyingly, is exactly what he did. If he were her man, he says, he'd have picked a place where he could actually keep her hidden. He straightens his collar, like he's just settling in for a lecture she never asked for. Because if it were up to him, he never would have let her out of his sight tonight, he tells her, and she can't quite meet his eyes. Instead, he'd have kept her somewhere he could actually see her, close enough that he could run to her the instant she needed him. He admits he pulled a few tricks of his own too, shame they were all for nothing. And she stiffens. She's just realized exactly where Michaelo and Prince David are supposed to be. The direction Michello and the prince went, she thinks. That can't be a coincidence. Down at the harbor, a merchant ship sits ready and waiting, exactly where it shouldn't be drawing attention. As expected, Vey never had any intention of moving with the prince at all. "Let's talk," he says, "just the two of us." "Surely nobody wants a gunfight breaking out here," he adds. "Not her, and definitely not the men hiding just out of sight." Somewhere in the dark, a hand tightens around a pistol nobody was supposed to notice. "Come out," he calls, and Lorena has no choice but to step into the open with her guard right behind her. Sonora, but her guard protests, gun still raised. "It's all right," Lorena tells him quietly. "Whatever happens next, this is hers to handle." Before she can argue any further, he yanks her in close. He's done asking nicely. She gasps, caught completely off guard by how fast he's moved. She's still catching her breath when she realizes just how undone she already looks. "What are you doing?" she demands, grabbing at her own collar. She wasn't even surprised to see him, he points out, like she already knew he'd come. He doesn't think she'd have been waiting for him without a blade on her somewhere. "Let alone anything else," he adds, holding up something a lot worse than a knife. "Did she intend to kill him with this?" he asks, and her face says everything her mouth won't. The question lands like a slap. For a second, neither of them breathes. She swings at him anyway, for all the good it does her. She sucks in a breath, cheeks burning, whatever protest she had dying somewhere in her throat. Her collar's already slipping, and this is very much not the kind of search she signed up for. His eyes don't leave hers, not for a second. Had she still been her old self, he says, she'd have fought him for that vial the moment he touched it. Instead, she's acting like she doesn't care what happens to her own body at all, he mutters, and something like anger creeps into it. But now he starts, and whatever he was about to say gets lost somewhere between the two of them. Whatever this was turning into, it isn't an interrogation anymore. For one unguarded second, something old and ugly flickers behind his eyes, a memory that doesn't belong to this life at all. "Are you going to kill me?" she finally asks him outright. She watches him, eyes glassy, waiting for an answer she's not sure she wants. Is that really the worst-case scenario her head can come up with? He asks, almost amused. She seems to forget, he says, that with exactly one exception, he's a man capable of absolutely anything, Lorena. Her breath catches. He's using his own tie on her now. Wait, let go. She gets out right before he makes sure she can't say much else. Her protest dies into a muffled, furious noise. He hauls her off bodily, gagged and struggling, like this is a perfectly normal Tuesday for him. Don't struggle, he tells her, entirely too calm about the whole thing. She should know it's better to stay still in her condition, he adds. Not exactly reassuring. Rooftops and a distant church spire blur past as he carries her out into the night air. A car's idling just outside, headlights off. He planned this part, at least. She keeps biting him the whole way in, for all the good it does her. He pins her still with one hand that could cost him nothing at all. She's still fighting the gag when he finally speaks again, quieter this time. You know, Lorena, he starts, and something in his voice has gone somewhere far away. If she hadn't died, he says, it would have been him first. Her hand trembles against the seat. She has no idea what he's even talking about, and that scares her more. It was supposed to be theirs, he says. Just that, nothing more. He says it flat, almost bored, like he's reciting an old wound instead of confessing one. His hand doesn't move from where it's resting against her. She's left staring at him, hair mussed, no idea what just happened between them. Put this on, he says, tossing a bundle of clothes at her like nothing at all just happened. She fumbles the bundle, still tied up, still furious, still not entirely sure what to do with any of this. If that's appeased her anger, he says, she'd better hurry up and put it on herself, unless she wants him to do it for her. I'll untie you for a moment, he offers, hands already at the knot. The knot comes loose slower than it needs to. Neither of them is in any hurry to let go once it's free. Somehow they end up right back where they started, tangled together instead of arguing. Whatever fight was left in her comes out as one sharp little gasp instead. We'll fade out here and let you use your imagination. These two clearly don't need the narration. Whatever just happened between them, neither one seems ready to put a name to it. His expression's gone dark again already. Whatever softness was there a moment ago is packed away. We're leaving immediately, he announces, and it's not up for debate. Below them, a whole seaside town spreads out, completely oblivious to the mess unraveling above it. Hours pass under a sky full of stars that couldn't care less about any of this. The car just keeps rolling through the dark, putting more distance between them and everyone hunting them. She can't help but wonder where exactly he's dragging her, after forcing her into an entirely new outfit besides. Bella Carews at train station, she reads aloud. What exactly is his plan here? He doesn't exactly rush to answer her. She sucks in a sharp breath, catching sight of something or someone that clearly wasn't part of the plan. What, she presses again, is his actual plan here? Is that all he has to say, seeing her like this? She snaps, ready to walk off right then and there, until he shushes her cold. He clamps a hand over her mouth before she can finish that sentence. Search that side thoroughly too, a voice barks nearby, close enough to make her freeze. Lantern light sweeps past their hiding spot, close enough to touch. Since His Highness the Prince has gone missing, an officer shouts, they have to catch those people. Yes, sir, comes the reply, and the search closes in tighter. The missing prince? The soldiers hunting for them? It's finally clicking into place for her. These new clothes he forced on her weren't a gift, they were practically a disguise. And, he adds, letting the silence stretch. Tell her if she's mistaken, she says, watching him carefully. Because she doesn't want to pin false hopes on him either, she adds, quieter now. Did he betray the prince? She asks him outright. He doesn't answer right away, which, coming from him, is basically a confession. David told him to get rid of her child, he says instead, flat as a fact. He drops that bombshell like it's just another line item on the checklist. So, she throws back, refusing to give him the reaction he's braced for. He doesn't answer that one right away either. So, he finally says, just that single word, heavy with everything he isn't saying. He can't do everything, he admits, almost to himself. He could erode a person's soul, he thinks. dragging a hand down his own face. But he can't break her, not until she's already useless to him. That's the theory anyway. The real problem, he admits, is that he can't actually do that. Not once. Not ever. Faye shows up in Lorena's home uninvited and just drops it on her. David wants her carrying his rival's child gone. He tells her flat out he cannot do everything for her anymore. And then comes the real threat. He could shred her soul apart if he wanted to. He lets that promise just hang there, cold as the room around them. But he admits he cannot quite bring himself to break her completely, not yet. The real problem, he confesses, is that he never can go through with it. Not once, not ever. He just stands there in the dark. All threat, no follow-through. Her mind drags her back years to two figures sharing a quiet, lantern-lit walk at night. In the memory, the whole world goes dead quiet around them. She is already plotting her own escape, slip out the door, catch the freight train, never look back. Even back then she could feel it. Young Val was not holding on to her either. He just stares off, giving her absolutely nothing. But right as she is about to bolt, a strange gut feeling stops her cold. Point blank, she asks him, does he actually love her? Her eyes search his face for any kind of real answer. Some part of her knew, if she did not ask now, she might never see this man again. She pushes further. Not just right now. She wants to know if he ever loved her, even during their marriage. Cut to their wedding day, a ring sliding onto her finger. 7 years married to a man who never once gave her a straight answer. There they are, arm in arm, the picture of a perfect, noble couple. She just wants to know if he ever felt anything real for her. Even a little. Classic move, dodge the question entirely and just tell her he is going to kiss her instead. And just like that, he pulls her in. It's the last time, he tells her, so just bear with it. The kiss lingers, but her mind is somewhere else entirely. Because even mid-kiss, she is still waiting for him to actually say something real. Is that really all he's got to say, she wonders, right at the very end? No goodbye that means anything, no real closure. Not even a half-hearted apology, she thinks, kissing him back anyway. Not one shred of atonement. From a man who clearly owes her one. She shoves him back, trembling, torn between wanting him and being completely done with him. Benet drops it on him. He will never get to raise this child with his own hands. He phrases, what do you mean by that? His whole posture goes rigid. His answer is ice. He wants her to suffer a little too, and he signs the papers to prove it. His pen moves across the page like none of this means anything at all. She just stares at him, gutted, unable to even speak. He winces, hit somewhere he clearly was not braced for. Go, she tells him, just that, one word. And he actually turns and walks. No hesitation at all. She chases after him anyway, demanding to know what he is even scheming now. His answer is ice cold. Figure it out herself and hurry up and go be with the other man already. Do whatever you want, is all he gives her. She warns him, whatever scheme he is cooking up, he is not taking one more thing from her. She is shouting into the night now, and she means every word of it. He just keeps walking, putting distance between them. Even at the very end, he never gives her a real answer. What a selfish, cowardly man, she thinks, flinching at her own bitterness. He is the one, she decides, who blew his last chance to answer her. His last real chance, gone for good. She gasps awake, years away from that memory, back in a cold and very real present. Except she's not in her bed. She is outside, alone, in the dark. A voice barks out of nowhere. Who goes there? A soldier is closing in fast, lantern raised. We're rooting out the rebels, he snaps. State your identity and affiliation. She freezes, hands up, saying absolutely nothing. He squints at her. What are you? You look familiar. Before he can finish that thought, someone is already swinging a weapon down at him from the dark. One clean hit out of nowhere, and it is over before it even starts. Lorena flinches hard at the sound, heart hammering. The soldier crumples to the ground, out cold. Strong arms pull her into a hug from behind, both of them gasping for breath. She does not even have to look to know exactly who it is. Lorana, he breathes. It's okay, he tells her. You're safe now. She finally manages to ask how he even knew to find her out here. He just shrugs it off. Should I call it a hunch? He tells her the fastest way to Motril right now is the freight train and pulls a hood up over her head. The second you arrive, head to Albarada, he says. My people will cover you. She catches his hesitation immediately. Wait, you're not coming? I still have unfinished business, is all he will say. He does not elaborate. He does not have to. I'll catch up in half a day, he tells her. Go on ahead and brez. He does not even get to finish the sentence. She cuts him off cold. You're going to kill they, aren't you? His ham does not so much as flinch. Don't worry, he says. Nothing's going to happen in Bellacarosa. She grabs his sleeve anyway, not buying it for a second. You sound awfully sure, she says. He looks away from her. It's not because I trust Vey, he admits, dragging a hand down his face. It's because I recognize that look on him, too. The look of someone quietly breaking apart from the inside. The Rena just cries quietly under her hood, saying nothing at all. They probably won't anymore, she thinks to herself. His mind flashes back to her own words. Once, Michelo, you need to come to Motril with me right now. The memory settles over him like the night sky itself. That's the place that actually needs its leader, she had told him, squeezing his hand. The place you need to be, she had said. Is by our child's side. He remembers the feel of her hand against his. He says nothing now, just like he said nothing then. Meanwhile, Bay is very much still in Bellacarosa, playing a completely different game. A freight train rattles across a bridge into the night, carrying Lorena further from all of this. He checks his pocket watch. Half a day should be enough. Your Grace, an officer calls out to him. I heard you ordered the port search halted, the man says. Is that true? Bay does not even bother denying it. His Highness the Prince has gone missing, the officer presses. So we're just supposed to stop hunting whoever took him, he demands. Bay's answer is pure legal technicality. By law, the Navy stands down until the Prince himself returns. It's a loophole, and they both know it. The one man who can actually command the military is nowhere to be found, and he never delegated to anyone. The officer slams a fist down. This uprising in Bellacarosa is basically an open rebellion. Are you saying you plan on joining it? He accuses. Pei turns it right back on him. Isn't a noble moving troops on his own authority the real rebellion here? That may be true, but this is an emergency, the officer stammers. Pei just asks how many civilians got hurt at the port today. Soldiers are already dragging people off in the shadows behind them. I heard 17 people got rounded up under royal decree, Bay adds, twisting the knife. When the sun comes up, who exactly do you think this city is going to blame? He asks. The officer does not have a good answer for that. At least let us report this to the capital, he tries, over the military line. Bay grabs his arm before he can even finish. I shall go myself. In person, at dawn, the military stays out of it until then. And you will cease this senseless gunfire in my courtyard, he adds, ice in every word. Do you not understand? Bay asks, and it is very much not a question. The officer just stands there and gets the message loud and clear. We open on a memory. Olivia's pale, searching face and an old question hanging in the air. Does he really love her? A shadow that can only be Bay stands motionless in the dark, turning that question over one more time. It was not asked for forgiveness or reconciliation, he thinks. It was a question meant to bring about a complete end, and still some stubborn part of him refuses. He cannot let it end, not yet. His profile catches the low light, eyes closed, the picture of a man trying very hard to look at peace. If he cannot be her husband, her child's father, or even the one she loves. The city outside blurs past the window, indifferent to the quiet collapse happening inside him. Then he'll settle for haunting her heart as an unresolved question instead. Bleak, but very on brand for this guy. We find him sprawled against a windowsill, staring at nothing, looking every bit like a man who just lost an argument with himself. The last day of August, early morning, and the real story kicks off. We're at the social club Nas, tucked away in downtown Montreal. A secret meeting of the great noble families of Besson is about to get very tense. A fist slams the table as Benjamin's father lays down the law. That, he growls, is exactly why he told his son to stop going to Alvarado so often. He rounds on his son outright, accusing him of squandering his days idling with Michaelo or Vatos, and effortlessly betraying the family's deepest secrets. Benjamin sputters back that nobody could have known that scoundrel was a Republican, and reminds his father he was the one who told him to get along with Michaelo in the first place, since he's the princess's son. Besides, Benjamin adds, he was hardly the only one. Which Montreal noble hasn't hung out with Michaelo at some point? His father's glare makes clear that excuse is not landing. Someone notes that the Levantes and Nervato seats are sitting conspicuously empty, exactly as expected. The room wonders aloud whether the two of them have really joined hands, before his father rounds on Benjamin again, asking flat out whether Duke Levantes has said anything to him. You are the closest to him, his father presses, and Benjamin flinches beside a friend who looks awfully relieved it isn't him being grilled. The bay he knows, Benjamin offers, would shudder at the mere mention of Hervatos. It was also Vay's order that purged Mora's brewery back in May. He wipes his brow, clearly hoping that answer is good enough to satisfy his father. It isn't. Even if that was true until May, his father snaps. It tells them nothing about what's happened since June. Another voice cuts in, careful, wondering aloud whether Duke Levantes turning to the Republicans means the rest of them should reconsider their own course too. Well, comes the reply, times are certainly changing quickly. Benjamin's father slams the table again, demanding to know how anyone can say that after watching what just happened to their neighbor, Ingerd. The Crown Prince of Ingerd fled to the continent, he reminds them, and the nobles who stayed had their wealth and titles confiscated for it. They can't let themselves suffer the same fate, he shouts, the image of a noble being dragged off flashing through the room like a warning. Let's go, Benjamin, his father barks, already storming for the door. Father, Benjamin stammers, dragged along whether he likes it or not. He's going to request armed forces from His Majesty the King himself, the old man announces, done arguing. He marches off, leaving Benjamin and the rest of the room to stew in it. Another elder waves the whole thing off. It's a crisis that will pass easily enough, he says, if they fix the church first and calm public sentiment. Everyone else had better rethink their plans too. A crisis that will easily pass, someone repeats, eyeing those two empty seats like they're not so sure. One quieter noble just narrows his eyes, turning it all over in his head. The people of the Besson Kingdom, he muses, willingly paid their taxes because of religion. Will they still do so, he wonders, now that their blind faith has crumbled? He decides to keep a close eye on the situation. He can't afford to end up on the losing side. Smart man, or at least a very careful one. A knock at the door interrupts everything, and two more nobles slip in, visibly wary. In walk Lorena and Miguel, dressed for battle in matching black, looking like they already own the place. No, Miss Klein? One noble blurts, going pale on the spot. A guard tries to hold the line, insisting only those invited are allowed inside. Lorena doesn't even blink. Since she personally extended the invitation herself, she says, there shouldn't be any issue at all. Miss Shiloh, even you? Another noble gasps. Why on earth has he come to Naz now? The president of Klein Bank had business to settle with all of them, comes the answer, as the pair strides in like they've already won. One noble mutters, defeated before it's even started, that he had no choice but to come. Lorena opens with a name. First, she says, Marquis Claros. 10 years ago, she informs him, he deposited 7 million pesetas in their bank. It matured 2 days ago, she continues. Will he be withdrawing it or rolling it over? Maki Kairos, already sweating buckets, manages a strangled withdrawal. If he doesn't express his intent to roll it over, Lorena states, they'll arrange for it to be immediately available for withdrawal. The same, she adds, goes for Count Lopez. The room goes very, very quiet. Withdrawal request forms have already been sent, she adds, to the heads of the families who left early. They plan to hand out the funds. Immediately, at any time, she finishes. Whispers ripple through the room. That money was deposited specifically to shake the bank, and now she's offering to hand it back first? Claros just keeps sweating, doing the math on how badly this is going. By returning the money and using its maturity as the excuse, the room murmurs, watching the scales tip. She'd rather take the cash loss than lose her credibility, someone realizes. Withdraw or roll over, take your pick. It's practically the same as asking whether they'll join the Republican faction, another mutters, watching Lorena stand her ground. Has she decided to return the 50 million pesicas to House Labonte? Someone finally asks her outright. She cancelled it, Lorena says flatly. The Duke gave it to her himself. So Levantes' betrayal is confirmed after all, Clara smirks, sensing an opening. What does he get in return for rolling over that money? He asks, fishing for an angle. Does it look like she came here to negotiate with him? Lorena replies, ice cold, as a much taller shadow looms in right behind her. The room freezes. She came here specifically to show mercy, she tells him, and somehow that's scarier than a threat. In exchange for lending their names to the Republicans, she offers, she'll make sure he loses relatively less. Take it or leave it. Cairo starts visibly shaking. What? Is all he can get out? By the looks of it, Lorena says, he has no intention of rolling over the funds. She'll simply send the withdrawal forms straight to his estate. Honestly, this wasn't even worth listening to. Not worth listening to? Claros explodes, the insult apparently landing harder than the threat did. He's heading to the palace right now to report all of this, he bellows, storming out to tattle. Michelo, Lorena whispers, a flicker of worry breaking through her composure. There's nothing to worry about, Miguel murmurs back, tucking her arm into his like it's already handled. It isn't a bluff. Marquis Claros, someone confirms, will never make it to the palace, as shadowy figures quietly close in on him. He's dragged off without so much as a struggle. More importantly, Lorena, Miguel says gently, that's enough of that. Then he turns back to business. Now then, Count Lopez. Lopez signs whatever's put in front of him without much of a fight. What will he do? Lorena asks indirectly. No games left to play. The deposit under the name Lopez, he concedes, will be rolled over this year, interest included. He sits with the full weight of that decision on his face. In return, he says, he'd like to talk about the church in Santiana, the city under his family's jurisdiction. To be exact, about the truth behind the cardinal. The Bishop of Santiana and the believers want to know the secret the church has been hiding, he finishes, watching Miguel closely. He's as devout as the rumors say, Miguel replies, and it doesn't sound like a compliment. Lorena just sighs beside him, clearly used to this by now. One piece of physical evidence, Miguel says, will be far more convincing than a dozen testimonies, and with that, he starts unbuttoning his collar. Lopez has absolutely no idea where this is going. Then Miguel turns, and the room sees it, a brutal brand seared into his bare back. Lopez can't even form a word. The cross of judgment he finally manages branded on those condemned as children of Satan. Just who would commit such an atrocious act? It was the papacy of Sentios, Miguel answers evenly. He lived there for 12 years before he got out. Whether that bastard insulted his birth mother or not, he continues, and even if he can't find proof of it now, he has more than enough reason to commit patricide, he says, cold as ice. His biological father is going to die. Wait, is he actually planning to assassinate His Eminence the Cardinal? Lopez jokes out. The Bible says to forgive your enemies. Ah, forget it, Miguel says, already bored of him. If he's going to spout that kind of nonsense, he can leave. Miguel never much cared whether he sided with them anyway. He straightens his collar back into place like he didn't just casually announce a murder. More importantly, he says, turning to Lorena, the most urgent thing right now is getting her to a hospital. Lorena's expression suggests she'd rather argue about literally anything else. She's fine right now, she insists. The pulling and aching in her stomach have mostly gone away. Who was it sweating profusely for 3 days straight? Miguel teases, taking one last jab at Lopez on the way out. They only made it this far because of her stubbornness, he tells her, so it's off to the hospital now. Mr. Klein should already be there waiting. Someone else chimes in, asking whether her father's already been contacted. She needs a guardian present. And she has something to say to him too, Lorena adds, her mind clearly somewhere else entirely. Somewhere behind them, a small, forgotten voice pipes up, still asking whether he's rolling over that deposit or not. He really does need to get going. The two of them head off down the hall together, a distant figure waiting at the far end. Even at this point, Lorena thinks to herself, she couldn't have imagined it would come to this. She pounced on him, she admits, blushing hard at the memory. She pounced on him first, she insists, flustered, to whoever happens to be listening. Cut to Lorena in a hospital gown, gasping, clutching her chest like the memory alone just knocked the wind out of her. A beat of stunned silence hangs in the air, and her father Vincenzo looks absolutely floored by whatever he's just heard. To think she'd end up saying something like that, Lorena murmurs, mortified, closing the chapter out on a very flustered note. Our story picks up far from the chaos of Bella Carosa in a quiet foreign town. Behind these curtains, someone's about to have a very rough day. That someone is Lorena, hooked up to an IV, looking worn out and far from home. Her knuckles go white as another wave of pain hits her. It's been exactly 3 days since she and Michele fled Bella Carosa, running for their lives. Michele took her advice over chasing after Vey. Instead, they hopped a train bound for Montreal. But the prolonged strain of the escape was catching up with her fast. Fever and stabbing abdominal pain hit her hard, and they just would not let up. After 3 straight days and nights on the run, they barely made it. Montreal came into view at last. But even setting foot in Montreal brought no relief. There was no time to breathe. Lorena insisted on seeing the situation with her own eyes. She wanted to know exactly who conspired with Vey in Operation Canary. The same people who once plotted her own father's murder. Pushing herself to dig for answers was not for nothing, though. It paid off. Word came back that 10 days earlier, Cardinal Marquez himself had quietly arrived in Montreal. Both of them froze. The Cardinal here in person? That was not a coincidence. And apparently he is set to appear tomorrow morning, right in the plaza outside the Grand Cathedral. A public sermon, front and center for the whole city to see. Tomorrow, huh? Michele mused, already turning the idea over in his head. That trademark smirk crept across his face, the one that means trouble for somebody. That's definitely good news, he said, already scheming. Right after that, everything moved fast. Before Lorena could even process it, Michele scooped her up and whisked her away. In the blink of an eye, she found herself checked straight into the hospital. All she can do is sigh, sitting there in a hospital gown, exhausted. At least there was a small mercy, still no sign of anyone hunting them down back in Bella Carosa. But that silence itself felt wrong. Nobody stays quiet that long without a reason. Someone, somewhere, had to be pulling the strings behind the scenes. Was Vey planning something? Could he really be coming here himself? The thought drags her mind straight back to Vey, cold, calculating, and impossible to read. In her memory, he leans in without warning. I'm going to kiss you. It's the last time, so bear with it, he says, like it is a formality. Then comes the real blow, a cold warning that she will never get to raise this child with her own hands. Olivia's fingers clench in the sheets, bracing against the threat. You really intend to stay right to the end, don't you? He murmurs, an existence he still cannot quite make sense of. Back in Montreal, the memory snaps away the second footsteps come pounding down the hospital hallway. Someone is sprinting straight for Lorena's room. Lorena, what happened? It's her father, Vincenzo, and he looks terrified. He had clearly dropped everything the second he heard. I was already worried sick over all the news from Bella Carosa, he says, and now you're in a hospital the moment you reach Montreal? Where does it hurt? He demands, checking her over like she might shatter. Lorena freezes. Well, is not exactly a plan. Inside, she is panicking. What is she even supposed to say? She has not found a way to tell her father anything yet, and now he is standing right in front of her. Luckily, a doctor steps in first. There's nothing to worry about here. This is just the expectant mother, correct? Vincenzo, still half panicked, just grips his daughter's hand tighter. Her guardian's here too. Perfect timing, the doctor adds, waving Michele over as well. Lorena can only brace herself for what's coming. You really don't need to worry, the doctor reassures them both. Vincenzo just stands there, silent, waiting for the other shoe to drop. The baby is safe, the doctor finishes, and Vincenzo's whole face goes slack. Baby? He says it again, like repeating it might make it make sense. The doctor calmly explains that this level of abdominal pain is completely normal. At 3 months along, the main advice is simple: keep stress to an absolute minimum. Easier said than done, judging by the look on Lorena's face. Then the doctor breezes right into, you can continue your intimate life without much issue, and gets cut off with a mortified traitor. Stop. Somebody, still red in the face, tries to steer things back on track. Reduce her stress, but how exactly? The answer is basically pamper her and only let good news reach her ears. So, my princess, someone teases, and Lorena's whole face goes red. Michello just watches it all unfold, quietly pleased with himself. Rewind a bit, and it's clear how nerve-wracking this whole reveal really was for her. Hearing the words, "Are you pregnant?" in her own native language somehow made them land even heavier. If her father could not accept this. Her hand trembles until another hand closes gently over hers. And instead of anger, all she hears is a warm "Congratulations, my dear." Vincenzo means every word of it. I don't know exactly how this happened, he admits, but for now, it's absolutely something to celebrate. He confesses he hid it for 7 years so he would not burden her, but he has always wondered what it would feel like to see a grandchild who looks just like her. Lorena laughs it off, cheeks burning. Then comes the whispered follow-up. But who's the father? He's standing right behind you, father. Michello, oblivious, is still just standing there wondering why he cannot follow a word of their native Ingredient. Then Vincenzo rounds on him directly. Michello, if this was 3 months ago. Ah, yes, Michaelo answers quickly, already bracing for impact. Wasn't that around when you two were living under the same roof? Vincenzo asks, doing the math out loud. Michello's heart is pounding so hard you can practically hear it. Just then, someone barges in wanting a private word. Mr. Klein, if we could talk for just a moment. What in the? Vincenzo mutters, caught completely off guard by the interruption. The timing is so bad it turns into an actual collision. Just what were you in such a hurry for, man? Papers fly, tempers flare, and for a second the hospital hallway turns into total chaos. Once the dust settles, Vincenzo rounds back on Michello. You should have gotten my blessing and held the wedding first. You're supposed to plan for a child after starting a family. Michello can only mutter, I'm sorry. Lorena just wants to disappear into the floor. Princess, are there no men in this country in their right minds? Her father groans, only half joking. Michello takes the scolding like a man, sweating through every second of it. All he can offer in his defense is a sincere promise he will take responsibility and take good care of her. Vincenzo is not done, though. He brings up the explosion, demanding to know what Michello would have done if things had gone even worse that day. Father, that's not it, Lorena cuts in, stepping in to defend him. Because the truth is, she says, she was the one who made the first move. Her hand goes to her chest, bracing to actually say it out loud. I pounced on him first, she blurts out, face completely red. There's a beat of stunned silence. I'm the one who asked him to be my lover, she presses on, refusing to let him take the blame alone. And on the day we conceived, she continues, I was the one who. She reminds her father that Michello was helping her long before Vincenzo ever knew he existed. He's the person who gave me the strength to keep living, she says, and she means every word. I wanted to be with him, so I made the first move, she admits, still holding his hand. Her fingers fidget as she works up to the last confession. I was the one who fell in love first, she finally admits, eyes glistening. The memory of that whole night comes rushing back to her, one she is clearly not about to narrate in detail for her father. Even Michello, usually so composed, goes bright red just watching her relive it. Let's just say the memory speaks for itself, and leave it there. Vincenzo, still shaky on his Ingredient, admits he could piece most of it together just from her face and the few words he understood. Is everything my princess just said true? He asks Michaelo directly, point blank. Michello, tell him it's true, hurry, Lorena urges, terrified he might actually deny it. But Michaelo has other plans because as far as he's concerned, none of that is true. He steadies himself, ready to set the record straight his own way. I was the one who started it, Mr. Klein, he says plainly, taking the blame squarely onto himself. I was the one who noticed her first, he continues, refusing to let her carry this alone. The one who spoke to her first, and the one who watched over her the longest. It was all me, he says, laying every bit of it at his own feet. For once, that smug confidence gives way to something a lot more sincere. And with that, father, daughter, and the man who clearly is not going anywhere finally find some peace, at least for tonight. We open on a quiet bedroom flashback. Miguel leads Vincenzo Klein inside, ready to lay bare something he's been hiding. Because, he says, he was the one who noticed her first, spoke to her first, and watched over her the longest. His usual smirk is nowhere to be found. This is Miguel dead serious for once. It was all me, he admits flatly. The memory rewinds further. A younger Lorena stirs awake in that same room, startled to find him there. Michelo, what are you? It's the truth, he insists. He confesses to something worse too. He was the one who put a weapon in her hands that she never should have held. The image lingers, a hand closing around a blood-streaked gun. Because of his own petty interference, he says, everything spiraled from there. He admits he's wondered more than once if he made Lorena go through things she never had to. But even so, he says, if God asked whether he regrets this life, he'd answer without a second's hesitation, absolutely not. He'd promised her once that she would never regret choosing him. Lorena, listening quietly, trusts him completely. The rest of my life will be spent keeping that promise, he tells Vincenzo. He straightens up, bracing for what comes next. That is the resolve with which I love your daughter, he says plainly, and Vincenzo, stunned, goes completely quiet. He adds, almost sheepishly, that he'll formally ask permission to marry her later. He hasn't even properly proposed yet, and he still hasn't fully learned Ingridian. Not exactly the smooth operator everyone thinks he is, huh? I'm sorry, Miguel says quietly, bowing his head to father and daughter both. Vincenzo can't hold it together, a single tear slipping free. I will give my permission, he finally says, once you can speak Ingridian fluently. The eel-struck Miguel and Lorena share a quiet, tender moment together. For once, the untouchable playboy looks like a man who has found exactly where he belongs. Later, Lorena buries herself in paperwork at her desk. The next phase of her plan against the nobility is already underway. Gael lays out the documents. These are the withdrawal certificates of the great nobles, excluding Lopez. I've already packed up the bundles of cash to send to these people, he adds. But it feels like such a waste to just hand it over intact, he muses. Aside from Lopez, who's cooperating with us, I'm thinking of driving the rest of them straight into bankruptcy, he finishes, and Lorena's eyes go wide. Vincenzo weighs in. By now, every ruined noble must be begging the king to send in the army. If that happens, Gael warns, the city's citizens won't just stand by. Exactly. Once the revolution starts, they'll face the backlash, and if we expose the stock manipulation on top of it, we cut their lifelines for good. This is a situation we uncovered a few months ago. The planning chatter continues behind him. Off to the side, Miguel watches Lorena rattle off strategy in rapid-fire Ingridian, only half following. Does she just talk faster in her native tongue? Her chattering makes her seem just like a little bird, he decides fondly. He can't help but smile, quietly proud of how completely she's taken charge. Call me if you need me, he tells her, stepping back to give her room to work. I'll be right outside. Ah yes, Lorena answers, already back in business mode. Outside, someone teases that they never thought they'd live to see the great mission get scolded by his own future father-in-law. Once you marry, Natalie needles him, you're going to be on a very tight leash. I couldn't wish for anything more, Miguel says, crouching down with a genuine smile. Natalie turns serious for a beat. Once all this is over, Lorena needs regular counseling. Once a month, no excuses. Yes, she confirms, she's showing symptoms of trauma, and the hyperventilation hasn't fully gone away yet. I mean Miss Lorena, of course, Natalie adds pointedly, but I'm including you in that too. You've been constantly unstable lately, she tells him bluntly. He doesn't argue. His face says she's not wrong. He thinks back. When he found Lorena at the station, she was visibly shaken by whatever that bastard had told her. The memory of that threat still lingers, dark and unresolved. Leaving him behind in Bellicorosa never sat right with Miguel, but he couldn't leave Lorena alone in that state either. He had a strange certainty, though. A shadowed figure lingers in his mind, half threat, half memory. A certainty that this man, whatever else he was, wouldn't be able to bring himself to hurt Lorena and the baby. Still, he can't keep a pregnant woman anywhere near a dangerous scene, and if he sends her too far away, that bastard won't leave her alone either. He sighs. "You're sighing so hard the ground might cave in," Natalie teases from below. "It won't affect the operation, don't worry," he assures her. "Besides, I'm not even the one starting the revolution." "What does that mean?" Natalie asks, genuinely curious. "God doesn't exist," he says. "Everything that happens is done by human hands," Natalie finishes for him. "Right. Not by my hands," Miguel agrees, "but by human hands." He looks down at his own hands for a long, quiet moment. "I might be able to light the fire," he thinks. A torch catches, flame curling bright against the dark. The absurdities of Besson piled up over hundreds of years. The resentment and dissatisfaction of the oppressed simmering for just as long. Once all of it starts to burn in a chain reaction, it's going to spark a massive inferno. To pull it off, Miguel figures, the crucial factor is how many join the protest at the very start in Ornal. Out on the streets, a newsboy's cry cuts through the crowd. "Extra, extra!" He waves the paper overhead, practically vibrating with the news. "Breaking news just in from Ornal," he shouts, and both Miguel and Natalie go still. Miguel's breath catches. "Looks like the news you've been waiting for has arrived, miss," Natalie says as he snatches the paper up in triumph. "It's finally starting," he says. "Guess it's about time I get to work on the Grand Cathedral." "What do you mean, work?" Natalie asks warily. "My dear father is officiating a mass for the first time in a while," he says. "It would be a shame to just let that pass." "What's the specific operation?" Natalie presses. "The operation name is Divine Punishment," he says, "and that's the entirety of the plan." "Didn't you just say God doesn't exist a minute ago?" She deadpans. "Well, if you consider the people to be the heavens," he reasons, "divine punishment isn't exactly the wrong word for it." He looks off toward the horizon, that smirk firmly back in place. Meanwhile, across the city, tension is building inside the palace halls. "How could you prioritize Arnal?" someone demands, voice sharp under the chandeliers. A panicked noble, Marquis Caballero, reports that with the mining companies on rolling strikes, Ortiz's cash flow has been completely cut off. "This is exactly when you need to back us with troops, my liege," he pleads. "Calm down, Marquis Caballero," the king answers wearily. "Haven't I already sent half the standing army to stop the protests in Arnal? If I send more troops now," he asks, "what happens to the capital? What's the point of going out of your way to protect it?" Caballero snaps back. All right, the king sighs. "You're clearly in a rush. Take 500 of the standing army for now." "I really can't handle these people," he mutters to himself, rubbing his temples. He'd entrusted state affairs to the prince specifically so someone else could handle negotiations at times like this, and kept Duke Levantes around precisely to mediate between the great nobles and the crown. But of all the times for it, both of them had to go and vanish. That damn David, he promised to take responsibility and bring the Duke back. So why hasn't he heard a single word since? And that, the king grumbles, isn't even his only headache tonight. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure moves quickly through the dark, clearly on urgent business. The scene shifts to a cathedral corridor where an old visiting priest comes face to face with a man in cardinal's red. The cardinal's crimson robes catch the low light as he waits by the door. "You've arrived," the cardinal says simply. There's something unreadable behind his composed smile. The visiting priest offers a blessing. "May God's grace be upon the royal family." "I'm deeply moved that you pray so endlessly for the royal family's prosperity, Your Eminence," he adds, startling the cardinal slightly. "Are the preparations for tomorrow morning's mass going well?" the priest asks. "I plan to stay up all night at the Grand Cathedral to make sure of it," the cardinal answers. The old priest studies him in silence, something clearly weighing on his mind. "I have one thing I'd like to ask you," he finally says. Do you still remember Adriana? He asks, and the cardinal goes very still. The air between them has gone heavy with old history. Of course, the cardinal answers, a thin, knowing chuckle escaping him. Adriana was a bold and clever child, he recalls. A shimmering gown flickers through memory, and it clicks into place. That must be why she wrote such a suicide note, the priest murmurs. As for Michello, the cardinal continues, choosing his words with care. Both his temperament and his countenance are truly. His smile sharpens, something almost proud and deeply unsettling behind it. Night's fallen over the city, but it's anything but peaceful. Soldiers are crawling through every street. Word on the street is grim. Rumor has it the Navy and the Holy Knights actually gunned down civilians during their sweep. Turns out this isn't just crowd control, it's a full manhunt for the missing prince himself. One exhausted local sums it up on a park bench. These people have completely lost it, and he's done pretending otherwise. Timbers are already boiling over into shoving matches out on the street. But there's a lead making the rounds. The cardinal himself is giving a speech tomorrow. And if anyone actually knows where the prince vanished to, the smart money says it's him. Across town, well past midnight, a car finally pulls up outside the ducal estate. The grounds sit dead silent, just the fountain still running out in the dark. His butler's already waiting on the steps, and he is not happy about it. Why are you so late, your grace? The poor man looks like he's aged about 10 years just standing there. While you were away, he stammers, we received calls from all over. Bay just brushes past, ignoring the flustered your grace, chasing after him. Down the hall, another aide watches him pass, clearly bracing for the worst. The whole house feels like it's holding its breath tonight. He shuts himself away in his study instead, the workload piling higher than ever. Gather all those documents, he orders, and entrust them to Kleinbank. Yes, your grace, comes the immediate, obedient answer. Then, out of absolutely nowhere, a scrappy little Doberman puppy comes trotting after him like they've been friends for years. Bay, for his part, looks completely unbothered by the fact that he apparently now owns a dog. You there, he calls flatly to a nearby staffer. Yes, your grace, comes the reply, already bracing for whatever's coming. Take it and raise it, he says, like he's handing off a stack of paperwork instead of a living animal. The poor guy just blinks. Pardon? Bay's already walking off, puppy in tow. The staff traitor look that says everything neither of them dares say out loud. Naturally, the second everyone's back is turned, the puppy makes a break for it. Two ground men in formal wear go sprinting after a dog down a marble staircase. This is the Duke's household now. Ray watches the chaos unfold behind him without so much as flinching. Ha! Que fine to a master, Verde, he finally sighs, and just like that, the mutt has a name. The dog just stares up at him. Not me, Beg clarifies, completely deadpan. The staff jolt as Verde bolts again, apparently unconvinced. And they're off again, round 2 of the great puppy chase. Erdy tears down another empty corridor like his life depends on it. For a mansion this big, one small dog is causing an awful lot of noise. Then, at the end of a dark hallway, Verde suddenly stops dead, like he's seen something no one else can. There's a flicker there, barely there, the pale shape of a woman, gone the instant you try to focus on her. Verde's ears go up, hackles too, tracking something that really shouldn't be there. The house goes eerily still around him. He's left standing alone in the middle of a vast empty room staring at nothing at all. Whatever it was, it's already gone, footsteps fading off into the dark. Upstairs, Bay stands alone in his study, and for a man carrying around a whole erased timeline, that hallway is probably not the only thing haunting him tonight. Elsewhere, across town, the night is quieter, just a window and some soft snoring drifting from the next room. Someone sleeping soundly, tucked under the covers. In the bedroom itself, Olivia is just starting to stir. She blinks awake, wrapped up in Miguel's arms. Miguel. Still half asleep, she mumbles, worried. What about father? I put him in the next room, Miguel murmurs back. Didn't mean to wake you. Get some more sleep. But business is still on her mind. She'd heard he swung by the cathedral where tomorrow's speech is happening. Preparations are all set, he confirms. She asks him to walk her through the whole plan again, just to be sure. She listens close, tucked right up against him. Step 1. He swings by the protesters' gathering point at dawn. They're set to march out at exactly 9 o'clock sharp. From there, he heads to the cathedral for sunrise and stays put through the whole mass. You'll be able to see it all from your hospital window, he tells her. Keep a close eye on it. After that, I head to the palace, and the protesters follow right behind me. Whatever this plan actually is, one thing's for sure. It's about to get loud, fast. Even if it gets loud out there, he tells her, don't get shaken, just wait. He says it with that same maddening, unbothered smirk of his. It'll all be settled in 2 or 3 hours, tops, she says. All right. Then he pulls something out. He says he's agonized over giving back to her for months. Whatever it is, it clearly means something to both of them. Her eyes go wide the second she sees it. I thought you'd never give this to me again, she admits. It's a gun! As long as you're alive, he tells her, you need the last resort, even one you hate. His expression doesn't waver for a second. For a moment they're just teasing each other again, white as anything. I'm entrusting it to your father for now, he says. Don't even think about touching it until you need to. Only for the absolute worst case, he clarifies. She just nods, a light. And if the worst case comes, he goes on, and I'm not there beside you, he doesn't finish the sentence. He doesn't have to. No, she cuts in instead. Just shoot. Her eyes well up even as she says it. Some bastard's threatening you, don't hesitate, he says. I'll clean up whatever's left. You said the whole point was minimizing casualties, she reminds him, a little pointed. I'm telling you to protect yourself, whatever it takes, he shoots back. If that's a crime, I'll take the fall for it. There's a beat where neither of them says anything at all. Then I'll go to your trial and turn myself in too, she says simply. Then we'll go to hell together, he answers, like that settles it. Sounds good, let's do that, she agrees, and somehow it comes out almost cheerful. It's a genuinely unhinged pact for two people currently cuddling in bed. Somehow it works for them. And out of nowhere, she remembers. Earlier, my father asked what we'd been calling the baby for its prenatal name. Prenatal name? Miguel repeats, his hand drifting to her belly. I told him we hadn't thought of one, he admits, and he asked what we'd been calling it all this time instead. I suppose there was such a thing, she murmurs. I've lived a whole life with nothing to do with children, so... You name it, he tells her, pulling her closer. Me, she blinks. I don't exactly have a knack for naming things, she protests. I'll give you until tomorrow, he says. Tell me when you get back. She just smiles at that. And if you miss the deadline, he adds, dead serious, no kissing for a while. Bold threat, considering what he's about to send her into tomorrow. For now, though, it's just the two of them, and neither one seems in a hurry to move. All right, tomorrow, she says. I'll see you again tomorrow. The rest of the night belongs to just the two of them. The details, tastefully, are none of our business. What follows plays out almost like a prayer wrapped in soft, sketched imagery. Oh God, I no longer doubt that you are watching over us. So please. Their turn is to each other. Whatever tomorrow brings, tonight, that's the only thing either of them is really asking for.